Lin Bei could see the bonds and abilities on others, and he could obtain them by simply unlocking the illustrated handbook. I already told him to wear it. What else do you want from me? I didn't want that to happen either. You know, once I drink too much, I get confused. I thought he was you. By the time I realized something was wrong, I had no strength left to resist. But rest assured, I was thinking of you the whole time, so I didn't betray you. Baby, you have to believe me. I promise he'll never go out drinking with my girlfriends again. I really, really love you. I only made a mistake that any normal woman would make. Just forgive me this once. Besides, setting aside my issues, aren't you at fault too? Scandalous. Anyone who regularly enjoys gossip knows that drama can pop up anywhere at any time. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Bei, holding takeout, overheard an outrageously twisted conversation. Stepping out, he saw two people standing at door 501, a man and a woman. The woman looked like she had just woken up, her hair slightly messy and her face still bearing traces of last night's ruinous makeup. The words were twisted beyond belief, but he had to admit she was still quite good-looking. Wait. At that moment in Lin Bai's field of vision, a bizarre list of information appeared beside the woman. Name: Lu Qiuling. Appearance rating 80. Overall rating 90. Bonds: innate cuckold constitution LV. 1 after bond activation, you and the illustrated member increase the probability of being cuckolded 153 75 100. Innate lying constitution LV. 1 after bond activation, you and the illustrated member increase the probability of being deceived 1 10 253 100. Unclean encounters LV. 1 after bond activation, you and the illustrated member increase the probability of contracting diseases during intimacy 1 52 100. Experienced with men LV. 1 has had relations with at least 10 men. After bond activation, you will receive a high-quality and stylish green hat. What? What the hell is this? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Master, this is your system's function. As long as you record her in the handbook, both you and she will share these bond abilities. Of course, you can control which one she has. To upgrade bond abilities, you only need to record a certain number of women with the same bond. This should be easy for someone who often plays chess and mobile games to understand. I get it, it's easy to understand. But what kind of system are you? No, wait. I have a system now. Master, you were probably too absorbed in the gossip just now. Let me repeat, there are 5 hours until the apocalypse. Due to your occupation, the mortality rate in the initial outbreak is extremely high. You have awakened early, and the newcomer gift pack has been distributed ahead of time. Please arrange these 5 hours wisely. Newcomer gift pack: Classic Desert Eagle Infinite Ammo Silenced Body Reinforcement Serum. Takes effect immediately, boosts body to peak human limit system space 1 cubic meter. He lost all interest in the gossip. Lin Bai's entire focus was on the word apocalypse. In that second, a smile uncontrollably spread across his lips, and his body began to tremble with barely suppressed excitement. The apocalypse is coming. The cheat code is here. Isn't my daydream about to become possible? He had long been fed up with this miserable life of rushing around every day. But for the sake of survival, he had to grit his teeth and endure. However, in 5 hours, everything would change. How do I record her? Make her willingly be eaten by you. Nudge, nudge. Oh ho, naughty, but I like it. Which kind of apocalypse? Lin Bei asked in his mind. As a veteran reader of apocalyptic novels, he knew there were many types: extreme cold, extreme heat, acid rain, zombies, fog, sweet home. Each required different preparations. Zombies. Classic. Which kind? The Walking Dead train to Busan, or the American kind that can fly and teleport? Master, this system is not authorized to answer those questions. You need to explore that yourself. Instead of wasting time asking about things you'll know in 5 hours, you'd better stock up on supplies and find a safe place to wait for the apocalypse. Makes sense. 5 hours, neither short nor long. He withdrew his consciousness back to reality. Lin Bei glanced at the takeout in his hand, a slight smile curling his lips. He walked the few steps to the arguing couple and said, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Yang? Here is your purring Dan. Oh, I mean morning after pill." The moment these words left his mouth, the couple's faces changed drastically. The woman glared viciously at him. She had finally calmed her boyfriend down, and now this delivery guy had ruined it, wasting all her tears and saliva. A bad review. She would make sure Zhang Yang gave him a bad review. Meanwhile, the man couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say he wore it? Then why did he need to buy you this?" "Baby, listen to me." Lin Bei wasn't interested in the rest of the conversation. He put down the paying Dan and turned to enter the elevator. After all, if you want to live peacefully. He had been delivering food for nearly a year and had seen this kind of situation many times. The most common was when a boyfriend in a long-distance relationship ordered flowers for his girlfriend, only for a man in a bathrobe to answer the door. Inside the elevator, Lin Bei thought about the apocalypse in 5 hours. Should he notify his close ones to prepare? But hey, he was born with the protagonist's constitution. College friends. Now we haven't been in touch for a year. We've grown distant. Her. Yes, her. Of course, his girlfriend. Come on. Who hasn't been in love? Don't tell me someone actually graduated without a girlfriend. But right now they were separated. He called her, chatted, briefly learned she was at home, and hung up. The reason for their separation was cliché. Her family looked down on him as an ordinary man without connections or a future. They even offered him money to leave, but he stubbornly refused. But before they parted, she secretly spent 3 days and 3 nights with him, giving him everything she had and hadn't. Before separating, she said it wasn't a breakup, just a brief separation for a better reunion. Once she became completely independent, she would come back to him. He didn't say anything, but he knew long-distance relationships were the beginning of the end. But now the apocalypse was coming. Stock up. Stock up. First step, open the app. Order. Save time and effort. Rice, let's start with 100 bags of 10 kilos each. Damn, rice on delivery apps is expensive. The cheapest 10-kilo bag is over $50. Damn, that's over 5,000 gone. Drinking water, 5-liter jugs at $10 each. Let's start with a few hundred. Actually, that's too much. He had a cheat, so he wasn't afraid to go out and scavenge supplies later. But for now, every bit he could hoard counted. He ordered dozens of portions of various takeout dishes he normally wouldn't splurge on. When he ran out of money, he took loans from every platform. He never thought he'd touch this stuff, but now he maxed out all his credit. System. A 1-cubic system space is a bit too abstract. Can you expand it? I don't need much. 1,000,000 cubic meters is enough. In those fanfics, people complain about tens of billions of cubic meters being too small. No response. The system's silence was deafening. No worry, small is cute too. Lin Bei ordered rice and water from different vendors. On the platform, there were many stores. He ordered a bunch of meat from a butcher shop, then went home and stuffed the fridge's vegetable drawer full. Looking at the fridge, Lin Bei smiled. When he chose this apartment, Inu was the one who insisted on this large double-door fridge. She said she liked to stock up, liked to fill the fridge to the brim, and if the apocalypse ever came, they wouldn't starve. It was practically a prophecy. The power would definitely go out, but probably not immediately. He could still eat fresh vegetables for the first few days of the outbreak. Meanwhile, the rice and drinking water he ordered began arriving one after another. To be honest, they had actually been intimate long ago. When other couples moved in together, 1 bedroom was usually enough, but she had rented this 3-bedroom apartment just to accommodate that large refrigerator. The other 2 rooms were empty, and now they conveniently served as storage for his supplies. A rich girl, right? She didn't care about the little money and paid 3 years rent up front. But unexpectedly, right after graduation, they were forced apart. He had to continue living there alone and didn't rent out the other rooms. After all, those were memories. Delivery workers went upstairs one after another. Hours later, the 2 empty rooms were packed full. Looking at these abundant supplies, he felt incredibly satisfied. With the last delivery arriving, it was a little past 3:50 in the afternoon. There was still a bit over an hour before the apocalypse broke out, enough time to enjoy a nice meal at the restaurant downstairs. He still had some money left, and spending it all felt right. The bustling streets would soon cease to exist. After eating and drinking his fill, resting for a while, he packed several of his favorite dishes to take home. He couldn't stay outside any longer because there were only 20 minutes left before the apocalypse erupted. Wait. Wait. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a very pleasant female voice called out. Being a warm-hearted person, Lin Bei held the door. There was still time, and a few seconds wouldn't hurt. Admittedly, she was really lucky to be coming home at this moment. But when the owner of the voice came into view, he was stunned. So beautiful. She wore a standard flight attendant uniform and pulled a suitcase, clearly just off the plane and heading home without even changing clothes. The standard uniform perfectly showcased her figure, perfect golden proportions. As a flight attendant, her physique could outshine 99 of women worldwide, and her long legs were particularly striking. Her facial features were perfectly proportioned and exquisitely delicate. Even among flight attendants, such a face would be of the highest, most exceptional caliber. Her skin was radiantly white, and a faint, pleasant fragrance emanated from her. She leaned against the elevator wall, breathing heavily. That wasn't the main point. The key was her rapid breathing, which showed she was in a great hurry to get home. Could it be that she also knew the apocalypse was coming soon? Thank you, thank you. The woman politely thanked him first, then continued her phone call. All right, stop rushing me. I'm almost home. I'm in the elevator. I'll log on the game right away. You've been nagging ever since I got off the plane. Since when did your gaming addiction become so severe? The woman was on the phone. So that was it. Lin Bei quietly assessed her bonds. Name Zhang Xiyu. Identity flight attendant. Appearance score 96. Overall score 99. Ability space SSS, not yet awakened. Note: after becoming a member of the illustrated guide, the host will share her talent. Bonds premium flight attendant 1. After bond is activated, your and the illustrated member's aura and appearance increase by 100. Innate stocking saint 1. After bond is activated, the illustrated member wearing stockings doubles their original effect. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Gourmet 1. After bond is activated when you or the illustrated member eat a food or drink, it will double the effect. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 quintuple 5 sextuple. And so on. Fitness Enthusiast 1 after bond is activated you, and the illustrated member double strength 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple. And so on. Untouched 1 after bond is activated you will receive a random small gift with each additional member, granting an extra gift. Lin Bei's breathing quickened. Spatial ability. Quintessential. As everyone knows, time is supreme, space is king. In these nearly 5 hours he had seen many people, but none had such splendid bonds. What surprised him more was that this woman lived right across from him. No other reason. Because she only glanced at the buttons after boarding and didn't press any, and only the 13th floor was lit. In this era, even neighbors across the hall could go a year without meeting. And such a beautiful woman was still untouched. In this day and age, that was extremely rare. All right, I'm at the door, I'm going in, I'll be online soon. Honestly, you nagged me so much I didn't even have time to eat after landing. Lin Bei smiled as he entered his own home. High-quality women like her usually paid great attention to self-care, preferring fresh and minimal food. This meant she wouldn't have much stock at home. When hunger became unbearable, she would naturally come to him for help. Then, that's how it's written in novels. I knock. I'm so evil. Lin Bei was already looking forward to life in the apocalypse. To avoid boredom, he had downloaded an enormous amount of TV series and movies from various countries. It would take years to watch them all. Perfect. Everything was set. View status. Host Lin Bei level human limit. System space 1 cubic meter. Speed 10. Strength 10. Spirit 10. Physique 10. Refers to the strength, recovery, endurance of muscles, bones, internal organs, etc. Strength assessment possesses good psychological quality and judgment. As long as he doesn't get reckless, the Desert Eagle with unlimited ammo is enough to survive this chaotic world. Illustrated guide members collected none. Bond benefits none. 45959. 500 sharp. Lin Bei stood on the balcony looking down. Everything seemed normal except there was a subtle change in the air. 501. Lin Bei saw a man fall to the ground without warning. Then countless people collapsed one after another. Companions rushed over in concern, followed by a piercing scream spreading through the air. Are you crazy? Biting me like that? Do you have rabies? Someone's dead. Honey, honey, what's wrong with you? Ah, zombie. Is it zombie? In this era, all kinds of zombie movies and novels are widely spread with countless classics. When similar symptoms appear in reality, it's easy to make the connection. Screech. Bang. Beep. Are you insane? You want to die? Get the hell away. Screeching brakes. Collision sounds. Horns. Curses. Urgent shouts. In the previous second, the street was peaceful and orderly. The next, it became utterly chaotic. People in all kinds of outfits fled frantically. A thick smell of blood instantly spread everywhere. Order at this moment was completely gone. Get lost. Don't come near. Honey, run, don't worry about me. Some pushed others toward the zombies to save themselves. Some voluntarily lunged at the zombies to save their loved ones. Some saw children frozen in fear on the roadside and offered help. Some completely ignored. Some helped the elderly. Some dragged beautiful young women into dark alleys to commit heinous acts. The truest beauty and evil of human nature were fully revealed at this moment. At this moment, they didn't have to bear any consequences for their actions because nothing would restrain them anymore. If there was anything, it was merely the bottom line within their hearts. What's happening? Next door. Jiang Xiu, who had just ordered takeout and was gaming with friends, heard the commotion. She hurried to the window and saw the chaotic scene, completely bewildered. What's going on? At the same time, she noticed Lin Bei on the adjacent balcony. Handsome, what's happening down there? Don't know. Seems like a zombie apocalypse started. Zombie apocalypse started. Even if she had never watched this type of movie or novel, she had heard of zombies one way or another. The bloody scene below made Jiang Xiu's legs go weak. She stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. Cries were not only from below, but also from above. From all directions. The zombie crisis had fully erupted. How could this be? Why has everything suddenly turned into this grotesque nightmare? Jiang Xiu collapsed helplessly onto the balcony floor, her gaze fixed downward, filled with terror, despair, and utter bewilderment. From the 13th floor, the view was neither too low nor too high. Her vision remained clear enough to discern every nauseating detail below. They watched as a portly man was tackled by a horde of zombies and violently torn apart, their jaws ripping open his abdomen, dragging out intestines and organs to devour with chilling relish. The sight churned their stomachs violently. Jiang Xiu retched dryly on the spot. Fortunately, she hadn't eaten in hours. Her food delivery had yet to arrive, so nothing emerged. Yet whether this was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain, for her apartment held almost no provisions. Lin Bei suppressed his revulsion and continued observing. There was no other choice. This would soon become the new normal. Adaptation was not optional. He dragged a chair onto the balcony and even fetched snacks, eating calmly while watching the chaos unfold, while Jiang Xiu next door had already retreated inside. Let's be honest, an unprepared civilian confronted with such horror would freeze in shock, not immediately strategize survival. Next door, Jiang Shiyu's voice trembled as she dialed you, what's happening over there? People on the street have gone mad. My neighbor says it's a zombie outbreak. Is it real? Even safely indoors, her hands shook uncontrollably as she spoke. The world outside had shattered her entire understanding of reality. She could still hear the commotion from upstairs. Wife, have you lost your mind? Why are you biting me? That's our child. You've truly gone insane. No, wife. Yet even then she refused to accept that the zombie apocalypse had truly begun. She clung to hope that perhaps only her neighborhood had been infected by some unknown virus, and that rescue would come if she simply stayed put. She desperately needed her best friend's confirmation. Xiaoyu, I know how unbelievable this sounds, but I must tell you the zombie crisis may very well be real. Everyone here has gone berserk, biting strangers indiscriminately. Police bullets strike them without effect, exactly like the zombies from films. The sky had fallen. Jiang Shiyu curled up in despair on the sofa. Her friend lived thousands of kilometers away, and if the same horror unfolded there, then yes, the apocalypse had arrived. Xiaoyu, listen carefully, don't panic. Not yet. The outbreak is fresh. Water sources remain uncontaminated, or at least contamination hasn't reached your area. Fill every container you own with water, and for safety boil it before drinking. Oh. Jiang Shiyu obeyed instantly. Bowls, basins, pots, anything capable of holding water was filled to the brim. Xiaoyu, do you have any food at home? Even with water you won't last long without sustenance. 2 packs of hawthorn strips and digestive tablets. She laid every edible item she owned across the coffee table and reported dutifully to her friend. That's it. Seriously. Yes, that's all. Yu, how long do you think I'll survive on these? Jiang Shiyu asked, her voice trembling with dread. Honestly, you might live longer without eating them. Wait, surely you don't go home only once a month. How could your pantry be so bare? Jiang Shiyu grimaced, I can't control myself. If there's food at home, I'll eat it. So I stopped buying anything altogether. Oh, I just ordered takeout. Maybe the delivery rider's already in the elevator. At those words, silence stretched long on the other end of the line. Sis, seriously, in the middle of the apocalypse, you're still expecting your meal to arrive on time. What if he's exceptionally dedicated? Jiang Shiyu clung to a fragile sliver of hope. Her friend replied firmly, sis, let go of that hope. If the food arrives, do not open the door. Unless the rider is female. If it's a man, absolutely do not open the door no matter what he says. Just now I saw men dragging women into alleyways, likely intending to assault them. You're beautiful. Opening the door would only seal your fate. Remember one truth, in the apocalypse humanity is far more dangerous than zombies. Yu, how do you know so much? And you sound completely unfazed. They were both women the same age, yet their psychological resilience couldn't have been more different. It's not so bad really. I've watched zombie films for years. Jiang Shiyu blinked, comprehension dawning. Yu, if the world truly falls to the undead, I think I'd choose to jump. Don't be so pessimistic. I just saw a forum post. Someone awakened a special ability. Maybe you will too. Xiaoyu, someone's calling me. I'll call back shortly. Remember, stay hopeful. If your delivery arrives and the rider is male, under no circumstances open the door. Not even if he leaves the bag outside. He may rush in the moment you crack it open. Understood. Jiang Shiyu ended the call. Spurred by her friend's words, she scrolled through forums and videos, astonished to find reports of awakened abilities. Absurd as it seemed, the zombie outbreak itself had already rewritten the rules of possibility. For now, this was her only window to the outside world. She watched several clips. Across the nation, chaos reigned. Zombies swarmed streets, shops, and malls. 99% of people fled in blind terror, while barely 1% seized whatever weapons they could find and fought back. She watched a muscular man swing a baseball bat and shatter a zombie's skull with a single blow. Truly, she admired such courage, the audacity to face these monsters heathen. She knew had she been there, she'd have crumpled to the ground, paralyzed by fear. The way to conquer fear is to confront it. Folks, zombies aren't actually frightening. They possess no intellect, not even as much aggression as a dog. A new era has dawned. Woohoo, 10 kills in a row. Folks, I suspect I have severe violent tendencies. I just blew a zombie's head off. Not a shred of fear, just a thrilling, exhilarating rush. How dare they? Knock, 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 knock. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Is anyone home? Hello, your delivery has arrived. Is anyone home? The knocking pulled Jiang Shiyu's gaze from her phone. After speaking with her friend, her terror had eased, only to be replaced by gnawing hunger. Her delivery had arrived. Instinctively, she swallowed hard. With nothing edible in the apartment, this meal might buy her several more days of survival. At the same time, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed a food delivery service. Without hesitation, she answered. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please open the door to collect it. Delivery? I'm at the office, not home. Just leave it on the floor outside the door. She thought nothing of her reply. Understood. The call ended. Moments later, a photo appeared in her delivery app. Her meal sat just beyond the threshold, within arm's reach if she stepped outside. Its presence only sharpened her gnawing hunger. Barefoot and cautious, she approached the door. Peering through the peephole for over a minute, she saw no one. The deliverman must have left. She grasped the doorknob gently. A fleeting memory surfaced, her best friend's warning. But then again, she'd already declared she wasn't home. Surely he wouldn't still be waiting outside. Right. He must be gone. She reassured herself inwardly, and then in one swift motion pressed down the handle and snapped the door shut again within a fraction of a second. 0.1 seconds, precisely. She immediately pressed her eye back to the peephole. Better safe than sorry. What if he was still out there? She refused to become prey. In the next instant, her pupils contracted violently as a figure rose into view. She recoiled in terror. Miss Jiang, I know you're home. Please open the door and let me in. It's too dangerous outside. Monsters are devouring people everywhere. The man outside began pounding desperately on the door. He knew Jiang Xiyu was inside. As a seasoned delivery courier, he'd learned that many people claimed to be out, even when they weren't, just to avoid opening the door. And with chaos now rampant and widely known, her insistence that he leave the meal outside confirmed she was home. Miss Jiang, please, I beg you. Let me hide inside just for now. There are too many monsters outside. I'll leave the moment it's safe. Please, I'm begging you. Miss Jiang. Miss Jiang. Jiang Xiyu remained silent. Under normal circumstances, she might have helped, but this was the apocalypse. Self-preservation came first. I'm sorry. You'll have to fend for yourself. Her silence roared louder than any scream. Jiang Xiyu, can't you hear me? Open this door. Open it, now damn it. What kind of heartless monster refuses to save a life? Enraged, he kicked the door again and again. Jiang Xiyu staggered backward, scanning frantically for anything to defend herself, then dashed into the kitchen and seized a fruit knife, gripping it tightly as the door trembled under each blow. She swallowed hard. She'd watched videos on women's self-defense, yet even with the blade in hand, fear paralyzed her. Her breath quickened. She dared not move, terrified her resistance might only inflame his aggression. Open it now. If I get in, I'll kill you. I swear I will. His kicks grew fiercer, more violent. What should she do? What should she do? What should she do? Just as panic threatened to consume her, suddenly the pounding stopped. Voices echoed from outside. Are you insane? Making all that noise, you'll draw every zombie in the fire escape. She recognized that voice instantly. It belonged to her neighbor across the hall. Brother, I didn't want to. It's terrifying out there. This lady won't let me in. I'll give you her delivery. Just let me hide inside for a while. Fine, come in. Through the peephole, Jiang Xiyu watched helplessly as the deliverman carried her meal toward the neighboring apartment. The immediate threat had passed. But her food was gone. Hunger clawed at her stomach. Starving. Ravenous. She could almost see the two men across the hall tearing into her steak and broccoli. Sobbing softly, she whispered, hungry. Then across the hall, Lin Bei watched the deliverman enter his apartment, his gaze flickering with pity and cruelty. Compassion. No. Trial. Yes. In this apocalypse, one must adapt, not only to grotesque sights, thick coppery stench and rotting decay, but above all to the undead. Suddenly, he noticed that a deep, ragged bite wound on the man's forearm. Lin Bei exhaled, a faint, relieved smile playing on his lips. No need to act himself. You've been bitten. The deliverman flinched, hastily hiding his injured arm behind his back. Just a lunatic's bite, nothing serious. Won't infect me with their virus. Is that so? Lin Bei studied him with quiet fascination. His own physique had long surpassed human limits, and he wielded a desert eagle with infinite ammunition. Was one zombie truly worth fearing? He waited for the transformation. When Lin Bei made no move to eject him, the man relaxed, slightly shaking his head. Feeling dizzy, must have sprinted too hard. He tried to reassure himself, but his head shaking grew frantic, his vision dimmed, his consciousness frayed, until darkness swallowed him whole, and he collapsed with a heavy thud. Lin Bei smiled. Excellent. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiyu pressed her ear to her door. This wasn't a luxury complex. The distance between their apartments was barely 10 meters. Every word from across the hall reached her clearly. She knew about the bite, and worried deeply for her neighbor's safety. She understood she'd soon need his aid. Besides water, she possessed absolutely no food. Hawthorn strips. Please. They only intensified hunger, and were strictly for dieting. Grrrr. Soon. A guttural bestial snarl pierced the silence. She knew instantly the deliverman had turned. Across the hall, Lin Bei watched the man rise, gray pallor spreading across his skin, veins bulging like knotted rope, eyes clouded with milky cataracts, mouth agape in feral hunger as he lunged forward. Lin Bei kicked hard. The man flew backward, ribs snapping audibly. Yet he felt nothing, only scrambled up again, unblinking, relentless. Another kick. Again and again. A mindless automaton. Lin Bei drew a fruit knife he'd prepared earlier and drove it deep into the creature's temple, straight into the brain. Effortless. No strain. Shoo. To ensure absolute certainty, he pulled out his pistol and emptied several rounds into the skull before hoisting the corpse and hurling it out the window. No emotion stirred within him. When it was over, Lin Bei felt only a quiet, unsatisfied hunger, not for food, but for meaning. He understood fear dissolved where firepower reigned supreme. Even without enhanced physiology, that infinitamo desert eagle rendered the undead little more than scripted opponents. What's happening? Was he bitten? Jiang Shiyu still pressed against her door, tensed. Silence had fallen. No snarls, no struggle, only strange, sharp sounds. She paid them little mind. All she needed to know was whether her neighbor would survive. Forget it, I might as well throw it away. Lin Bei glanced at the takeaway that the delivery guy brought and contemplated for a moment and tossed it out the window. Who would have thought it wouldn't be contaminated, especially in this apocalypse? He then peeked through the peephole to check the corridor. Good. The delivery guy's kicking at the door hadn't attracted any zombies, so the corridor was safe. Jiang Shiyu must have come looking for him in her time of desperation. Lin Bei lay on the sofa watching videos. Suddenly someone tagged him. It was the owner group of Building 30. Owner of 1302 in Building 30. Owner of 1301 in Building 30. Handsome, I just heard sounds of fighting from your room. Are you okay? Lin Bei, I'm fine, it's taken care of. Jiang Shiyu, impressive. Jiang Shiyu, handsome, well, the delivery guy just brought my takeaway into your place. If it's convenient, can you return it to me? Lin Bei, you should have said that earlier. I was afraid it would get contaminated, so I just tossed it out the window. How about this? I'll transfer you $100 as my apology. The essence is politeness. Lin Bei directly sent a red envelope to Jiang Shiyu in the group chat, taking advantage of the connection to find a little amusement. Jiang Shiyu's face darkened on the spot. Wow, this person is so disgusting. What good is money at this time? The poet's grip tightened. Owner of 1201, dude, it's the apocalypse, and you actually threw away food. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? Owner of 1001, does anyone have extra food and water? I'll pay a high price for it. I want as much as you have. Owner of 202, I'll also pay a high price. Jiang Shiyu, I'll also pay a high price. Owner of 1201, sister, are you joking? Waiting for rescue. You don't think this zombie crisis is only happening in our area, do you? This is nationwide. I have friends studying abroad, and it's breaking out there too. You think you can just wait for rescue? Just take your time waiting. I still say if you need something, add me as a friend and send a selfie. There's only one spot available. Lin Bei laughed. He didn't expect everyone to realize the importance of food so quickly. In a normal household, there would be plenty of supplies except for those who only return home a few times a month, or those used to ordering takeout, or those who just ran out and haven't had the chance to replenish. Hunger can break a person. He had experienced it before. Going a day without eating is fine, but by the second day your body will start sending signals, and you will crave carbohydrates and proteins intensely. By the third day, those signals become even stronger, compelling you to search everywhere for food. For a single bite, you would do almost anything. Owner of 1201, pictures. To prove his capabilities, he sent several pictures, all showcasing various stockpiles, including normal food, plenty of vegetarian options, several boxes of instant noodles in various flavors, and entire boxes of Snickers and meat floss cakes. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. This guy is a bit foolish. Doesn't he understand the principle of not flaunting wealth? In an apocalypse, food is wealth. He's either a fool or has the capital to flaunt it, not fearing the other residents of the building coveting it. Either way, it has nothing to do with him, for his eyes were only on Jiang Shiyu across the hall. At this moment, Jiang Shiyu, who had just sipped a bit of boiled water, was peacefully lying in bed listening to music. She was practicing the stillness of a turtle to minimize her energy consumption. As long as she moved less, she could live another day. The day after the apocalypse broke out. Morning. When the July wind blew through, sunlight flooded the window panes. Lin Bei woke from his slumber, hung up after a rare long phone call with his girlfriend, and got out of bed. A beautiful day. He got up and fried 2 eggs, brewed a cup of black coffee, cooked a steak, made a chicken burger, and boiled a pack of instant noodles, taking them to the balcony to enjoy while watching the zombies below. Adaptation starts from the smallest details of daily life. After the most chaotic and darkest day yesterday, there were no screams today. Instead, there was silence, a bizarre silence. The zombies below wandered aimlessly, making not a single sound, while the air was thick with the stench of blood and the nauseating odor. Master only by taking initiative will there be stories. Don't you want to unlock bonds to gain power? It's the second day of the apocalypse, and you're still not going to flirt with the beauty across the hall. Lin Bei methodically cut a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. Master, you know this year of delivering food has taught me a lesson. Being a sycophant leads to having nothing in the end. I, Lin Bei, will never be a sycophant. I won't take the initiative. But this morning you called Bei Inu first and reminded her about various matters. Be careful. She and I are mutually willing it was just a temporary separation due to circumstances. Besides, wasn't she the one who called me last night saying she was afraid and wanted to hear my voice to sleep? Cut. Master Bei Inu is your target before your system awakens. Even if you had over 20 centimeters of contact with her, and even if she is only you as a man, it still cannot activate the illustration. No killing zombies, no flirting with new girls. Aren't you anxious to enhance your strength? Heed my advice. While there's still internet, learn from the owner of 1201. Post your supplies in the group. Definitely many women will private message you. Lin Bei shook his head. Quality over quantity, and my friend, I don't look down on ordinary women. This isn't about being picky. Truly high-quality women won't easily compromise to be a dog for a meal. When they are completely out of resources and their bodies reach their limits, they choose to commit suicide. Meanwhile, next door, Jiang Xiu also woke up from her dreams, groaning a few times before ordering breakfast, as usual, and stepping onto the balcony to enjoy the morning sun. A break should be enjoyed well. Last night, she had a nightmare. She actually dreamed of the apocalypse. Isn't that ridiculous? Wait. Apocalypse. It seems it's not a dream. She suddenly sat up, looking down to see a mass of figures wandering incessantly. Upon closer inspection, they were all terrifying zombies. Gurgle. At the same time, her stomach growled, a severe sense of hunger pulling her back to reality. Calculating the time, she realized she hadn't eaten for nearly 20 hours. For an ordinary person, it might be okay, but she usually only eats to about 70 full, which now left her feeling very uncomfortable. She glanced next door. I'll knock. Poet's grip. Eating so much so early in the morning. Steak. Fried eggs. Instant noodles. Burgers. Jiang Xiu was uncontrollably drooling. Instant noodles were a delicacy she rarely indulged in, even once a year. It's unhealthy, but now it's different. Even if it's just soup, she would ensure to lick the bowl clean. She frantically inhaled the air as if she could already smell the enticing aroma of instant noodles. No way. Which household has such a breakfast in the apocalypse? What are the conditions here? To be honest, when Lin Bei said he threw away her takeaway, she didn't believe him at all. But now seeing the breakfast, she believed it. Lin Bei looked to be about her age and was quite handsome. He couldn't possibly be so foolish as not to plan for future consumption. It can only mean one thing. His food reserves are quite abundant. Or, this is his last indulgence. No, I can't look. Jiang Xiu quickly closed her eyes, mentally repeating, he's eating poop, he's eating poop, he's eating poop. This was the only way to achieve psychological balance. But, even if it were poop, she still wanted to eat it. Jiang Xiu. I'm so hungry. It was midday. Lin Bai's lunch consisted of braised spare ribs, sweet and sour fish, blackfish soup, and a portion of hand-torn cabbage. After his body had been strengthened, his craving for meat became voracious. He devoured 2 large bowls of rice, then sated laid down on the balcony for a nap. Next door, Jiang Xiu crouched in a turtle-like posture to soak up the sunlight, felt her stomach growl incessantly. Though her eyes were closed, she slid them open a fraction and fixed her gaze on the food remaining on Lin Bai's small table. How wasteful. Why didn't he eat the ribs clean? What is he planning to do with them? There is still meat left. He can't be throwing it out the window, can he? Leave some for me. Those bones could be simmered with water to make a pot of soup. How can a man be so wasteful? Does he even know how to live frugally? Why? We are all human. Why can some eat until they are full while I must imitate a turtle just to stretch my days a little longer? It was only the second day of the apocalypse, and she already felt she could not endure much longer. Water soothed her thirst, but it could never replace the satisfaction of food. Her whole body signaled an urgent need for nourishment. Strictly speaking, the outbreak had begun only at 5 in the afternoon yesterday, so not even 24 hours had truly passed. Yet the sense of scarcity pressed down on her, as if more time had gone by. She fished out her phone and called her best friend. She could not hold on any longer. There were messages in the group chat. 1201 resident, I cooked braised pork today. Any beauties want to come taste it? And mooch a meal. Just be my girlfriend for an hour. Quite a bargain. 1502 disgusting. Where is the group admin? Kick this person out. He's a disgrace to building 30. 1201 resident, I like your mouthy attitude. I hope in a few days you'll be the first to come find me. Enough talk. I'm going to enjoy my lunch. She stared at the pictures he had sent. Jiang Xiu swallowed hard, greed tugging involuntarily at her tongue. The fatty braised pork, once she would not have glanced its way, now seemed surely tender as she imagined a mouthful of rice soaked with the gravy, a surge of warmth and calories. Rotten meat. Sour rice. Tears slipped from the corner of her mouth as she dialed her friend. You am so hungry. I'm about to collapse. It's so hard. I want to jump off a building. Her voice trembled with the edge of collapse. This hunger was a different kind of beast. Where before dieting meant occasional hunger with food always within reach, now hunger would be endless. And on top of that, she feared the zombies outside might break in at any moment. Shall you, if it gets that bad, go ask the neighbor next door for something to eat, her friend urged. Jiang Xiu answered with fear. You said the thing to watch out for in the apocalypse is men. My neighbor is a man about my age. He looks handsome, but who knows if his animal instincts will flare and help pounce on me. The thought terrifies me. Being wary of men is sensible, but the premise is that you must survive, her friend replied. She went on, you've always been on your own. Sometimes having someone to lean on isn't a bad thing. If your neighbor is handsome, have you considered becoming his woman? Jiang Shiyu was taken aback. She had never expected her friend to say such a thing, but then she thought, if she became his woman, she could sit beside him and share his food. She swore to herself, I will gnaw those ribs clean and then boil the bones into a pot of soup. But I only know he's handsome. I don't know his character. What if he's abusive? What if he's cold? What if he's a philanderer? What if he's not a good person? Her friend fell silent for a moment. After a long pause, she said softly, Sister, you are trying to survive, not to live like royalty. In this apocalypse, he would not only be your lover, but also your meal ticket and your shield. Truth be told, he would be your benefactor. Actually, I hope he's a bad man. In times like these, the ruthless survive longest. As long as he doesn't trade you away, you can stay by his side. She added a caveat, one prerequisite. You must ensure he can provide you food and safety, and that he possesses the capacity to survive long-term in this world. Feelings can be cultivated. Living is better than dying. You're young and beautiful. There are still many things you haven't seen or tried. Would you really be content to die now? Jiang Shiyu thanked her. Thank you, Yu. You care about me. You are my true friend. If not for you, in a few days I might really have chosen to jump. Of course, her friend answered. You're my dearest sister. I hope we both live on until the day we meet again. She hung up. With a new goal and a threaded hope, Jiang Shiyu tilted her head and narrowed her eyes toward the man next door. Sunlight gilded him, making him appear strikingly handsome. To be fair, his appearance matched her taste. His physique and height pleased her. The fact that he had handled zombies alone suggested he could survive in this world. What remained unknown was his temperament. She told herself she could hold on a little longer, perhaps reinforcements would arrive to save them. Deep inside, she clung to that faint hope. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 in the afternoon on the third day. 48 hours had passed since the outbreak. Setting water aside, she had gone more than 50 hours without carbohydrates or protein, as she felt her body nearing its limit. Outside, as always, zombies swarmed the streets and the compound. From time to time, a piercing scream rent the air. She laughed bitterly to herself. She had always thought herself independent and strong, yet the apocalypse had exposed her fragility. For a single bite of food, she might have to surrender herself. She went to the bathroom, applied a light layer of makeup. Her features and skin looked beautiful even with minimal touch, and slipped a fruit knife from the kitchen into her clothing. If the neighbor proved revolting or acted with immediate aggression, if he tried to take her by force or claim her fully, she would be forced to choose another path. Go for it. Jiang Shiyu, you can do it. Jiang Shiyu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased. A white short-sleeve top paired with light blue jeans lent her an air of pure, innocent charm. Go for it. She approached the door. First, she peered through the peephole, confirming the hallway was clear of zombies, then opened the door with painstaking care, making not a single sound. Stepping outside, she closed and locked the fire escape door behind her. She feared little else. Only the possibility that while knocking a zombie might emerge from the fire escape stairwell. Over the past several dozen hours, she had mentally rehearsed every contingency, determined not to be bitten due to such a trivial oversight. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Lin Bei, can you hear me? Jiang Shiyu, from the apartment across the hall. Jiang Shiyu tapped gently on Lin Bei's door, all the while keeping watch on the fire escape entrance. With a soft creak, the door swung open. Lin Bei regarded the captivating figure before him with mild surprise. A man of exceptional patience, he had long prepared for a protracted standoff, waiting deliberately for Jiang Shiyu to seek him out humbly and on her own terms. Yet he never imagined she would arrive so soon, merely the third day after the apocalypse began. Did her supplies run out that quickly? As the door opened, a rich, savory aroma flooded the air. Jiang Shiyu inhaled deeply, rapturously. Fish meat. The very scent intoxicated her cells, awakening primal hunger. What brings you here? Jiang Shiyu lowered her gaze shyly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Well, I've run out of food. I haven't eaten in days. Would it be possible, just this once, to share a meal with me? Please come in. Once inside, Jiang Shiyu surveyed his living room. Immaculate, minimalist, devoid of clutter. Such pristine order spoke volumes about its owner's character. A few days ago, I heard the delivery man who entered your apartment turned into a zombie. Where's his body? I threw it out the window. As Lin Bei spoke, he carried a freshly simmered pork rib soup from the kitchen to the small dining table on the balcony. Passing Jiang Shiyu, he noticed her eyes widen. Tears welled involuntarily at the corners of her mouth. Pork rib and corn soup. My absolute favorite. Meat. So much meat. Not those scrawny, bony ribs, but thick, succulent cuts generously garnished with finely chopped scallions. Then came sweet and sour fish, followed by braised pork belly, stir-fried chives with eggs, and finally a chilled cucumber salad. The rice in her bowl was tightly packed. Good heavens. 3 dishes, 1 soup, and a side salad. Was such a feast even conceivable in the apocalypse? Her gaze darted toward his refrigerator. How vast were his reserves? She stood frozen, awaiting his invitation. her eyes drawn to the 2 bowls of rice already set upon the table. Her heart raced. With just one word from Lin Bei, she would rush to the table. In her imagination, they would grow close gradually, mutual attraction blossoming naturally, until inevitably she surrendered herself entirely to him. That she believed was the natural course of things. Dinner was ready. Lin Bei stretched lazily, his eyes settling on Jiang Xiyu. Today her attire held less allure, yet radiated vibrant youthfulness like that of an exceptionally pure-hearted university student. He'd even drafted a title in his mind, an innocent long-legged college student's night at a deliverman's apartment. MP4. Hungry? Lin Bei asked, lounging on the sofa, one leg draped over the other relaxed against the cushion. Jiang Xiyu stood quietly before the coffee table, head bowed obediently. Have you decided what you'll offer in exchange? Lin Bei's calm, emotionless voice shattered her delicate fantasy. I'll handle all the housework. I can cook for you. I'll trade my physical labor. Her expression tightened slightly as she forced a smile. She knew precisely what Lin Bei truly desired. She had known it all along, yet his bluntness stunned her, leaving her deeply unsettled. After all, she was still a maiden untouched by intimacy. Though she'd steeled herself before coming, she hadn't truly wished for her first time to become a transaction. Everything you've offered, I already do myself. Your presence adds no value, only consumes my limited provisions. I'll only eat a tiny bit, just one meal, that's all. You have so much food, it won't make a difference. Besides, we're neighbors, surely that counts for something, right? She flashed a playful, pleading smile, gesturing lightly. When one stands beneath another's roof, one must bow. It's true, I don't lack that much. But why should I give it freely? We are neighbors, yes, but we've shared no connection, no goodwill. There is no debt of favor. This is barter. If you wish to eat, bring something of equal worth. His words, utterly devoid of warmth, struck her like ice. Jiang Xiyu's last flicker of hopeful illusion died then and there. From the graceful column of her pale neck, she unclasped an exquisitely crafted necklace, forcing a brittle smile. This was a birthday gift from my best friend. Cost several 10,000 yuan. Surely it's enough for one meal. Lin Bei laughed, a dry, mocking chuckle. Miss Jiang perhaps had held great value before the apocalypse. But now, do you truly believe its worth exceeds that of a single instant noodle pack? Jiang Xiyu's face paled. Her eyes flicked towards several boxes of instant meals stacked near the living room wall. Then, let me trade this for 1 pack of noodles and a sausage. That's fair, isn't it? It's nothing to you. Lin Bei's smile deepened. Miss Jiang, I merely offered an analogy, and yet you seized it eagerly. Tell me, what could you possibly obtain with this necklace at Unit 1201? Then what do you want? You know full well what I desire. Didn't you prepare yourself the moment you chose to knock on a man's door begging for food? Your haggling now is merely an attempt to preserve your final boundary, because you refuse to surrender your most precious possession for a single meal. And yet hunger compelled you to make this choice. Are you imagining me as someone easily swayed? Or perhaps some fawning admirer, convinced that a pitiful glance or a charming smile will win you a seat at my table? At these words, Jiang Xiyu's expression darkened further. His words laid bare her innermost thoughts. Before the apocalypse, her extraordinary beauty, figure, and poise had drawn countless suitors. Wealthy tycoons and heirs alike had repeatedly invited her to dinner, only to be rebuffed each time. She knew their true intent to possess her. Yet those men maintained a veneer of restraint. Lin Bei, however, spoke with brutal, unvarnished honesty, so raw it made her yearn to flee, instantly wounded in her fragile pride and dignity. She almost wished he would lunge at her then and there, so she could strike without hesitation, without guilt, plunging her blade into his chest. Why the silence? Lin Bei rose and advanced toward her step by deliberate step. Is it my candor that offends you? Do you find me repulsive? Don't come any closer. Terrified, she recoiled, her back pressing hard against the door, helpless, vulnerable. Her wide, fearful eyes and trembling expression stirred a dangerous thrill in him. One hand slipped behind her back, fingers clenching tightly around the hilt of the knife concealed at her waist. Come closer, closer still. Inside, she burned with anticipation. This revolting man must draw near enough for her to deliver a single fatal strike. She understood perfectly the chasm between male and female strength. He halted just half a meter away from Jiang Xiyu. Though he was tempted to test what it felt like to become a brute, the compendium's requirement for inclusion was clear, full, willing consent. Consent came in many forms. He knew well that, given the intimacy forced by this apocalyptic world, a few shared meals, and his own striking appearance, it would take only days before she willingly shed her clothes. But why resort to such a path? And more importantly, it was far too slow. He possessed the patience to fish, yet once the catch was landed, he had no intention of keeping it alive. Right now, he urgently needed to strengthen himself. He had another option: shatter her pride and self-worth utterly, make her realize that survival hinged solely on becoming his woman. Then, with measured kindness, offer her just enough sweetness to ensure absolute obedience. In time she would believe every blessing she received flowed solely from him, not from her own merit, and thus obey without hesitation. What could be more exquisite? Pressing too hard would backfire. Smiling faintly, he watched Jiang Xiu stand before him, one hand concealed behind her back, still carrying a blade. Do you imagine I'll lose all reason and lunge at you, giving you guiltless license to kill me, inherit my rations, and eke out a wretched existence in this ruined world? Jiang Xiu froze, utterly unprepared for him to detect her hidden knife. Her grip tightened, then tightened again, and before him, she felt as exposed, as if stripped bare, her innermost thoughts laid utterly bare. Her face paled. If he already knew she carried a blade, how could she possibly kill him? Do you truly believe you could survive alone in this apocalypse, even if you succeeded in killing me, eh? Could you? She hesitated. No answer comes to mind. Do you possess the psychological fortitude to overcome your terror of zombies, on your own? Or do you prefer clinging to life, refusing to step outside until your last crumb vanishes, eh? She fell silent. With your beauty and figure, others in this building surely covet you. How many do you think you could fend off, alone, eh? Have you ever considered waking in the dead of night, to find a stranger standing over you, eyes fixed upon you? Her fists clenched involuntarily. When a mob smashes through your door, leering as they rush toward you, do you truly believe you'd have the courage to raise that knife against them? And when that moment arrives, would you dare turn the blade upon yourself? Even should you find that courage, you wouldn't die instantly. Before death, you'd feel every violation with agonizing clarity. With each sentence, her expression darkened further. You think enough? Stop right there. Jiang Xiu cried out, wrenching a fruit knife from her waist and thrusting it between herself and Lin Bei. Tears spilled unchecked. Every word Lin Bei spoke echoed her deepest fears. Is it really so difficult just to stay alive? How did this world descend into such a grotesque ruin? If you hadn't thrown away my takeout, I wouldn't have come here at all. Do you have any idea how starved I am? Can you fathom waking famished in the middle of the night, forcing yourself back to sleep? Can you imagine surviving on water alone? Nothing else to eat. You have so much food. Why not share just a little? Must I strip bare and beg on my knees? So you brought a blade to my home. I didn't want to, but I'm a woman. Don't I deserve to protect myself? I wonder, do you underestimate men or overestimate yourself? Leaving aside your weakened state after days without food, do you honestly believe that even if I lost all restraint, I'd neglect to search your body first? Or do you naively think that mere possession of a knife gives you any chance of turning the tables on me? As he spoke, Lin Bei reached out and calmly disarmed her, plucking the fruit knife from her trembling hand. Her fragile composure shattered completely, even her sole means of defense was gone. Woo-woo. Days of gnawing hunger and paralyzing fear erupted at last. Crouching on the floor, she broke down sobbing. Despair swallowed her whole. Go ahead, ruin me. Men are all vile creatures. Afterward, I'll leap from this building. I've endured enough. There's not a shred of hope left. When she finally lifted her gaze again, she saw 2 steaks, a head of broccoli, and 2 eggs laid neatly before her. Lin Bei, still seated on the sofa, scrolling idly on his phone, glanced up as her sobs subsided. You said you came here only because I discarded your takeout. Now I repay you double. Take these. If you believe they'll sustain you, carry them away. I won't stop you. Jiang Xiu stared stunned. Truly, a wave of incredulous joy surged within her. He was unexpectedly kind. She'd gained all this without offering anything in return, enough to last several more days. But what then? In just a few days, what next? The thought returned unbearable. Her eyes drifted back to Lin Bei. Was he truly repulsive? Not quite. At least he hadn't seized her while she lay helpless. They'd never crossed paths before. His aid was pure grace, his refusal perfectly justified. And his warnings were no hollow threats. They were the stark realities she faced daily. He was simply pragmatic. Each time she returned home, she felt the burning stares of male neighbors in the elevator. Lately, her dread extended beyond zombies breaching her door. It included the creeping fear of ill-intentioned men picking her lock while she slept. This was the apocalypse. No laws, no limits. Anything went. And yet, she recalled her best friend's advice on choosing a partner. To her astonishment, Lin Bei fit every criterion: pragmatic, intelligent, formidable, and undeniably handsome. She'd once glimpsed the tenant of apartment 1201, a stereotypical overweight shootin'. Her gaze lingered on the food before her, deep in thought. The catharsis of tears had eased days of pent-up anguish. The immediate crisis of hunger was resolved. Now she contemplated her future. Her eyes shifted to the dining table on the balcony. That was what she longed to eat. Yet fear held her back. Fear that speaking the request would obliterate the last vestiges of her dignity. It would be no different than being pinned to the floor and humiliated. She couldn't bear it. Death would be preferable. A 13-story plunge, head first. Painless. Liberating. After long hesitation, her gaze locked onto the balcony table. I want that. Her voice trembled. 2 pale fists clenched tightly at her sides. Lin Bei set down his phone and sat at the balcony table. Put the rest in the fridge, and then join me. Yes? Jiang Xiyu nearly burst with relief. He hadn't mentioned it. He hadn't mentioned it. By voicing that simple request, she tacitly surrendered everything. Her pride, most of her self-respect. She knew it. He knew it. His silence was his quiet concession, the last thread of dignity he allowed her to keep. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Overjoyed, she hurried to place the food in the refrigerator and froze stunned upon opening its door. No wonder his meals were so lavish. The sheer volume of provisions inside was staggering. She swallowed hard, then approached him with delicate care and sat beside him. Turning slightly, she saw her sun-drenched lounge chair just beside. Finally, she had arrived exactly where she'd yearned to be. She lifted her rice bowl and picked up her chopsticks. An ordinary meal, yet every cell in her body ignited with exhilaration, her hands trembling uncontrollably. I'm going to eat now. Go ahead. With his assent, she tremulously plucked a kernel of corn, placed it atop her rice, and sucked deeply, sweet savory broth flooding her throat and warming her belly. In that instant, she felt transcendent. Unbidden tears fell. She had finally eaten. Mom, Dad, your daughter has made it. A piece of corn. She devoured 2 generous mouthfuls of rice, and as the carbohydrates settled into her stomach, her entire body trembled faintly with pure, overwhelming satisfaction. Meat. She craved meat. Her gaze locked onto a succulent rib, thick with tender flesh. Yet just as her chopsticks closed around it, she paused, glancing cautiously at Lin Bei, fearful he might disapprove. Having rice at all was already a luxury. Lin Bei watched, deeply satisfied. This was precisely the effect he intended. With a gentle smile, he said, "Go ahead. Eat freely. As much as you like." Yes. Without restraint, she scooped the rib into her bowl. The first bite, tender, rich, aromatic, lifted her in that instant to paradise itself. A low, involuntary moan escaped her throat, a sound of utter fulfillment. Exhilarating. Unbelievably exhilarating. She had never imagined a single meal could evoke such profound, visceral delight. Truly, she had never known herself capable of such appetite. After finishing her first bowl, she asked Lin Bei if she might have more. When he nodded, she filled her bowl again, heaping it high, her mind now reduced to a single radiant thought: eat. Body management. Huh. She was nearly starved to death. Sobbing softly, "This is bliss. Utterly, overwhelmingly satisfying." She concluded the dinner with a large, steaming bowl of rib soup, reluctantly setting down her spoon. Setting aside her ravenous hunger, Lin Bei's culinary mastery was nothing short of extraordinary. Her once flat abdomen swelled gently round and full. "I'll wash the dishes." As soon as Lin Bei finished eating, Jiang Xiyu sprang up, keenly observant, eager to serve. She felt truly alive again. This meal had been sheer ecstasy. She had consumed nearly the entire bowl of ribs herself. Toward the end, each time she lifted a piece, she stole a glance at Lin Bei's expression, yet his face remained calm, unruffled, even kind. Her heart swelled with quiet gratitude. Such precious meat, offered without restriction. Truly, before arriving, she had braced herself for the worst, surrendering her dignity, subsisting on scraps. Instead, she was granted boundless abundance, until satiated, until full, until utterly sated. "Rest a while, you've just eaten. No rush," Lin Bei murmured, reclining slightly, eyes half closed. A man endowed with a system must master self-restraint. He knew with certainty that if he acted now, Jiang Xiyu would not refuse him. But a single full meal differs profoundly from perpetual abundance. He refused to sleep uneasily at night. Excessive pressure would breed resentment. Measured kindness, however, would nurture willing obedience. Gentle, steady, inevitable. Mimicking his posture, Jiang Xiyu settled beside him. Her belly heavy with nourishment radiated warmth and contentment. She even found herself wondering, would it be acceptable to nestle into his arms, let his hands soothe her, ease her lingering tension? Though she'd fasted for days, her frame remained soft and supple, undoubtedly pleasing to the touch. And yes, she remained untouched, uninitiated. Yet she understood men's desire for intimacy, and recognized this as her sole offering of value. Gazing at him, now she felt only growing admiration. Anticipation, tinged with nervousness and fear, now outweighed dread at what lay ahead. If every day held such grace, truly, she longed right then to seal their bond. She asked for nothing more than safety, than being kept, not discarded, not bartered away. "System, I have a question. If I formally bind her and she later dies, will the bond, one awakened, vanish?" Lin Bei asked quietly. "Master, the bond becomes permanent once both dependency and affection reach 90%. 90%. That was manageable. Scoring 100 was arduous, but 90, effortless. They rested fully for an hour. Lin Bei rose and switched on the television, savoring electricity and signal while they lasted. Jiang Xiyu, seeing him rise, dutifully washed the dishes using water from the basin. Once done, she returned to the living room. After a brief hesitation, she sat beside him, her rounded thigh pressing warmly against his, her shoulder snug against his arm, as they watched a zombie film, whispering softly, I have no experience. I don't know how to begin. Before coming here, I bathed thoroughly. Her fair cheeks flushed deep crimson. She had feasted, now it was his turn. He had granted her dignity in that final delicate moment. She would not be ungrateful. What was owed must be given. This bond was reciprocal, sacred in its balance. Sit in front of me. Lin Bei shifted back slightly, spreading his legs. The position mirrored riding behind someone on an electric scooter, her slender waist nestled within his arms, his chin resting lightly upon her shoulder as they watched the screen. A delicate, intoxicating fragrance filled his senses. Her body stiffened, then gradually softened, yielding like warm silk. Binding successful. Successfully bound a woman whose comprehensive evaluation exceeds 90 points. Reward granted: 10 recovery pills, grade 1. Restores full mental stamina, physical energy, and level 1 ability reserves for those below tier 2. System storage capacity increased to 10 cubic meters. Uninitiated bond activated. Reward granted: 10 exquisitely prepared steaks by an SS Steer chef. Elite flight attendant bond activated. Your poise and appearance are enhanced twofold. Gourmet bond activated. All food and drink consumed by you and Jiang Xiu will be replenished twofold. Athlete bond activated. Strength for both you and Jiang Xiu is doubled. Detected spatial ability in Jiang Xiu. Successfully replicated and granted to master. A monumental breakthrough. These 3 days of waiting had been utterly worthwhile. Display attributes. Master Lin Bei, level human peak. System storage 10 cubic meters. Ability spatial manipulation SS Steer, level 1 passive spatial pack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10. Strength 10 200. Mental capacity 10. Constitution 10. Inventory 10 recovery pills, 10 SS Steer steaks. Combat assessment: possesses exceptional composure and judgment. Provided he remains level-headed, his unlimited ammo Desert Eagle alone ensures safe, carefree survival for himself and Jiang Xiu amid this chaos. Catalog member: Jiang Xiu. Spatial ability, dormant. Bond benefits: poise 2, strength 2, consumables replenished twofold. Active bonds: elite flight attendant 1, poise appearance 2. Innate stocking saint body 1, stocking wearing effects 2. Gourmet 1, consumables replenished twofold. Athlete 1, strength 2. Uninitiated 1. Strength doubled, exhilarating. This amplification was staggering, akin to acquiring a low-tier strength ability at no cost. In time, he could recruit others bearing the athlete bond. 10, 20, 100. He dared not imagine the sheer magnitude of power such accumulation might yield. Lin Bei carried her onto the bed. He then began to explore this spatial ability alone. Unlike Jiang Xiu, his ability had awakened, and his passive space backpack was 100 times larger than the system space. 1,000 cubic meters sounds vast, but in reality it's not that much. 101010, but it's enough to store all his supplies, and there's still plenty of room left. Time in the space backpack is frozen. A cup of boiled water placed inside for a year will still be boiled water when taken out, so there's no need to worry about spoilage. All in, Lin Bei ate a sausage. Consumed 1 corn sausage, returned 2. Liftoff. It's a great liftoff. From this moment on, he would never have to worry about food. What he needed to worry about was whether the variety of food was sufficient. Tongzi, I've always forgotten to ask what's the basis for identifying her as a foodie and a fitness enthusiast. This point intrigued him. Fitness enthusiast engages in long-term exercise, possessing an exquisite physique and figure. Foodie has tasted the specialty cuisines of at least 10 cities made by locals. Innate silk stocking sacred body, must have a beauty score above 90, with extremely coordinated body proportions, long and rounded legs. Top-tier flight attendant, her various metrics place her among the elite in the flight attendant field. She has turned down offers of $1 million from several wealthy individuals to dine with her, a true gem among gems. So according to you, a top-tier flight attendant is due to her profession, then nurses, doctors, and teachers also have top-tier bonds, right? Exactly. However, based on the population of this world, the probability of encountering a top-tier bond is 1 in 10,000. Just meeting one would be your good fortune. I honestly don't think about getting a high-level card for free. Do you understand the protagonist's luck? Lin Bei continued to explore the development of his spatial abilities. Perhaps due to his low level, he could only store and retrieve items without any other functions. He flipped his hand. A bean-like item appeared resembling a M&M's candy, which was the rebound pill just awarded by the system. He wondered if eating it could double his returns. He placed it in his mouth. The moment it entered his abdomen, it transformed into a rolling warm current flowing to his limbs and bones, replenishing the energy he had expended in the battle with Jiang Xiu, as if the fight had never happened. Good stuff. Consumed 1 rebound pill, grade 1, returned 2. Lin Bei laughed. He laughed heartily, reasoning, that even if the system vanished from this moment on just based on his current abilities, he could do as he pleased in this apocalyptic world. It was simply too outrageous. On the first day of gaining superpowers, be cautious of superheroes. A week after obtaining superpowers, be a happy superhero. After becoming invincible with superpowers, I won't eat beef. Returning to the bedroom, he popped a rebound pill into Jiang Shiyu's mouth. As the saying goes, without a little something, how can there be sparks of love? In addition to making her always lower her head in front of him, he wanted her to be completely captivated by his strength. The next day, on the 5th day of the apocalypse, at noon, feeling the warmth in his arms, Lin Bei's lips curled slightly. He gently caressed her smooth and delicate back, opening his eyes. Yesterday, he and Jiang Shiyu had duplicated a large number of rebound pills, raising the amount from 10 to 200. Time to get down to business. Killing zombies. No, that's just a side task. The urgent task is to find top-tier bondholders. Coincidentally, someone in the group organized a supply exchange on the rooftop. Some needed water, others rice for equivalent exchanges. There were quite a few people. Owner 1601, to all brothers and sisters in Building 30, the zombies in the fire escape have been cleared by my brother and me. The downstairs gate has also been closed so everyone can safely come to the rooftop to exchange the food they need. Please reply in the group if you see this. Those who do not respond will be assumed to be unresponsive and their supplies will be looted. X99, he scrolled through the messages. 5 days into the apocalypse, some who had already overcome their fears began to stand out. Jiang Shiyu, who was resting her head on his chest, opened her eyes drowsily, and seeing the content on his phone lazily, said, "Husband, we have enough food and drink. There's no need to go for such trades, right? Just going to take a look. Who knows, there might be something I want. Okay, come back early. If anything happens, message me. I won't follow you, I'm afraid of causing you trouble." Jiang Shiyu rubbed her delicate little face against his chest muscles. After just over a day of contact, she realized she had become infatuated with him. She truly didn't expect it to feel so comfortable. So comfortable that she even forgot it was the apocalypse. Most importantly, these past 2 nights had been the most restful nights for her. She didn't have to worry about food, nor did she have to worry about someone prying open the door at night. She felt incredibly safe. Moreover, for some unknown reason, she suddenly felt he looked even more handsome and charming. Could this be the filter that comes with being in love? She felt she couldn't live without him. After finishing lunch, Lin Bei went out. Jiang Shiyu stayed home alone. After he left, she began to organize his virtues. 1. Space. 2. The miraculous medicine that can instantly restore stamina. 3. Almost unlimited food and water. 4. Strong mental resilience and a calm mind. The first point, Lin Bei had once taken out a bottle of water out of thin air in front of her. She asked, and Lin Bei said he had awakened spatial abilities and possessed a space backpack. The second point, the past 2 days had been too crazy. She had repeatedly exhausted herself to the point of collapse. Lin Bei gave her a small pill, and she instantly regained all her strength. Amazing, incredible. The third point, now, it was the apocalypse. They each ate at least 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish along with a pot of soup for every meal. The soup was either fish soup, chicken soup, or pork rib soup, and they finished every meal without restraint. She had suggested using the bones from the meat to make soup, but he only smiled and shook his head, which was enough to show that his food reserves were exceedingly plentiful. The fourth point, no need to elaborate. There was no meaning in thinking about more. She only knew one thing: Lin Bei could not only survive for a long time in the apocalypse, but could also live quite comfortably. In comparison, she was merely a pretty vase with looks and figure, and a very timid vase that had even contemplated suicide. To be fair, she considered herself very beautiful. She had a great figure. But in the grand scheme of the nation, she was just one of many beautiful women. How many pretty girls would want to throw themselves at someone like Lin Bei? He might not be conventionally handsome, and others might hesitate. But the key was that he was quite charming. She didn't want to be abandoned. Or rather, she feared being abandoned. She no longer wanted to live in constant terror like before. She had to work hard. She had to prove her worth. It has been detected that Jiang Shiyu's dependence and affection for you have both exceeded 90%, and the bond initiated by her is permanently unlocked. Is it permanently unlocked now? While gnawing on an Orlan-style chicken leg and climbing the stairs, Lin Bei was taken aback. He never expected it to happen so quickly. To be honest, speaking a bit callously and realistically, Jiang Shiyu no longer held any critical significance for him. But, after all, he was not a seasoned veteran of the apocalypse. He was a novice, albeit a novice with a cheat. Jiang Shiyu's innate spatial abilities were formidable, and in the future, when the power and internet were cut off, prolonged solitude could lead to mental instability. It's good to keep her around. She is very intelligent. She is also quite perceptive. He likes her quite a bit. It's so annoying I can't finish it, I can't eat it all. Lin Bei took out another one to eat. Tasty, why not eat it? It's not like he couldn't afford it. The 16th floor is the top floor. Lin Bei felt something was odd. After a year of delivering food, he had delivered to this building more than a few times, and he vaguely remembered that the residents of the 16th floor were a mother and daughter. How did it turn into two men? He should not be mistaken. There must be a story behind this, but it was none of his business. He was just here to see if there were any individuals with exceptional bonds. Hello, please register first. He arrived at the rooftop. A tall, burly man holding a baseball bat blocked his way, and Lin Bei wrote down his information in the notebook. What a pity. He couldn't see the man's talent and level. These days there were too many people pretending to be weak. 1301 Owner Lin Bei. He glanced up a few times. There were quite a few people. After registering, he arrived at the trading area on the rooftop, where many small vendors resembling roadside stalls were set up. A quick glance revealed over a dozen stalls, each displaying exchange information with clear prices. A barrel of purified water 1.5L in exchange for a pound of rice. A barrel of purified water 1.5L in exchange for a pound of flour. A piece of steak in exchange for rice. A piece of steak in exchange for vegetables and fruits. A piece of chicken breast in exchange for rice and purified water. A cucumber in exchange for rice. Enjoy silky chocolate 10 pieces in exchange for rice flour instant noodles and any vegetarian food. A vacuum-packed chicken leg in exchange for rice flour and instant noodles. All common foods. It was evident that every person's face was quite haggard, their eyes revealing a deep exhaustion. 1,000 grams of gold in exchange for any food. In chaotic times, gold is not equivalent to the apocalypse gold. Basically, every stall had people lingering and chatting except for the one exchanging gold for food, which was empty. What use is gold in the apocalypse? Exceptional contrast welfare extreme 1. I can't believe this building has such a presence, and what she had displayed before her was equally intriguing. Many men paused for a moment, and even Lin Bei couldn't help but glance a few more times. White overthinny socks. White cotton socks. Tights in various colors. Various styles that were tempting, sexy or pure, and cute little shorts showed clear signs of having been worn. Looking at her face, she was quite attractive. To be fair, in these times the standard for women's facial beauty is quite high, with numerous skincare products available. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers 3 flaws. As long as someone is fair-skinned and has slightly normal facial features, they look good. Hey handsome, wanna try one? A pack of instant noodles, and you can choose any 3 items from these guaranteed to be all mine. Name Chinjia. Pre-apocalypse identity, human hardware softening engineer. Appearance score 88. Overall score 79. Bond. Exceptional contrast welfare extreme 1. After the bond is activated, the contrasting personalities between you and the members of the illustration will increase by 100%. Goddess 1. After the bond is activated, the refusal rate when you and the members of the illustration face others' requests will decrease, and the probability of liking to share will increase 152-100. Foodie 1. After the bond is activated, when you and the members of the illustration consume a certain food or beverage, you will receive double the return. 1 double 2 triple 3 quadruple 4 5-fold 5-6-fold. Innate cheating holy body 1. After the bond is activated, it increases the probability of being cheated on 1-53-75-100. Innate lying holy body 1. After the bond is activated, it increases the probability of being deceived 1-10-53-100. Impure relationships 1. After the bond is activated, it increases the probability of contracting diseases during intimate relations 1-52-100. Countless male encounters 1. At least had relationships with more than 10 males after the bond is activated will receive a high-quality and fashionable green hat. 666. 666. Master, did you see that? This is the protagonist's luck. Just strolling around, and I encounter an exceptional bondholder. Cut. Do you have the ability to record the illustration? You don't understand this. The goddess belongs to everyone, not just me. I am unworthy of such fortune. Just as he was about to leave, a soft voice from the goddess came. Handsome, if it's you after the exchange, can you leave an address? Jia will come to your place later and can help you with anything. She winked playfully at him while saying this. There's no need for that. Lin Bei hurriedly left, but after walking a few steps, he stopped, his gaze fixed on the stall owner, unable to look away. Master, what do you think? This is not scientific. Don't even mention the same community, even within the same district, having 2 exceptional positive bonds is extremely rare. To have 2 in the same building is a probability lower than winning the lottery. This shouldn't happen, as something must be wrong. You don't understand this. Which protagonist in ancient web novels awakened a system and was not the main character? The luck of the protagonist is not something ordinary people can compare to. A bag of spicy and sour lemon boneless chicken feet in exchange for rice flour and any high-calorie carbohydrate food. Name Hee-yun. Pre-apocalypse identity athlete. Appearance score 93. Overall score 91. This young woman possesses a certain shrewdness. Lin Bei stared at her face for several seconds, genuinely impressed by her skill. Makeup could transform an unattractive woman into a beauty, yet it could equally mask a beauty beneath an unremarkable guise. She knew how to conceal herself. Clever. Lin Bei crouched down and retrieved a pack of instant noodles from his backpack. Would you trade your boneless chicken feet for this? Hiyun blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected anyone to barter food for snacks. She'd merely come to the rooftop to soak up sunlight, absorb calcium, and perhaps test her luck. Clearly, this handsome man lacked no provisions. Handsome, my boneless chicken feet come in a large bag. Surely one pack of instant noodles is a bit. She was inexperienced at haggling, had never negotiated a price before, but the dire circumstances demanded she secure more sustenance. There was no other reason. Since her evolution began, her cravings for carbohydrates and protein had surged. Her household stores would barely last a few more days. Is this enough? Lin Bei pulled another pack of instant noodles from his backpack and added a corn-flavored sausage. Hiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Corn-sweet sausage, her absolute favorite. Unconsciously, she moistened her lips. Handsome, these are sour, spicy, boneless lemon chicken feet. Young lady, continuing further would be rather impolite. Hiyun flushed crimson. Indeed, she'd grown overly greedy. 2 packs of noodles plus a sausage far exceeded the value of her chicken feet. Deal. She handed over the boneless chicken feet and extended her sun-darkened hand to receive the noodles and sausage. Lin Bei completed the exchange. A woman nearby watched, envious and incredulous. She'd spoken with such bluntness. 1 pack of noodles could have secured not only her 3 packets of original flavor snacks, but also a single night with her. Yet he'd refused. Instead, he traded 2 packs plus a sausage for mere chicken feet. Was poultry truly more alluring than she? Wait, could he be straight? Did he truly miss her implication? It was possible. Chenjia rose and knelt beside him. Little brother, what's so delightful about chicken feet? Would you prefer something far more tantalizing? As she spoke, she tugged gently at her collar, confident that even the most obtuse man couldn't misread such an overt signal. Her beauty, after all, was undeniable. Lin Bei tilted his head. His gaze first fell upon an abyssal cleavage, then swept across her heavily suggestive eyes. Apologies, I'm unworthy. I dare not partake. I confess, I'm simply too timid. Ma'am, I hold no interest in women. Are you incapable? For just 1 pack of noodles you could spend the night with me. A golden opportunity you'll never see again. Lin Bei. Call me incapable. Yesterday, I sustained peak performance for 24 consecutive hours. Yet glancing briefly at her affinity status, he replied firmly, Madam, I truly hold no interest in women. Are you even a man? Lin Bei sighed. A classic provocation, ineffective. He dared not act. Truly dared not. Damn it. So handsome yet utterly incapable. Muttering curses, Chenjia stalked away. Her provocations had drawn no reaction. Definitively proof of incapacity, or perhaps a preference for men. Many bystanders had overheard their exchange. A plump young man scurried up to Chenjia. Miss, is it true? 1 pack of noodles buys 1 night with you. If I offer 2, can I book you for the entire night? Chenjia glanced at him coolly. Little brother, if it's an all-night stay, 20 packs are required. Then I'll settle for 1 night. Your place or mine? Hearing the figure, the youth instantly withdrew. 20 packs, economically rationed, could sustain him nearly a month. Agreed, 5 packs. What? Wasn't it 1 pack, just now? Why 5? His mouth gaped open. If your looks matched his, half a pack might suffice, but... The youth bristled. Glancing toward Lin Bei, he scoffed. What made him so extraordinary? Merely tall, well-built, and strikingly handsome. Reminiscent of actor Hu Jianhua or Yu Yan. Nothing else remarkable. Ma'am, how many packs of noodles do I owe you? The man stationed at the rooftop entrance, who oversaw registrations, approached her. Chenjia's eyes lit up. She offered a subtle, beguiling smile. Big brother, if it's you, it's on the house. This was a lifeline. She must cling to it tightly. Ha ha ha. Grab your things and follow me. The man laughed heartily. Yes. In this apocalypse, food alone was insufficient for a woman. She needed protection, a powerful patron whose favor ensured a steady supply. Without such security, starvation was inevitable. Lin Bei glanced away, then sat beside Hiyun and tore open the newly acquired sour, spicy lemon boneless chicken feet. Exhilarating. Tangy, fiery, perfectly balanced. Excellent. He had permanently unlocked another delicacy. Pressed for time, earlier he'd purchased only the foods that immediately came to mind. Many delights remained unacquired. Gurgle. Watching him savor each bite, Hiyun involuntarily swallowed. This was her favorite snack. She'd only parted with it to prolong her survival. Simultaneously, she realized this man was unquestionably well-provisioned. Otherwise, he wouldn't indulge so freely, devouring an entire large bag in under 2 minutes. Little brother, I still have some chocolate bars. Might I trade 1 pack of noodles for them? She retrieved a small box of confectionery from her bag. Lin Bei glanced once, then looked away. I'm not fond of those. Fine, let's trade. His tone shifted mid-sentence. There was no other reason. He suddenly recalled his beloved Yu Yu's insatiable fondness for them. never absent during binge-watching sessions. Hee-Yun beamed, carefully stowing the noodles into her backpack. 3 packs, more than she dared hope. She didn't consider him naive or overly generous. His lavishness could only mean one thing. He possessed an overwhelming surplus. It certainly wasn't due to her appearance. Before leaving home, she deliberately applied makeup, transforming her naturally fair complexion into deep bronze, adding freckles and moles until she resembled a textbook plain girl. A pity. These were her only 2 snacks. The rest had been devoured pre-apocalypse. She'd planned a supermarket run that evening, only to find the cataclysm erupting at 5 o'clock. Her reserves were perilously low, compelling her to seek fortune on the rooftop. What are you doing? Are you trying to steal my things? Robbery. Is there no one to intervene? You dare seize my supplies just because you're starving? At that moment, a distant commotion drew everyone's attention. Lin Bei turned to see a young man, nearly 6 feet tall, wresting a backpack from a plump youth. As they struggled, several packs of noodles and loaves of bread tumbled onto the ground. The youth lunged to retrieve them, only to be kicked aside by the taller man. No one stepped forward to help. After all, in this apocalypse, refraining from joining the theft was already commendable. Countless eyes fixated hungrily on the scattered provisions, the sole deterrent being the cleaver gripped tightly in the assailant's hand. The youth hesitated, then sank silently to the ground. Food mattered, but life mattered infinitely more. The young man brandished his cleaver at the youth while squatting to gather the small bread loaves. He tore one open and devoured 4 consecutively, then drank deeply from the youth's water bottle, savoring every sip with visible relief. Cracking his neck, he exhaled, "My heavens, I've finally survived." Then, cleaver still in hand, his gaze swept slowly, deliberately across every person present. He picked up the chubby youth's backpack filled with food, gripped a kitchen knife, and approached a middle-aged man. "Put all your supplies into this bag." "Young man, please don't do this. I and my wife." Before he could finish, the young man brandished the knife, forcing the man to surrender his rations to save his life. No one fled, because another man armed with a kitchen knife stood guard at the rooftop entrance. Everyone on the roof had become helpless prey. Though a coordinated charge would easily overwhelm the 2, no one dared act first, uncertain whether others would follow. Most crucially, no one wished to be the first to step forward. One by one, they were robbed. "Brother, my wife hasn't eaten in days. She's fading fast. I traded water for this. Please, spare her life. Hand it over." "Brother, this is my wife's lifeline. Don't take it." "Give it here." A man snatched the instant noodles from the other's hand. When the man resisted, he delivered a brutal kick to his chest. "Your wife's life or death means nothing to me. I never slept with her after all." "Ugh, how revolting." Hee-Yun muttered softly, tightening her backpack. Those 3 packets of instant noodles were her precious reserve. She refused to let them be seized so easily. Yet, resistance carried risk. She might be slashed by the knife. She carried no weapon. She hadn't anticipated danger when leaving home, only hoping her deliberately unattractive appearance would deter attention. She'd been insufficiently cautious. Was there anything nearby she could use? Hee-Yun scanned the rooftop for a usable object. She would not allow her provisions to be stolen. But as she turned, she froze. Lin Bei, standing beside her, had somehow produced a handful of sunflower seeds and was calmly cracking and eating them while watching the scene unfold. "Want some?" He even offered her some when she looked over. "My heavens, this man's mind, She understood. Her eyes narrowed slightly. As a varsity athlete who frequently competed off campus, she'd encountered countless extraordinary individuals, and such unruffled composure under threat could only mean he regarded the armed man as utterly insignificant. "Can you subdue him?" she whispered. "No." She blinked in surprise. "Then why aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be?" Lin Bei tilted his head curiously. "Why shouldn't I be afraid? Fear is fear. What he wants is food, so let him have it. After all, my pack holds nothing at all." "Huh. So, you've already eaten everything. No wonder you're so calm." She was stunned. She'd assumed the man beside her was a hidden powerhouse, only to discover he was simply apathetic. Damn. In moments, the man stood before Hee-Yun. Under the knife's menace, she reluctantly surrendered her 3 packets of instant noodles and a sausage. "You?" The man pointed the knife at Lin Bei. "Empty, huh?" Lin Bei flipped open his pack to show its emptiness. The man squinted. "Get up. Take me to your place." "What for?" Lin Bei smiled faintly. 3 packets of noodles plus a sausage exchanged for 2 snacks and consumed immediately means you have ample food at home. If you value your life, lead me there now. I have nothing at home, and you've already seized enough to last days. Move faster, no more stalling." The man stepped forward, slashing the knife menacingly. In the next instant, Lin Bei moved like lightning. His hand shot out, seized the man's wrist, twisted it sharply backward, and yanked. With a sickening schlick, the razor-sharp blade sliced cleanly through his throat, spraying warm blood. "Tell me, why insist on going to my place?" The man staggered back in disbelief. The knife clattered to the ground. Clutching his gushing neck with both hands, he stared at Lin Bei. eyes wide with shock and horror, mouth opening soundlessly. Brother Long, Brother Long. At the rooftop entrance, his companion rushed over, then frantically scanned the crowd. Is anyone trained in emergency care? Any doctors? Any nurses? The onlookers watched coldly. Moments ago, these men had stolen their food. Now they expected help. How absurd. Lin Bei pulled a tissue from his pocket and wiped blood from his face. Gazing down at the convulsing man on the ground, a faint, icy smile curled his lips. Even he who wielded unfair advantages remained discreet. Yet this feeble wretch, far from peak human capacity, dared such arrogance, too cowardly, to confront zombies, yet bold enough to prey upon ordinary people. Did he truly believe no master lurked among the crowd? A clown. Gradually the man fell still. You killed my brother. His companion lunged forward, knife raised, only for Lin Bei to deliver a sharp sidekick to his chest. A crisp crack echoed. The force sent him flying several meters, slamming hard onto the concrete, unable to rise. Rincoen. He gasped, utterly dumbfounded. She'd thought him apathetic, never imagining he was truly formidable. That kick hurled a man several meters. His strength rivaled her own, and hers was doubled. Strength alone was impressive, but the sheer elegance of his movement, stunning. She longed to spar with him, to test whose power surpassed the others. Huh. The fallen man reanimated as a zombie and lunged, snarling, straight toward Lin Bei, the nearest target. Lin Bei pivoted smoothly, and as he turned, a long sword materialized in his hand. In one fluid motion, he swept it downward. The keen blade cleaved the zombie's head clean off as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Sunlight glinted coldly along the razor-edged blade. Incredible sharpness. An exceptional sword. Hyun's eyes gleamed. As a sports major, she adored cold weapons. And more importantly, where had that handsome man conjured the sword from? Spatial storage. He possessed a spatial backpack. She'd chosen athletics precisely because her academic performance was poor. Through middle school, she'd spent every spare moment devouring novels. She'd read countless post-apocalyptic stories, fully aware of how swiftly humanity's ugliest instincts surfaced in collapse. Hence her deliberate transformation into an unattractive girl. Truth be told, she'd been astonished to learn his pack was empty. Such confidence in sharing provisions. Yet he carried only 3 packets of noodles and a sausage. His pack, it seemed, was merely a decoy. This man was a true master. Lin Bei withdrew a damp cloth and cleaned the blade. It was one of Yu's treasured possessions. She'd loved such weapons since childhood. He'd purchased 3 identical blades, each extravagantly expensive, though he'd left them behind when departing. He discovered them only days earlier during inspection, and found inexplicably that the edge had been honed to perfection. Holding it up to the sunlight, he inspected the blade, carefully flawless, without a single blemish. A wealthy benefactor wouldn't hinder my attack speed. She'd equip me with an excellent blade. Of those who come here, 8 out of 10 are men. A young woman ascending to the rooftop to trade suggests she lives alone, or her family cannot come. What do you say? Would you consider moving in with me? Lin Bei extended the invitation to Hyun. Truly? She asked, flustered. Aware of her deliberately unappealing appearance, she couldn't fathom why he'd invite her, yet felt profoundly fortunate. He was a master, indeed a supreme master. Were he to wish it, legions of beautiful women would vie for his attention. Why invite me? She was baffled. As a master, especially one who operated discreetly, there was no logical reason to bring home an unskilled, unattractive woman who merely consumed resources. She needed to know why, lest she thank him while unwittingly becoming his emergency ration. Don't speak as if it's because you're a girl. Any ordinary person would tremble at what just happened. Yet you showed no fear. You even had the composure to chat with me. You endured it several times and searched around for useful items. Had you not feared the knife in his hand or lacked a suitable weapon, I doubt you would have handed over the food so meekly. I suspect you have already pushed your body to its utmost limits. Feigning modesty, Hyun was astonished, as she had not expected such a small act of hers to be observed, nor that he would accurately guess her current level. Impressive. She accepted that explanation. You? Do not mind that I am ugly, she asked. Does appearance matter? He replied, though inwardly he might have thought otherwise. Lin Bei tilted his head in puzzlement. Then, cursing under his breath, his brow suddenly furrowed. What is it? I said before that of the 10 who went to the rooftop, 8 were men. That means the building's main force is concentrated up there. If the door is locked now, the people inside would have almost no means of resistance. The fact that the 2 who robbed you appeared, but the organizer of the transaction did not, is already telling. As he spoke, Lin Bei walked toward the rooftop door. When he first arrived, he had not considered this possibility. He had pictured a group of armed men threatening them directly. Hearing this, Hyun realized something was wrong. She still had a fair amount of food at home, and if it were stolen, that would be troublesome. She glanced at the backpack on the floor, took her 3 packs of instant noodles and a sausage, and followed closely behind Lin Bei. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air. One by one, zombies surged out from the rooftop door. There were not many, only 5, and the one leading them was a naked female zombie whose face was faintly recognizable as the occupant of 1601. Sure enough, there was a story here. The female zombies behind her mirrored her condition, and some seemed about her age while others were still in stages of bodily development. Screams rose at once. Zombies. The people on the rooftop recoiled as if they had seen specters frantically stumbling backward. Cold light flashed in quick succession, a trio of hissing sounds cutting the air. The 5 zombie heads were sent flying. They afforded him no hesitation. Hee-Yun, standing behind him, was dumbstruck. When the 5 came out together, she had panicked and meant to keep her distance and deal with them one by one, yet he had not taken a single step back. At the rooftop entrance, a fairly sturdy middle-aged man was preparing to close the door. He froze when he saw Lin Bei approaching. Had he not just sent several zombies up there? Where were they now? Just as he was about to speak, a grotesque sight met his eyes. He saw his own neck. He had miscalculated. He had never expected this outcome. Lin Bei had come along the fire escape to the 13th floor and opened the door with a key. Inside, Jiang Shiyu was on the floor doing push-ups. A slight relief passed between them. Their eyes met. Jiang Shiyu's face flushed visibly as she hurried to her feet and began. "You weren't you supposed to come back later?" she stammered. He had assumed she would be in bed scrolling through videos. He had not expected her to be exercising. I don't want to be a burden," Jiang Shiyu whispered, ashamed. Flower vases that only hinder are often the first to be abandoned, as she knew that fate all too well. Lin Bei smiled, understanding that her fear was of being cast aside. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Shiyu rushed forward to check when she saw blood on him. "It's nothing, but it's not mine." "If it's not yours, then that's a relief," Jiang Shiyu said, exhaling. She then glanced at the woman standing behind Lin Bei and asked, "And this young lady is?" Lin Bei moved aside to let them in. "Her name is Hee-Yun. I just met her. She'll be staying with us from now on. There are 2 empty rooms. Pick one. By the way, you're alone, right?" "Yes, just me. My parents went abroad on a trip and probably won't be coming back." The remark slipped out with an awkward cheerfulness that betrayed more than it admitted. Hee-Yun rolled her eyes. "What morning? My parents are alive and well. When the end began, they were dining at a friend's farm. Few people around and mountains of food. After 5 days of the outbreak, they hadn't lost weight, they had actually put on weight. Am envious, I keep missing meals." Lin Bei chuckled. Her luck, it seemed, had been good. The word "stay at our place" hung in the air. Jiang Shiyu's mouth betrayed her delight. What did those words mean? That Lin Bei had taken her into his circle. Now it was up to her to live up to it. "Hello, my name is Jiang Shiyu," she offered. Hee-Yun gushed. "Wow, sister, you are so beautiful and so graceful, and your figure is wonderful." No wonder he was so serious earlier. So his home contained such a pretty girl. Flattery never fails. Hee-Yun, about to take up residence, naturally wanted to curry favor with the lady of the house. "Looks aren't important," she said smoothly. Jiang Shiyu had been about to claim her own beauty, but when she looked closely at Hee-Yun, she found the comparison strained. There was no point pretending. "Wait a moment." Hee-Yun slipped into the bathroom and carefully washed away the rough makeup, reappearing with a fresh face. "Sorry, a girl must protect herself when she goes out, so I wore a little makeup." Jiang Shiyu was stunned. Hee-Yun was strikingly beautiful, delicate features, smooth, pale skin. Above all, she looked very young, far younger than Jiang Shiyu. Jiang Shiyu was 24, yet Hee-Yun appeared only about 20. She had assumed the other woman was plain and posed no threat, but now the situation looked very different. Damn, why did the people from the rooftop all come down? Didn't Zhang Yuan lead the zombies away? Did they fail to close the door, or did something go wrong? I don't know. If something had gone wrong, those who came down would likely have been bitten. Maybe someone else dealt with the zombies. I never expected anyone in this building to be able to handle zombies. Never mind. Let's search the apartments one by one. We had planned to lure the main force to the rooftop and use the zombies to finish them, but perhaps we should do it ourselves. At that moment, voices outside the door caught several people's attention. The 3 of them looked toward the entrance in unison. The speakers were right at the door, and as their conversation ended, a strange sound came from the main gate. It sounded as if someone was picking a lock. "What should we do?" Jiang Shiyu panicked and took a step back, instinctively glancing at Lin Bei. From the sound, there were at least 3 to 5 people. "Good. Thieves bold enough to come to our door? Fine. It spares us the trouble of hunting them down later. A direct confrontation is better than their sneaking about at night." "Brother Lin, your knife, lend it to me," Hee-Yun said with an adorable smile, having just finished washing her face. "All right." He flipped his hand. A long blade appeared in his grasp, and he passed it to her. Hee-Yun's eyes flashed. Was this a spatial ability manifesting an item from nowhere? She accepted it. The blade was substantial and elegant. Since he had invited her to stay, she would inevitably consume his supplies. She could not always rely on him. A woman must also be capable of fending for herself. In the end times, stealing someone's food is no different from taking a life. Had Lin Bei not gone to the rooftop today, she might have become those zombies' meal. Even if they had dispatched the undead by distraction, she might have been locked on the rooftop, or at best have had her family's food stolen. Those people deserve to die. She was not afraid of zombies, much less of other human beings. With a creak, the door opened. 5 men stood framed in the doorway, each a different shape and size, tall and short, fat and lean, but without exception, each gripped a long steel pipe. Hee-Yun's youthful face, brimming with murderous intent, instantly fell into dismay. These men played no fair game. They carried steel pipes on their persons. She had been confident facing them barehanded, but the sight of each brandishing a pipe changed everything. Holy hell, beauties, and 2 of them, and I've seen the knife-wielding one before. She was up on the rooftop earlier. I thought she was plain, but it turns out her makeup masked a stunning natural beauty. Bro, the one behind her is the real gem. Her aura is simply extraordinary. She outshines that married woman we had before by far. Never imagined such rare beauties were hiding in this building. Far more exquisite than Chunjia by orders of magnitude. The 5 men openly scrutinized Hee-Yun and Jiang Shiryu, their greedy gazes dripping with raw desire. They dismissed the knife in Hee-Yun's hand as irrelevant. A single woman wielding a blade meant nothing against their overwhelming number of 5. Moreover, one among them had already shattered the limits of human physiology and officially ascended into the ranks of evolved beings. Though insignificant beyond these walls within this building, he reigned supreme. Little sister, heed an elder brother's advice, lower that knife. Steel pipes have no eyes. If you're struck carelessly, you'll suffer broken bones, and my heart would ache for you. A tall, broad-shouldered man stepped forward with a grin, his steel pipe longer than Hee-Yun's Tang-style saber. Big brother blades have no eyes either. If I happen to strike you, death may follow. So listen to your little sister, don't court your own demise. The man laughed, loud, unrestrained mocking. Little sister, bold words indeed. But does your strength match your bravado? The moment the words left his lips, he lunged forward, spun full circle, and swung his pipe downward with crushing force. Hee-Yun dared not hesitate. Gripping her blade with both hands, she channeled every ounce of strength into a desperate counterslash. Clang! Na sharp, ringing resonance echoed. Hee-Yun's pupils contracted violently as her body recoiled uncontrollably backward. Though the sword remained in her grasp, her arms trembled with numbing shock. Incredible strength, and she could scarcely believe it. Having reached peak human limits, and amplified further by her innate ability, her strength was already double that of an ordinary person. Yet this man's power dwarfed hers by at least twice over. How could he be so strong? Little sister, your strength isn't negligible, but before me you're still green. Shall we continue? I rather enjoy this flirtatious sparring of yours. As he spoke, his gaze, and those of his 4 companions, grew bolder, more brazen. Lin Bei, standing silently nearby, was utterly ignored. Seriously, and don't they even glance at the man? Jiang Shiryu, standing behind, paled with sheer terror. This was precisely the nightmare scenario she'd feared most. His strength is immense, at least double mine. Do you stand a chance? Hee-Yun approached Lin Bei, her small hands trembling slightly. From what she'd witnessed atop the rooftop, his physical prowess seemed comparable to hers, but he possessed spatial abilities. Oh, and the man glanced at Lin Bei with genuine surprise. He'd assumed him a coward hiding behind women, yet apparently he wasn't entirely without merit. Pity. To become a true evolved being required slaying enough zombies, a feat already accomplished by this group within the building. Even if Lin Bei had evolved, he'd barely surpass peak human capacity, and all 5 of them stood at that very threshold. Before Lin Bei could respond, a shorter man behind the leader spoke up. If my memory serves, your Lin Bei, the food delivery courier, right? We're neighbors. Let an elder advise you can't protect these 2 women. Join us instead. In this apocalypse, women are plentiful. Once you're in, you'll have them daily, and countless others besides. Life will be infinitely richer than what you endure now. Lin Bei smiled. He knew some had awakened early by killing zombies, but he'd held back deliberately. His sole objective was securing Jiang Shiryu with absolute certainty. He feared no delay, for no matter how monstrous early evolved beings became, none could rival the supremacy of modern firearms. Seeing Lin Bei smile, the pipe-wielding leader also grinned, assuming the man finally grasped the gulf between them and chose the path of wisdom. The next instant, however, his pupils snapped wide open in disbelief. His gaze locked onto a dark, hollow aperture. Na gun. No. Brother. Shu. Na heartbeat. Later, he stared down in stunned silence at the crimson bloom spreading across his chest. You fired. Seriously, you had a gun, and didn't say. Lin Bei offered a faint, knowing smile. Shu. Staggering backward, warm blood welled from the man's mouth as he choked out, brother, give me a chance. Shu. And the third bullet shattered his patella. He dropped to one knee. A fourth pierced the other, collapsing him helplessly onto both. He tried to speak, but torrents of blood choked his voice. His eyes, wide with desperate entreaty, fixed upon Lin Bei, burning with regret. An evolved being who'd awakened strength itself, destined to reign among the new world's sovereigns, yet felled here in ignominy. That sound, and exactly that sound. Jiang Shiryu, standing behind Lin Bei, suddenly remembered. It was the same sound she'd heard on day one of the apocalypse. Back then she'd dismissed it as meaningless noise. She never imagined it was the muffled report of a suppressed pistol. My God, and he actually has a gun. Jiang Shiryu wasn't the only one stunned. He stood equally awestruck. Moments earlier she'd feared Lin Bei might surrender them both. In the fragile dawn of the apocalypse, even with spatial abilities, he needed time to grow stronger. Yet he'd just executed a flawless American II draw. At the doorway, the remaining 4 men froze, paralyzed. They longed to flee, yet the black muzzle trained upon them sapped every shred of strength. This fear eclipsed even the horror of zombies, proof that utter terror truly can immobilize the human body. Thump. And the man who'd earlier urged Lin Bei to join them collapsed to his knees. Lin Bei, I was forced. We're neighbors. Shoo, and shoo, and shoo. Now a rapid succession of shots followed. All 5 patellae were shattered. At 7 paces a gun is swift. Within 7 paces it is swift and unerringly precise. Lin Bei watched his neighbor's slumped chest torn open, blood gurgling forth, and a subtle smile curled his lips. Elder times have changed. And tell me, do you truly know how richly I've lived? Where did you get that gun? Ian asked, stunned once the 5 lay incapacitated. This wasn't abroad. Possessing such a weapon meant prison. Does its origin matter? Well, perhaps not anymore. Ian suddenly recalled. The apocalypse had erased old laws. Regardless of how he'd acquired it, this firearm exponentially elevated their survival odds. Following him was unquestionably the right choice. And soon after, the body's protective numbness faded, and agony surged. The 5 wounded men wailed in excruciating torment. Daring to target me, and then savor this slow descent. Death itself is not terrifying. What is horrifying is the long, helpless wait for it. In regret, in resentment, in rage, frustration, in despair, in HRRR, in minutes passed. In their bodies twisted. 5 zombies writhed on the floor, patellae and scapulae shattered, crawling forward like maggots in grotesque futile motion. Lin Bei handed Yun's blade to Jiang Shiryu. Zombies were never the true horror. The terror lay solely in the fear of them. It was time for her spatial ability to awaken. I understand now. Jiang Shiryu took the knife. The heavy tang knife felt quite burdensome for her, who had yet to unlock her evolution, and the fitness enhancement from Lin Bei was still unavailable. Although the 5 zombies had lost all mobility, their terrifying faces still made Jiang Shiryu feel uneasy, fearing that they might jump up and bite her at any moment. She knew it was her own fear, but overcoming fear was not so easy. She glanced at Lin Bei. She absolutely could not let him down. He had already fed her. If she still couldn't do it, to be honest, it would be better to find a tofu block and knock herself out. Another glance at Yun. The previous situation. She was clearly a woman, and a younger one at that, yet she was not afraid and actively sought weapons to face the danger. Compared to her, Jiang Shiryu felt like a complete failure. Indeed, she was even disdainful of herself, let alone Lin Bei. In this apocalypse, she had to overcome her fear of zombies today. Holding the knife, she stepped closer to the 5 zombies, forcing herself to make eye contact with them. As the zombies saw food approaching, they became even more excited, frightening Jiang Shiryu to the point where she wanted to retreat, but she managed to restrain herself. She could not retreat. One retreat would lead to a permanent retreat. Taking a deep breath, she raised the knife and struck down. Her strength was insufficient to smash the zombies' heads, but it was enough to overcome her fear. She struck again and again, and the scene was extremely disgusting and nauseating, yet she persevered. Suddenly, the long knife that had felt somewhat heavy became lighter. Jiang Shiryu was overjoyed, realizing she had reached what was referred to online as the level of human limits. Attributes. She silently recited. In this apocalypse, everyone had their own unique panel to clearly and intuitively see their abilities. Jiang Shiryu. Age, 24. Level human limit. Ability space SSS LV1 passive space backpack capacity 1000 cubic meters. Speed 10. Strength 10. Mentality 10. Physique 10.0. It turns out I also have a special ability. Just like Lin Bei. She was extremely excited, unable to wait to share this joy with him. Lin Bei, I awaken the same ability as you. Mine is also space, and it seems to be at the 3's level with a space backpack capacity of a full 1000 cubic meters. She was useful. She was not just a decorative piece. Wow, space. The uneducated Yun was utterly shocked. Having read many online novels, she knew just how outrageous spatial abilities could be. 3's level. In the later stages. The strongest of the strong. This only strengthened her resolve to stay. Her strength was just an ordinary level, and she didn't know how much it would amplify later. Regardless of amplification in the face of space, it was merely a toy. Lin Bei was quite pleased with Jiang Shiryu's performance. Any changes should be reported to him immediately. Activate her fitness enhancement benefits. She silently recited. Yes. In that moment, Jiang Shiryu suddenly felt a new change in her body. the long knife in her hand became even lighter and her strength seemed to have increased. Check your own panel again. Lin Bai's voice came. Jiang Shiyu was taken aback. Attributes. Jiang Shiyu. Age, 24. Level human limit. Speed 10. Strength 10-2. Endurance 10. Physique 10. Her strength doubled. My heavens. She looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, dropping the long knife in her hand and excitedly throwing herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Bei, you are so good to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From that moment on, her life underwent a tremendous change. So what? He-Yun was dumbfounded, wondering what had happened to her panel and why she suddenly threw herself into Lin Bai's embrace. Were they whispering sweet nothings? Did they see her as an outsider? Okay, she was indeed an outsider, but she really wanted to know. Bei, let's go out and kill zombies. There are more and more evolved beings outside, and we need to keep up with others. We can't rely solely on your gun, and danger, bullets, are ultimately limited. After the experience earlier, Jiang Shiyu understood that in this apocalypse, strength was the only hard truth. Relying on guns could last for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Lin Bei was indeed thinking the same. With two extraordinary women already, it was time to enhance his basic strength. There was no rush to pursue He-Yun. She would soon deliver food to him on her own. Can I eat something first before we go kill? He-Yun pulled out her instant noodles and sausages. It won't take long, just the time to cook the noodles. She had long wanted to go out to kill zombies. But, one, she didn't have a suitable weapon, and two, food was insufficient. Killing zombies was very exhausting. Once reaching human limits, the demand for food was much greater than before, and she was afraid of exhausting herself and not finding new supplies. Go ahead. He-Yun didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment, rushing straight to the kitchen. After much deliberation, while cooking, she chose to cook 3 packs at once. The aroma of the noodles instantly filled the air, overpowering the stench of blood in the room. Today, let's indulge a little. Lin Bei will surely provide food and lodging. He-Yun stared at the pot of noodles with sparkling eyes. While waiting, she gnawed on corn and sausages. Only when well-fed and hydrated could one have fighting strength. Let's gather the things we need, and he'll stay at your place. Lin Bei glanced at the corpses on the floor and said to Jiang Shiyu, cleaning up would take time and effort. Even in an apocalypse, finding a clean house is just like finding a home. In truth, there wasn't much to collect. Cups, clothes, furniture. It didn't matter. Anyway, the space backpack had a large capacity. She could collect everything, and if it filled up later, she could just throw away some useless items. So fragrant. Do you want some? He-Yun brought out a small pot. Her enthusiastic little face instantly fell. She saw the two people sitting on the sofa, happily gnawing on a bucket of fried chicken, the breading on the crispy wings golden and crunchy, along with fragrant spicy chicken legs, and they were sipping cold cola while eating. Instantly, He-Yun felt her instant noodles had lost their appeal. She knew Lin Bei must have a lot of supplies, but she never expected it to be to this extent. It stinks. Everything stinks. The chicken legs and wings were spoiled. With tears in her eyes, she finished 3 packs of instant noodles. Her stomach was full, but she was not at all satisfied. She hadn't had a cold drink in ages. In July's midday heat, a sip of that was pure bliss. Full and ready to go, Lin Bei took out 3 knives, just enough for each person. He paused for a moment, then shook his head, thinking he might be overthinking. This community had an occupancy rate of 99, and when the apocalypse broke out at 5 in the afternoon, it was a peak time for people. He chose not to go outside, but opted for the underground parking lot. It was better to develop cautiously. There was no need to push himself too hard. Mainly while it was easy to dodge direct attacks, it was difficult to defend against hidden arrows. In the past few days, he had seen many people who were bad themselves, but couldn't bear to see others do well hiding at home and targeting those who went outside to kill zombies with compound bows. What if there were people in this community? What if someone was aiming at them? Currently, he wasn't capable of intercepting arrows that had been shot. The 3 of them made their way through the fire escape to the underground parking lot. As soon as they stepped out, they saw numerous zombies wandering aimlessly inside the garage, at least 100 of them devoid of targets and sounds. So are you scared? Lin Bei asked the 2 women beside him. What's there to be afraid of with zombies? If it weren't for the concern about food running out, I would have gone down to deal with them already. He-Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement, already unable to wait to charge in. Lin Bei looked at Jiang Shiyu. Not scared. Jiang Shiyu shook her head, her expression eager. You've helped me so much. If I were still scared, it would be quite unbecoming. Remember, never get surrounded by zombies. If things go wrong, just run toward me. Let's go. The 3 of them parted ways. Each stealthily approached a zombie from behind, swiftly severing its head with their sharp blades. Strange. He-Yun frowned slightly. She was unsure about Lin Bai's exact evolution level, but Jiang Shiyu had just reached the human limit. Even with a sharp knife, she shouldn't be on par with them, given her current strength. Could it be unscientific? She formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that Lin Bei had enhanced her strength? This would explain how excited Xiao Yu had been just moments ago, but it was impossible unless there was some sort of cheat. Thud. The sound of a head falling and the corpse hitting the ground echoed clearly in the silent garage, attracting the attention of the surrounding zombies, their gazes focused on them like starving wolves. In the next moment, the nearest zombies charged forward. This is the main event. Lin Bei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Facing the charging zombies, he showed no fear. For them who had reached the limits of the human body, the zombies moved as slowly as elderly people. As long as they didn't lose their composure, there was no risk of being caught or bitten. Don't be afraid. Strength. I want strength. As several zombies charged collectively, Jiang Xiu instinctively panicked, but she restrained her fear and maintained her composure, glancing at the headless corpses before leading them forward. She took a light step forward. However, the zombies cared little for anything else. They only saw food, and without exception, all were tripped and fell to the ground. Jiang Xiu effortlessly took their heads one by one. Following the same method, the number of zombies she killed kept rising. 3, 5, 10, 20, 30. She was becoming more proficient with each kill. Suddenly, all three felt a change in their bodies. Their speed increased, their strength grew, and the movements of the zombies appeared slower to them. From this moment on, they officially entered the ranks of evolved beings. Among the people in this building, they ranked among the top, but in the entire country, they could only be considered novices. There was no helping it, the base number was too large. No more, I need a break, I'm exhausted. After hacking away for half an hour, He-Yun was the first to give in. Not caring about her image, she leaned against the wall and plopped down onto the ground. Though the underground garage was cool, she was drenched in sweat, her white shirt clinging tightly to her skin. Her physique, while not as grand as Jiang Xiu's, was still impressive. Let's take a break for a while. Although Lin Bei and Jiang Xiu's clothes were almost soaked through as well, neither showed any signs of fatigue. I say, aren't you too tired? You've been hacking and running for so long and haven't even gasped for breath. He-Yun couldn't help but voice her concern. Oh, clearly their levels were similar, so why was she the only one panting heavily? Lin Bei turned to Jiang Xiu. Give her a few pills. Killing zombies is pretty dangerous. We need to maintain our condition. Okay. Jiang Xiu took out 5 recovery pills from her spatial backpack. These are specially formulated by my family's Bei. Just one can instantly restore all your strength. Really? He-Yun expressed skepticism. It can't be laced with stimulants, right? Even stimulants can't instantly restore all strength. Don't think I'm young and can be fooled. While questioning, she took one. Maintaining her doubt as it went down, her pupils contracted sharply in disbelief as she looked at Lin Bei. Her strength was restored instantaneously. He couldn't really be cheating. This is unscientific. Bei, I'm thirsty. I want iced milk tea. Jiang Xiu ignored her reaction and instead clung to Lin Bei's arm, acting cute. The two sturdy figures were squeezed together, becoming slightly deformed. Appropriate cuteness can enhance feelings. Here you go. Lin Bei handed her a cup, and he took one for himself as well. Nothing is more satisfying than a cold drink after exercise. The smoothness and sweetness of the pearl milk tea made both of them smile with joy. GD. Consumed 2 cups of iced milk tea. Returned fourfold. Delightful. Bei, having you is really great. Jiang Xiu rested her head on his shoulder as she sipped the milk tea, never imagining she'd have a day of frantically slaughtering zombies and afterward enjoying a delicious cup of milk tea. If it weren't for Lin Bei, her fate would have been either to slowly die in a turtle-like stillness or to jump off a building in unbearable hunger. Thanks to her good friend's advice, she had the courage to knock on his door. What level are you? First level, 1 star. And you? The same. At that moment, the two seemed like a couple in a park, whispering sweet nothings to each other. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. Anyone who saw them couldn't help but feel envy, but beside them, He-Yun's face was scrunched up in distress. Ahem, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Bei suppressed his laughter and looked at her. What's wrong? Is your throat uncomfortable? Want a golden throat pill? After saying that, he took a big sip of milk tea. Ah, so good. It was intentional. This person was definitely doing it on purpose. It was clear he wanted her to beg him. Who did she think she was? She was one of the most promising athletes in college, and every day countless boys brought milk tea for her. She had long since grown tired of it. A mere cup of milk tea. Did he think he could make her bow her head? Ridiculous. Do you want a cup too? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, He-Yun blurted it out, afraid he would change his mind in the next second, her eyes pleading and eager, resembling a girl waiting for a reward. Here you go. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Bei, you're so nice. Taking the chilled milk tea, He-Yun was so excited she was almost in tears. Her breath quickened uncontrollably as she carefully inserted the straw, treating it as a treasure. Puffed, she gently took a sip. She couldn't help but exclaim in comfort. The chewiness of the pearls and the smoothness of the milk tea made her start to envy Jiang Xiu. Following them was truly too blissful. In the apocalypse, having a bucket of chicken and iced cola was already outrageous. While others were racking their brains for a sip of clean water, she was now sipping iced milk tea with them. She even doubted if she was dreaming. After enough rest, it was time to get to work. Today's small goal, first level 2 stars. After finishing her milk tea, Hee-Yun's eyes were filled with fighting spirit following the boss. She could still live well in the apocalypse. Let's go. Lin Bei kicked the nearby car. The alarm blared throughout the underground parking lot, and the zombies in other areas all raised their heads in unison, looking toward the source of the sound. Instinctively, they knew that where there was sound, there was food. Huh. It was 7 o'clock at night. The three of them had completely wiped out all the zombies in the underground garage. Countless corpses lay on the ground, and the three stood atop the pile of bodies, puffing out their chests, exuding the aura of victorious generals after a battlefield slaughter. The gains exceeded expectations. The three's strength had rapidly increased, marking a qualitative leap. First level 3 stars, satisfied. Time to go home. Attributes. Master Lin Bei. Level tier 1, 3 stars. System space, 10 cubic meters. Ability spatial manipulation SSS rank, level 1 spatial pack, 1 to 0 cubic meters. Speed 40. Strength 40, 2 multiplier. Mental capacity 40. Physical constitution 40. Items rebound pills grade 2, 860 USSS rank, beef, stakes 30. Combat assessment, you surpass 99 of humanity and possess extensive experience battling zombies. Cataloged allies Jiang Shiryu spatial ability, level 1, tier 1, 3 stars. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 2, double return on consumed provisions. The three returned first to Lin Bei's residence. After 5 or 6 hours of relentless combat, their clothes were drenched in sweat and splattered with zombie gore. Standing in the living room, Lin Bei stripped off his t-shirt and trousers without hesitation. Jiang Shiryu watched him passively. Hee-Yun, still a young girl who had never shared physical contact with him, instinctively covered her eyes with both hands. Yet curiosity flickered within her, and she parted her fingers slightly to steal a glance at his physique. Incredible. An innate, slender muscle, sacred body. So breathtakingly handsome. Lin Bei entered the bathroom and washed himself using bucket-stored water. He dared not use tap water. Even though he knew the air was saturated with virus particles, he couldn't risk ingesting contaminated water during bathing. Some would inevitably enter his mouth. Water was plentiful. He still had 200 or 300 buckets stored in his spatial pack. Once Hee-Yun's profile was unlocked in the catalog, their provision return multiplier increased to triple. Each person drinking 1 bucket per day would receive 9 in return, effectively gifting them 6 extra buckets daily. Using 3 for bathing left 3 surplus buckets, growing their reserves steadily. Water would only accumulate, not dwindle. You two can shower together. It'll conserve water. I'll prepare dinner, Lin Bei said, heading toward the kitchen after changing clothes. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Lin Bei asked Jiang Shiryu, plagued by indecision. What should they eat? Even Jiang Shiryu hesitated. Meat. Eat meat. Chicken. Pork. Duck. Fish. Beef. Hee-Yun screamed inwardly. She hadn't tasted meat in days. If the slivers and instant beef noodle soup counted, then yes, she'd had meat. How about a long overdue bowl of instant noodles? Jiang Shiryu glanced sideways at Hee-Yun. No, please, Rain sister, no noodles. I beg you, no noodles. Hee-Yun clutched Jiang Shiryu's arm, shaking her head frantically, her small face crumpled in pitiful despair. She'd eaten noodles for days, truly. She was on the verge of retching. Before, with no choice, she'd found them delicious. Now that options existed, even the thought of noodles made her stomach churn. Just teasing, Jiang Shiryu smiled. Cook whatever you prefer. I'll help once I'm done showering. Wow, Rain sister. Your chest is so big, so fragrant, so soft, so fair. Rain sister, what are we eating tonight? Something simple. Is there meat? Probably, Jiang Shiryu replied with a gentle shake of her head. A familiar hunger blooming in her own gaze, mirroring Hee-Yun's after too long, without meat craving burned fierce and primal. By the way, Rain sister, besides spatial ability, did you awaken any other power? None. That's strange. I awakened a strength enhancement ability, currently doubling my output. Logically, my strength should be twice yours, but it isn't. That defies reason. Could it be? Brother Lin amplified your strength by double. Jiang Shi, you look genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected such insight from little Yun. Seeing Jiang Shiryu's reaction, Hee-Yun felt her suspicion solidify. Ever since he gave me those miraculous pills, I knew he was no ordinary man. Haven't you wondered? Little Yun, I'll ask just once, do you wish to stay with us? Yes. Some things need no excavation. Without him, you'd still be huddled at home, debating whether to save half a noodle pack for tomorrow. Without him, you'd remain at human physical limits, not tier 1, 3 stars. Without him, those men who came at noon might already have breached your front door, and what followed? You know well enough. Do you truly believe he doesn't grasp how extraordinary those pills are? Do you think he's unaware of your tangled speculations? Or that he fails to recognize his own extravagance? Must he ration you to 1 noodle pack and 1 sausage per meal and 1 bottle of water per day before you deem him normal and feel satisfied? Hee-Yun fell silent. Yes, no one is foolish in this age. Jiang Shiyu stroked her hair gently, so don't overthink. None of it matters. Remember, only this meeting him is the greatest fortune of our lives. Yes. Upon reflection, her questions held no weight. What would knowing truly change? I understand. So, will there be meat at dinner? She changed the subject, heart pounding with anticipation. This would be her first proper meal as part of their group. Lin Bei possessed formidable strength. Surely his cooking wouldn't disappoint. Jiang Shiyu smiled. You haven't eaten meat in days. He nodded vigorously. I adore meat. I eat it with nearly every meal. A true carnivore. But when the apocalypse struck, my pantry held nothing. Terrible timing. There will be. Moments later, the two women emerged from the bathroom, toweling damp hair, laughing softly. After blow-drying, Jiang Shiyu went to the kitchen to help. He trailed eagerly behind, ostensibly to assist, but mostly to glimpse tonight's feast. Entering the kitchen, she froze. My heavens. Could this possibly be apocalyptic fare? Braised pork ribs, sweet and sour carp, stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork, tomato and egg stir-fry, garlic mashed cucumber, braised radish with meat, braised chicken with potatoes, and simmering in a large pot, a rich corn and pork rib soup, its surface flecked with fresh scallions, releasing an aroma so intoxicating it deepened the ache in her starving belly. She'd imagined dinner might be good, but never this good. Tears welled, reddening her eyes. Choosing to climb the rooftop that day, to meet him, was unquestionably the luckiest decision of her life. She half believed she must have saved the earth in a past life. Truly, if Lin Bei demanded she call him father, she'd utter it without pause. Unbidden tears spilled from her chin, not from sorrow but from overwhelming gratitude and hunger as the fragrance swelled, sharpening her ravenous longing. Rain's sister, does every dinner look like this? Her voice trembled with awe. It's not that tonight's dinner is indeed quite sumptuous. Perhaps it's because you're here. Jiang Shiyu spoke with high emotional intelligence, the real reason being their demand for food had increased significantly. The three of them had reached the first tier, 3 stars. Their physical attributes were 4 times that of an average person, and their demand for food was far greater than anticipated. The voracious eaters from before the apocalypse were nothing in comparison. They arrived at Jiang Shiyu's home for dinner, and the sight of a table full of dishes made He Yun's mouth water. Before digging in, he asked, Dad, can I eat as much as I want? Off. Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback. No, I misspoke. Brother Lin, may I eat freely? He Yun blinked his eyes, displaying a pitiful expression. Go ahead and eat as you like. Then I won't hold back. He Yun activated her crazy eating mode. A piece of saucy braised pork rib tasted so good that it sent shivers down her spine. She took a bite of rice followed by a cucumber salad, and then a sip of chilled beer. Really, she had never eaten this well before the apocalypse. Jiang Shiyu cast a resentful glance at Lin Bei. When she first arrived, he hadn't treated her this way. But thinking back, Lin Bei asking her to make so many choices meant he liked her, yet he didn't show the same interest towards He Yun, indicating he found He Yun more appealing. Dada, Brother Lin, can I make a video call to my dad? I want to show off my meal. Go ahead, cherish the chance to make a video call. You never know when the power or internet might cut out. Lin Bei was just about to make a video call to NU but thought better of it. He hadn't figured out how to approach her yet, so he decided to wait until he was alone. It wasn't that he didn't want to reach out to her, but the distance was just too far. They kept in touch every night, and knowing her sister had awakened her magnetic powers, he felt no worry for her safety. Once he had enough strength, he would traverse thousands of kilometers to find her. Bei, don't you think we should prepare in advance? I feel like it won't be long before the nights in the city plunge into darkness. Jiang Shiyu said after sipping her soup. Lin Bei nodded. Life without electricity was quite dull. He couldn't just keep killing zombies, he needed some way to entertain himself. Solar power. It's widely used in this era. There's a martial arts school next to my school. They have solar panels on their roof. We can enhance our skills a bit more and then head there. Though it's widely implemented, he couldn't recall any specific places at the moment, only that there was one nearby. And yes, knife was bought from that shop. During school, they had even taken martial arts classes there for a while, and he wondered how their martial arts teacher was faring. Had she turned into a zombie? Is your school far from here? Not far, very close, just next to that street. XX school. XX school. He Yun, who had been crazily eating, looked up. What the hell, senior? I am also from that school. Is the martial arts school you're talking about the one just 2 or 3 kilometers away? Does the teacher's last name happen to be Jiang? You've been there too. Not just been there, He Yun nodded. I even worked part-time there during the summer of my freshman year. I was planning to go back this summer, thinking I would play for a week before the break. Who knew the apocalypse would break out? Oh, what about teacher Jiang? She's fine, and she awakened early. She told me that after awakening, the demand for food increases significantly, which is why I haven't dared to kill zombies in the garage these days. I'm afraid of not having enough food to replenish. It was somewhat surprising, yet not surprising at all. She was quite formidable. At first, when he accompanied NU to classes, he felt a bit disdainful, thinking that no matter how well a girl trained, she couldn't surpass a boy. There was too much of a natural disparity. He challenged her only to be unilaterally dominated. Indeed, he had no ability to fight back at all. It wasn't that she was exceptionally strong, but her reaction and physical adjustment capabilities were simply too good. At that moment, he truly realized the vast difference between a practiced fighter and a novice. What kind of supernatural ability did she awaken? Enscraved physique. This morning when I chatted with her, she told me her physique level has reached LV3 with a 4-fold increase. It's great. As expected. Physique. A valuable thing. Lin Bei squinted his eyes. An excessively strong increase in power might not be a good thing if the physique couldn't keep up. When there was a real explosive collision, the muscles, bones, and internal organs would definitely not hold up. It's decided. We'll go there. Power Hiyun. Physique teacher Jiang. So full. So satisfied. After filling up, Hiyun lay back in her chair, contentedly rubbing her little belly. Don't fight with me for food. I'll wash the dishes in a bit. You two should rest. Hiyun took the initiative to take on these tasks, knowing that if she didn't do something, she'd seem too inconsiderate. It was time to rest. After a short break, Lin Bei followed Jiang Xiyu to her bedroom, which was very clean and had a faint, pleasant fragrance. Bei, please close your eyes first. I'm going to change into an outfit. Xiyu suddenly said shyly. Okay. Lin Bei closed his eyes in expectation. All done. After a while, Shiyu's voice came through. When he opened his eyes, he saw that she was not wearing the seductive outfit he had imagined, but rather a pure academic style. He was stunned. A black long-sleeve knitted top, a fluffy white long skirt, little white shoes, little white socks. In this era, JK uniforms were everywhere. This outfit made him nostalgic for his university days. The pure feeling was turned up to the max. No, it was over the top. Does it look good, oi? Xiyu tucked her long hair behind her ear, asking shyly. This was still the outfit she wore back in school, although Lin Bei did not respond. But she could tell the answer from his reaction, feeling delighted in her heart. She had just graduated a year ago and still looked extremely youthful. She approached the bed, took off her shoes, and lay down somewhat awkwardly, her little white-socked feet entwined slowly, closing her eyes shyly, resembling a girl going to a hotel with her boyfriend for the first time. Lin Bei smiled. Good. The buffs were stacking up. He wasn't feeling sleepy at all. Awesome. In the living room. Looking at the remaining dishes on the plate, Hiyun let out a satisfied moan after finishing another bowl of rice. Just as she was about to wash the dishes, she heard a faint sound coming from the master bedroom and froze. Immediately her fair cheeks turned bright red. She wasn't a child anymore. How could she not know what that sound represented? Seriously, she hadn't even returned to her room yet. Washing dishes, freshening up, going to bed, playing on her phone, sleeping, midnight, unable to sleep, counting sheep. After counting sheep for what felt like forever, Hiyun suddenly opened her eyes, filled with deep grievances and helplessness along with. In the dead of night, everything around was quiet, and that faint sound became somewhat grating. She glanced at the time. She had washed the dishes at 7 o'clock, and now it was already midnight. 5 hours had passed, a full 5 hours, and was she not going to let a girl sleep? Really? Can it be this intense? 5 hours still going. Absurd. Unbelievably absurd. The more sheep she counted, the hotter she felt. Even though the air conditioning was on, she still felt very hot. It wasn't external heat, but internal heat. Hiyun sighed. Continuing to count sheep was futile. Unable to sleep, she slowly slipped her hand under the covers, knowing she had to resort to special sleeping aids. The next day at 2 in the afternoon, after sleeping for a full 10 hours, Lin Bei slowly awoke from his slumber, a gentle smile curving his lips as he savored the warmth nestled against his chest. A truly restful, deeply satisfying sleep. Bei, find an opportunity to claim Xiao Yunyun. She's all yours. You're simply extraordinary. Oh, I alone can hardly keep up with you. Sure, you whispered softly, curling like a kitten atop his chest the moment his eyes fluttered open. Had this been the pre-apocalyptic world, such words would never have passed her lips. But this was the apocalypse, and someone as phenomenally powerful as Lin Bei could never belong to just one woman. Rather than waiting for rivals to emerge, she chose to act first, guiding him toward another, thereby securing her own irreplaceable place in his heart. Hiyun. Lin Bei frowned faintly. It wasn't that he lacked desire, merely that coercion yielded no reward. Human temperaments varied profoundly that day. Sure, you had surrendered not out of whim, but from sheer exhaustion and paralyzing terror of the undead, an instinctive survival-driven choice. To apply the same pressure upon Hiyun yesterday would likely have driven her away on the spot. A forced melon may quench thirst, but he had no thirst to quench. What he sought was sweetness. Though younger than Shiryu, Hiyun possessed far greater courage, and in this ruined world she retained formidable self-reliance. To manipulate her with food through threat or bribe would be the worst possible strategy. His intention was patience, slow, deliberate, inevitable. Shall I help you? Oh. Lin Bei's interest stirred. Do you have a plan? Shiryu pouted. Men truly are gluttonous pigs, greedy for what's already in their bowl while eyeing the pot beside it. I merely teased, and you took it seriously. Heartless philanderer. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who brought it up? He's just a joke. If she becomes your woman, can you also enhance her strength? If so, I could use that as bait. She was once a varsity athlete, competitive by nature. With me subtly laying the groundwork, I doubt she'll resist such temptation. How devious you are. Lin Bei smiled, eyes narrowing playfully. Do you love it? Sure, you laughed, seeing his grin. Yun is breathtakingly beautiful. Sooner or later others will covet her. Better she nestles beside me than in another's arms. Besides, she'd share the burden and guard my back. Moreover, only when she becomes truly one of us can we trust her completely. That's true. So, you still haven't answered. If she becomes yours, can you elevate her strength too? Yes. It was in truth effortless. Should questions arise, he could simply claim she awakened a secondary ability. After all, human constitutions varied wildly. That he manifested multiple abilities. Merely exceptional fortune. The moment he finished speaking, Shiryu opened her mouth to reply, only to freeze, ears pricking at faint voices beyond the front door. Room 1302, it's this one. Brother, are you certain the flight attendant lives here alone? What if the door opens to a pack of brutes? I'm sure. I live across the hall. I watch her every day. Yes, she's drawn the curtains lately, but I guarantee she's alone. Besides, even if some man were inside, what of it? I'm a level 1 2-star cultivator. Out there, uncertain. In this compound, I walk unchallenged. I've never had a flight attendant before. Brother, that's exactly why I brought you. Let me tell you, of all the flight attendants I've seen, this one is peerless, flawless face, perfect figure. I tried chatting her up before. She wouldn't even glance my way. But now, everything's changed. The apocalypse truly is glorious. And downstairs lives a lovely young girl, delicate, radiant. Today we'll claim them both. But remember, go easy. Speak kindly afterward. Otherwise she might leap from the balcony again. Understood, brother. Inside the room, Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. Teasing the woman curled in his arms, he murmured, well, my little Shiryu possesses quite the magnetic charm. She's drawn the entire building across the way. Shiryu rolled her eyes. Ugh, how annoying. Ruining our flirtation. She rose and began dressing. Smiling, she said, I am no longer who I was yesterday. Since they've gone to such lengths, crossing over just for me, I must welcome them properly. Don't you agree, Bei? Shall I assist? A mere level 1 2-star. Hardly necessary. You've already done so much for me. Letting you intervene now would make me seem utterly inept. Please, stop treating me as timid. Dressed, Shiryu stepped alone into the living room. Lin Bei fed her a meal, triggering her evolution, awakening her latent ability, and doubling her physical strength. He helped her overcome her dread of the undead, propelling her to level 1 3 stars. Her core attributes surged to 4 times those of an ordinary human. With doubled strength, her raw power now reached 8 times the human limit, making her in this desolate age a rare and formidable force. She meant to prove herself. Once timid, she was no longer. Lin Bei rose, just in case. In the apocalypse, the only true danger was the unforeseen. In the living room, Jiang Shiryu sat poised on the sofa, wrapped tightly in a white crewneck t-shirt and faded blue jeans, one leg elegantly draped over the other, sipping black coffee with serene composure. These days had been abundant. A cup of black coffee at dawn, her discipline beginning to each new day. Bang! The doorknob turned. Then the blanket hung upon it shattered onto the floor. A precaution against midnight intruders. Hearing the crash, the 2 men outside instantly realized they'd been anticipated and charged inside. The instant they entered, baseball bats in hand, their gazes locked onto Shiryu seated calmly on the sofa. Though fully covered in plain attire, her beauty was arresting, greed blazing in their eyes. Beautiful lady, do you remember me? Asked the taller of the 2. No. Shiryu cast a cool, dismissive glance, then looked away. This is my home. Your presence here constitutes unlawful entry. Might I ask you to leave? Leave? The leaner man behind the taller one chuckled eagerly. Lady, whose home? From this moment forward, this is our home. The taller man grinned and shut the door behind them. Then pulling a Snickers bar from his pocket, he tore open the wrapper and bit deep. Lady, I've watched you for days. Your pantry's bare. You must be starving. Care for a taste? He dangled the half-eaten bar before her eyes. Shiryu laughed, not in delight but in quiet, incredulous amusement at his absurdity. A single Snickers bar, to compel her surrender. How laughably pathetic. Even during those days of gnawing hunger, she would never have bowed to such contemptible men, let alone now, when food was plentiful. Mistaking her laughter for eagerness, the man grinned wider. Just call me Big Brother. Say it sweetly, make me happy, and I'll reward you with the whole bar. As he spoke, he strode toward the sofa, preparing to sit beside her. In the next breath, his descending buttocks froze midair. Before his eyes, Shiryu's amused smile hardened into icy disdain, and in her hand a long blade materialized, its edge gleaming with lethal sharpness. As she rose, the man recoiled sharply, distance widening between them. His grin vanished, replaced by wary tension, his gaze fixed unblinking on the weapon. How did you conjure that blade? Sure you refused to waste words. Silently she advanced, driving them toward the doorway, not out of fear, but because she preferred no bloodstains marring her home. Cleanup after all was tedious. Lady, which do you think is swifter, your blade or my iron bat? The tall man swung the baseball bat, as Jiang Shiyu kept closing in the club, slicing the air with a hollow whoosh. Jiang Shiyu sneered and continued to advance. A baseball bat? How crude. It would have been better to follow her Bei and novice's gear. There is the prized Tang Hung Dao. Yesterday he cleaved more than 100 zombies and the blade remained unscathed, proof of its quality. The tall man's expression grew increasingly grave. He did not know whether the woman was posturing or truly capable. If she had some other weapon that would be one thing, but to wield a razor-sharp long blade. He did not want to be cut or stabbed. People always cling to the hope of emerging unscathed. Step back. Step back again. Quickly. The two retreated to the doorway. The thin man shouted, "Bro, she must be faking it. If she were truly skilled, she would have rushed us already. Don't be fooled. Remember your rank 1 2-star. If we attack together, we can knock the knife from her hand. Right? What would a rank 1 2-star fear? Damn, how could I forget this?" The seriousness on the man's face quickly curdled into a feral grin. "Beauty, even if you have a blade, brute strength cannot be bridged by weapons. I smashed nearly 100 zombies' skulls to reach rank 1 2-star. If you don't want to get hurt, put the knife down. Don't blame me for a lack of mercy." He strode forward, baseball bat raised. On the way, he had taken note of the scene below. There were not that many zombies slain. The fire escape held several corpses, but perhaps a dozen or 20 in all, far below what would be needed even for rank 1 1-star, let alone 2-star. In raw strength, he ought to have the advantage. Jiang Shiyu acted as if she heard nothing. "Are you faking it?" Seeing her still advance, the tall man swung his bat with all his might. He intended to tear away her mask of bluffing, and if need be to rip her clothes so she would learn the price of pointing a knife at them. Clang! Jiang Shiyu turned the blade and struck with the flat of her knife. Impossible. At the instant their weapons met, the man's pupils tightened. A brutal recoil stole his grip. As the bat fell, he whirled and fled without a second thought. No. Damn it. How could this woman's strength be so terrifying? He was rank 1 2-star, his strength 3 times the ordinary human limit. Yet before her, he felt infantile. He even feared the bones in his palm had been fractured by the shock. After a moment of numbness, the pain tore through him. The gaunt companion hesitated to act, but when his elder brother fled, he had no choice but to follow. They both dashed out. They had run headlong into a stone wall. They had assumed she was all bluff, never imagining she truly had power. Where once they sought to violate, now they only sought escape. Jiang Shiyu smiled. Those two fools finally left her place. Now she could act without restraint. She had been devouring in off-world novels and films these days, and had learned one lesson: well, never spare those who meant you harm. Don't be a martyr. If they came with ill intent, she would not let them leave alive. Outside, the two men burst through the door, gasping for breath. Bro, what was that? Is she really that strong? The thin man asked, unwilling to accept it. Terror burned in the tall man's eyes. Not ordinary at all. My hand. It's probably ruined. Damn it. Where did she slaughter so many zombies to level up? As they spoke, they sprinted toward the fire escape, Jiang Shiyu close behind. With the corner of her eye, she saw the tall man about to plead. The next instant, he saw his own neck in an impossible way. Jesus! The other man's legs turned to jelly. He tumbled and scrambled toward the stairs, feeling a chill on his neck, yet he still fled as fast as he could. But why can't I feel my body? Where's my body? A head rolled into the stairwell. Two idiots, you ruined my good mood this morning. Jiang Shiyu glanced coldly, then withdrew her gaze and returned indoors. Such a bloody scene made her stomach heave a little. Instinct and nothing more. Yesterday's scene in the underground garage had been hundreds of times worse. Back inside, Lin Bei and He-Yun were already in the living room. Sister Shiyu, what happened just now? He-Yun, sporting two dark circles under her eyes, asked in a half-wakened voice. Nothing, just two reckless clowns. Wash up and get ready for breakfast. You look exhausted. Oh, were you on your phone late last night? Jiang Shiyu replied. Mention it, and He-Yun's expression turned miserably resentful. Her small eyes skittered between Jiang Shiyu and Lin Bei. The words hovered, then fell back. Sister Shiyu had kept her voice restrained. Only He-Yun's hearing had become too keen. She went to the washroom and splashed her face. Jiang Shiyu narrowed her eyes. Interesting. After washing, He-Yun bounded over, looping an arm through Jiang Shiyu's and blinking with eager eyes. Sister Shiyu, what are we having for breakfast? They had eaten a lot last night, but a night had passed, and hunger gnawed at them. Protein. As Jiang Shiyu prepared to say something casual, a strange hissing rose from below the window. Her senses had evolved, hearing and sight sharpening in tandem. The three of them went to the window to look. Holy, what is that creature? A zombie. He-Yun covered her mouth, eyes wide. It's a bit exaggerated, Jiang Shiyu murmured, surprised. This must be an evolved strength type, mutated zombie. Those muscles look oddly familiar, like something seen on a TV show. Lin Bei squinted. He had seen odd zombies online these past days, but never expected one in their neighborhood. From the 13th floor, it stood at least 2 heads taller than nearby zombies wearing nothing but gym shorts. Its exposed limbs were packed with explosive muscle. Online netizens had tried to classify them ordinary zombies, common ones seen in the streets, elite zombies, evolved and possessing special abilities, mutated zombies, evolved with exceptionally powerful abilities. What they were seeing now belonged to that third category. Its physique was indeed beyond normal limits. Soon the massive zombie vanished from their sight. Hien could not help sighing. I thought rank 1 3-star was enough to get by, but with such monsters in the complex our strength is still too weak. In a world full of dangers, only personal power could bring a sense of security. Exactly. Jiang Xiu nodded. If creatures like this are appearing in our sector, who knows what lies beyond? Even with Beibei's help I still feel too weak. Hien raised an eyebrow and cast a casual, unreadable glance at Lin Bei, wondering whether his ability might be able to double her strength. If so, her power would rise dramatically. At present, her strength sat at 8 times the normal human limit. Doubling it would mean an outrageous 16-fold power. The mere thought thrilled her. Moreover, her strength ability was only LV1. Leveling up would bring another major leap. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She resolved to ask Sister Xiu properly about it later. What's wrong, Bei? Is something troubling you? Seeing Lin Bei standing motionless by the window, gazing intently outside, Jiang Xiu approached with concern and followed his line of sight, only to find nothing there. Lin Bei raised a finger to his lips in a silent shush. Do any of you hear something strange? Strange sounds. The 2 women furrowed their brows and strained their ears. Faintly, almost imperceptibly, they caught a low rhythmic chant, protein, protein, protein. As they listened, the repetition deepened. All 3 instantly paled. Their eyes locked and shared alarm. No. The whisper swelled rapidly into a guttural roar. Thick, coppery blood scent saturated the air, and as one they turned toward the door. Could that thing have tracked the scent all the way here? Jiang Xiu's face tightened with dread. It seems it really has. Hien dashed back to her room, retrieved her blade, and stood poised at the threshold. The sound was now deafening. Deep, ragged snarls, heavy, thunderous footsteps, each echoing the creature's terrifying proximity. I'm so sorry, Bei. I had no idea. I never imagined the blood scent would draw this kind of monster. I truly didn't know. Jiang Xiu's voice trembled, her complexion ashen. She'd only wanted to prove herself. Never dreamed it would summon such a horror. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Truth be told, even he hadn't anticipated it. He knew zombies were drawn to blood, but that this one could detect the scent from 13 floors below defied reason. Absurd. Utterly cosmically absurd. Yet, perhaps not entirely unwelcome. Slaying such a creature would yield energy far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. If they chose to flee now, they still had time. Plenty of time. To escape with both women unharmed. Each zombie slain sent a faint pulse of energy surging into his body, like experience points in a game. This world had become a battlefield of levels and stats, and this hulking abomination, merely a minor boss. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Xiu whispered, racked with guilt. It's fine, Lin Bei replied gently. Just a mutated zombie. Don't underestimate your man. He stroked her hair reassuringly, though his gaze fixed on the door burned with quiet anticipation. Protein. So much protein. Choo-choo. A wet, grisly sound echoed through the door. Though separated by wood and steel, all 3 knew precisely what unfolded beyond, and held their breath. Not enough. Protein. Not enough. Moments later, the muscle-bound beast's guttural roars intensified. He was frantically sniffing the air, tracking the scent like a hound. Protein. His obsidian pupils locked onto the door. He'd caught it. The fresh, pulsing scent of protein within. With each thunderous step forward, the floorboards groaned under his weight. Bang! The security door crumpled like paper beneath a single brutal sweep of his arm. Inside, he beheld the 3 figures, and bared a grin of savage, ravenous delight. Protein. So much protein. Up close, the creature's sheer scale eclipsed all imagination. His skull nearly brushed the ceiling. His massive frame, corded with grotesquely swollen muscle, radiated raw, terrifying power. A wave of helplessness washed over the 2 women. They tightened their grips on their long blades. Even outnumbering him, 3-2 offered little comfort. They might not survive this encounter intact. Hien seethed inwardly. If only her strength were doubled, she'd dare meet him head-on. But those muscles, those monstrous bulging arms, chilled her to the bone. She refused to die, not yet. So much remained unexperienced. No, that thought was weakness. To falter before battle was the gravest of errors. They were all rank 1-star 3, surely sufficient to subdue this monster. Protein. Unimpeded by the door, the beast now smelled them with horrifying clarity. His grin twisted into something even more feral, more cruel. In the next instant, his expression froze. The blades in the women's hands meant nothing. but the black muzzle of Lin Bei's pistol triggered a primal, deep-seated terror. Instinctively, he recoiled a step. Smile transfer technique. The grin vanished from the beast's face and reappeared radiant and triumphant on Lin Bei's. In the early apocalypse, firearms were near omnipotent. Watching the monster retreat, Lin Bei's smile widened sharp with satisfaction. Free XP, delivered straight to my doorstep. Pew pew pew. He fired wildly, hammering the trigger. 10 rounds in under a second, recoil negligible to him. To maintain appearances, he swapped magazines in under 10 seconds. Smooth, practiced, effortless. Pew pew pew. 10 more rounds followed immediately. All 20 bullets struck true, each buried deep in the creature's oversized cranium. At point-blank range, accuracy was inevitable, even for an amateur. A head twice the size of a human's was impossible to miss. Pew pew pew. Then 30 more. His rapid-fire pistol, guided by sheer hand speed, mimicked full auto fire. The Desert Eagle's stopping power dwarfed ordinary handguns. It could drop an elephant at close range. 30 rounds mere meters away. Not even a rank 2 zombie could withstand that barrage. Boom. With the third magazine emptied, the colossal beast collapsed. His skull shattered like a watermelon dropped from a rooftop. He Yun and Jiang Shiyu stood frozen mouths agape. They braced for a brutal life-or-death struggle, perhaps even certain death. He entered, and he fell. This hulking monstrosity hadn't lasted 5 seconds before Lin Bei erased it, utterly, effortlessly. Knowledge transforms existence. Technology reshapes destiny. Damn it. He Yun smacked her forehead. I forgot Lin Gage had a gun. No matter how monstrous earlier zombies were, they couldn't possibly outmatch a handgun. A surge of energy flooded Lin Bei's body. Ha ha ha. He burst into unrestrained laughter. The kill had propelled him up an entire star in rank. Master Lin Bei in rank 1 star, foreign system storage, 10 cubic meters in ability, spatial SS rank, level 1 spatial pack, 1 cubic meters. Speed, 50 in strength, 52 in spirit, 50 in constitution, 50. Items rebound pills grade 2 900 SS grade stake, 333 in catalog allies Jiang Shiyu spatial level 1, a rank 1 star 3. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 2, consumed resources returned at double yield. Shu, you're incredible. I've broken through. Lin Bei swept Shiyu into an exultant embrace. In the apocalypse, few things rivaled the thrill of ascending in power. Yet, his gesture served a deeper purpose, to ease her guilt. She carried the burden of having lured the mutated zombie far too heavily. Truly, that's wonderful. Her suspended anxiety dissolved. She'd feared Lin Bei would scorn her recklessness, her lack of forethought. At last the danger had passed. He exhaled slowly, then stole a wistful glance at the pair locked in embrace. She'd never been held by a man, never. Her friend with a boyfriend once described it as warm, safe, intoxicating. She wondered what it felt like. She shook her head sharply. Strength. She needed more strength. Today she would demand answers from Shu. How had Lin Bei doubled her strength? How? After finishing their meal, the three set out. Though Jiang Teacher's martial arts studio lay only a few kilometers away, traversing it on foot posed no trivial challenge. So to guard against unforeseen dangers, they decided to strengthen themselves further first. They descended to the ground floor. The apocalypse had erupted nearly a week prior, and this was the first time in days that all three had stepped outside their residential compound, basking at last in the sun's warm embrace. Roar, roar. They emerged without concealment. Zombies nearby surged toward them like sharks scenting blood. In the early days of the apocalypse, their speed had matched that of an average person jogging, but now they sprinted with the swiftness of a fit adult. Survival favors the fittest. Those who stand still are doomed to vanish. Our goal for today, clear every zombie within the compound. Any objections? Lin Bei swept his gaze across the horde rushing toward them, 100 strong. This compound comprised 60 residential towers. Each tower contained 2 units 16 stories high. Each unit held 2 households. Thus the compound housed exactly 3840 families. Assuming 3 persons per household, the population exceeded 10,000. The outbreak had struck at 5 p.m. Imagine how many zombies now roamed the streets. None, Jiang Shiyu declared with unwavering confidence. Child's play, He Yun replied casually. Without those miraculous pills, such a feat would have been impossible. But now these zombies were little more than walking experience points. Fwip, fwip, fwip. Lin Bei drew his pistol and fired at the lead zombie. The frontline corpses collapsed in domino-like succession, though their mobility had sharpened, their cognition remained woefully deficient. Then again, even ordinary humans sometimes falter in judgment. Let's begin. They bloomed amidst slaughter like flowers unfurling at dawn. Wherever they passed, only headless zombies remained. Each strike delivered with absolute commitment, fatigue no longer a concern. Weakness. A pill restores vigor. Peak condition achieved. Full power cleaves unleashed. Sis, wake up. The compound's top-tier warriors have appeared. Hurry and see. Those three are incredible. Zombies crumble before them like toys. Whoa, are they even human? Handsome need a wife. I'll pay you. Master, my sister's still pure and stunningly beautiful. Come home with me. Be my brother-in-law. Traitorous sibling. Handsome, take me with you. I'll warm your bed. Word spread like wildfire. 1 told 10, 10 told 100. Survivors across the compound rushed to their windows, shouting wildly in hopes of catching the trio's attention. Wonderful. With these 3 titans among us, our risk of peril has plummeted. Absolutely. They're unervingly powerful. Jiang Shiyu scanned the crowd briefly. I never imagined so many had survived. Lin Bei teased, you assumed everyone lived as sparely as you. Empty pantry and all. Her cheeks flushed. Who could have foreseen the apocalypse striking without warning? Still, my luck was extraordinary. I happened to be home because my best friend urgently summoned me to game. Had she not called, I might never have made it back before the outbreak. Indeed, your fortune is remarkable. He remembered clearly Jiang Shiyu had returned home just 20 minutes before the outbreak began. A single delay en route would have sealed her fate, either as a zombie or worse. Light incense for your best friend. Bei, I've leveled up. Suddenly, He-Yun burst into exhilaration. So have I. All of us. Huh. Brother Lin, sister Yu. My ability has ascended to level 2. My strength now triples. It was true. Had she not feared offending sister Yu, she'd have flung herself onto brother Lin and kissed him fiercely. Her rapid advancement stemmed from unrestrained use of her power. Frequent activation naturally accelerated growth. And frequent activation was only possible thanks to brother Lin's secret medicinal pills. Whip. He-Yun channeled her full might into a single slash, a terrifying blow that decapitated 10 zombies in one stroke. Exhilarating. She trembled with euphoria. This power, so overwhelming, so sublime. As all 3 ascended simultaneously, their zombie-clearing pace accelerated dramatically. Kill counts swiftly rose from tens to hundreds, then to thousands. Ecstasy. Hours passed. The vast compound lay strewn with corpses, a grotesque tableau resembling hell itself, leaving only the 3 standing atop the mound of the fallen. Master Lin Bei. Level tier 1, 6 stars. System storage 10 cubic meters. Ability spatial manipulation SSS rank level 1 spatial pack 1 to 0 cubic meters. Speed 70. Strength 72. Mental acuity 70. Constitution 70. Inventory restorative pills grade 2 1314 SSS rank beef steaks 520. Cataloged allies Jiang Shiyu spatial manipulation level 1 tier 1 5 stars. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 2, consumed provisions yield double returns. Ecstasy. He stood at 6 stars, He-Yun and Jiang Shiyu both at 5. Their triad's combat prowess had become truly formidable. Leaning against a wall, Lin Bei flipped his palm upward. A steak vanished into his mouth. Hours of slaughter had left them ravenous. Though the restorative pills replenished stamina, they did nothing to quell hunger. Bei, I'm hungry, feed me. Jiang Shiyu pressed close, tilting her chin up, lips slightly parted like ripe cherries. Here. Lin Bei brought the steak to her lips. She took a bite, then sighed in deep, luxuriant satisfaction. So fragrant, so tender, so delicious. Another bite. Absolutely divine. He-Yun watched, mouth-watering eyebrows dancing wildly in silent plea, yet the 2 feigned obliviousness, feeding each other bite by bite, savoring every morsel with quiet delight. Humph. This is infuriating. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Still, no reaction. I swear, this is deliberate. Absolutely intentional. Only when He-Yun's throat grew raw did Lin Bei, arms still draped around Jiang Shiyu, finally turn, slowly, to face her. A steak appeared in his hand, dangled teasingly before her eyes. Say, big brother, and you'll get one. He-Yun smiled, a sharp mocking curve of the lips. What did he take her for? 1 piece. Huh. She drew a deep breath. Big brother. Repeated 100 times in a single astonishing exhalation. 100 steaks. The other 2 stared dumbfounded. He-Yun lifted her chin, proud and expectant. With a confident little hand extended, brother Lin. You promise, say, big brother, get 1 steak. I said it 100 times, so 100 steaks. Since I lack a spatial pack, start with 10. And if I renege, oh big brother, just give me a few. I'm starving to death while you 2 tease me mercilessly. She pouted, tugging his arm in exaggerated supplication. Eat. He handed her 5 steaks. Little He-Yun, quite entertaining after all. Hee. Thank you, big brother. She seized a steak, grease and all, and bit down. Her eyes widened. How could it possibly taste this exquisite? My heavens. Unbelievably delicious. 5 palm-sized steaks vanished in moments, yet craving lingered. Clinging to his arm, once more she pleaded, big brother, just a few more. Lin Bei's brow arched, softness registered, then instantly his gaze hardened. He wrenched free of He-Yun and snatched midair, a long arrow hurtling straight for his skull. He-Yun's expression flickered, disappointment, then dawning awe upon seeing the arrow, swiftly eclipsed by searing fury as she followed its trajectory. Across the way, on the 15th floor, stood a young man at his window, composite bow drawn. Lin Bei sneered coldly. What he had feared had finally come to pass. Someone harbored ill will toward him and had fired a covert arrow from the shadows. Damn it, suicide. Sure, you still cradled in his arms, broke her usual composure with an uncharacteristic curse. Let's go. Now. Lin Bei strode toward the building, the two women following closely behind. This was the apocalypse. Others could shoot without restraint, so too could he retaliate without hesitation. The man by the window clearly hadn't expected Lin Bei to catch the arrow. Seeing them approach, his face paled instantly. He didn't hesitate, drew his bow, aimed, and loosed a second arrow. His aim was precise. His shot was true. Yet, even unguarded, he'd failed to strike his mark. Now, with full awareness, success was impossible. Every arrow was intercepted with flawless precision. Shit, you're still alive? His expression twisted into one of utter despair. The three stepped into the building. 15th floor. Charge. With their current physical prowess, scaling from ground level to the 15th floor took less than 10 seconds. Bang! Lin Bei kicked the security door open with a single thunderous blow. Inside, a man frantically stuffed belongings into a backpack. At their sudden entrance, his hands froze mid-motion. He forced a smile more grotesque than a grimace. Brother, if I told you I was shooting zombies just now, would you believe me? What do you think? I think you'd believe me. As he spoke, the man slowly rose and edged backward. Brother, please spare me. We live in the same neighborhood. Just this once. I was possessed by a momentary madness. Grant me another chance. The instant his words faded, a flash of cold malice flickered across his eyes. Drop dead. Whip. Lin Bei raised his hand. He caught midair a sewing needle, no larger than a hair, and held it steadily in his palm, his gaze locking onto the man with mocking amusement. Your ability is magnetic manipulation. Impressive. But your ascension ends here. Impossible. His pupils contracted violently. Terror flooded his face, raw and absolute. His plan had been simple: distract Lin Bei with conversation, while silently commanding magnetism to guide the needle, a weapon so small, so swift, no one would ever notice. He'd been certain of victory. Instead, Lin Bei not only sensed the needle, he seized it. In the next breath, the man's eyes reflected the black maw of a pistol barrel. Icy sweat drenched his back. In that instant, he tasted death itself. Without pause, he dropped to his knees with a sharp, desperate scrape. Brother, don't shoot. I'm sorry, truly sorry. Please, just one chance. I beg you. Your ability is magnetism. You can manipulate metallic projectiles. If you block this bullet, I'll grant you that chance. No. Before the man could utter another word, a bullet leapt from the barrel. The moment Lin Bei pulled the trigger, the man unleashed his power, but his ability was far too weak. His crank magnetic talent stood no chance against ballistic velocity. Uffed. It struck his thigh. Logically, the Desert Eagle's round should have torn a gaping wound through his leg, but instead pierced only shallowly. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow, the after effect of his own ability straining to resist. Well done, you blocked it. A reflexive grin tugged at his lips. So, you'll give me that chance. I swear. Did I say that? Huh. What the hell? FWIP. 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 Lin Bei fired 4 rapid shots. Each round shattered a meniscus or fractured a scapula. Just kidding. I keep my word. One chance exactly as promised. Survive it and call it fate. The man's eyes bulged in disbelief. This is a chance. A damn joke. Lin Bei turned and walked away. Oomph. Sure, you let out a light, disdainful snort before departing. Serves him right. He cast a frosty glare. Why not simply live? Why court death? That Desert Eagle packs devastating force. Both knees and both shoulders lay ruined. Bones pulverized, held together only by strips of skin, blood welling ceaselessly. If he lived through this, it was sheer, cruel providence. Big brother, why not kill him outright? You are giving him a chance, aren't you? What if he survives? Outside, he asked. Lin Bei's anger flared anew. Damn it. Thankfully, he'd inherited Shiryu's ability and grasped the threshold of spatial perception. Otherwise, the ambush might well have succeeded. Killing him outright would be too merciful. Let him linger, half dead, writhing in agony, feeling life ebb like sand through clenched fingers. Magnetism is a formidable ability, even at its lowest tier. With cultivation, it commands empires. Yet his impulsive act erased all that. Now he waits for death, tormented by regret, fury, and the slow unraveling of hope, until his final breath. That makes sense. He nodded, then hesitated. But what if he does survive? He'll hunt us down relentlessly. Lin Bei chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Who said we're leaving now? Aren't you hungry? Let's find an empty apartment, eat first, and then return to check on him. Oh, I overthought it, she admitted, sticking out her tongue. Didn't expect you to understand the art of the finishing blow. Not really. I've just read too many novels. They found an empty apartment. With a wave of his hand, 3 enormous rice bowls materialized, each wider than a human face. Their appetites were immense. Smaller bowls would have been impractical, requiring endless refills. Let's keep lunch simple. Simple. Hee-yun's expression dimmed with disappointment. Then, simple. This is simple. Sweet and sour spare ribs. Tomato and egg stir-fry. Fish fillets and sour cabbage broth. Garlic chive pork strips. Braised lamb. Black fish soup. 5 dishes and 1 soup. This was simple. I love simple meals. Sure, you consumed 1 bowl of rice. 2 identical bowls replenished. You consumed 1 bowl of rice. 2 identical bowls replenished. Sure, you jointly consumed braised lamb. 2 identical servings replenished. System, excellent work. Impossible to finish. Utterly impossible. Bei, looks like the power's out. After eating their fill, Sure you went to inspect the refrigerator, only to find it dead. She flipped the light switch. Nothing. Already. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, though truth be told it wasn't fast at all. The apocalypse had erupted nearly a week ago. Power failure after 7 days was remarkably delayed. Glancing at the time, 6 p.m., he noted summer's lingering twilight. Still heading to Teacher Zhang's residence tonight would be cutting it close. Lin Bei turned to Hee-yun. We'll stay at your place tonight. Tomorrow we depart, and pack your things along the way. She nodded, still chewing a rib. Stuffed and sated, the trio returned to the 15th floor. Damn it, you crippled me. I will have revenge. I'll shatter your limbs and make you watch as your women are defiled. The venomous snarl met them at the doorway. Lin Bei paused, so the bastards still breathing. Alas, stepping inside, they found the man sprawled on the sofa. Limbless wounds cauterized to a dark leathery seal, no longer bleeding. Several scorched spatulas lay motionless on the floor. Understanding dawned. Using magnetism, he'd opened the gas valve, superheated the spatulas until red-hot, then pressed them against his arteries. Agonizing yet ingenious. His will to survive was nothing short of extraordinary. Son of a bitch. If I don't avenge this, I'm no man. He muttered on, delirious from blood loss, unaware even that 3 figures now stood silently in his doorway. No, I need blood-restoring food, my head spinning. He turned and locked eyes with the 3. His pupils constricted in shock. Ha ha ha. He laughed, wild unhinged eyes blazing crimson. After enduring hell just to survive, they never left. Ha ha ha. A single bullet punched cleanly through his forehead. Perfect. Lin Bei departed deeply satisfied, flanked by the 2 women. He never sought conflict, but never spared those who dared provoke him. Outside Hee-yun's home, she fumbled for her keys, unlocked the door, and upon stepping inside, immediately checked whether electricity was still flowing. A soft sigh escaped her lips. She turned to Lin Bei and Jiang Xiu. My place has no power either. It really is a blackout. The 2 surveyed her apartment with quiet curiosity. The overall interior design echoed that of other homes, yet hers brimmed with belongings neatly arranged. As her gaze drifted across the living room, it paused on the coffee table where a small trinket caught her eye, and an involuntary smile tugged at her lips. How delightfully intriguing. Jiang Xiu noticed it too. Following their glances, Hee-yun's fair cheeks flushed crimson. In one swift motion, she darted forward, snatched the object, flung open the window, and hurled it outside without hesitation. I swear, someone broke in last night. Something I've never seen before appeared in my home. I must search thoroughly. There's surely someone hiding here. She feigned suspicion, but her blazing cheeks betrayed her. Is that so? Xiu joined her in the search, asking casually, now that you've thrown it away, what will you do if you need it later? It's fine. I have a brand new one in my drawer. Her mind utterly scrambled by embarrassment, she blurted it out instinctively, only for her face to deepen into scarlet the moment the words left her mouth. She bit her lower lip, shooting Xiu a flustered, indignant glance. Xiu jijia. Her heart sank. Oh no, this is disastrous. I'm exposed. Oh, don't be so shy. We're all grown-ups. Indulging in such things is perfectly natural. Truth be told, I've bought one myself before. Really? Don't ask, just trust me. All right, no one's mocking you. Tomorrow we depart. Pack your essentials now. When you wake up, we leave. Okay. Xiu helped her gather belongings, mostly clothing. Then Hee-yun hesitated, voice soft. Xiu jijia. May I ask you something? Ask anything. Tomorrow's departure loomed near. Hee-yun stood at tier 1 star 5. Her abilities amplified threefold, her strength 18 times that of an ordinary human's peak. Formidable on paper. Yet who knew what monstrous aberrations lurked beyond the city walls? What if bullets failed? Her strength remained insufficient. Xiu jijia. Lin Gij doubled your power. Could he double mine as well? After long hesitation, she finally voiced the thought that had haunted her all day. Xiu blinked, startled. She'd intended to coax this confession from Hee-yun, never expecting it to emerge so freely. Jiang Xiu wore a pensive expression. It's possible, but his ability can only be used, only. Only what? Only on women he claims as his own. Off. Hee-yun had braced for some arduous condition. Only this. Without pause, she declared, that's simple. I'll become his woman then. Huh. The moment the words escaped her, regret crashed over her. Ugh, my impulsive tongue strikes again. Exposed once more. She cleared her throat. Ahem. I mean, becoming his woman seems inappropriate. After all, we hardly know each other, and you're his girlfriend. I wouldn't dream of jeopardizing your bond. I don't mind. Truly, that's wonderful. Wait, no. I mean, this feels rather improper. Her voice trembled with exhilaration. Not only would she embrace womanhood unapologetically, but alongside the boy she admired while gaining formidable power. A perfect convergence of desire, devotion, and destiny. Please, Lin Bei is breathtakingly handsome. From their first meeting, she'd sensed his charisma, his generosity in providing abundant food, his guidance in accelerating her growth. Without him, she might still be cowering indoors, surviving on instant noodles and paralyzed by indecision, or worse, already devoured atop a rooftop by ravenous undead. A young woman in full bloom. Her heart fluttered, yet restrained by deference to Xiu Jiejia. Jiang Xiyu's brow furrowed faintly. This was unfolding far more smoothly than anticipated. Even without her intervention, Xiao Yunyun would soon surrender willingly. What else could she expect? After all, her Bei was simply too handsome. Excellent. At last someone would share the spotlight and the burden. Xiao Yunyun, do you yearn for power? Do you wish to seize tomorrow? Why postpone fate? Tonight, you shall become his woman. By dawn, your strength will surge from 18 to 36 times that of an ordinary human's peak. 36-fold. Can you even fathom it? Xiu whispered these words beside her ear, weaving temptation like silk. Tonight. Hiyun nibbled her lip, murmuring shyly, that's too sudden. I'm not ready yet. Bold talk came easily, but faced with reality she faltered. Xiu stepped behind her. Her hands settled gently upon Hiyun's shoulders. Xiao Yunyun, this is the apocalypse. Chaos reigns beyond our doors. Danger may strike any hour, and it won't wait for you to feel prepared. We depart tomorrow. Greater strength means greater odds of reaching our destination safely. What if disaster strikes en route, and you watch Lin Bei and I fall before your eyes? Will you regret your shyness today? Or would you rather drift alone through this ruined world? Some chances, and some people, must be grasped now. Hesitate, and regret will haunt you forever, Xiao Yun. Hiyun's delicate face twisted in conflict. Bashfully she confessed, I don't know how to face him. Such matters. I just feel so embarrassed. I see. So it's not reluctance, it's shyness. Easy to resolve. Listen carefully. Upon hearing the plan, Hiyun's eyes widened. This is allowed. Why ever not? Xiu Jiejia, I'm still afraid. Honestly, I'm truly unprepared for this. Isn't it a bit too fast? I'm genuinely not ready. Perhaps. Relax. It'll be perfectly fine. All right. Mission accomplished. After packing, they gathered in the living room as twilight deepened. Noticing Lin Bei preparing to bathe, Xiu chimed playfully, Bei, our bodies ache terribly. May we go first? Sure. While the two women showered, Lin Bei placed a video call to his fiancée Yu. Yu, did your area lose power too? Also blacked out. The signal station's backup generator won't last long. I want you to fortify your home as our base. Once I grow strong enough, I'll come for you. Yes, I miss you desperately. Rest assured, I'm no fickle man. You know me, even if beauties throw themselves at me, I wouldn't grant them a second glance. My heart belongs solely to you, truly. Relax, he ended the call. Haha, Lin Bei smiled. He wondered what Xiu had planned for tonight. Office attire. White stockings. Black stockings. A quiet thrill stirred within him. Moments later, the two women emerged side by side, hair damp, clothes clinging, revealing elegant silhouettes. Soon one would stand at his left, the other at his right. Bath time. Bei, I'll take this room tonight. Hiyun will stay in the other. Before entering the bathroom, Xiu pointed. All right. He stepped inside. Xiu guided Hiyun's hand into her bedroom, whispering, night has fallen. Lie on the inner side of the bed facing away from him. Don't worry. He already holds affection for you. When he recognizes you, he'll act naturally. Just follow my instructions, like this and that and so forth. Xiu Jiejia, what if we wait until tomorrow? I'm truly frightened. As Hiyun rose to leave, Xiu gently pressed her back down. MPH. Leave? Not a chance. He become my sister, and help me. Xiao Yunyun, have you forgotten what I told you moments ago? Should peril strike tomorrow, and your unenhanced strength cost you your life, will you truly bear no regret? Mind control. Relentless. Manipulative. Think of how deeply Lin Bei cherishes you, ensuring every meal satisfies, never limiting his secret medicinal pills. Your current strength exists solely because of him. He's sacrificed so much, don't you wish to repay him? What greater offering exists than yourself? She fell silent. It was true. Lin Bei had treated her with unparalleled kindness. With nothing material to offer in return, she could only surrender herself. Xiu unleashed her final gambit. As his woman, you may feast on meat endlessly. Make it your staple. Crave ribs. Tomorrow I'll serve you 2 plates. No 5. No 10. No 100. Seriously. Absolutely. Shiyu affirmed instantly. Truth mattered less than securing commitment. By dawn retreat would be impossible. Hee. Phew. A breath of clarity and refreshment. You. Shu. Entering the living room, he saw Shiryu sitting quietly on the sofa. Just as he was about to ask why she hadn't gone into the room, she made a shushing gesture and then gave him a knowing wink toward her room. Lin Bei froze. What does that mean? Look at your phone. Lin Bei read Shiryu's lips. Yin, I've handled it. Go in and eat. You just treat her as if she's me. She's shy. Don't expose her at first. Lin Bei. That question mark doesn't mean I'm the one with a problem. I think you have the problem. How did you talk her into it? Sure, you mind your own business. I'm telling you I agreed to one condition for you from now on. She can eat meat whenever she wants. Lin Bei. 6. Lin Bei sent a message, love you. Shiryu replied 3. Shiryu was a great help. After taking Hiyun in his strength, could rise several tears on the spot. She wants to eat meat. Let her gorge herself. If she doesn't manage 10 plates a day, she won't be allowed to sleep. He planted a kiss on Shiryu's forehead, then slowly walked into the room. He could not neglect one for the other. After his prior arrangements, he was exceedingly satisfied with the present Shiryu. Sister Yun, you're in for it, you know. Shiryu chuckled softly as she returned to Hiyun's room. After several days, she could finally drift to sleep lucidly. Lin Bei entered the room. It was dark. Very dark. He could only make out someone lying toward the inner side of the bed. He threw back the covers, climbed in, and held her. He could clearly feel the stiffness of her body. You am here. Collection successful. Successfully collected a beauty with a composite score above 90, awarded a delicate gift Huili Pill Grade 1. System storage increased to 100 cubic meters. Untouched Bond 1 received an exquisite gift pack, global top quality, honey glazed sausage 10. Innate stocking body Bond 1, the effect of stockings on catalog members when worn is tripled. Activated Supreme Pure Girl Bond catalog members pure style doubled. Gourmet Bond 1 food and drink consumed by you and catalog members will be returned threefold. Fitness Enthusiast Bond 1, you and catalog members gain a triple increase to strength. Detected that Hiyun possesses a strength ability. This ability has been copied to the owner. Takeoff. Major takeoff. Attributes. Owner Lin Bei. Level 1st rank 6 star. System space 100 cubic meters. Abilities space SSS LV1 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 1000 cubic meters. Strength S LV1 double. Speed 70. Strength 70, 3-2. Spirit 70. Constitution 70. Items Huili Pill 1333, SS grade steak 550, top grade honey glazed sausage 10. Catalog members acquired Jiang Shiyu first rank 5-star space LV1, Hiyun first rank 5-star, strength LV2, triple amplification. Bond benefits temperament 2, strength 3, consumed supplies returned threefold. Bonds activated. Supreme Air Hostess 1, all members temperament image doubled. Supreme Pure Girl 1, catalog members pure style doubled. Innate stocking body 2 members, stocking wearing effect tripled. Gourmet 2 consumed supplies returned threefold. Fitness Enthusiast 2 strength increased threefold. Untouched 2. Originally his strength had been 14 times the human limit, now it was 42 times, fully tripled. Even he did not know how terrifying his strength had become. The only pity was that the delicate gift was the same as last time. With the Gourmet Bond, he needed only one to farm it endlessly. Oh whoa, what the heck? Wolves in the city. Surely not werewolves. Jiang Shiyu sleeping alone did not expect to hear wolves howling in the city, alongside cries for help. Help sister you, save the child. Sister you AAA. Sure, you put on her headphones. She cut off the sounds and video called her best friend. The power had gone out, and no one knew when the network might drop. And you am already first rank 5-star, impressive right? What? You're rank 2. No way sister, did you open something? The next day at 2 in the afternoon feels so good. Jiang Shiyu woke with a smile at the memory of last night. Even with headphones on, she had heard Yun's cries. She got up. She tidied up and prepared to set out. In another room, Hiyun lay pouting on Lin Bai's chest. You villain, am a rookie. Can't you restrain yourself a bit? I don't care. As we agreed last night, today, I want to eat 100 plates of ribs. Lin Bei propped his head with one hand and stroked her back with the other, smiling. You really love meat, huh? You little glutton, I'll reward you with a grilled sausage first. Hiyun. So early in the morning, don't huh? Is that really a sausage? Hiyun was stunned. What else did you think? Hiyun's face flushed. She grabbed the skewer, pulled the sausage from her mouth, and sniffed. The rich aroma whetted her appetite. It was one of her favorites. Seeing Lin Bei staring, Hiyun stared back, opened her mouth, and took a fierce bite, chewing proudly with her chin held high. This little one. Lin Bei shook his head with a smile. So adorable. Look at your panel. What do you mean? Hiyun paused mid-bite, then realized, and became ecstatic. Attributes. Hiyun. Level 1st rank 5-star. Ability strength S LV2 triple. Speed 60. Strength 60, 3-3. Spirit 60. Constitution 60. .0. You gave me an additional triple. Triple. Oh my god. Hiyun was overjoyed. A twofold boost was already frightening. Threefold was unbelievable. 3 times 3 is 9. 6 times 9 is 54. 54 times the human limit. But that was not the main point. The key was that her strength ability still had enormous room to grow. It would only become more extreme. This extra triple bonus raised her ceiling significantly. Big brother, you really are my great brother. Yunyun loves you to death. Hiyun wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fervently. Gurgle. Hiyun stuck her tongue out. Big brother, my tummy is starving. Even though you increased my strength, you must not renege on the 100 plates of ribs, okay? Alright. Lin Bei was fired up, enjoying the banter. If you can't finish 100 plates tonight, you will be in real trouble. Hiyun lifted her chin haughtily, full of disdain. As long as you can produce them, I can eat them. A mere 100 plates of ribs won't even fill the gaps between my teeth. It's just an appetizer. Lin Bei laughed. Very well. His plates were not the small type that held a few jin. He chose large round platters. Each plate nearly 10 jin. They had enormous appetites. Big plates made things simpler. No need to worry about dishes. The system was considerate, returning utensils along with the food. Count 1 plate as 10 jin. 10 plates 100 jin. 100 plates 1000 jin. Even accounting for bones, that was still several hundred jin of meat. Come on. Begin. Wow. When Lin Bei produced a large platter of pork ribs, Hiyun's eyes lit up. She leaned against him and happily gnawed away. Delicious. Burp. In no time at all, she devoured the entire 10 platter of ribs single-handedly, let out a contented burp, and gazed at him with deep satisfaction. See. 1 platter, effortlessly mastered. Lin Bei smiled. With a flick of his hand, another platter of ribs appeared. Her eyes sparkled again, but dimmer this time, from full brilliance to just 10%. Full. Truly, utterly full. What on earth? How many platters of ribs does he even have stashed away? I was only joking, yet judging by his expression, is he actually planning to make me eat 99 more? That would be fatal. Big brother darling, we're in the apocalypse now. Food must be rationed. We must think ahead, not just indulge in the moment. So I've decided, for the sake of our bright future together, I hereby renounce the remaining 99 platters. How thoughtful am I? Thoughtful indeed. You're so thoughtful you've stuffed yourself to bursting. Lin Bei pinched her nose gently. Time to get up. We still have to depart today. I'll send teacher Zhang a message saying we're visiting her today. Hiyun murmured, lying prone on the bed and idly swinging her pair of delicate fair feet, sated in no hurry to rise. In the living room, Lin Bei and Jiang Xiyu ate breakfast together. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Bei said, Xiao Yu Hiyun's ability level rose because she used it constantly. We need to find ways to advance ours as well. Xiyu sipped her century again port kanji, so it's about repeatedly storing and retrieving items, using the ability over and over. Don't laugh. I talked on the phone with my best friend for hours last night, repeating the same motions, and not a single sign of leveling up. Our approach is flawed. The advancement of spatial abilities requires unlocking new dimensions of spatial power. Lately, I've been training my perception. Yesterday's arrow, for instance, entered my awareness the moment it crossed a certain threshold. In truth, if you quiet your mind, you can sense space itself. Is that so? Xiyu set down her bowl and gave it a try. She closed her eyes, cleared her thoughts, stilled her heart. Moments later, everything around her unfolded in her mind with perfect clarity. The figure of Lin Bei before her, the dishes upon the table, Hiyun resting in the bedroom. Though colorless, each image possessed startling three-dimensional depth. Spatial ability. Though she rarely read novels, she'd watched countless sci-fi films, and now tentatively she reached out and tapped Hiyun's backside. Who's there? Hiyun still sprawled on the bed, jolted upright in terror. Just moments ago her bottom had been struck, yet the room held no one but herself. Could it be a ghost? An invisible intruder? She scrambled to Lin Bei and Shiyu's side, sat down, and scanned the room warily with wide, vigilant eyes. Big brother, sister, you. Our home really is haunted. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, fixating on Jiang Xiyu across from him. He'd seen it clearly. Her hand had vanished halfway, then reappeared midair inside the room to strike Hiyun. She'd just opened a short-range spatial wormhole. This defies logic. He'd tried such techniques himself, yet found them extraordinarily difficult. Why then had Xiyu succeeded on her very first attempt? System, explain. Is this a pirated or counterfeit version? Master, I am a naturally born S-class spatial ability user, with innate affinity for spatial domains. You acquired yours later in life and must still harmonize with it. Naturally, you lag behind her. Ah, I see. That made perfect sense. Xiyu opened her eyes, suppressing a smile. Yunyun, what's wrong? What happened? Just now. Before she could finish, her waist was tickled. Goose flesh erupted across her skin, and she leapt straight into Lin Bei's arms. Hee. Xiyu burst into laughter, unable to hold back. Who would have thought the fearless Jiang Xiyu, undaunted by zombies or villains, could be so startled by this? It's all right. There's nothing unclean here. It was me who tapped your bottom, and me who tickled you. No need to fear. You watch closely. Shiyu demonstrated her newly discovered ability before them both. No way. Absolutely insane. Ugh, so unfair. Though Hiyun pouted, her delight shone through. Sister Yu, this ability is legendary. Paired with others, it's devastatingly powerful. Shiyu nodded. It grows exceptionally potent later, but right now my spatial ability rank is still too low to sustain it for long or deploy it across great distances. Still incredibly impressive. Exactly. Hiyun waved her tiny fist triumphantly. Who dares threaten you now? If I throw a punch, you could instantly open a spatial wormhole between my fist and the back of my own head. I'd knock myself out before your hand ever moved. You wouldn't lift a finger. Utterly magnificent. Oh right. Shiyu continued eating while rapidly refining her control. Half an hour later, the three dressed and departed, heading downstairs. Zombie corpses littered the ground. Human figures darted furtively among the ruins. They headed straight for the north gate of the residential complex. The south gate opened onto a main street teeming with zombies, their sheer numbers enough to make one's scalp crawl. Today's goal was transit, not leveling up, so efficiency dictated their path. Sister Jiang hasn't replied yet. Could something have happened to her? On the way, Hiyun gripped her knife in one hand and her phone in the other, her expression clouded with concern. Relax. Shiyu activated a spatial wormhole and slashed, decapitating several zombies over 10 meters ahead. Little Union, not everyone shares our freedom from hunger. Didn't you say Sister Jiang trains numerous students? As head instructor, her responsibilities weigh heavily. She may have gone searching for supplies and simply has no time to reply. Perhaps. Hiyun remained uneasy. This had happened before, just as Sister Yu predicted. Sister Jiang had likely ventured out for food, and in this apocalyptic reality, even the strongest couldn't guarantee safety. No one knew what might go awry. Straight line distance too. 5 kilometers. They selected a 5-kilometer walking route on the navigation app, easily covered in minutes at their pace. Yet outside, zombies swarmed everywhere, dense, overwhelming, chilling in their number, leaving no choice but to carve a path forward. Damn, too many. Lin Bei swallowed a restorative pill. These zombies seemed endless. No sooner had they cleared 100 than 200 or 300 surged forth. Though no true threat, their persistence was maddening. Grinding mobs, truly a mage's domain. Yet elite magical type ability users were exceedingly rare. To have found both Jiang Shiyu and Hiyun was divine fortune. Here they come. Shiyu repeatedly wove spatial wormholes beside him, and suddenly intuition flared within her. Her will stirred. She swung her blade. That slash severed the heads of every zombie rushing toward them from 10 meters away. A second cut felled another dozen. It's working. Yes. Lin Bei's voice trembled with exhilaration. Wonderful, Bei, you've mastered it too. Shiyu beamed. Together they formed an impenetrable vortex. Whether 10 or 100 zombies approached, none could breach the 10-meter radius around them. Hiyun spread her hands wide. Fine. So you're picking on me for lacking ranged attacks. She didn't need to do anything at all. Just walk behind them. And yes, it was comfortable. But she couldn't land a single blow. Left unchecked, the gap between her and them would widen inexorably. Brute strength ability. What good was that? Little Union, just swing forward. I'll open the wormholes for you, Shiyu said, sensing her dejection and guessing her thoughts. Perfect. I love you so much, Sister Yu. 5 kilometers. An ordinary person would complete 5 kilometers in roughly half an hour. Yet the three of them had taken a full 3 hours. The good news, Jiang's martial arts studio loomed ahead. The bad news, 3 hours had passed, and teacher Jiang had still not replied to Hiyun's message. Upon entering this street, the number of zombies plummeted. Corpses lay strewn across the road, evidence that Jiang Yu had already swept through here. Her method differed from theirs. Nearly every zombie bore a precise cranial perforation. The ground floor entrance of the martial arts studio stood tightly shut. The building was a 3-bay storefront merged into a 3-story structure. Lin Bei activated a spatial rift and stepped directly from outside into the interior. What do you think you're doing? Are you insane? If you dare lay a hand on me, teacher Jiang will break your legs the moment she returns. Ha. Jiang Yu will never return. She went to the school convenience store where my classmates had already injected sedatives into every unopened bottle of water. Tell me, after fighting her way through hordes of zombies to reach the store, wouldn't she be parched? Wouldn't she crack one open and drink? You monster. No wonder you suggested going to the school store at noon, claiming it was nearby. That was your plan all along. Do you have any conscience left? Without teacher Jiang, you'd have been bitten by zombies long ago. Damn it, what's conscience worth? My dorm mates have been living in the girls' dormitory, indulging themselves freely, while I've been forced to restrain myself day after day just watching you. Why should I endure this? It's only because Jiang Yu is a woman that she forbids us from touching you. If it weren't for us risking our lives daily to scavenge supplies, you'd have starved to death by now. This is the apocalypse. Why shouldn't we claim what we want? You truly are a monster. Teacher Jiang helped you ascend to evolutionary status. She guided you past your terror of zombies. She provided food shelter, yet you conspired against her. You're despicable beyond words. Oh, so I'm a monster, so what? Go on, curse me. The more you rage, the more exhilarated I become, my darling. I'm coming. Just as he crossed the threshold, the trio heard voices, male and female, echoing from within. Lin Bei's brow furrowed. Had they arrived too late? He dashed into the changing room, kicked the door wide open, and hurled the man inside sprawling onto the floor. Xiao Yun, what are you doing here? Shit. Yun's face burned with fury. Wang Chong, you're utterly unforgivable. Daring to scheme against Teacher Jiang. If she hadn't spared you out of respect for being her junior, do you really think she'd deign to work here? You think earning 100 yuan for 2 or 3 hours of part-time work proves your worth? Have you lost all sense of humanity? Wang Chong lay sprawled on the floor, his expression frozen in terror. Seeing Yun advance, he scrambled backward on his palms, desperate to rise, but the fall had shattered his cervical vertebrae. And yet he was a level 1 tier 3 evolver. His condition spoke volumes about Yun's current strength. Xiao Yun, please hear me out. It was the guests upstairs who forced me. I had no choice. I beg you, don't come closer. No choice. Yun sneered. I heard every word you said. Go downstairs and wait. Those upstairs will join you shortly. Her voice faded, and with a single kick she snapped his neck. The school. Having dealt with him, Yun wasted no time pondering what awaited upstairs. Teacher Jiang had always treated them with kindness and care. Learning of her peril filled her with urgency. Brother Lin, sister Yu, wait here a moment. I'm heading to the school. Lin Bei seized her wrist. Let's clear the upstairs first. I'll go to the school afterward. I need to retrieve something. But it'll take less than a few minutes. With practiced ease, Lin Bei ascended the stairs. After a moment's hesitation, Yun followed. Second floor. What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? No, don't come near us. You monsters. Teacher Jiang will return safely, and when she does, you'll regret this dearly. Training hall. 6 men had cornered 3 women. Their faces gleamed with excitement, greed, and raw anticipation. The women's eyes brimmed with terror. As the men stripped, the women clutched their clothes tighter. I've been pent up for days. Everyone outside is dead. I've had to live like a monk guarding you. It's all Jiang Yu's fault. If only she were a man. Since ancient times has a woman ever ruled over men? If she weren't so overwhelmingly powerful, we'd have revolted long ago. No need for such elaborate schemes. At least Wang Chong's dorm mates got first taste. Word is Jiang Yu hasn't even had a romantic partner yet. Doesn't matter. We've already told Wang Chong's dorm mates not to kill Jiang Yu. When we arrive later, we'll enjoy her just the same. You monsters. Sister Yu has treated us with nothing but kindness, yet you betray her without remorse. Please, this is the apocalypse. Which man doesn't dream of ruling supreme, surrounded by beauty? From today onward, this martial arts studio belongs to us. Resist if you dare. The more you struggle, the more aroused I become. Wait, Wang Chong. Did you finish already? That was quick. The training hall door creaked open. The men didn't turn. They kept speaking, oblivious. Xiao Yun. Run, Xiao Yun. These men mean to assault us. Teacher Jiang has been betrayed. Crouched in the corner, the 3 women faced the door and recognized Yun instantly. As students of the studio, they knew her well. Xiao Yun. All 6 men whirled around in unison. Astonishment, confusion, exhilaration, yearning, and hunger flashing across their faces. They could scarcely believe she had come, let alone brought with her a companion of breathtaking allure. A cool, composed expression. A fiery, statuesque figure. An aloof, untouchable aura, yet radiating youthful purity. One glance ignited their primal urge to conquer. The man beside her, utterly ignored. He, the leader among the 6, opened his mouth, only to freeze as the man they dismissed produced a pistol, its black muzzle leveled directly at their line of sight. Lin Bei tilted his head, eyes narrowed in a wry smile. Gentlemen, I'm pressed for time. No speeches, no please. Whiz, whiz, whiz. 6 bullets. 6 perfect cranial hits. Lin Bei's marksmanship was peerless. Within 20 meters his aim was flawless, beyond that mere chance. Fortunately, his ammunition was limitless. Ladies, Lin Bei asked the 3 women huddled in the corner, aside from these 6, and that Wang Chong, are there any other threats remaining in this building? His gaze flickered briefly over their bonds, ordinary humans. Not a single one possessed awakened abilities. Yet their appearances were striking, each approaching 90 points on the beauty scale. In this era, skincare products abounded. Most young women were fair-skinned, and fairness alone guaranteed a baseline of attractiveness, unless facial proportions were severely unbalanced. Alas, he was particular. Only the rarest, most exceptional specimens would do. Why accumulate mere ornaments? To display them? No, no one else. All the remaining men went with Sister Yu to the school. The woman stammered, dazed and terrified. Okay. Lin Bei holstered his pistol. All set. You stay here with Xiao Yun. I'm heading to the school. I'll go with you. Yun blurted out, her concern for teacher Jiang overwhelming. Lin Bei gently ruffled her hair. I move faster alone. Don't worry, teacher Jiang is kind-hearted. Believe me, virtue is rewarded. Virtue rewarded. Was that truly possible? Even Lin Bei didn't believe it. Then, please be careful. Message us if anything happens. We'll come to your aid, sister, you and I. He nodded. Worry. A little, though not much. Why? Because Lin Bei's strength was terrifying. She knew her own limits. She wasn't weak, but accompanying him would only hinder him. Understood. And yes, he truly needed to retrieve that item from the school. Years ago, he and Inu had buried it together, vowing to unearth it a decade later, to reminisce about youth. Now with the apocalypse upon them, retrieving it early was wise. They might never return to this city again. Lin Bei threw open the second-floor window and leapt down, then dashed toward the school. Could I be too late? Surely not. My luck has always been exceptional. System, do you believe teacher Jiang is also a paragon bond holder? Impossible. Paragon bond holders are rarer than 1 in 10,000. Just now, none of those women even possessed awakened abilities. Your luck may be extraordinary, but not this extraordinary. To randomly encounter such a rarity is beyond probability. Doubt me? Then let's wager 10 billion cubic meters of system space. If she is a paragon bond holder, upgrade my spatial capacity. If not, no penalty applies. I've seen audacity, but never such shameless confidence. Disgraceful. No more banter. I'm about to awaken a new ability. Lin Bei sprinted while deploying spatial wormholes and cleaving zombies with his long blade. Spatial wormhole. What if one inserted a hand inside, then sealed the aperture? Would that not yield spatial severance? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Lin Bei extended his hand. Damn. Nearly miscalculated. He severed a zombie's arm with his blade, activated a spatial wormhole, inserted the limb, and forcibly sealed the aperture, resisting a brief obstruction before succeeding. The arm was cleanly bisected. It worked, though exhausting, mainly due to his low-tier ability level. Gah! Another application unlocked. Lin Bei whirled around mid-stride. He'd heard that howl last night, but this one was terrifyingly close, as if echoing from the adjacent street. A top-tier predator. No matter. Press on. He had no idea how Jiang Yu fared, or whether he'd arrive in time. Reached 7th star. After clearing another wave of zombies blocking his path, surging power flooded his body. His speed surged anew. Attributes. Master Lin Bei, Tier 1st Order 7th star. System space 100 cubic meters. Abilities spatial S rank LV. 1 passive spatial satchel. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength S rank LV. 1-2 multiplier. Speed 80. Strength 83-2. Spirit 80. Physique 80. Inventory return to vigor pills 1333. Assist rank beef steaks 550. Supreme honey glazed sausages 22. Cataloged allies Jiang Shiyu 1st Order 5th star. Spatial LV. 1 Heyun 1st Order 5th star. Strength LV. 2. 3 amplification. Bond benefits charisma 2. Strength 3. Consumable resources returned at triple yield. His strength was monstrous, yet he dared not unleash it fully. His bones would shatter under such force. That was why Jiang Yu mattered so deeply. He needed her before he could wield his power without restraint. Unimpeded, he reached the campus swiftly. Solo travel proved far more efficient. 7 days into the apocalypse, ordinary zombies moved with startling speed. Yet to him they crawled like snails, posing no threat whatsoever. Campus convenience store. Where is it? There. Today was July 10th. The cataclysm had erupted on July 3rd. Though summer break had begun, numerous students still lingered on campus, a common trait among universities. Zombies were scarce across the campus, only a dozen in sight. Corpses littered the ground. Inside the convenience store, no one remained. Shelves stood nearly bare, clearly looted. He picked up an unopened water bottle, held it to sunlight, and detected a minuscule puncture. TCH. Classic. Without prior knowledge, it would have gone utterly unnoticed. Where were they? No matter. He'd search methodically, room by room. South cafeteria, empty. North cafeteria, empty. Academic building, empty. Male dormitories, all empty. Female dormitories. Apologies, gentlemen, your vigorous activities continue uninterrupted, but these buildings too held no one. Administration building, found them. He ascended to the 2nd floor. Before one office door sat 5 people, 4 men, 1 woman. A somewhat handsome young man ate instant noodles while calling inward, "Sister, you surrender now. Little brother will treat you with utmost tenderness. With me you'll savor delicacies, drink fine liquor, and never again fret over food or risk venturing out for supplies." How many women dream of such a life? Sister, you, if you consent from this moment onward, you shall be my chief consort. Lin Bei's gaze turned oddly distant. Gao Jian, a familiar face. A junior by 2 years. During freshman orientation, Lin Bei himself had welcomed him. Back then, the boy had been active in campus societies, an exemplary student, earnest and agreeable. Yet the apocalypse revealed humanity's darkest impulses. With a thought, Lin Bei opened a spatial wormhole into the office interior. There, clad in black athletic wear, stood a woman gripping a spear, her eyes locked fiercely on the doorway. Her form, accentuated by the tight fabric, radiated fierce vitality. A taut, uplifted rear, long, shapely legs, a slender waist, waves of untamed energy. TCH. Her lustrous hair was drawn high into a ponytail. Strands had escaped during combat, drifting across her delicate pale cheeks, lending her an ethereal, haunting beauty. Name: Jiangyu, occupation Martial Arts Academy Director, appearance rating 97, overall rating 91. Tier First Order 9th star, ability Physique S rank Awakened LV. 3, for amplification. Bonds: Paragon Martial Artist 1 upon activation, martial cultivation talent for both you and cataloged allies doubles, innate silk stocking body 1. Gourmet 1, fitness enthusiast 1, mentor 1 upon activation, learning aptitude for both you and cataloged allies increases 2, then 3 with additional bonds. Untouched 1 upon activation grants a random gift, each additional bond adds another gift. Paragon indeed. Speak up system. Talk, quickly. It's urgent. Damn it. She truly is a Paragon bond holder. Why? Is this the aura of a cheat-enabled destiny? Ha ha ha. Lin Bei nearly roared with triumph. Senior sister, you, ignore us. While you still have strength, leap from the window and flee. A woman slumped weakly atop the desk beside Jiangyu murmured, don't waste breath. We'll all die here anyway. Lin Bei blinked, only now noticing the two others beside her. He scanned their stats. First Order 4th star, no awakened ability. First Order 5th star, rank strength ability. Regrettably, unremarkable. No idle talk. Once the drug's effect fades, I'll slaughter every beast outside. I brought you here. I will bring you home safely. She spoke, and then pinched the soft flesh of her own arm once, twice, thrice, until searing pain banished drowsiness. She could not collapse. To fall meant doom for all three. HSS, the sight alone made one wince. Lin Bei shook his head and withdrew his phone. Through the spatial wormhole, he snapped a photo and messaged Xiao Yunyan. Relax, your senior sister Jiang is safe. Nightfall approaches. We won't return tonight. Now was the moment to act, rescue them, and still return in time. Yet he chose delay. Only when Jiangyu faced utter despair, with hope extinguished, would he descend upon her like a celestial harbinger. Then how could she resist falling for him? Novels always unfold thus. All those hours of reading, surely worth something. Ha ha ha. How devious I am. How delightfully wicked. And wonderful. Thank you, dear big brother. Returning tonight is unsafe. Stay at school overnight. Tomorrow Yunyan will wear black stockings and white ankle socks, just for you. Lin Bei. Very well. So that's how messages are sent. So that's the attire. Eat 1 honey-glazed pork sausage. Receive 3 in return. Don't speak. It's truly delicious. Lin Bei emerged through a spatial wormhole into the office adjacent to Jiangyu's, slumped into a chair, and devoured them one after another, each bite bursting with rich satisfaction, tender and succulent. Impossible to finish, utterly impossible. Time ticked by second as dusk deepened. Lin Bei waited patiently, so did the people outside Jiangyu's door. He stole a glance, several sat on the floor snacking quietly. Still better to follow Brother Jian. Every meal comes with instant noodles plus a sausage. The woman declared loudly, slurping noisily as she added, so fragrant. So exhilarating. Absolutely delicious. I'll eat every last bite. Instant noodles with a sausage. Is that really something to boast about? Well, not everyone possesses his rare ability to duplicate supplies. He sighed wistfully. How I envy those outside. Noodles with sausages. Unlike me, stuck eating only premium pork sausages and beefsteaks day after day. Almost sick of them. Next door. I'm so tired. Jiangyu leaned against her spear, refusing to sit, fearing that the moment she did, overwhelming drowsiness would swallow her whole. Gurgle. Starving. Exhausted. In agony. She had led this expedition to scavenge supplies, and naturally carried only minimal rations. Yet even those were woefully insufficient for her current physical condition. She stood now solely by force of iron will. She feared waking up naked, stripped of every stitch, feared opening her eyes to find 7 or 8 men lying beside her, feared being swarmed by a pack of leering, grasping men. Why? Why betray her? She didn't understand. Had she not treated them well? What should she do? She didn't know how long she could endure. Fatigue eroded her faculties, hunger sapped her strength. Even if her cultivation rank surpassed, their numbers tipped the scale. If they stormed in now, she couldn't guarantee eliminating them all. And they weren't fools. They waited outside her door. They waited, patiently, deliberately, for her condition to deteriorate further. She knew this was slow, inevitable death. Yet what choice remained? Who would come to save her? She glanced at the 2 women beside her, already unconscious, overwhelmed by the drug's potency. Childhood, neighbors, lifelong friends. Could she abandon them, leap from the window, and flee alone? Preserve the green hills and firewood will never run short. Revenge later. Reason dictated it was the sole path forward. Yet her heart recoiled at the unbearable image of those beasts defiling her dearest friends. Perhaps there remains one other path. If we must die, let us die together. Despair clouded Jiang Yu's gaze. To kill them first, then herself. Even the most depraved among those outside would never desecrate corpses, or worse, reanimated ones. Just wait a little longer. She didn't know what she waited for, only that she refused to die here. Better to collapse, surrounded by zombies devoured alive, than surrender her dignity in this place. Yet preserving her purity left that grim option as her final recourse. Heaven, if you truly heed mortal pleas, then punish those monsters outside. A good soul should not meet such an end. 2 clear tears traced Jiang Yu's cheeks. Outside the door. Brother, do you think Jiang Yu might ditch her comrades and escape alone? If she truly tried, we might not even stop her. Never imagined she'd withstand such a massive dose. What a formidable woman. A subordinate slurped noodles, peered through the window at Jiang Yu inside, then asked. No. One man spoke with quiet certainty. I've shadowed teacher Jiang these past days. I know her character. Her greatest weakness. Loyalty. Those 2 women are her closest friends. She'd never abandon them. Strength alone wouldn't save her. Since noon, she'd eaten almost nothing. Most provisions were in his backpack. He'd spent days playing the dutiful laborer to earn her trust. All they needed was patience. A traitor. Lin Bei, a grilled sausage dangling from his lips, locked his gaze upon the betrayer through the spatial wormhole, and decided he'd test his new technique on him first. With a mere thought, a pristine spatial wormhole opened silently beside the traitor. As he rested his hand on the chair arm, no one noticed his forearm had vanished halfway up. Downstairs, a zombie wandered aimlessly in the twilight, its mind consumed by raw, pulsing flesh. Yet humans were maddeningly elusive. Hungry. Starving. Suddenly, the creature froze. Half a human arm hovered before its mouth. The sight was grotesquely surreal. It sniffed. Nature's bounty. Without hesitation, it lunged, fresh, juicy, tearing off a thick slab of meat to chew with savage relish. Exhilarating. Simultaneously, the traitor shrieked, a searing, unbearable pain jolting him upright. Stunned, he stared at the wound where his arm ended, then whirled toward his companions, roaring, "What the hell is wrong with you? Who bit me? Are you fucking zombies?" The others gaped, bewildered. Wait, bro, who even? Their denial died mid-sentence. The wound was real, blood gushing freely. Instantly, tension spiked. Eyes darted wildly across the room. We're not zombies. Stay alert. There may be intelligent, invisible zombies nearby. Gao Jian's brow furrowed. Don't panic. Form a circle back to back. Yang Wei, you've been bitten. Step aside immediately. I. Yang Wei faltered, paralyzed. Moments ago, he'd fantasized about joining them in subduing Jiang Yu. Now, inexplicably, he'd been bitten. Maybe it wasn't a zombie. Could it be an invisible person trying to sabotage us? Clinging to hope, he stepped forward, only to meet cold, unyielding stares. He understood instantly any advance would trigger attack. Stupefied, devastated, terrified. Alone, he pressed his back against the wall, scanning the shadows. Though evolved, his immunity to zombie virus offered scant protection against such grievous trauma. Not even a deity could save him now. Don't frighten yourself. It could still be human. Yang Wei forced reassurance upon himself, but deep down regret festered. Had he not schemed against Jiang Yu today, he'd now be laughing with comrades in the martial arts hall, sharing dinner like old times. Why? Why let lust cloud his judgment and plot against teacher Jiang? Had she ever treated him poorly? Why? What possible reason could there be? His soul screamed with remorse. Meanwhile, inside the office, Jiang Yu watched the commotion beyond the glass, and a flicker of hope stirred. Could heaven have heard my plea? Uncertain. Observe further. It might still be a trap, luring her out. Eat 1 serving of cold rice noodles. Receive 3 in return. Eat 1 serving of pan-fried dumplings. Receive 3 in return. Eat 1 serving of chicken skewers. Receive 3 in return. Lin Bei ate steadily while watching them. With a thought, another silent spatial wormhole bloomed. Downstairs. Where's the meat? Where's the fresh flesh? The zombie grew frantic, snarling, thrashing. Then, instantly, half a pale, tender thigh materialized, faintly aromatic. The beast roared open its gore-drenched maw. Tender. Exquisitely tender. Gratitude to nature's boundless generosity. A woman beside Gao Jian screamed. All turned, following her horrified gaze, to see a chunk of flesh torn from her thigh edges, smeared with foul, stinking blood. Get out. Gao Jian's brow knotted in disgust. Without hesitation, he kicked her away. A pang of pity flickered, then vanished. This was the apocalypse. Mercy was fatal. She wasn't his lover, merely a pretty face he'd claimed for convenience. Brother Jianyu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. One moment my little treasure, the next, get out. How brutally, chillingly real. Panic spread like wildfire. The group stood rigid frantically, slashing their weapons at empty air before them. The woman having been bitten last succumbed swiftly, her low cultivation level offering no resistance as she transformed into a zombie. Thwip! Gao Jian drove the steel pipe through her skull, ending her second life, then shouted into the surrounding gloom, "I know you can hear me. Leave now, it benefits us all. If you resort to such cowardly ambushes, your strength is clearly inferior. I am not someone you may dare provoke." With a roar, he thrust with all his might, the sharpened tip of the steel pipe piercing straight through the thick concrete wall. Whoa, impressive. Lin Bei took a large bite of his egg pancake. The ham sausage was fragrant, the fish patty tender, the cabbage sublime. A delicacy specially prepared before the apocalypse, generously layered with premium fillings. Who could resist a steaming golden egg pancake? I think I'm fading. Leaning against the wall, Yang Wei felt his consciousness slipping away. Glancing down at his arms, he watched in quiet dread as his healthy skin turned ashen and pallid. He knew he would soon become a zombie. "I cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it. Forgive me, Teacher Jiang," he roared, voice cracking with anguish. With his final lucidity, he lunged toward Gao Jian and the others. In death's threshold, words softened memories of Jiang Yu's kindness these past days flooded his mind. He wished in this last act to repay her. But thwip! Gao Jian casually impaled his skull. Disdain burned in his gaze. "Alive, you were a pathetic man who clung to women. Even now facing death, you still dream of counterattacking. A clown." No, something was wrong. Something deeply, irrevocably wrong. Inside the office, Jiang Yu realized with chilling clarity heaven truly punished them. 2 deaths in succession. This was no script. Consume 1 egg pancake, receive 3 in return. Whoa, this pig trotter is so tender. Lin Bei savored his braised trotter rice, biting deep into collagen-rich flesh, and silently another spatial rift shimmered into existence. Arg! One of the remaining 3 screamed in agony. Their faces twisted in horror. Another had been bitten. Where is it? Gao Jian gritted his teeth and plunged the steel pipe into the man's skull. "Brother, forgive me. I'm sparing you further suffering." Then he bellowed, nearly unhinged, "If you have courage, step forward and fight me face to face. Skulking in shadows and biting from concealment. What kind of coward are you? A sewer rat, too foul even for daylight." "A provocation." Lin Bei smiled. "Wait, provocation." With a flick of his wrist, a plate of yellow braised chicken rice appeared before him. He plucked a piece of tender chicken and placed it on his tongue. "Delicious. Silky. Exquisite. Come out. Dare you show yourself? Consume 1 yellow braised chicken rice, receive 3. Consume 1 pig trotter rice, receive 3. Still hungry. Such an absurd appetite." Another flick, and before him materialized fragrant fried fish, then spicy chicken wings over rice. Coriander-infused chicken with peanuts. Time to eat. Outside the door, the last 2 survivors stood back-to-back, brows drenched in cold sweat, eyes wide with raw terror. There! Gao Jian suddenly sensed movement and lunged violently to his right rear, striking only air. There! Over there! He stabbed left, then right, again and again, each time meeting only emptiness. The corridor held only 3 corpses sprawled across the floor, nothing else moved. Yet a zombie had to be there. How else had they been bitten? "Brother Gao, let's run." Arg! The words had barely left his lips. The man cried out, staring in disbelief at his own calf, then screamed, shattered and desperate, "Why me? I don't want to turn. I haven't even lived enough yet. Why? Why? Where are you? Show yourself." Watching his last comrade fall to the bite, Gao Jian erupted in frenzied cries, brandishing his steel pipe as he bolted toward the stairwell. He was afraid. Truly afraid. He saw nothing. Nothing at all. Thud! Mid-sprint, his foot met void. He crashed hard onto the floor. Looking down, his right leg was gone. He could feel it, yet it was utterly invisible. The surreal sight deepened his terror. No, wait. As he scrambled backward, his leg reappeared, as if stepping across an unseen threshold, a door in space itself. Wait, a spatial gateway. I understand. Gao Jian's panic instantly curdled into fury. No invisible zombie existed. A spatial attribute cultivator was manipulating them from nearby. No. Suddenly, countless hands seized his vanished leg. His heart clenched. He knew exactly what they were. "Don't bite. Get off me." He wrenched his leg free. Instantly, the spatial rift enveloping his limb ballooned outward, and several zombies tumbled forth, lunging onto him. "Get away." Gao Jian and evolved being easily overpowered ordinary zombies, but they were too close. With a violent surge, he hurled them aside, though not before multiple fang marks bloomed across his body. "No, no, no." Gao Jian roared, voice raw with despair. "Die." He unleashed his fury upon the zombies, smashing their skulls to pulp before collapsing back against the wall, lighting a cigarette with a bitter smile. His life flashed before him: timidity, obedience, sycophancy, silence, endurance. He had smiled at everyone, because he was utterly ordinary. But the apocalypse changed everything. Power came. Now others flattered him. Now others read his expression. Yet, he'd barely tasted this new world before it ended. Ha 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 ha, like a dream. What? Why do this to us? I've already been bitten. I'll turn any moment. Won't you finally reveal yourself? At least let me die with clarity. Creak. The door opened. Jiang Yu leaned against the frame, brow furrowed. Gao Jian. What in the world is happening here? Gao Jian exhaled smoke, blinked in surprise at Jiang Yu, then offered a resigned wry smile. Ah, a senior expert arrives. Perhaps you coveted her beauty and decided to eliminate us first. Senior, if you desire her, just say so. Do you think we'd dare challenge a spatial attribute cultivator? Why this method? Are our lives worth nothing? Does human life mean so little to you? His voice rose, growing increasingly frantic until he was shouting outright. Resentment burned, fierce, unrelenting. Human life. Jiang Yu sneered. Gao Jian. So you do value human life. Then why did you kill Qing at noon? He was your schoolmate. This time Jiang Yu arrived with 5 people. 2 women remained inside. Yang Wei was the traitor. Qing was her martial arts apprentice, a quiet, diligent boy still a student trained since childhood. He worked part-time as her assistant instructor and sacrificed himself to cover their escape, killed by Gao Jian's group. Him. Gao Jian laughed, a hollow, ironic laugh. Perhaps this is karma. Senior expert, I'm turning into a zombie any second. At least, let Gao Jian see your face before I go. Creak. The door beside them opened. Lin Bei, satisfied after a good meal, slowly stepped out and stood by the door, his calm gaze sweeping over Gao Jian. You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Gao Jian furrowed his brows tightly, unable to recall where he had seen Lin Bei. Frustrated, he asked, Big shot, can't you just ask? If you want her, we can give her to you. Why don't you ask first? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. These few beasts were dead, but a more terrifying figure had arrived. However, she also felt that this person looked familiar. Gao Jianyu. Lin Bei wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. He wasn't very familiar with him, just had a good impression of him from memory. People change. Watch out, big shot. There are zombies behind you. Gao Jian suddenly shouted as he sprang up and grabbed a steel pipe beside him, lunging it towards Lin Bei's chest. Puffed. 3 sounds rang out. Lin Bei activated 6 spatial wormholes, transforming the 1-meter-long steel pipe into 3 sections, which pierced into Gao Jian's chest in succession. Gao Jian was momentarily stunned, looking down in disbelief. Is this spatial ability? Amazing. His short life flashed rapidly before his eyes, and he remembered smiling. So it's you, senior. Are you disappointed that I turned out like this? No, you are simply following your heart. However, whether in the past, future, or present, the weak are destined to be powerless. Senior, I am so unwilling to die. I really don't want to die. Can you save me? I swear I will turn over a new leaf. Lin Bei waved his hand, breaking his neck. Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the long gun, staring at him. I remember now, you are Lin Bei. You took my class before and even bought a knife with your girlfriend at my place. You? Are you going to save me? She was no longer certain. She knew how treacherous people's hearts could be, but she still wanted to believe in goodness. However, today had taught her a harsh lesson, and she was unsure of Lin Bei's intentions. She had to be wary of everyone, fearing he might pounce on her and tear her clothes apart. Gurgle. At that moment, her stomach let out a loud growl at the most inappropriate time. Lin Bei looked at her oddly. Jiang Yu's pale face flushed red. Teacher Jiang, why not have a pure meat sausage to fill your stomach first? Lin Bei pulled out a fragrant sausage, rewarded by the system. What? Just as I thought. Disgusting. Jiang Yu's expression changed numerous times, filled with exceptional anger, as she brandished her long gun ready for battle. The heavens are dead, the yellow sky should rise, the world is cold, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. When she saw the fragrant sausage in Lin Bei's hand, she froze for a moment, her mind lagging. No, you. Are you going to give me this? What did you think it was? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Nothing. Jiang Yu's face turned red as she put away her long gun, inhaling the rich aroma of the sausage. She eagerly swallowed her saliva, wanting to take it and eat, but was afraid of his next move. Lin Bei noticed her concern. Just eat it. I'm not just passing by. Oh, I specifically came to find you to deliver a message from Xiao Yun. You haven't replied to her for quite a while. Xiao Yun. My goodness. Lin Bei specifically came to save her. Jiang Yu was ecstatic. She never dreamed that someone would specifically come to save her in the apocalypse. Her guard against him faded. She had just glanced at her phone. A Xiao Yun had indeed sent her many messages. Being with Xiao Yun meant everything would be fine. The long gun, which was about 1.8 meters long, transformed into a short gun of only 60 centimeters and was tucked behind her waist. It shrank. Interesting. An inch longer, an inch stronger. If possible, Lin Bei wanted a 4-meter-long knife as a weapon. With one slash, he didn't know how many zombies he could eliminate. Just thinking about it excited him. Gurgle, the hunger was unbearable. Jiang Yu confidently stepped forward, took it, and gently sniffed it in front of her delicate nose. The rich aroma was inhaled, and she couldn't wait to open her tender lips and take a bite. The juice burst out, and she quickly sucked all the delicious juice into her throat. All of this was energy. It couldn't be wasted. Not a single drop could be wasted. The sausages rewarded by the system were not the ones available in the market. They were larger than normal volcanic rock sausages and several times longer. After one went down, Jiang Yu licked her lips unsatisfied. She wanted more, her eyes filled with shyness and guilt. He gave her food, yet she treated him like a scoundrel. She wanted another one, but didn't know how to ask. She understood the importance of food in the apocalypse. They fought fiercely against zombies just to fill their stomachs for a bland compressed biscuit. How could she not want something so delicious? Do you still want more? Lin Bei asked. MHM. Jiang Yu nodded her head vigorously. Although she was a few years older than Lin Bei at this moment, she resembled a naive girl eagerly awaiting a reward, her eyes brimming with desire. Lin Bei smiled. Indeed, no one could refuse the delicious food from the system. She really suspected that the system had put something in the food. It was too delicious, addictive, and impossible to stop once you started. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out another one and handed it to her. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Yu was ecstatic, holding it up like a rare treasure. After tasting a bite that was so delicious, she wolfed down the entire sausage. She wanted to savor this one. She ate carefully. She even slurped the stick repeatedly, still unsatisfied. Having consumed 2 sausages, she felt nothing at all. Given her current physical strength, today's consumption was tremendous, and she felt no fullness. Instead, it fully stimulated her appetite. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. The Jiang Yu in his memories had been such a formidable woman, yet at this moment, she was like a little woman. Let's sit in the office to eat. MHM. Whatever Lin Bei said, Jiang Yu followed. Right now her heart was entirely occupied by food. She thought she had eaten a lot of delicious food, but compared to his it was worlds apart. If she could, she really wanted to eat every day, every meal. System, honestly, did you put something in this food? Lin Bei looked at Jiang Yu, who resembled an old smoker craving a cigarette after 7 or 8 days without one. How could that be? Products from the system are definitely high quality. Master, this is the world's top honey-glazed meat sausage, the king of sausages. After downing several in a row, Jiang Yu's hunger finally subsided. Seeing Lin Bei staring at her, she shyly tucked her scattered hair behind her ears, saying, "Sorry for making you laugh. I haven't eaten anything this delicious in a long time. Thank you." Jiang Yu understood. The things Lin Bei had just given her were incredibly precious. If traded, they could at least exchange for 5 or 6 women. In the week since the apocalypse began, while food was indeed valuable, gourmet food was even more so. Food could fill the stomach. Gourmet food could soothe the soul. Teacher, I remember your martial arts school provides lunch and dinner. There should be plenty of food reserves, and there aren't many people there. You shouldn't have to worry about food in the short term. Why did you come to school to scavenge? Could it be that when the apocalypse broke out you had just run low? Lin Bei asked, recalling the betrayer's words. They often come out to scavenge these days. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression turned quite helpless. She sighed. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore. I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Jiang Yu or Xiao Yu. Originally, there was quite a bit of food in the school, but a hungry wolf would occasionally come by. It was very understanding and didn't harm people, but it had a huge appetite capable of consuming enough food for all of us for a week in one meal. After several visits, we faced a food crisis. A hungry wolf. So that's why you didn't take it out. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. Who knows what its strength is? If someone gets hurt, it would be troublesome. In this situation, injuries are very problematic, and besides, it grows very large and is quite exaggerated. That's true. Lin Bei understood. Indeed, in the apocalypse, injuries can easily lead to infections. Unlike other animals, humans always think about staying uninjured. Without absolute certainty, they won't easily take action. Teacher Yu. Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore. Just call me Xiao Yu. If you're not comfortable, you can call me sister since I'm older than you. I still prefer to call you teacher. All right. Jiang Yu didn't insist. Is it really just a habit? Master, I feel embarrassed to point it out, but do you want to be the teacher and disciple? Shut up. Teacher, are you still sleepy? No longer. Jiang Yu shook her head. I've endured the drug's effects by sheer will, but I can't return tonight. Traveling with the 2 of them would be inconvenient. They'll wait until they awaken tomorrow before heading back. Lin Bei silently lamented the loss of opportunity. The drug's potency had already faded. Only someone like her, a constitution-based mutant, could withstand it. Anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Gurgle. Her stomach rumbled again. Having devoured over a dozen thick meat sausages, an ordinary person would have been utterly satiated. But for her, a level 1 9-star cultivator, it was scarcely more than an appetizer. Jiang Yu offered an awkward explanation. Perhaps their medicine expired. It's giving me digestive trouble. She fully understood how precious food had become. She felt too embarrassed to ask for more. With a flick of his hand, Lin Bei conjured 20 steaks, 20 grilled sausages, 5 servings of braised pig trotters, with rice, 5 portions of yellow braised chicken, and 2 generously filled egg pancakes. Smiling, he said, Don't hold back. I know that earlier meal wasn't nearly enough. All this is yours. Eat slowly. I'll step out briefly to retrieve something and return shortly. He turned and left. Wait. Jiang Yu hurriedly called after him, staring in disbelief at the feast before her, swallowing hard as she asked, You mean, all of this is for me to eat? Even if I ate every single bite myself, it'd still be fine. Lin Bei waved without turning back. Yes. Jiang Yu was utterly stunned. Watching his retreating figure, she found herself inexplicably struck by his quiet charisma, never imagining that the little boy she once pinned to the ground in playful dominance had so swiftly matured into a resolute man. She remembered everything now. Her gaze fell upon the table. Familiar aromas rose from the dishes, bringing tears to her eyes. She had never dared hope she'd savor these flavors again. Ever since the starving wolf raided them several times, their daily meals had dwindled to plain rice with spicy strips, or steamed buns with spicy strips, or boiled noodles with spicy strips. That accursed wolf was picky. It ate little rice, but devoured vast quantities of side dishes, and gorged on all the meat during its very first visit. Jiang Yu reached out her hands, trembling as she lifted a bowl of braised pig trotters, still steaming hot, richly portioned, with precisely 9 trotters an entire leg. She took a bite, soft, tender, sweet, and deeply aromatic. Collagen-rich, profoundly satisfying. Ecstasy surged through her. Her very soul trembled with fulfillment. That single morsel of trotter ignited such hunger that she devoured the entire bowl of rice in moments. She wished desperately for a refrigerator, so she could freeze the trotters and slice just a sliver per meal. What should she do with this bowl of trotters? 8 more pieces remained. Should she simply eat them all now? It felt extravagantly wasteful. She couldn't bear to part with them. Wow, how can this steak possibly taste this exquisite? Did he kidnap a 5-star chef? Yellow braised chicken. I've missed it so dearly. Wow, his egg pancake is loaded with fillings. Oh, it's absolutely divine. Alone at last, Jiang Yu abandoned all pretense of decorum. With each bite, delight mingled with regret. She truly wished she'd brought a portable fridge. There was simply too much food, too little rice. Truthfully, the trotters in this single bowl could sustain her through 2 full electric rice cookers worth of rice. And the yellow braised chicken. At least 5 servings. Not a drop of its savory broth did she dare waste. Only those who have endured hardship truly grasp the sacred value of food. Outside. Master, why did you give her such an overwhelming amount of food? Simply because her stomach was growling. Is your heart truly that compassionate? You weren't nearly this generous with Jiang Shiyu. Of course it's different. Lin Bei strode toward the campus grove. Back then I possessed nothing but a firearm. I urgently needed to recruit Jiang Shiyu to gain power. She was timid and utterly ordinary. Coercion was the most effective approach. He and Jiang Yu is nothing like Jiang Shiyu. Both women are formidable survivors. Even without me, they'd thrive in this apocalypse through sheer grit and skill. To forge genuine dependence, the surest method is nourishment. Food is the scarcest resource in the wasteland, yet the one thing I possess in abundance. Given the choice between fine bran and coarse chaff, who would choose the latter? And sometimes, not even coarse chaff remains. Taste it once, and you'll crave it again. With women like them, never hint, even subtly, that you saved them. They'll remember your kindness, yes, but the more you feed them, the deeper their guilt grows, and the more fiercely they'll seek to repay you. Yet what do they truly have to offer, besides themselves? At its core, she holds value to me. How tedious. Nonsense. Your permanent unlock requires both affinity and dependency to exceed 90%. Yet in this apocalypse, who knows when a meteor might strike and erase them entirely? Then all those forged bonds would vanish. And the recruitment condition demands willing consent. Were it not for that rule, I'd have knocked her out cold long ago. Forced fruit may lack sweetness, but it quenches thirst. Haha, nothing. Guided by memory, Lin Bei arrived beneath a towering tree. Nostalgia stirred as he ran his palm over its bark, then flipped his hand to produce a spade and began digging. Moments later, a slightly rusted iron box emerged from the earth. He brushed off the soil and opened it. Inside lay dozens of photographs of the two of them together, and handwritten notes exchanged between them. Lin Bei glanced first at his own. Oh my, how embarrassingly sentimental. No, I won't read it. Let's see what you wrote instead. TSK. Haha. Shoo. As Lin Bei bent low to read the letter, a colossal serpent, over 10 meters long, descended from above, jaws agape, fangs gleaming with lethal coldness beneath the moonlight. It drew nearer, yet Lin Bei remained entranced by Yu's words. When the serpent's head loomed only 20 centimeters above him, it vanished, reappearing instantly above its own body, as its razor-sharp fangs plunged deep into its own flesh, instinctively injecting venom inward. Lin Bei glanced upward, then severed the serpent's head with a single stroke. If it died from its own poison, he'd miss credit and profit for the kill. Though one might wonder, can a venomous snake truly perish from its own toxin? System, let's wager 10 billion cubic meters of storage space. Bet you anything Yu is also an elite bond cultivator. No bet, master. Your luck borders on the absurd. A woo. Just as Lin Bei tucked the iron box away and prepared to depart, a piercing, thunderous wolf howl split the night, alarmingly close. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Could this be the very starving wolf Jiang Yu had mentioned? Roar. Hard on the heels of the howl came a guttural tiger roar, so deep and resonant the very air trembled. Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Could it be wolf versus tiger? When beasts clash, injury is inevitable, and opportunity knocks. With fortune on his side, he might slay both high-tier predators in one night, perhaps even shatter through to level 2. As cultivation levels rose, energy gained from dispatching common zombies dwindled sharply. Only boss-class foes accelerated advancement. Lost in thought, he tapped lightly on the ground and vanished into the night. A few swift, silent blinks carried him to the rooftop of a teaching building where he surveyed the scene below with commanding clarity. On the school's athletic field stood a tiger the size of a large minibus, muscles coiled, eyes locked onto a snow-white wolf no larger than a compact sedan. Its fur shimmered with ethereal purity beneath the silver moonlight. Silver Moon Wolf, female, juvenile, and bonded, level 19 stars. Skill, Moonlight Enhancement. Traits raised by humans since infancy, outprefers cooked human food, and possesses extraordinary affinity toward humanity. Sakala Tiger, female, adult, and bonded, level 2 1 star. Skill, None. Traits, Wildborn, consumes raw meat exclusively and harbors zero goodwill toward humans, viewing them solely as prey. What does this mean? Can animals even be scanned? Humans can't, or rather shouldn't. What are you thinking, master? This is the pet compendium. Ah, I see. I thought, never mind. Tell me, does the pet compendium offer any bond-related benefits? If I successfully recruit one, what advantages accrue? None. This feature is purely ancillary. Though if pressed, one might say there is a benefit: all food you feed a recruited pet is returned to you in full, effectively allowing you to maintain a companion at zero cost. Its primary function is emotional resonance. Emotional resonance. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Possessing such a mount would certainly make a striking impression. So what constitutes successful recruitment? Ride her. Lin Bei, see. Master, the ride that I speak of is not what you think. It means to have her willingly bow down and offer her contract, and that will count as a successful inclusion. Stop thinking about all those random thoughts. My goal is to make you a peerless powerhouse, not a shameless lecher. Lin Bei rolled his eyes. Really? If it's true, the inclusion condition wouldn't just be about devouring. Will you not betray me? No. Master may not have noticed, but the end-time system includes a pet system. Once the other party bows down, a contract can be signed, and only the master can dissolve it. I see. But, is that physique really underage? It's quite absurd. Regardless of whether to raise pets or not, he was only concerned about one thing. Tunzi, killing non-zombie animals should yield energy, right? When he ended Gao Jian's life, he did not feel any energy entering his body. He knew that killing a kindred spirit wouldn't work. He had vaguely guessed this after killing the person who shot him with an arrow yesterday, likely to prevent a more severe scene of mutual slaughter from occurring. Yes, as long as they are not human, they will be treated according to their level. GD. Roar. The fierce tiger roared. Its fearsome limbs suddenly exerted force, and its massive body charged towards the white wolf like a speeding freight truck with its front limbs raised high. All smashed. Storm Nebula split. The white wolf dodged swiftly as their size difference was too great. How could she, who possessed intelligence comparable to humans, choose to confront it head-on? Roar. The fierce tiger turned and roared at the white wolf, its large eyes filled with mockery and disdain. At that moment, boom, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the darkness, striking the massive body of the fierce tiger instantly. What the hell? Is someone stealing the kill, eh? No way. Lin Bei squinted, realizing that if it were a stolen kill, it would have been for the final blow. The fierce tiger was currently in its prime state, so it was obvious that the one releasing the lightning was with the white wolf. Roar. Unprepared for this strike, the fierce tiger let out a painful roar, its fur singed and blackened, exhaling visible gas from its nostrils. It turned around, roaring towards the position where the lightning had just shot from. With a powerful leap, it charged towards the stands beside the arena. Although the fierce tiger was massive, its speed was not slow at all. An ordinary tiger. Its speed was double that of human limits, and after evolution its speed became even more terrifying. Many creatures, without relying on technology, could not resist it at all. It was at the second tier 1 star. It should be calculated based on its limits. If converted to human terms, at least second tier 5 or 6 stars, 7 or 8 stars, or even third tier. Definitely a big boss. Wait. Tunzi, if we kill this tiger, and then it becomes a zombie tiger, can we get energy rewards twice? Trying to exploit a bug. Master, if this tiger is killed, and becomes a zombie tiger, it will have a long period of weakness. Killing it again will yield very little energy unless we wait for it to slowly recover to its peak. What a pity I can't exploit the bug. Whoosh! It'll smash him like a scion. Lin Bei saw that just as the fierce tiger destroyed the stands, a person shimmering with arcs of electricity dashed out rapidly. Due to the incredible speed, he could only make out that it was a human. In almost an instant, she reached the white wolf and stopped. When she did, Lin Bei realized that the other party was a woman. Moreover, a beautiful one. Name Xiaoxia. Occupation before the end times police officer. Appearance score 96. Comprehensive score 98. Level 1st tier 9 stars. Ability lightning SSS awakened LV3. Bond, elite police flower 1. Once the bond is activated, all members' firearm shooting talents are doubled. Innate silk stocking sacred body 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. Inexperienced 1. Once the bond is activated, a random small gift will be obtained with an additional gift for each additional person. Tunzi. Talk. This is what you said, that elite bondholders are rare. I met 2 at once tonight. To be honest, he didn't care much about the benefits of elite bonds. What he valued was the other party's ability. Lightning. To shatter darkness with thunder. One of the abilities he dreamed of. But, Xiaoxia, why does that name sound so familiar? Inua, don't be careless. This tiger is more ferocious than we imagined. My full-strength attack actually didn't inflict any substantial damage. Give me 5 minutes to recover my strength. The white wolf nodded. In the next second, arcs of electricity flickered around Xiaoxia. Her figure vanished into the darkness. The fierce tiger sniffed, trying to lock onto her through scent, but all it could smell was burnt odor. Roar! The fierce tiger roared in fury. This roar shook the surrounding buildings, its fierce gaze locking onto the white wolf. Awoo! The white wolf howled towards the sky. The bright moonlight bathed her, and her already large body visibly expanded further until it matched the tiger's size. Fangs, sharp claws, glimmering with a cold sheen. In the next second, the 2 fierce beasts charged at each other, and a battle between beasts officially commenced, destroying everything in their path. The stands collapsed, the ground shattered, and the enormous noise attracted countless zombies. However, in the face of these wild beasts, the zombies were crushed and killed like ants. What is happening? Dressed in black sportswear, Jiang Yu appeared beside him. How could she not hear such a huge commotion in the school? After replenishing her food, her physical condition was back to normal, and even her slightly messy hair was tied up, giving her a very capable appearance. That wolf looks so familiar, its pure white fur. It couldn't be that hungry wolf, could it? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. It was her fault that their food was insufficient. Lin Bei glanced at the time. 5 minutes were up. During these 5 minutes of intense battle, both fierce beasts sustained varying degrees of injury. Although the white wolf's size had increased to match that of the fierce tiger, its raw power was still inferior. However, it had its advantages. The advantage was that she had been interacting with humans since she was young. The fierce tiger was purely wild. In terms of hunting ability, it should lead. But hunting and fighting are different. The white wolf knew how to dodge and utilize advantages, her agility surpassing that of the tiger. The fierce tiger had 3 deep scratches on its abdomen. Licking its wounds, the disdain in its eyes had long disappeared. It had learned a lot from this battle and was ready to turn the tide. The 2 fierce beasts faced off. Boom! In the next second, the thunder that shattered the darkness appeared again, this time piercing directly through the fierce tiger's abdominal wound, creating a large hole in its massive body. The fierce tiger lowered its head in disbelief, its eyes filled with unwillingness. Roar! A desperate roar, and it collapsed to the ground. Its life force rapidly dwindled, its body shrinking quickly until it stopped at the size of an ordinary tiger, barely breathing, gasping weakly. Whoosh! Xiaoxia's figure appeared beside the white wolf, which also began to shrink, transforming from a fierce beast into a very cute puppy, wagging its tail and affectionately rubbing against Xiaoxia's leg. Got it, it'll take it out to feed you right away. Xiaoxia approached the fierce tiger, arcs of electricity flickering between her hands, as if she were gathering power. On a high building. So that white wolf has an owner. I envy that girl. I wonder how much power she could gain from killing that fierce tiger. I really want to rush over and snatch it. Jiang Yu murmured. To be honest, who wouldn't want to steal a kill? In the darkness, countless eyes were fixated on the playground, with many people sharing the same thoughts, envious and jealous, but no one dared to step forward. Who would want to offend the lightning ability user raising such a fierce beast? Moreover, whether they could snatch it from her was another question. Unless they possessed formidable long-range capabilities. Long-range? Could it be? Jiang Yu suddenly realized something and turned to Lin Bei beside her. The spatial ability could be used for long range. She saw Lin Bei's mouth curving into an excited smile. In the next second, a long knife appeared in Lin Bei's hand. She recognized it. It was crafted by her father, originally a non-sale item, but the offer was simply too generous. She admitted. She had become worldly. Lin Bei lunged forward, and Jiang Yu quickly looked towards the fierce tiger only to see a blade emerging from thin air before the tiger piercing deeply into its brain. Bang! In an instant, Lin Bei's heart raced violently. What the hell? Jiang Yu cursed aloud. Lin Bei had actually dared to steal the enemy from someone else. What the hell? Xiaoshi roared on the playground, instantly enraged. The prey she'd just felled had been snatched away. Damn it! Who is it? Her gaze swept sharply across the surroundings. Show yourself. In an instant, countless lightning bolts erupted from Xiaoshi Yu as their epicenter surging outward and bathing the entire campus in blinding daylight. Bai Lang Yingyue stood beside her, scanning for suspicious figures. The next second, human and wolf alike locked eyes on the two figures atop the rooftop. HM. Was it him? Was it her? Spatial ability. Yes, it was definitely him. But why was she here? Could mom have found out about the stolen food? Ha 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 ha. On the rooftop, Lin Bei burst into unrestrained laughter. No wonder she was the ultimate boss. This monster steal had rocketed him from First Order 7 stars straight to First Order 9 stars peak. He felt it. He truly felt the bottleneck. Exhilarating. Yet something was off. System logically speaking, this tiger's level should have propelled me directly into the Second Order. Why only 2 minor star increments? Firstly, not everyone who steals a monster receives its full energy. Only the majority. Secondly, consecutive breakthroughs destabilize the body. This energy is insufficient to breach a major tier without full adaptation to your new power. Lastly, Master, be grateful you gained 2 free stars. Complaining makes you quite the little glutton. Absolutely greedy. In these times, who wouldn't be greedy? Satisfaction? Hardly. Yet after this steal, he'd finally closed the early game gap. On the playground, after observing Lin Bei for a moment, Xiaoshi Yu drew a sharp blade, cleaved open the tiger's skull-donned gloves, and retrieved an egg-sized crystalline core. She wiped it clean with paper, then fed it to Yingyue. Then, cradling Yingyue, she leapt across rooftops until she landed atop the building. Her gaze locking onto Lin Bei with icy intensity, voice laced with undisguised fury. Do you have anything to explain? Whine. It's her. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's face up close, Yingyue buried her tiny head deep into Xiaoshi Yu's embrace. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lin Bei countered coolly. Me. Shouldn't you be the one explaining? A silent sigh escaped him inwardly. The women he encountered were truly extraordinary. Xiaoshi Yu. No wonder she bore a 96-point beauty rating. Glowed under moonlight, her skin flawless as frost, her features perfectly proportioned. Her waist was slender enough to encircle with one hand, her legs long and elegantly rounded. Me? Xiaoshi Yu blinked, brows furrowing. Excuse me, are you unhinged? You stole my monster yet demand my explanation. Nonsense. Ask your beloved Yingyue. Yingyue. Xiaoshi Yu gently lifted the creature's small head. Yingyue, have you ever seen Lin Bei before? Yingyue shook her head. Then have you seen Jiang Yu? Yingyue's head bobbed like a motorized toy. Xiaoshi Yu's expression darkened instantly. Tell me the truth. Did you sneak into their home again to steal food? Whine. Yingyue whimpered softly. Lin Bei frowned. How did this woman know both his and Jiang Yu's names? We'll deal with you later, Xiaoshi Yu said, her tone softening slightly, yet still simmering with resentment. That tiger had been her carefully chosen target to break through to Second Order, potentially reaching Second Order 2nd or even 3rd star, only to be stolen outright. My apologies. I suspect my Yingyue slipped out and raided Miss Zhang's martial arts academy for food. Since you two are affiliated, let's consider this monster theft settled, our debts cancelled. Because of her, the academy faced a food crisis and was forced to venture out. Moments ago, her squad was ambushed, 6 members killed. Had I not arrived in time, she and her 2 sisters would have fallen victim. Do you truly believe that single tiger erases such a debt? Lin Bei's voice turned glacial as he spoke, utterly truthful with no distortion or embellishment. Jiang Yu had been ambushed. 6 had died. They had nearly been overpowered. Was there something wrong with that? Not at all. Xiaoshi Yu's expression tightened. She bowed deeply to Jiang Yu. Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the immense loss my Yingyue caused you. Human lives cannot be measured, yet I beg your permission to make amends. Tomorrow, I will deliver a supply shipment to your martial arts academy. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Ah, so now she was turning the tables. After stealing her boss dear monster, not only did she avoid wrath, she triggered compensation. What is true professionalism? This is it. Of course, this presumes Xiaoshi Yu's inherent kindness. After all, this is the apocalypse. Few still abide by rules in the apocalypse. With her strength, she could easily evade accountability or simply attack. Spatial versus lightning. Uncertain. Who wins depends on skill. His spatial ability remained far too weak. Of course, assuming no external forces intervened. Just moments earlier, a minuscule long-range spatial wormhole had nearly drained his entire energy reserve. Those who awakened the ability to consciously wield their powers developed an internal reservoir, akin to mana. His mana pool was dangerously low. Jiang Yu remained silent, effectively accepting the offer. Truth be told, she desperately needed those supplies. One question intrigues me: we've never met. How did you learn our names, and even know about my martial arts academy? Xiao Shiyu smiled, exactly as anticipated. She deliberately named them, anticipating precisely this inquiry. And now, they'd asked earnestly and openly. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Xiao Shiyu. Shi as in tide, you as in moon. Formerly a police officer, now commander of the entire precinct since the apocalypse collapsed the station. We identified your anomalous abilities via surveillance footage and subsequently reviewed your official records. I speak from the heart when I invite you both to join our team. We possess abundant resources, you'll never lack food. Your sole duty will be cultivation, a dedicated staff prepare daily meals. Join. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. She shook her head. Fresh from betrayal, she couldn't bear crowded places. Scheming and intrigue exhausted her. Besides, she wasn't suited for it. Better to remain quietly with her sisters at the martial arts academy. Miss Xiao Shiyu, I have a question. Lin Bei spoke up. Please go ahead. Does your team include an elderly man named Li? Lin Bei suddenly recalled. The name rang familiar. She was the heroine from a novel he'd once read. Xiao Shiyu's brow furrowed. What do you mean? I neglected to mention. We currently accept only female members. Surveillance revealed many powerful men, but you are the first male I've invited. In this apocalypse, safeguarding my team's security and unity is paramount. Thus, no men joined previously. I invited you because your value is exceptional, and because your two lovely companions ensure no romantic complications arise among members. The surveillance initiative originated with her sisters monitoring the city remotely, allowed them to identify strong individuals, especially women, whom they'd observe then formally invite. They refused male recruits. Because recent horrors had sickened them, women traded as commodities, exploited, degraded. As a woman, she couldn't tolerate it. As a former officer, she refused to tolerate it. She possessed strength. She was formidable, so she vowed to forge a sanctuary for women. Inviting Lin Bei served multiple purposes. His two female companions were also exceptionally capable. Their recruitment would dramatically elevate the team's combat power, with her lightning and his spatial mastery anchoring the force who would dare provoke them. She knew full well, a team composed solely of women would inevitably draw predators. Early on, firearms deterred aggression, but later, guns might become mere toys. She alone might not be quite enough. With Lin Bei, however, they would be invincible. Lin Bei was invited not only for his exceedingly rare spatial ability, but more crucially for the extraordinary medicinal compound he possessed, one capable of rapidly restoring physical vitality. Via surveillance footage, she had watched nearly in real-time Lin Bei, Jiang Shiyu, and He Yun battle undead creatures in the underground parking garage, and then sweep through an entire mid-sized residential complex with nothing but the three of them. They never paused, or whenever their strength waned, even slightly, they swallowed a small pill. She urgently needed this medicine, taken together with all else. Lin Bei had to become either an ally, or at the very least a friend. That was why she willingly lowered her stance. She knew full well his earlier words contained substantial falsehoods. Jiang Yu's startled glance confirmed it. Her professional intuition made deception unmistakable. Yet that did not matter. In fact, it granted her an opening to showcase her formidable resources. But this Lin Bei is suspicious, deeply suspicious. Alarmingly so. He actually asked whether there was an elderly man surnamed Li near her, yet she'd already clarified she and Xiao Shiyu was tied, not Dawn. Honestly, would you like to join us, Lin Bei? No particular interest. Lin Bei declined, but found her all-female battalion intriguing. One day, should a truly formidable foe appear, absorbing her entire legion would undoubtedly elevate his strength dramatically. Xiao Shiyu felt a flicker of disappointment, yet remained undeterred. Her gaze shifted toward the sports field. As she brought Inu up to the rooftop, two figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly dispatched the undead lingering near the tiger's corpse, and began dissecting it with practiced efficiency. Lin Bei and Jiang Yu witnessed it too. Is it edible, eh? Lin Bei asked, puzzled. Doesn't it turn into a zombie beast after death? He wasn't well versed in such matters. Yes, it is edible. Xiao Shiyu spoke with quiet confidence, then shared her discovery. We've studied this thoroughly. So long as the creature wasn't infected by a zombie prior to death, its flesh remains fresh and safe. If decapitated within 1 minute of natural or combat-induced death. Even if bitten by a zombie, prompt amputation of the affected limb prevents systemic infection. Her tone carried quiet pride. Her team was exceptionally professional. System, is this accurate? Her assessment is largely correct. Yes, it is edible. Upon natural death, the virus first targets the brain, only after neural infection does it spread systemically. Soon the tiger lay fully dismembered. Xiao Shiyu retrieved her walkie-talkie. Xiao Qi, bring all the meat up here. Xiao Bai, drive the vehicle over. We'll grill on the rooftop. Understood, Sister Yu. Having issued her orders, she smiled warmly at the two. No need to join us. Serendipity brought us together. Why not share a few skewers? Surely you have no pressing commitments. None, Lin Bei replied, shaking his head. Why refuse a free meal? Tiger meat. Seriously, pre-apocalypse, who in their right mind would dare eat it? Nothing urgent, Jiang Yu said, though she recalled her two companions still lay unconscious. A faint concern lingered. Still, may we relocate? Let's move to that office building's rooftop. I left my friends inside. Agreed. 15 minutes later, SSSSS. SSSSS. Under the skilled hands of Wang Qi and Xiao Bei, Xiao Shiyu's younger sisters, skewered tiger meat, sizzled golden brown, glistening with oil and fragrant with seasoning, its rich aroma drifting across the rooftop. Mom, Mama. Yin frantically wagged her tail, uttering sounds uncannily human, drool already pooling at her muzzle. Here, you gluttonous little wolf. Xiao Shiyu placed a generous haunch on a plate and set it down. As Yin lunged forward with open jaws, she quickly added, eat slowly. If you finish within 10 minutes, you're banned from the rest. Whimper. Yin whined plaintively, then began nibbling daintily. Before them stood a modest table laden with skewers of tiger meat. Xiao Shiyu cracked open a case of beer, grilling without drinking. That's a life half-lived. Lin Bei chuckled. This woman was unexpectedly intriguing. Then a thought struck him. This was likely a calculated overture, a bid to draw him closer. Strangers shared no bond, indeed a minor tension lingered between them. Yet sharing skewers and beer, trading idle banter. Such moments forged familiarity fast. Not out of arrogance, but because Xiao Shiyu herself had admitted observing them via surveillance. She was almost certainly fixated on his restorative pill, the one he'd used freely in the garage, unaware of being watched. But this wasn't unwelcome. A woman wielding a 3-steer lightning ability coveted his most treasured artifact. How convenient. How delightfully fortuitous. That Yin obeys you completely. Jiang Yu, having taken a skewer, glanced at the white wolf, still vividly recalling its ferocious assault on her martial arts studio days earlier, a stark contrast to its present docility. Naturally, Xiao Shiyu drained a glass of beer. I delivered her myself. Her mother died in labor. I raised her from birth. Defy me. Then prepare to face 7 wolves. Several glasses of beer later. By the way, Xiao Shiyu turned to Jiang Yu. I've observed you for some time. Your ability has long intrigued me. You far surpass ordinary evolved, yet your strength and speed aren't markedly superior. You're stronger somehow, yet the source eludes me. If it's inconvenient to disclose, just say so. It's nothing special, physical enhancement ability. Jiang Yu offered no concealment. Honestly, before meeting Lin Bei, she'd considered herself fortunate, awakening with enshrank ability while many never awakened at all, and most who did possessed only low-tier powers. Then she met Lin Bei and Xiao Shiyu. Only then did she grasp the chasm between abilities. Lin Bei hadn't lifted a finger, yet silently eliminated Gao Jian and his cohort. And Xiao Shiyu, she'd coordinated with her pet to slay that monstrous tiger. Granted, the kill was contested, but her execution was breathtaking. Physical enhancement, that explains it. Xiao Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei, tempted to ask about his firearm, then reconsidered. It served no purpose and risked provoking suspicion. After a pause, she posed another question. Lin Bei, what tier is your spatial ability? 3S. Coincidence. I wield a 3S lightning ability too. Tell me whose power proves superior, mine or yours. Each possesses unique merits. His mastery of spatial ability remained incomplete, currently limited to a single god-tier supportive skill, spatial wormhole. Yet he believed even that alone would suffice against her. Time for a test. He snapped his fingers. A spatial wormhole bloomed beside them, hovering like a frameless mirror. Within its surface shimmered several wandering undead below. Immortal Miss Xiao, ahem. Xiao Shiyu, please unleash a bolt of lightning. Can it pass through my wormhole? Xiao Shiyu's temple muscles twitched violently. Suppressing the urge to curse, she flashed a natural smile. Of course. I'll try. Truthfully, she was curious too. A crackling arc sparked at her fingertip. With a flick, it shot through the wormhole, striking and obliterating an undead in an instant. Xiao Shiyu narrowed her eyes. This ability was perilous. Without forewarning, one could easily annihilate oneself. Now try your strongest attack. My most devastating blow. Xiao Xie began to scheme inwardly. My ultimate strike will drain all my supernatural ability and leave me vulnerable for a time. It's not that I don't trust you too, but if a powerful creature attacked now and you could not repel it, we might all perish. If only there were a medicine that could restore energy instantly. She spoke while her eyes kept flicking toward Lin Bei, subtle suggestion after subtle suggestion, relentless in its insistence. She knew Lin Bei might have guessed she had learned of his remedy through surveillance. Oh, once she mentioned it aloud, had only be more certain. She trusted he understood her words were meant for him. A smile tugged at Lin Bei's mouth. Riding her hint, he said, no matter. I possess a remedy that will put your mind at ease. He produced a few Huili Dan. This is an ancestral secret medicine. At my current rank, a single pill can restore all my stamina and refill my energy. For those of higher supernatural rank, however, several would likely be required. He set them on the table. If you don't suspect I'll drug you, you can try one first. We're all friends, of course I won't doubt you. It'll taste your ancestral remedy, she replied. Xiao Xie pinched one between two jade-like fingers, discharged several bolts of lightning into the spatial wormhole, then swallowed it. In an instant, all the energy she had expended was replenished. Amazing. It's even restored what I spent earlier. Xiao Xie's eyes widened. This medicine was truly wondrous, yet she did not buy Lin Bei's story about an ancestral secret. Still, since he said it, who was she to pry? Everyone kept small secrets. Is there truly such a miraculous medicine? Jiang Yu stared fixedly at the pills on the table. With these, killing zombies would become far more efficient. How many did he have? If she asked for some, would he give them? She wanted them. She wanted them desperately. In truth, no one would refuse. Even Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai, busy at the grill, watched the pills with heated eyes. Any scrap of sense meant recognizing their value. Xiao Xie took the remaining 2 pills, then lightning arced visibly from her fingertips. Lin Bei, brace yourself. I'm going to unleash my ultimate. As she poured in her supernatural energy, the electric arcs at her fingertips coalesced into a long spear laden with terrible force and destructive power. The entire rooftop glowed as if it were daylight beneath its light. So powerful. Jiang Yu frowned. Even as someone whose physique amplified, her abilities to absorb such an attack directly would likely mean being obliterated on the spot. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. He was eager to learn the limits of the spatial wormhole. Was there an upper bound, or was this a bug-to-your broken ability? He tossed a Huili Dan, a deliberate piece of bait. Naturally, he was fishing to catch a great prize. One must bait the trap with something irresistible. I used this very move to kill that tiger earlier. Let's see if your spatial wormhole can swallow it. Ready. Here it comes. Electric currents surged in Xiao Xie's palm as the lightning spear shot toward the spatial wormhole at tremendous speed. Even Lin Bei, who had only just reached the first tier 9 star, could barely make out its afterimage. As befits lightning, so swift. A deafening explosion roared up from below. The lightning spear passing through the spatial wormhole blew an enormous crater in the hardened concrete. Xiao Xie narrowed her eyes. Space-type powers were truly fearsome. Her full-strength blow had failed to shatter that small wormhole. Lin Bei's grin widened. His level 1 spatial wormhole had withstood a level 3 lightning assault. Clear proof of how grotesquely potent spatial abilities could be. Indeed, time commands reverence, but space rules supreme. This skill of yours is outrageously unfair, she complained. My lightning is supposed to be the most explosive and devastating. If even I cannot break it, who can? You're invincible. Am I invincible? Lin Bei was delighted. Today he had not only rescued teacher Jiang, but had also encountered a level 3 lightning wielder, and in the process gauged the upper limits of his spatial wormhole. He truly felt invincible. Suddenly he noticed Xiao Xie slipping the 2 remaining Huili Dan into her pocket and teased. Why not take one now? Didn't you just say you feared excessive depletion? We haven't met danger yet, she replied. If danger comes, there's still time to take one then. After saying that, fearing Lin Bei might pocket a pill, Xiao Xie promptly filled his cup with beer. Come on, drink. You won't let a girl out drink you, will you? Lin Bei smiled and drank it down. Beer. For them now it was no different from plain water. He understood her deliberate change of subject and did not press the matter. To be candid, Xiao Xie's 2 subordinates were skilled cooks. The first batch of meat had been a little overdone, perhaps their first time grilling that sort of flesh, but as they kept turning it, the flavor improved. Half an hour later, the tiger meat had been consumed save for 1 leg. They'll take this leg back to my sisters to sample. That's it for today. Tomorrow it'll come by bearing supplies, she said. Don't be too quick to refuse my invitation. Join us and grow together. The gains will far outweigh the risks. I can't promise everything, but I guarantee that you and your people will eat full meals and have meat at every table once you join. With that, she and her people departed. Lin Bei stood at the rooftop's edge and watched them drive away. Do you want to join, eh? Jiang Yu came to his side and asked. To be honest, she had not wanted to join at first, but upon hearing the team was all female and well supplied, she found herself eager to enlist. She had had enough of going hungry and then full in turns. It is easy to slip from frugality to luxury and far harder to return. Before the end of the world, having inherited the family business, she had not been wasteful, yet her daily meals were always things she liked. Now, by contrast, they could hardly even count on plain rice. I'm not going. Lin Bei gazed into the darkness. Those girls still needed further cultivation under Xiao Xie. The 2 who had followed earlier had been ordinary office workers before the apocalypse. Though fond of fine food, they were not fitness-minded. Their food intake had only grown, and boosting return multipliers meant little. What they needed was an increase in strength. What a shame, Jiang Yu said with regret. Lin Bei had saved her. He had provided her with so much food, his bearing and manners were impeccable, and on top of that, he was powerful yet polite. It was hard not to feel some affection. In this world, partings might be final. She had not even had the chance to repay her life debt. Do you want to go? Lin Bei turned to her. A little, she answered. Jiang Yu sat down, her shapely legs swinging as she propped her hands on the rooftop's edge and stared at the night sky. I've been exhausted lately. I don't want to be the big sister leader anymore. Joining an all-female team sounds perfect. Just kill zombies each day to grow stronger and nothing else to worry about. No fretting over the next meal, no fear that my sisters will go hungry, no worrying about anyone harboring ill intent. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Indeed, an all-women team would be paradise for many women. But she cannot leave. If she goes, what will become of our comrades' constitution? Lin Bei said nothing to dissuade her. Such matters required no intervention from him, others would handle them. Quietly, he sent a message to Xiao Yun. Your teacher is considering joining another team. After we return tomorrow morning, find a way to retain her. Brother, you're awfully greedy. You already have me, a devoted younger sister, and sister Shiryu, yet you still covet our teacher. Could it be you wish to become a disciple who rebels against his own master? Be good, obey me. Of course I'll obey, my dear brother. I'm your obedient younger sister. But if I successfully convince teacher Jiang to stay, will I receive a reward? Indeed you will, but for now it remains a secret. You're the very best brother. Don't worry, I won't let teacher Jiang join any other team. I'll make her my elder sister. Wait, no, first come first served, so I shall become her elder sister. Ha ha. Inside the room, Yun lay sprawled across her bed, her delicate bare feet kicking playfully in midair, her face radiant with unbridled joy as she imagined Xiao Yu calling her elder sister. To be fair, though it had been only one night, she had already experienced firsthand the torment sister Shiryu endured, an intoxicating blend of affection and exasperation. Reinforcements were urgently needed, truly needed. The two of them alone were simply insufficient. Mission accomplished. Lin Bei pocketed his phone. Attributes. Master Lin Bei. Level tier 19 stars. System storage space 100 cubic meters. Abilities spatial manipulation SSS rank level 1 passive spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength S rank level 1 double amplification. Speed 100. Strength 103 base amplification 2 additional. Mental capacity 100. Physical constitution 100. Inventory recovery pills 1500. SSS rank beef steaks 600. Premium honey glazed giant sausages 100. Cataloged allies Jiang Shiryu tier 16 stars, spatial manipulation level 1, Yun tier 16 stars, strength level 2, triple amplification. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 3, food consumption yield 3. Oh, both Shiryu and Xiao Yun had ascended a star. Clearly they hadn't been idle. He was thoroughly satisfied. Tier 19 stars. His physical attributes were tenfold those of an ordinary human, but his strength surged to 60 times greater. His gaze swept toward the school gate, shrouded in darkness. Earlier, the deafening clamor had drawn a horde of zombies there. It was barely 8 or 9 o'clock, and he intended to push through to Tier 2 in one decisive surge. Power's ascent was dangerously addictive. Teacher cared to engage in some exercise to aid digestion. Lin Bei extended the invitation. Merely grinding low-tier monsters was dreadfully dull. Following his line of sight, she realized she'd misinterpreted his intent and inwardly chided herself. Certainly, Jiang Yu craved power, especially after witnessing the awe-inspiring might of two elite awakened beings. Her own tier 19 star status now felt woefully inadequate. If her innate ability fell short, relentless effort would bridge the gap. Whooshed, they leapt from the rooftop together. Their silhouettes vanished into the night. At their level of evolution, common zombies were little more than insects. Slaying them yielded only pitiful traces of energy. After tasting the abundant vitality of true apex predators, Lin Bei found even these feeble kills increasingly contemptible. Half an hour later, he grew weary of slaughter itself. Killing mindlessly, relentlessly had left him nauseated. His blade had grown as cold and indifferent as a fishmonger's knife at the market. Once this district was cleared, he would halt. Then he swallowed a recovery pill to restore his stamina. Here. He casually tossed one to teacher Jiang. She caught it, turned it over in her palm, hesitated deeply, and finally slipped it into her pocket. In dire need, this could mean life itself. Besides, her stamina depletion had been minimal. Her extraordinary constitution enabled rapid self-recovery. Go ahead, eat it, teacher. Don't hold back. I have more than enough of these. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Bei tossed her 2 more. 3 truths of excess. 1 is waste. True confidence springs from substantial resources. Resources that draw admiration, especially from women. Indeed, no woman truly resists genuine strength. Or does she? Jiang Yu caught the pills effortlessly, her expression incredulous. He possessed such miraculous medicine in abundance. Yet, could its efficacy possibly live up to his claims? She harbored doubts. After all, they were already superhuman, descendants of a time-honored lineage. How much could even ancestral formulas truly restore? She placed one in her mouth and swallowed. Instantly, her pupils contracted sharply. Not only was her expended stamina fully replenished, but but an overwhelming surge of vitality flooded her body brimming beyond capacity. This elixir was truly extraordinary. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At that moment, a black rat, larger than an average adult cat, scurried forth from a nearby sewer grate long since vanished. It bounded onto a zombie corpse and began tearing ravenously at the flesh. Within moments, the entire arm had been devoured, the rodent's belly swelled taut and round. Lin Bei's brow furrowed faintly. Rats. His ears twitched, strange sounds echoed from below. His expression shifted subtly as he gazed downward in disbelief. If tigers could evolve, then rats fed on zombie flesh certainly could too. But their numbers appeared exceedingly vast. SHWSH. With one stroke, Lin Bei severed the giant rat's head. Though its size had evolved dramatically, the energy yield from its death paled beside that of even a common zombie. After all, a rat remained a rat. Not good. Could it be a rat tide? Jiang Yu too heard the ominous stirrings from the sewer. Her grip tightened on her spear, her expression growing complex and grave. Good news, countless mutated beasts. Bad news, they were rats. Shall we retreat? Jiang Yu looked to Lin Bei. Being surrounded by a rat tide posed far graver peril than being encircled by zombies. Why retreat? Lin Bei withdrew a vial and handed it to Jiang Yu, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. If left unchecked, they'll inevitably threaten us later. Moreover, aren't they pure energy waiting to be harvested? Indeed. Jiang Yu accepted the vial, her heart pounding violently. The vial overflowed with the same pills, hundreds at the very least. Such an elixir traded openly would ignite frenzied competition among countless awakened beings. Yet he offered it so casually, so lavishly. Magnificent. Utterly magnificent. In the next instant, countless rat heads emerged from the sewer, tiny black noses twitching in the air, gleaming obsidian eyes locking onto the two figures. Then, hundreds surged forward, wave upon relentless wave. The spectacle was profoundly unnerving, the kind that would send sufferers of trypophobia collapsing into convulsions. Lin Bei exhaled slowly. Then, drawing a deep breath, he executed a sweeping horizontal slash, enhanced by a spatial wormhole, to instantly obliterate dozens. Their density made them easy targets, but the slain were but a single hair upon the hide of the entire tide. Fascinating. That single strike yielded energy rivaling several zombies combined, reigniting his fervor. Having grown sick of slaughtering zombies, he now found genuine intrigue in hunting these rodents. Each kill granted energy and eradicated latent threats. A rat tide must never be ignored. Left unchecked, it would only swell, until one day he awoke to find himself utterly engulfed by teeming, writhing hordes. Snakes, insects, rats, ants. Once trivial, now empowered by endless sustenance and no coordinated suppression. Left to multiply unchecked, they would inevitably escalate into an existential threat to humanity. He wasn't merely preparing for the worst. Rather, he'd simply watched far too many films on the subject. 1 cut, 10 cuts, 100 cuts. Lin Bei no longer counted how many strikes he had made, only that the corpses of rats on the ground had formed a small hill. He handled the range suppression and wide area clearing while his master dealt with the stragglers. The spear was remarkably nimble in her hands. Power is present. Damage is present. Support is present. Only an area effect skill was missing. If Xiao Xie were here, a single discharge could fry an entire swath. He needed to develop a spatial area damage technique. Lin Bei, cold weapons are not used like this. As he pondered, Jiang Ye's voice came. Lin Bei froze. What did she mean? Since you still call me master, then as your master, I must teach you something. After her words, Lin Bei felt a shift in Jiang Ye's presence. He could not name how it had changed, only that it felt different. Before the apocalypse, perhaps you have heard of martial masters who could unleash blade chi or sword chi. In this post-apocalyptic age, our physical constitutions have long surpassed those masters. For us, a cold weapon is no mere tool. Do not think of a blade as an object, but as an extension of your body, like this. She spoke, then breathed something onto the spear tip. The spear began to dance in her hands. The tip struck the ground and swept sparks, igniting the point. With a forward thrust, a roaring fire dragon surged out and devoured a great number of mutant rats. That single technique annihilated at least several hundred. Lin Bei's eyes widened. No way. How is a guy supposed to learn that? Seeing Lin Bei dumbstruck, Jiang Yu felt a swell of pride. Oh, she wanted him to taste what she had just felt. Beyond a little showing off, she mainly wished to repay him. Remember, the blade is part of your body. Use it to channel and vent the power inside you, not merely to cleave. Like this. Jiang Yu swept her spear. A flaming slash cascaded outward, eradicating thousands of rats on the surface. She then swallowed a Huili pill. I have not yet grasped the true essence. Moves like that are immensely draining. But for you it will not be an issue. With such medicine in your possession, you need not worry. Just this much, and you say you haven't mastered it. Imagine a current of chi within you. Through the motion of your blade you sever and send that current outward. Jiang Yu continued to impart her experience. She launched spear after spear. With each thrust a fiery slash swept forth the air thick with the scent of burning. The few spears she sent out equaled the hundreds of cuts he had just made. I see. This is the allure of a consummate martial artist, an outright release of power. Lin Bei attempted what Jiang Yu described. Given his talent, the blade chi was a mere trifle. One strike, 10-100. None yielded success, so he decisively gave up. Come on. She had trained since childhood and still had not fully mastered it. What right did this newly initiated novice have to master it? Do not lose heart. Once you feel that current within you, it becomes far easier. It took me half a day to sense it. I estimate you will take 10 days to half a month. Your physical constitution is already excellent. Really, it is quite simple when you feel it. Her words were enlightening. Actually, the blade is not my specialty. I am no great master. I merely understand some spear techniques. Oh, Jiang Yu's interest was piqued. She had practiced since childhood and excelled with the spear. Whether Lin Bei truly understood mattered little. She would know at a glance. Here, Jiang Yu handed him the flaming spear. No need, I have a gun. Lin Bei refused, then drew his Desert Eagle from the system space, the black muzzle trained on the rats. The semi-automatic pistol sprang to life, spitting rounds as it resumed firing. Jiang Yu stood stunned, mouth agape, staring at the gun in his hand. Good heavens, so that was the firearm he had met. Lin Bei's speed was astonishing. 20 rounds emptied in 0.1 seconds, reloaded in 0.1 seconds. In a single second, he could fire 50 rounds, enough to fell at least 30 rats. Damn, the efficiency was still too low. The rats continued to surge from the sewers. Jiang Yu teased Lin Bei, your gun isn't very effective. Mocked, how annoying. Lin Bei grew a little irritable, then his mouth curved into a smile. Master, that was just an appetizer. Now I'm going to go all out. All out how? Jiang Yu wondered. What more could a pistol do? Against a tide of rats, only Gatling-type weapons would be of use, and many of them at that. A mere pistol. The next moment, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted in shock. Are you insane? Do you intend to blow this place up? At that moment, Lin Bei held the gun in one hand. In the other, he carried a gas canister. Space portals manifested before him. He tossed 7 or 8 canisters in succession into the sewers, each one falling and opening its valve. By the 10th toss, he smiled. Art is. He fired a shot as he hurled one into the drain. Lin Bei swept the still-stunned Jiang Yu into his arms. A space portal opened behind them, a one backward step, and they reappeared 50 meters away, just as a series of terrifying explosions began to erupt one after another. Boom, 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 boom. As Lin Bei moved to close the portal, a fearsome shockwave billowed out from the not yet sealed rift, hurling the two of them another 50 meters. Rubble flew in every direction. The surface collapsed. The city's ground trembled. Countless manhole covers were catapulted skyward, accompanied by towering pillars of flame. Thick fissures crawled outward at a speed visible to the eye. A surge of energy flowed into his body. He leveled up. Attributes: Owner Lin Bei. Level Tier 2, 1 star. System Space 100 cubic meters. Ability Space SSS LV2 Passive Spatial Backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength S LV1 double. Speed 150. Power 153.2. Spirit 150. Constitution 150. Items: Huali Pill 1400, SS Grade Steak 600, Top Grade Honeyed Sausage 100. Codex Entries acquired: Jiang Shiyu Tier 1 6-star Space LV1, Heyin Tier 1 6-star Strength LV2, Triple Amplification. Bond bonuses: Charisma 2, Strength 3, Consumable returns 3. Power. This time his strength truly surged. What tremendous power. What gun. Pathetic. Only an explosion would suffice. Such a pity. The distance was too great. Otherwise, the energy spent destroying the rats in that blast could have earned him at least 2 more stars. You lunatic. Jiang Yu, lying on the ground and dizzy, recovered and couldn't help scolding him. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. It's soft. He looked down. Good grief. His hand had found its place. He pinched and rose. Jiang Yu did not notice her body, still reeling from the fall. As he stood, Lin Bei's pupils narrowed. It is common knowledge that on black clothing, any smudge shows as a pale print. On Jiang Yu's outfit, 2 large white handprints, one left, one right, sat in perfect symmetry. Pretending not to have seen, Lin Bei asked, Master, how did I do with my pistol? Well done, don't do it again. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. This kid had no fear of blowing himself to pieces. Detonating so many gas canisters at once was reckless enough, but doing it inside a sewer, the danger level had skyrocketed beyond measure. He stood and stretched his limbs. Fortunately, he'd only been lightly buffeted by the blast wave. With their current physical conditioning, plummeting 50 meters felt like child's play. Sigh. Lin Bei sighed softly to himself. In this day and age, men like me, quietly resolving colossal urban crises, are becoming exceedingly rare. Indeed, Jiang Yu silently concurred. Leaving such a threat unattended would have been deeply troublesome. You've broken through, she suddenly asked, sensing that Lin Bei now radiated an even more unfathomable aura. To the second tier, how much did your amplification increase? From 10-fold to 15-fold. Lin Bei moved his body, slowly adapting to his newfound power. His breakthrough had been astonishingly rapid, ascending from first tier 6-star to the second tier in a single day. Such explosive growth bordered on the surreal. He could barely rein in the raw force surging through his limbs. Yet this was precisely the pace befitting a true cheat, a transcendent acceleration demanding rigorous refinement. Suddenly Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. A scathing, derisive smile curled at the corners of his lips. Jiang Yu blinked, bewildered by his sudden cold chuckle, then watched stunned as he lunged forward and struck with a devastating punch aimed squarely at her head. To her left, boom! A thunderous detonation echoed. Then came the heavy, muffled thud of a corpse collapsing. Jiang Yu twisted her head in disbelief. There, lying motionless on the ground behind her, lay a zombie with half its skull obliterated. How did it get so close without my noticing? Jiang Yu stared blankly, utterly baffled. For days, she had cultivated razor-sharp vigilance, constantly scanning her surroundings, especially behind her, wary of ambushes. She'd just checked moments ago. How could she possibly have missed it? Lin Bei's gaze held quiet scorn. A sentient, invisible zombie crept up on you, and your so-called ability is utterly useless. Invisible? Utterly useless? Jiang Yu recoiled in shock. Come on, she'd nearly been bitten. How did you spot it? Such zombies were terrifying beyond measure. Humans instinctively trusted their eyes, and just moments earlier she had too. To feel it approach undetected, then strike with a sudden lethal bite at the throat. No one could withstand that. Worse still, this creature was unervingly intelligent, its entire body meticulously cleansed, devoid of the putrid stench typical of its kind. That was why it had slipped past her senses entirely. I possess spatial abilities. I can perceive minute fluctuations within a defined radius. Even an ant crawling across the floor would register clearly in my awareness. In truth, if you'd paid closer attention, relying on sound alone, you might have heard it too. Sometimes don't trust your eyes so blindly. Jiang Yu nodded, comprehension dawning, then sighed faintly, her expression dimming. I truly envy you, brother Lin Bei. Your spatial ability is extraordinary, unlike mine. Was there a faint, unmistakable hint of veiled envy in her tone? Truth be told, she was genuinely envious. Her own ability was bodily enhancement. Beyond accelerated regeneration and enhanced durability, it offered virtually no other advantage. Her martial aptitude, paired with even a modest ability like enhanced strength, would have multiplied her combat prowess several times over. Here, take it back. The rat swarm had dissipated. Jiang Yu returned the vial to Lin Bei, nearly full, having consumed only a few pills. Most women might have quietly kept it. Its value was incalculable, enough hyperbolically speaking to trade for 10,000 beauties. Yet she refused to carry debts of gratitude. Keep it. Lin Bei waved dismissively, then turned away without glancing back, drawing his blade to practice releasing blade energy, all while pondering new applications of his spatial ability. Master, I'm beginning cultivation. Please don't disturb me. Fine. Jiang Yu had intended to refuse, but seeing Lin Bei already immersed in swordplay, she relented. She had wanted the vial. Receiving it had filled her with joy, yet guilt deepened with every passing moment. She possessed self-awareness. This gift was not hers by right. He gave far too much, too many things, so much that she felt increasingly embarrassed. Teaching him a few techniques had momentarily eased her debt, yet he'd immediately saved her life, then gifted her an entire vial of miraculous medicine. Such overwhelming kindness left her utterly at a loss for repayment. It couldn't be repaid. Truly, it could never be repaid. So perhaps with boom. Just as the thought flickered in her mind, a deafening explosion seized her attention. Lin Bei had slashed outward, and dozens of meters ahead a deep crater now marred the wall. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed. He'd mastered it already. Then she relaxed. After all, he'd ascended to the second tier. His physical resilience had surged anew. The chi circulating within him had grown denser, richer, easier to sense and command. Lin Bei continued practicing. He'd already reached the threshold. Talent alone wasn't fearsome. It was talent coupled with relentless diligence that was truly daunting. Glancing at the time, just past midnight, she resolved to begin training herself. She lowered her gaze to the long spear in her hands. Wait. Only now did she notice the two large pale handprints on her chest. She froze, startled. Were they hers? Instantly she assumed they must have been pressed there during the blast's aftershock, unnoticed in the chaos. Lin Bei, upright and principled, would never commit such an act. She planted the spear into the ground and held her palms side by side. GD. They were noticeably larger than her own. Her face darkened instantly. With a deeply aggrieved glance toward Lin Bei, she reflected, as a woman, how could one remain emotionally unaffected when two male handprints appeared on such a profoundly personal part of her body? Even so, she dismissed it. It must have been coincidence. Had Lin Bei harbored ill intent, he'd have acted long ago, at the office building. There was no need to seize petty advantages now. In this apocalypse, with his strength and resources, women would never be in short supply. Hunting monsters. Leveling up. Dawn arrived at 5 o'clock. Daylight broke. Jiang Yu returned refreshed, accompanied by her 2 younger sisters. After a night of fierce combat, she had finally achieved the 2nd tier. Lin Bei too hadn't wasted the night. He'd not only mastered shockwave-infused slashes, but elevated his strength aptitude to level 2. Base strength 153, fitness enthusiast bond 3, strength ability 1350. 2nd tier, 1st star. Ordinary evolved beings possessed 15 times the strength of baseline humans, while his had surged to a staggering 135-fold. This was the terrifying exponential nature of multiplicative augmentation. The higher one climbed, the more monstrous the progression became. So handsome. Absolutely, he's breathtaking. Sister Xiao Yu said he was handsome, but I never imagined this level of charisma. If only he were my boyfriend. So powerful and so stunning. I'd laugh in my sleep. The 2 girls, each a year younger than Jiang Yu, whispered conspiratorially, their eyes shimmering with unabashed admiration. Who among us isn't drawn to beauty? Especially when that paragon has also rescued them and generously shared abundant provisions. So much food, Jiang Yu naturally shared it freely. Lin Bei smiled faintly. To be discussed so openly by young women, whose heart wouldn't swell with quiet delight. Morning sunlight bathed him, intensifying his allure. Both girls gazed at him starry-eyed. Even Jiang Yu paused, her breath catching. Truly he was breathtaking, so striking that her heart fluttered, quickening its rhythm uncontrollably. Let's go. The 4-member team headed back toward the martial arts hall. Along the way, hordes of zombies surged toward them, only to be met by Lin Bei's casual slash. A terrifying shockwave erupted, decapitating dozens in an instant. That night no new ability had manifested, but his mastery of blade energy was now absolute. No matter. What mattered was unleashing the chi within him, fully, fiercely. A few vitality restoration pills replenished his reserves instantly. 1 pill no longer sufficed, so he took 2. More consumption meant greater repayment later. Simple arithmetic. Holy! Jiang Yu gasped aloud. In mere hours he'd advanced to such terrifying power. His destructive output now rivaled her own. A bitter pang tightened her chest. Setting aside abilities, her sole edge over Lin Bei had always been raw combat prowess. Yet now he stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Her pride, her hard-won confidence, had been wounded once more. She was fiercely competitive. In her lexicon, there existed no justification for women falling short of men. Reality, however, had delivered a sobering verdict. She did fall short, not of men in general, but of Lin Bei alone. Her former student, forged in the crucible of apocalypse, had evolved into a cosmic-level prodigy, an unparalleled, universe-defying anomaly. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. They returned to the martial arts hall. Along the way, he visited dozens of shops and acquired items for free. Clothes, shoes, underwear, stockings, toilet paper, such consumables must be well stocked. 2nd floor of the martial arts hall. Sister, your spatial wormhole is simply unfair. Ooh, I cannot land a single hit. If you have the courage, stop using it, and let us women fight face to face. He puffed her lips in indignation. The agreed spar had become a one-sided mockery. Against a spatial ability, it was like striking cotton. Oh, no force registered at all. Why would anyone fight you, Hedon? Sure, you said, as if it were obvious. With Bei Bei amplifying you threefold and your own ability tripled, as well, who would dare take a punch from you? But I can't hit you. He tried every method, yet the spatial wormhole remained inscrutable. Alas, blame me for being too strong, for awakening this space ability that keeps my dear sister from ever striking me. A humble brag. So infuriating, He said, puffing her mouth even more. She could not break it. Her little head swam, and she could think of no countermeasure. Suddenly, she caught sight of Lin Bei and the others returning through the doorway. A wicked smile flashed at the corner of her mouth. Biting her lower lip, she put on an aggrieved expression and pleaded, "Sister, please don't bully your little sister anymore. Little sister won't dare. She will know her place. From now on, every night the little sister will give good brother to sister. Oh, just please don't bully me anymore." Jiang Shiyu froze in bewilderment. What on earth? What was this act for? A moment later, when the others entered the range of her spatial sense, she understood Lin Bei had returned. That brat, who wouldn't imitate that, suddenly flung herself to the ground and wailed, "Sister, what have I done wrong? Why do you beat me so viciously? You hurt me so much. If you want Bei Bei I'll give Bei Bei to you in the future, just please. Please don't bully me, little sister. I'm frail, you're going to kill me. My foot hurts." Sob. The expression, the tone, the state, so vividly rendered that it moved one to pity. Heian was dumbfounded. Better at acting than her. Now even crying. Very well. If she thinks she cannot make me cry. She ran through the sad episodes of her life, none surfaced. If one counts the time her father polished off the sausage shed bought in a single gulp, then perhaps there was that. So irritating. She couldn't cry. What's going on? Jiang Yu, who had just returned, was baffled and turned to Lin Bei. Lin Bei sneered. They're just bored, they're playing. He Yun giggled and ran up, taking Jiang Yu's jade-like hand, wearing a somewhat mournful look. Sister Yu, you've suffered lately. You've become thin. Upon learning it was play, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Xiao Yun was being bullied. She appraised her from head to toe and asked with a curious look, have you gained weight? No. Can one still plump up in the apocalypse? He Yun's face flushed. Ah, Sister Yu, why say that? I've been eating slightly better these days, or I've gained a few pounds. Really? Lin Bei glanced a few times and saw no change. Her figure remained perfect. When his gaze swept to her lower half, he could not look away. This girl had truly put on high socks. They clung tightly to her long, graceful legs. Pristine white socks wrapped her small feet, paired with a pair of black leather shoes. Black and white, a classic pairing. Paired with He Yun's striking beauty and set on a crowded street, which man could resist stealing a glance? Moreover, she had activated the sacred body bond, tripling the effect of this ensemble. Lin Bei prided himself on some restraint, but before her, he found himself somewhat unable to hold back. All right, so she dressed like this, did she? She'll get her comeuppance later, He Yun thought, secretly delighted. She cherished the way good brother looked at her. Her heart danced. A woman dresses for the one she fancies, and she had dressed expressly for him. Casting a triumphant glance at Sister Shiryu, she added, Bei, this is the person who used to be your teacher. Hello, my name is Jiang Shiryu. Jiang Shiryu slowly moved to his side. A faint fresh scent wafted into his nostrils. Today's Shiryu. She wore a snow-white gown. Through the gauze-like fabric one could faintly see her long legs. The calves beneath the hem were sheathed in a layer of delicate silk that gave off a soft sheen. On her feet were a pair of exquisite low heels. The shape of her foot was elegant, the lines graceful, her skin pale as jade and flawless, like a work of art. As if a treasure bestowed by heaven. How could she be so beautiful? If not for the presence of others, he would surely have lingered to contemplate the mysteries of life with these two enchanting sprites. Their allure was immense, and with the sacred body bond amplifying it, few could remain unmoved. Shiryu refused to be outdone and shot a look back at He Yun, proud and chest arched. Her eyes seemed to say, when it comes to dressing, your still inexperienced sister's is superior to yours. She had risen early and noticed Xiao Yun not only wore makeup, but this very outfit. Understanding her little scheme, she promptly changed into an ensemble of her own. He Yun pouted. Wait until she develops further. That temperament, that temptation. Even Jiang Yu was slightly stunned. If she were a man, he would probably be unable to resist. This outfit was truly stunning. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu considered herself beautiful, but beside the woman before her, she felt somewhat outshone. Sister Yu, what rank are you now? I'm rank 16 star. Have I surpassed you? Her little face brimmed with expectation, eager to see Sister Yes surprise, and to let good brother know that they had not been idle while he was away. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. Xiao Yun, sorry to disappoint you. Your sister just broke through to rank 2 this morning. What? He Yun was shocked. T2. Her face fell instantly. She had thought that by killing zombies relentlessly these days, she would make up for lost time, but the gap remained vast. Shiryu also furrowed her brow. Rank 2. It seemed they had not worked hard enough. If even Jiang Yu, a single woman, could reach rank 2, one could imagine how many men outside had done the same. In the first 5 or 6 days after the apocalypse erupted, they had been idle. Despite working hard recently, they still lagged far behind. Although she had awakened an extraordinary spatial ability, she still felt a faint sense of crisis. As a woman, she wanted to be the finest in Lin Bei's size. After all, she was his first woman in the apocalypse. She understood the fickleness of affection. Thus, she constantly changed her ways to please him. Not only that she sought to enhance her charm. She already had beauty and figure and an ability, as she also wanted her rank to overshadow other beauties. Only in this way would Lin Bei's gaze remain on her. Seeing Shiryu and He Yun's shocked expressions, Jiang Yu felt no pride. Last night's ability spar between Lin Bei and Xiao Xie had deeply unsettled her. What use was a higher rank when ability determined one's ceiling? To be frank, she felt He Yun's power and ability outclassed her own physique-type ability by miles. She glanced at the women beside her and beckoned them over. Since everyone is here, I have something to tell you. Jiang Yu relayed Xiao Xie's invitation to her team members, conveying the conditions without reserve and fully describing the strength of the group. Whether to go or stay is up to each of you. I personally recommend you go. There you need not worry about food or safety. They are tens of thousands of times stronger than my place. She was still hesitating about whether to go herself, but she had to persuade these girls to join. She was exhausted. She no longer wanted to manage others. Xiao Xie's place was an excellent refuge, though otherwise these young beautiful girls wandering alone would sooner or later become other people's playthings, traded again and again. Senior sister Yu, will you go? One of the younger women asked while the others watched her with quiet concern. They all longed to go, and even more so to follow her. These past days they had come to regard her as their anchor. Jiang Yu hesitated. She too wished to go, but the debt she owed Lin Bei weighed heavily upon her. This parting might well be eternal. None could foresee where their paths would next lead. To depart without word would leave her conscience deeply unsettled. Dear senior sister, please don't go. I came here expressly to find you. He-yun hurried forward, clinging to Jiang Yu's arm and pouting playfully. Dear senior sister, don't go to that Xiao Shiyu's place. I'll miss you terribly. Stay with us instead, won't you? Please, please. Well, among them, besides the two sisters who had grown up beside her since childhood, He-yun was the one closest to her heart. She truly wanted to stay, yet her unrepaid debts loomed large. But would Lin Bei willingly provide food for her? At this thought, she glanced sideways at Lin Bei and spoke softly. Dear little sister, it isn't that I don't wish to remain. It's just what? Hearing a hint of possibility, He-yun perked up instantly. Jiang Yu bit her lower lip gently. It's only that my staying may burden your food supplies. With the grid down entirely and scorching heat outside, perishables stored in refrigerators, fruits, vegetables, meats, will spoil rapidly. As a second stage awakened, my caloric demands are immense. I'd never wish to trouble you. It isn't that I want to leave you. It is precisely for you that I must depart. Lin Bei arched an eyebrow. Psychological manipulation. Not quite. She was speaking not to He-yun, but to the other women and to him. Clever. Jiang Yu's words were not meant for He-yun alone, but for the other women, and for Lin Bei himself. She did not wish them to stay merely because she did, nor did she wish to conceal the practical truth, that her presence meant another mouth to feed. The world now stood at the threshold of universal evolution. The zombie crisis, and the resulting blackout, had begun to erode the supply of edible resources while their appetites grew ever more voracious. Online footage showed crops, fruits, and vegetables withering en masse across the wasteland, as though unable to endure this new reality. As sustenance dwindled and hunger surged, starvation loomed inevitable, unless someone succeeded in cultivating new crops adapted to this desolate age. It's perfectly fine, senior sister. Though our stores are modest, there's still room for one more. Right, dear brother Lin? He-yun clung to Jiang Yu's arm, gazing at Lin Bei with hopeful, pleading eyes. Lin Bei frowned in contemplation, then after a long pause reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Indeed, whatever you say is true. A small performance, nothing more. Of the women present, save Jiang Yu, none held his interest. Not a single one had unlocked the fitness practitioner bond. Each, however, possessed the gourmet trait, evidently seasoned travelers before the collapse. Two remained at mere first-stage Fustar, pathetically weak. Better to let Xiao Shiyu take them away for proper cultivation than keep them as ornamental burdens. He-yun beamed. I knew dear brother Lin was the kindest of all. Senior sister, you please stay with us. Rest assured, where I eat you shall eat. Together we'll shatter the hordes of the undead and pierce through the darkness. Truly there's no issue with my staying. Jiang Yu turned to Lin Bei. Truth be told, his generosity last night, bestowing such a generous portion of food, was undeniable. Yet even generosity had its limits. Teacher, no problem at all. Please don't force yourself. Truly no problem. Then it's settled. Reassured, Jiang Yu exhaled, her solitude eased by He-yun's cheerful presence. Yet, parting from her two childhood sisters weighed heavily on her heart. Xiao Bai, Xiao Shiyu will arrive shortly. When she does accompany her. It was my negligence. Last night nearly cost you your lives. Senior sister, let's not dwell on that. Or why not come with us? We sisters need each other. Leaving you behind breaks our hearts. Yes, senior sister, we can't bear it. Come with us. The sisters pleaded, hearts raw with sorrow. Jiang Yu wavered, torn between lifelong bonds and profound gratitude, between affectionate duty and deep obligation. Which path should she choose? Unfair. He-yun's brow lifted. She knew well how deeply Jiang Yu valued loyalty and sentiment. A few heartfelt words from those sisters might yet sway her. Senior sister Xiao, senior sister Xiao Bai, why speak as if we'll never meet again? We're staying right here. If you miss her, simply visit. What? Staying here? Why didn't you say so sooner? Their relief was immediate. In this apocalypse, home had long ceased to be fixed. Until now, they'd assumed Lin Bei's group would vanish just as quickly as they'd appeared. Xiao and Xiao Bai understood Jiang Yu intimately. They knew her decision to remain stemmed not only from He-yun's entreaties, but more profoundly from her unwavering desire to repay kindness. Her innate goodness had made her vulnerable to treacherous schemers. They had underestimated humanity's darkest impulses. Thankfully, Lin Bei had arrived in time. Otherwise, they dared not imagine what horrors might have befallen them. You really should have said so earlier. Jiang Yu tapped He-yun's forehead lightly. Had she known, would she have agonized so? But you never asked, came the innocent reply. Whatever the case, her mission was accomplished. Next came the delicate task of guiding senior sister Yu into her and Shi Yu's unit, whereupon Jiang Yu would by custom address her as senior sister in turn. She had already begun to daydream, imagining herself patting Jiang Yu's shoulder. Senior sister Yu, from today onward we'll each claim seniority. I'll call you sister, and you'll call me sister too. He gurgle, without warning. Jiang Yu's stomach growled, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Such was the price of her physique enhancement ability. Her muscles and bones possessed fourfold density compared to peers of equal stage, demanding 3 to 4 times the caloric intake. Her appetite was quite literally staggering. We still have some provisions at home. I'll prepare a meal. Let's gather and share a feast. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai set to work retrieving every edible item they owned. Fortunately, they'd raided numerous refrigerators on their return journey. The power had only failed the previous evening, so frozen goods remained pristine. Moments later, dish after dish appeared: braised pork belly, braised chicken legs, braised beef, braised mutton, sweet and sour spare ribs, and trotter soup. Finally, shredded spicy little slime head snack sticks, shredded pickled mustard greens, and stir-fried instant noodles. At first glance, the spread looked promising. Spicy sticks with rice were in fact delicious. Lin Bei had tasted them before. The sole flaw: not a single fresh vegetable graced the table. Over a week into the apocalypse, green produce had vanished entirely. Lin Bei, sit and join us. Shi Yu, Xiao Yun. Come everyone, let's eat together. Jiang Yu called out warmly. No need. I ate on my way back. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. Lin Bei declined. Those meager portions wouldn't suffice for even 2 or 3 people. Dear senior sister, you all go ahead. I've gained weight these past days and must shed a few pounds. Wouldn't want someone to think less of me. He also refused, her reasoning mirroring Lin Bei's. Teacher Jiang, please eat without concern for us. Shi Yu likewise declined. She knew none of them. If Lin Bei and He Yun abstained, she would not intrude. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. She longed to draw closer to Lin Bei. 2 days had passed without intimacy. The night before last, she'd yielded him to He Yun. Last night, he hadn't returned. Though a flicker of fear lingered, her yearning burned all the more. Bei, she murmured inwardly. Shi Yu approached Lin Bei, who stood by the window, and leaned gently against him. Rising slightly onto her toes, she whispered softly, Bei, I'm not accustomed to wearing high heels. My ankle twisted just now, and it's beginning to ache. Would you please massage it for me? Twisted? Lin Bei glanced down. The delicate curve of her ankle bore a faint rosy swelling. You're not used to high heels. An air hostess unaccustomed to high heels. Very well, very well. I'll believe it. So it's twisted. Come, let me give it proper attention. He guided her toward the small room. He seated her atop the table and settled himself on a small chair, then carefully slipped off her stiletto and began massaging her ankle with tender, practiced hands. Shi Yu smiled, warm, radiant, utterly content. How wonderful! Her heart swelled with sweetness. Big brother, mine aches too. Would you help me as well? He Yun followed them into the room and deliberately sat beside Shi Yu, casting her a playful, competitive glance. Lin Bei shook his head, smiling. Such a girl, truly. Without hesitation, he extended the same gentle care to her. Big brother is truly wonderful. He Yun murmured, eyes half lidded, her smile luminous with delight. Surely, you couldn't monopolize Big brother's affection, not when every young woman yearned for her lover's tender regard. Sister Yu, mine is prettier than yours, He Yun teased, playfully wiggling her dainty foot. Nonsense. Mine is far more beautiful, Shi Yu retorted instantly. He Yun stretched out her leg, fully aware that in beauty and grace, she fell just short of Sister Yu. So she'd shift the contest elsewhere. Big brother, tell us, whose is lovelier? Bei, whose do you think is lovelier? Shi Yu too extended her leg, refusing to be outshone. Do you even realize what you two are doing? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Doing? What exactly are we doing? Why would you say that, big brother? He Yun wore an expression of pure bewilderment. Yes, what have we done? Shi Yu echoed, equally perplexed. Fine. Lin Bei rose, reached for his glasses, remembered he wasn't wearing any, and let a subtle smile lift the corner of his lips. Truly, you two are impossible. I suppose I must teach you both a lesson. He popped a handful of restorative pills into his mouth. How many he didn't count. It hardly mattered. Outside, Jiang Yu lifted a piece of braised pork and scooped a bowl of rice. Today's meal was exceptionally lavish. Yet something felt amiss: no vegetables, only meat, rendering even abundance strangely bland. Last night's dinner had been far better. The dishes Lin Bei provided were perfectly balanced, rich, and nourishing. As the women ate and chatted, time slipped away unnoticed. Hours later, noon, 12 o'clock. Lin Bei opened the door and stepped out. Jiang Yu and the others had long finished eating and now gathered around the table, deep in conversation. Beep, beep. A barrage of car horns blared up from below. Lin Bei arched a brow. Xiao Yu simply couldn't keep a low profile. He moved to the window. Parked at the building's entrance stood a heavily modified pickup truck, its front reinforced with thick steel pipes welded into a triangular frame, built to plow through hordes of zombies without hesitation. G-Char-R. The shrill horns drew groaning undead from afar. With a single glance, Xiao Shiyu signaled Wang Qi and Xiao Bai, who leapt from the rear seat, long blades gleaming in hand, and charged. To them, ordinary zombies were little more than playthings. Don't just stand there. Open the gate. Xiao Shiyu shouted upward to the second-floor window, then slapped the cargo trailer hitched behind the truck. Lin Bei, how do you like this apology? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Xiao Shiyu's stockpile was astonishing: 3 whole pigs, 5 pig heads, 2 beef carcasses, 1 lamb carcass, 10 50-kilogram sacks of rice, plus a generous assortment of slightly wilted vegetables, and oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and every essential condiment. Leaning casually against the truck, Xiao Shiyu grinned with undisguised pride. See, this is my strength. Won't you join my ranks without delay? Follow me and you'll never go hungry, or thirst, for spice or flavor. Wow, so much food. She's apologizing with this much. Just how vast is Xiao Shiyu's reserve? Xiao Shiyu's generosity seized everyone's attention. In this world, each meal was a question unanswered. Now real tangible sustenance lay before them, and they ached to pledge allegiance on the spot. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A spatial rift shimmered into existence beside the pickup. Xiao Shiyu blinked, then reappeared on the second floor. Spatial abilities, truly unmatched in convenience. Her gaze swept across the group. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Shiyu. She is in Tide Yu as in Moon. No need for lengthy introductions. I trust Jiang Yu has already spoken of me. So, shall I leave these supplies here, or will you all come with me? Where are the other two? Where are your Shiryu and Hiyun? We've just woken from our afternoon nap. Hiyun and Shiryu replied, emerging side by side from the small room. Xiao Shiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. In person, they were even more stunning than on surveillance footage. Their beauty nearly rivaled her own, a title she'd held for years as the precinct's most celebrated officer. Jiang Yu spoke on behalf of the group. Xiao Shiyu, we've discussed it. The others will accompany you. Lin Bei, myself, Jiang Shiryu, and Hiyun will remain here. A faint crease appeared between Xiao Shiyu's brows. The 4 remaining were undeniably the most valuable, but her original purpose in forming this all-female unit had been protection, not power. Even if they declined, she would still safeguard these women. Still, she would make one final effort. Friends, please consider joining us. There everyone stands equal. No hierarchies, no barriers. We have generators, air conditioning, hot showers, everything. Wouldn't it be livelier, warmer with more company? Lin Bei declined. I'm afraid I prefer quieter surroundings. Ah, I see. What a pity, Xiao Shiyu sighed, then asked. And where do you plan to go next? For now, we'll stay here. It has electricity, and it's convenient. At his current level, crossing thousands of kilometers to find his girlfriend remained beyond reach. He'd need at least 3rd-tier cultivation to navigate such perils with confidence. Xiao Shiyu's eyes lit up. Excellent. Now she'd have ample reason to visit frequently, and growing closer to him could only bring advantage, never harm. Very well. She nodded. Then I'll unload everything from the truck for you. It should sustain the 4 of you for quite some time. Favors must be cultivated with care. She trusted Lin Bei, understood this gesture went far beyond mere apology. And so, she transported the supplies through the spatial rift. Lin Bei made no protest. His spatial backpack had ample capacity, and after his spatial ability evolved, its volume had expanded tenfold. Next, she escorted each woman onto the pickup, dispatching Wang Qi and Xiao Bai ahead to drive them safely away. Her police station lay just a few kilometers distant. Now, only 5 remained within the vast martial arts hall. Lin Bei, there's no one else here. Your family's secret medicinal formula. Might you share more? Of course, nothing is free. I'll meet any condition you name. After leaving last night, she'd tested it again and been utterly astounded. Just 1 pill. It restored her completely, utterly depleted, yet reborn in an instant. With effortless grace, she slew a mutated beast and ascended to the 2nd tier. Only those who'd experienced it firsthand could grasp its miracle and its irreplaceable worth. Master, I want her. Feel free to set any conditions. I want her just like that, with the 3-second lightning ability. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Lin Bei thought to himself, after following me for so long, how could you not learn anything? You should at least understand her level and personality. For someone like her to make such demands, don't you just want that ability? Fishing requires patience, you know. Patience is a virtue. Did you really take her words seriously? Silly fool. Returning to the outside world, Lin Bei took out 5 recovery pills. Since we have met its fate, I admire you, so will give you a few. To be honest, I really admire her. The intention and direction behind her establishing a women's army are commendable. In this apocalypse, how many have the heart and take action? However, she may face many challenges ahead. Thank you. Xiao Xie was overjoyed. She was prepared for a hefty price, but didn't expect to receive 5 for free. 5. Seems a bit too few. Brother Lin Bei, could you possibly give me a bit more? I've broken through to the 2nd tier, and I need 2 pills at a time to fully restore my strength. I'll bring some supplies later to show my gratitude. All right. Lin Bei took out another 5 and placed them in her palm. I have supplies here, so consider these 10 a gift to you. Thank you, Brother Bei. Xiao Xie smiled widely. 10 pills. Enough for her to use 5 times. She couldn't wait to enhance her strength. With these 5 opportunities, she wouldn't need to hold back for any emergencies. I'm leaving first. They'll bring some things to see you later. With that, he leaped from the second-floor window, pushing off the ground, disappearing from sight. He pouted, clearly unhappy. Another second tier. It was one thing for her sister to be second tier, but now an outsider was too. Feeling sour, she remarked, "Good brother, we're not that familiar. Why give her so much? She'll take it and leave, and she might not even remember your kindness." Addicted reliant. What do you mean? He didn't understand. Shiyu was confused too, and Jiangyu had no idea what he was talking about. My medicine is like that. After 1 or 2 uses, it becomes addictive. When you run out, you'll feel awful, as if ants are crawling all over you. Really? I don't believe it. The others were skeptical. Words are not proof. Yu Xiaoyin, give me back the pills you have, and let's verify it, shall we? Here. Ian had no space bag, just a handful of pills. Shiyu had a terrifying amount with both large and small bottles, probably around 1,000 pills, making Jiang Ye's brows twitch. That quantity is simply horrifying. 1 pill is enough to drive someone insane. Wait. Shiyu, where did you get those bottles? Could it be that you also have space abilities? Yes, my ability is the same 3-second space as Bei. Didn't Xiaoyin tell you? My goodness. 2 people with space abilities? 1 is already enough of a freak. If 2 were known, it would cause an uproar. Those with abilities are rare, as phoenix feathers, and class abilities are even more exceptional. 3 class abilities are simply destined. Physique abilities are the lowest of the low. Jiangyu felt inferior. As the former big sister of the team, being beside Lin Bei made it hard not to feel this way. Let's go. Lin Bei had no idea what Jiangyu was thinking. He wanted to see how they reacted to the sudden withdrawal from the recovery pills, whether it matched his expectations. Leading the way, he jumped down from the second floor. Shiyu and Hiyun followed closely behind. Jiangyu hesitated for a moment before catching up. Good brother, don't you feel anything? No pressure at all. Hiyun swung her long knife, effortlessly slicing off the heads of zombies, feeling nothing at all, as if cutting tofu. Bei, no pressure at all. Shiyu was the same. She intentionally controlled the size of the spatial wormhole, consuming very little of her ability. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 20 minutes. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Shiyu and Hiyun were panting heavily, their smooth pale cheeks slightly flushed. I can't take it anymore, I need a pill. Hiyun could no longer endure it, instinctively reaching for her pocket, only to find it empty. Suddenly remembering, her brow furrowed tightly. She was indeed experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Wow, so annoying. It feels terrible. It's as if ants are crawling all over my body. I really want a pill. Because Lin Bei was right beside her, even though there were many zombies ahead, she wasn't scared. However, she knew that if Lin Bei wasn't there, she would only have the option to flee. Good brother, I believe you, I really believe you. It feels so terrible, please give me one. Your good little sister is about to suffer to death. Hiyun clung to Lin Bei, her small face flushed, and clearly in distress, looking up with her delicate, tempting lips. Weren't you just skeptical? Oh, come on, I believe you now. Who knew it would be this unbearable? I'm so tired, I have no strength at all. Good brother, hurry up. Hiyun acted cute, not wanting to suffer in silence. Here. Lin Bei fed her a pill and stuffed a dozen more into her pocket. Hihi, I love you. Indeed, a woman who acts cute gets the best treatment. Oh, so good. After 1 recovery pill, Hiyun came back to life, the strength within her surging continuously. Meanwhile, Shiyu was still gritting her teeth to hold on. After a few minutes, exhausted, she ran back, hands on her knees, panting heavily, completely losing the noble air she had when effortlessly slaying zombies from a distance. Bei, hurry, I'm about to collapse. Wait, it's only been a little over half an hour, and you two are already at your limit. Little weaklings, I thought you could last longer. You were both so skeptical earlier. Oh, come on, I made a mistake. She was out of breath. In the past, with recovery pills, she could use her spatial abilities freely. Now that they were gone, she had been very frugal, but the consumption was still too great. Even opening a slightly larger spatial wormhole consumed about 10% of her ability. Enlarging it further was even more terrifying. Lin Bei was quite satisfied. He suddenly felt that he had given Xiao Xie too few pills earlier. He should have given her more and let her know he had plenty in stock. That way she would use them without restraint. Bite by bite. Slowly. Firmly. Gripping the bait tightly. Sister, you can I see the strength of a second-tier fighter. After downing the recovery pills and feeling rejuvenated, Hiyun bounced over to Jiangyu, who looked somewhat lonely. Sure. Jiangyu drew out a 60-centimeter short gun from her back. With a pullet extended to 1 meter and 8. Holding the long gun, a surge of confidence returned to her. Taking a deep breath, she fired. Shiyu initially didn't care what was the use of cold weapons, no matter how strong. But the moment the shot was fired, her brows suddenly furrowed. She could feel a powerful energy surging out. Ahead, dozens of zombie heads fell to the ground in unison, and the small horde was instantly cleared. The two girls stared in astonishment. Wow, sister, you're amazing. One space ability sister and one energy manipulation sister. Ha ha ha, now I'm also a part of the circle. What about me? Lin Bei pointed to himself. You are my invincible good brother. So fierce. Returning to her senses, Shiyu swallowed hard, unable to help, but acknowledged that it was no wonder they ran a martial arts hall. They surely had some skills. Want to learn? I can teach you. Seeing Shiyu's shocked expression, Jiangyu smiled and said teaching Lin Bai's women would be her way of giving back, and it was the only skill she could offer. Is it like this? No, like this. Jiangyu coached the two girls. With the contact, she and Shiyu grew familiar. The harmonious sight made Lin Bei quietly pleased. Excellent, no worry of trouble in the back garden. Jealous squabbles are to be expected. In any case, he would enjoy the spoils. Chase. Quick chase. Do not let it escape. Bang. Bang. Shouts and gunfire drew nearer. The group frowned and turned toward the street corner ahead. The next moment, a slender dog with pure white fur entered their view. Was it not Inu from Xiao Xie's household? 3 men trailed behind it. The one in front gripped a rifle. Whimpering, Inu ran to Lin Bei and stopped nuzzling his trousers affectionately. The 3 men pursuing her slowed and came to a halt. Such a beautiful woman. The 3 men saw Shiyu, Hiyun, and Jiangyu. Their breaths caught. Her beauty was almost a crime. They immediately forgot Inu. The leader's eyes filled with greed and desire, without a second thought. He raised his gun. The muzzle aimed at Lin Bai's brow, and he pulled the trigger without hesitation. He intended to kill before his target could react, so that the remaining 3 exquisite women would be his alone. His heart thudded faster. Beauties like these, if he could have his way with them, even once his life would be fulfilled. Only a dozen meters separated them. With his marksmanship, one shot would do. He already pictured them fleeing in panic from his muzzle. He would pursue, they would not escape. None could. Bang. Ah. The gunshot ceased. A horrible scream followed. The source was the shooter himself. His rifle tumbled to the ground. Gaping holes had torn through both shoulders, and blood spurted out. The joints where his arms met his torso were shattered, and both arms hung limp. What is going on? He had clearly been aiming at the other. Why was the shooter the one who was wounded? Confusion flooded his mind. The 2 companions were equally bewildered. One suddenly recalled something and cried in terror, I know, boss, I know. There's a space ability user among them. What? The leader's face went pale. Space ability user. Pick up the gun and run. As the underlings reached for the weapons, a hand materialized out of nowhere and seized a rifle before they could. They looked up. The gun was already in the hands of the man some dozen meters away. Lin Bai's forefinger rested on the trigger, the black muzzle trained on them. Their scalps prickled and gooseflesh rose. Run! They fled with all the speed they had. Then in the next instant, with the echo of a gunshot, a tiny projectile hurled through a spatial wormhole, pierced the brows of all 3. Lin Bai's expression never changed, mere clowns not worth his excitement. Even at second rank, he would not dare stop a bullet with his flesh unless he possessed Jiang Ye's corporeal ability. That said, the man had been decisively rash. He had fired the moment he saw him. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong target. Is it over just like that? Jiangyu blinked in disbelief. At the instant the shot rang out, she had thought Lin Bei was in danger. What would they do? But before she could think further, 3 bodies lay motionless on the ground. No. This was resolved far too quickly. They had appeared and were instantly cut down. Her mind stalled for a moment. She, who was used to solving danger, had no time to react before the enemies were already prone. Wow, where did this dog come from? So cute. Hiyun crouched and stroked Inyu's sleek fur. Inyu smelled the strong trace of Lin Bei on her, and understanding their bond, closed her eyes in contentment. A dog. No, a wolf must know how to play its hand to go far. She's so obedient, big brother. How did she come to you? Was she your dog before? Hiyun cradled her, soft, tiny, unbearably adorable. Lin Bei glanced away. No, she belongs to Xiao Xie. She probably slipped out to play. Don't be fooled by her size. She's already second rank. What? Hiyun's eyes widened. My goodness, even a dog is second rank. Hungry want food. Inyu cooed in Hiyun's arms, showing none of the menace of a second-rank beast. She opened her little mouth and spoke a few words. Oh, she can talk. Hiyun lifted her up and met her gaze. Come call Mama for me. Say it once and Mama will reward you with a tasty treat. Mama. Inyu responded without hesitation, eyes full of expectation. She had also caught the scent of food on Hiyun, and the aroma alone was irresistible. Sister, you give her a big sausage. Here. Sure, you produced a honey-glazed sausage and handed it to Hiyun, then came to stroke Inyu. No one, least of all a woman, could resist the charm of a puppy's innocence. Lin Bei, she's so well-behaved. Is she really second rank? Sure, you could not believe such a guileless little dog could hold a rank far beyond them. Truly. Lin Bei recalled the events of the previous night. Upon reaching second rank, they possess intelligence not inferior to humans. This little one is very cunning. And despite her current size, she can swell to the size of a small car. My master can vouch for that. Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded. The reason my food is scarce is because she's paid repeated visits. He Yun flushed with annoyance at the revelation. Holding the sausage out of reach of Yin Yu's drooling mouth, He Yun teased, "Little thing, apologize to my sister, or you don't get to eat." Whining Yin Yu was utterly captivated by the scent the moment the sausage appeared, her tail wagged like a fan. She could have snatched it, but she knew not every meal would be plentiful, so she restrained herself. With a push of her paws, she leapt into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu hugged her instinctively. The tiny body rolled, and the cute head nuzzled her, as a timid stammering voice came soar. "Sorry, please don't be angry, it's all Xiao Xia's fault, she didn't let me eat enough." Humph. Jiang Yu had not meant to forgive her, but she was impossibly adorable and could not help petting her again. "Eat. Eat meat." He Yin teasingly waved the sausage before her nose. "Too cute, eat." Slurp, Yin Yu took a bite. Her small blue eyes lit up, it was divine. She had tasted many delicacies, but never anything like this. In 3 quick bites, she had devoured the large sausage. Still unsatisfied, she begged Mama more. "More. Xiao Ye, look this way, want some?" Lin Bei held 8 sausages between his fingers. Yin Yu's eyes glowed with longing, and she nodded frantically. Want. Here." Lin Bei first gave her 3. As she reached for the 4th, he stepped back. Meat. Yin Yu stuck out her small head to bite, but the distance was too great, and she made a plaintive sound. A few pieces were nowhere near enough. She wanted 100. No 10,000. "Xiao Ye." Lin Bei smiled wickedly. "Not getting enough from following Xiao Xia, are you? These large sausages, I have as many as I want. But you're not mine, I have no obligation to give them away for free unless you offer me your contract. Once you become my pet, I will dazzle you with these every day until you are sated." His words dripped with temptation. Kidnap her, take her away. Xiao Xia's food stores were ample, but Yin Yu was after all a second-rank beast with an appetite far greater than second-rank humans. To sate her once might consume supplies for many days. He was different. Once Yin Yu became his pet, however much she ate would be fully returned. No grain of rice would be consumed. If he did not take her, it would be a wasted opportunity. "Seriously, you intend to steal Xiao Xia's Yinhua? Aren't you afraid she will fly into a rage?" Jiang Yu was stunned. He had snatched her creature last night, and now wanted to abduct her wolf. The other party was a 3-level wielder of lightning ability. Did he truly not take her seriously at all? Yin Yuan narrowed her eyes with an almost human expression. She was gluttonous, but by no means foolish. Once she yielded a contract, she would forever become his pet. What if her freedom were restricted? What if he tricked her and withheld food? Even Sia's mother had never mentioned this. If a contract must be given, surely it should be granted to Sia. "Oh my, it smells divine." A large platter appeared in Lin Bei's hands, piled high with 20 prime steaks. Each was as large as an adult's palm and 5 or 6 centimeters thick. The rich aroma made Yin Yu's tail wag uncontrollably. "Shiyu Heian teacher, we expended a great deal just now. Have some food to restore your strength." Giggles. "I'm so hungry." Heian and Shiyu each took a steak and ate with relish. They had already consumed no fewer than 1,000 of these steaks. Even the most exquisite things grow cloying in excess, though they often varied what they ate. "Wait, isn't rice worthy to serve alongside?" Jiang Yu stood aside, embarrassed to reach out, swallowing involuntarily at the scent. She had tasted it before and knew its deliciousness, but eating only steaks felt a touch extravagant. "Big brother, bring some other dishes too," as Shiyu, "and I haven't had our lunch yet." "All right." Lin Bei led the 3 of them and the wolf to a roadside cafe. With a thought and a wave of his hand, 4 large rice cooker cores appeared first, each brimful of steaming fragrant rice. Honestly, no matter how much steak one ate, without a few mouthfuls of rice it never felt complete. Jiang Yu picked up a steak and took a small bite, about to shovel in 10 mouthfuls of rice, when she froze in astonishment. Several large platters appeared on the table: red braised pork, tenjin, luxury belly edition, sweet and sour ribs, tenjin deluxe chive, and egg. Cold cucumber salad, oil burst prawns, dry pot cauliflower, spicy fried pork belly. Fragrant pan-fried fish, braised lamb, cold beef salad, pork rib, and corn soup. The once spacious table suddenly felt cramped. Beside it were 2 more great platters piled with dozens of steaks and sausages. Holding her chopsticks, she was at a loss. The sheer number of dishes was one thing. The problem was that every single dish was portioned so lavishly it bordered on excess. Is it New Year's? Shiyu and Heian showed no surprise at all. They merely hesitated, chopsticks poised, debating which to start with. "I skipped lunch, I'm starving." Little Heian launched into a devouring mode, still slipping dishes into Jiang Yu's rice cooker core. "Sister, eat quickly. Have more of whatever you like. If the rice runs short, just ask big brother." Jiang Yu's hand trembled, her voice did too. "Heian, do you have this spread every meal?" "Of course. Dear sister, eat with confidence." With us you need never worry about supplies. How can one have the strength to kill zombies on an empty stomach? Hee-Yun understood Jiang Yu's feelings. When she first joined, she had worn the same expression. She would soon grow used to it. Beside the meanwhile, the wolf's eyes went blank with disbelief. This fare was even better than what her mother Xia ate. How much did this person consume? Little Inuel leapt into Shiyu's arms and rolled, putting on a coquettish display. Meat, Yea wants meat. Shiyu glanced at Lin Bei. Give it 2 steaks to calm its craving. Calm the craving. No, feeding it only whets the appetite. Hee-Yun ate 1 rice cooker portion, and it returned 3 portions. The master Shiyu and Hee-Yun together consumed a Tianjin Deluxe sweet and sour ribs. It returned 3 portions in turn. 90% of that serving had been polished off by Hee-Yun. You finished it all, didn't even leave any for teacher. Lin Bei chuckled as he produced another plate. Jiang Yu felt her brow twitch. They finish a dish and immediately replenish it. After 2 prime steaks, little Inua's appetite had been fully ignited. Watching the others eat so heartily made her want to grab every morsel, but if she did that there would never be a next meal. Besides, she might not be able to best Lin Bei. Baby is so hungry. Baby so wants to eat. Perhaps she should give in. Should she not? Possessing intelligence rivaling humans, she knew that Lin Bei's meals were always lavish. Follow him, and she could eat her fill. She would pick only the tastiest. It smells so good, so tender, so delicious. Jiang Yu tasted a rib Hee-Yun had offered. Its flavor made her very soul tremble. The abundant, harmonious, and warm meal gave her a pre-apocalypse illusion to eat and not worry, to stop fretting over the next meal or where to find food. Soon Jiang Yu joined the feast in earnest. She had eaten earlier that morning, but not much, only a few bowls. With many people, a little extra from each dish was enough. No one noticing, no one noticing, no one noticing. Inua took advantage of the crowd's attention to extend her little paw slowly and silently pawing at a steak. Just as it neared her mouth, Lin Bei lifted it up. Xiao Yeye, stealing is a bad habit. If you want to eat, eat openly. There's no need for secrecy. Bad man. He desires me. Mere food dares to tempt this wolf. Ridiculous. I would rather starve. But it truly smelled irresistible as she longed to taste it. Because the rib had been stewed until utterly tender, a piece slipped from the bone. Quick-eat and quick-mouthed Inua scooped it up in one gulp. Heavens, it was so delicious. Little paws scraped at Shiyu's thigh as Inua put on a pitiful look. You. Shiomama, I'm hungry. Xiao Yeye, give it to her. Now that you're with us, all of this is yours. Shiyu waved her jade hand, and a great pile of platters appeared on the table. The steaks and big sausages together did not even amount to 1,000 portions. Oh my! Inua and Jiang Yu stared in disbelief. No wonder Hee-Yun had put on a little weight. Meat. So much meat. Never mind. Ah. The rich aroma propelled Inua forward, but she kicked her hind legs and lunged, intent on swimming through the mountains of meat. Yet in the next instant the food vanished. Inua's excitement wilted. She glared at Shiyu with mournful little eyes. Here, darling, take this. After giving her those, these are all yours. Shiyu's voice brimmed with temptation. TCH, it's only meat. This wolf surrenders. Woo-woo. A hexagram formation shimmered into existence above Inu's small head. Lin Bei felt a sudden epiphany. Pressing his palm upon it would complete the ritual. Without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the formation. Pet successfully bonded. Henceforth, all provisions consumed by Inu shall be fully reimbursed. Daddy. Meat. Give me meat. Lots and lots of meat. I want to eat so much meat. At the instant the contract sealed, a sweet velvety voice chimed beside his ear. Lin Bei smirked. Ha ha, you've been tricked. There's no escaping now. I was lying. You won't get any meat. Huh. 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 Bad daddy. Stinky daddy. Inu flopped onto the tabletop, kicking her tiny legs and rolling about, utterly adorable. Here, you may eat. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of steaks and grilled sausages materialized upon the table. Thank you, kind daddy. Kind daddy is truly wonderful. In an instant, Inu plunged into full-fledged feasting mode, devouring massive steaks whole one after another. Mid-bite, tears welled up unbidden. Mother Shiyue, forgive your child. I'm sorry. It's all this man's fault. He has too many delicious things. So fragrant. A werewolf never becomes a pet, unless fed and housed. This. Jiang Yu's mouth fell open wide. Once again she stood utterly astounded by Lin Bei's staggering food reserves. To serve Inu such an enormous meal meant Lin Bei was no fool. Rather, such abundance must be trivial to him. Suddenly she realized staying might truly be a blessing. Though Xiao Shiyu's supplies were plentiful, they could never allow them to eat their fill meal after meal. Before long she devoured an entire rice cooker's worth of steamed rice. The dishes on the table were simply too exquisite, leaving her yearning for more. Go ahead, eat, sister Yu. Sure, Yu waved her hand, and another pot of freshly cooked, densely packed rice appeared. Jiang Yu laughed helplessly. Your lives are far too indulgent. No wonder you skipped lunch earlier. You saved it all for us, didn't you? What do you mean, you? From today onwards, sister, your family. No need for formalities. Say what you'd like to eat. With us, we guarantee only one thing: endless satisfying meals. Bei has stocked my spatial backpack with mountains of provisions. Spatial. Xiaoyun's power. How envious I am of you two, dear sisters, blessed with such extraordinary abilities, unlike me. Jiang Yu murmured wistfully. By now everyone had grown familiar with one another. Once she taught the two girls to control their qi, she feared she'd become utterly superfluous, save for her considerable appetite. No worries. Brother Bei can simply amplify your strength severalfold when the time comes. Hiyun blurted out without restraint, then waved her delicate arm. I'm currently rank 1*6, with 7 times the strength of an ordinary person. My strength enhancement ability triples that, 21-fold, and Brother Bei boosted it further by 3 times, making it 63-fold. Huh. Jiang Yu froze. What? He can enhance others' strength? Is that even real? Ah, this isn't supposed to be said. Sister, you pretend you heard nothing. I said absolutely nothing, and you heard absolutely nothing. Realizing her slip, Hiyun frantically waved her tiny hands, but deep within her eyes a sly glint flickered. Ha ha. Sister, dissatisfied with your own innate ability, I dare say you'll find this temptation irresistible. Slurp. Get ready to call me sister. Hee-ha-ha. Beneath the table, one bare foot slipped from its shoe, revealing a jade-like flawless sole that gently rubbed against Lin Bei's leg. Her gaze met his, wordlessly asking, how did big brother and little sister's teamwork go? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Truly a bewitching little enchantress. Good girl, I'll reward you properly tonight. Jiang Yu's mouth dropped open again. Boost, triple her strength. No, how could she possibly pretend she hadn't heard that? Come on. If her strength tripled, her combat prowess would surge exponentially. With her naturally formidable physique, she could harness that power flawlessly. No risk of bodily strain or collapse. Triple. It's like gaining an additional strength enhancement ability. I want it so badly. Already discontent with her own ability, she now found her heart wholly captivated by Hiyun's words. She couldn't even focus on eating. Her small eyes darted constantly toward Lin Bei, her skin prickling as though swarmed by ants, her heart aching with desperate longing. She craved progress, more than anything. Sister, eat up? Is your appetite poor? One pot already filled you. Hiyun hugged the second pot of rice, devouring it with relish. Their current appetites demanded at least 2 pots per meal. Eating, yes, eating. Jiang Yu replied absently. At that moment her mind was entirely consumed by Lin Bei's power to amplify strength. She couldn't taste a single bite. Strength. She needed strength. She hungered for strength. Watching Jiang Yu's sluggish, distracted eating, Hiyun's eyes gleamed with triumphant mischief. She too had been ensnared this way by Sister Shiryu. Truly no one could resist. And besides, staying with Brother Bei was pure bliss. Handsome, powerful, and unfailingly considerate. Honestly, even before the apocalypse, such a man would have been a rare gem. Run, Wan, run quickly. Just as they dined, cries erupted outside once more. The cafe had no walls, only floor-to-ceiling tempered glass. Through it they saw a middle-aged man dragging an exceptionally beautiful woman in frantic flight. Her hair streaming behind her, her delicate fair face etched with raw terror. A fleeting glance unsettled Lin Bei. Name Lin Wan. Appearance score 96. Pre-apocalypse occupation physician. Overall score 90. Rank 1 star, tier 1. Ability none. Bonds. Peerless physician 1 upon bond activation, medicinal treatment efficacy doubles for all allies. Innate stocking saint body 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness enthusiast 1. Uninitiated 1. System, speak up now. Good grief. How many peerless bond bearers does one master encounter? Did you save Earth in your past life? But indeed, she possesses no ability. True. Though blessed with exceptional bonds, her lack of innate power rendered them largely irrelevant, especially since his restorative pills were limitless and doubling their effect held no practical value. All things considered, she was rather ordinary, though undeniably captivating in appearance. Yet, he already had 3 stunning women beside him, and Xiao Shiyu awaited as well, so he remained seated unmoved. However, the middle-aged man dragging Lin Wan caught sight of the group through the glass. His gaze locked onto the abundant feast laid upon the table. Then with a sharp halt he pulled her toward the cafe entrance. Oh, Lin Bei's interest stirred. He hadn't pursued her, but if she came willingly, refusing would be senseless. After all, her fitness enthusiast bond could double his strength, and her medical expertise would prove invaluable in time. Young sir, I'll give you my daughter. Could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in days. I'm starving to death. The man thrust his daughter forward toward Lin Bei, his eyes ravenous upon the table's bounty, speaking bluntly. Huh. Lin Bei blinked. Was he really that direct? Shiryu, Hiyun, and Jiang Yu all wore expressions of profound disgust and disdain. To sell one's own daughter for scraps of food, such a father was beyond contempt. To remain under his care would be sheer misfortune. Dad, what are you saying? Have you lost your mind from the heat? Lin Wanin stared dumbfounded, never imagining those words could issue from her own father's lips. A sharp slap echoed. Lin Wanin clutched her cheek in disbelief. Her beloved father, who had always cherished her like a treasure, had just struck her and for mere morsels of food sought to sell her away. I've had enough. I've spent day after day caring for you, scavenging food for you. If it weren't for you, this dead weight dragging me down, would I have resorted to stealing from others, only to be caught and hunted like prey? I raised you with my own hands, sent you through university, molded you into a physician. Now it's your turn to repay me. He flashed a fawning smile and spoke in a cowering tone. Young sir, isn't my daughter stunning? I've kept her under strict control. She's still untouched. I won't ask for much. Just 2 steaks and a few grilled sausages will do. After all you feed your pet dog so generously, you won't begrudge such a small portion, will you? Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Very well. He retrieved a bag from his spatial pouch, filled it with 10 steaks and 10 grilled sausages, and handed it over. The middle-aged man's face lit up with ecstatic delight, so much so that he nearly dropped to his knees in gratitude. Thank you, master. Thank you. From this moment on, my daughter is yours. Do with her as you please. Dad, how could you become like this? Lin Wanin stood, frozen hands covering her face in stunned disbelief. This was the father who always reheated her dinner when she returned home late from night shifts, who braved rainstorms to pick her up from the hospital, who fretted endlessly over her safety, terrified she'd be lured away by delinquent youths. Yet here he was, selling her off, cheaply, gleefully, without a shred of remorse. Huh? The man paid no heed to Lin Wanin's anguish. He shouted in exhilaration, finally, food. At last. And it's absolutely delicious. My precious daughter, you've finally proven useful after all these years. He shoved a steak into his mouth. The exquisite taste overwhelmed him. His eyes reddened with rapture, and he devoured the large cut in 3 frantic bites like a starved hound. Dad, give it back. Don't eat it. I'll provide for you. I'll grow stronger, hunt food, sustain us both. Lin Wanin rushed forward to stop him, unable to accept the horrifying reality of being sold by her own flesh and blood. Get out of my way. With a brutal shove, the man sent her flying backward. She crashed hard onto the ground. His gaze held only mockery and icy indifference. You support me. I'm over 50 and already a level 1 5-star cultivator. You're in your prime at 25 or 6, yet barely level 1 2-star. What makes you think you can support me? By cowering indoors, trembling at the thought of zombies outside. Without you as this dead weight, I'd live far more comfortably. Honestly, if not for my guilt toward your mother, I'd have taken you long ago. Aside from your looks and figure, you're utterly worthless. Your mother and I shared true love, while you were merely an accident. Lin Wanin collapsed onto the floor, numb and hollow. How could those words come from his lips? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she curled up, knees drawn tight, sobbing helplessly. Take your food and leave. Now. Sure, you could bear it no longer. A father treating his daughter thus. She urged him to depart. Right away, right away. Facing them, the man instantly adopted a groveling demeanor. Mistresses, I won't disturb your meal. Please, feel free with my daughter. Do with her as you wish. She's untouched, guaranteed to please you. Not gone yet. Yes, yes, immediately. Seeing the women's darkening expressions, he snatched the bag and scurried off, pausing for half a second at the cafe door before vanishing without looking back. Dad! Dad! Seeing him flee, Lin Wanin, eyes blazing red, chased after him. He turned, face contorted in desperate supplication. Miss, please. I beg you. For the sake of the 20-odd years I raised you, spare me this burden. I'm exhausted. I can't bear caring for you any longer. Since the apocalypse began, your level 1 2-star cultivation was entirely my doing. I truly don't know what use you are. Must I kneel before you to earn my freedom? Dad, am I truly so useless in your eyes? Don't you know your own worth, or lack thereof? So now that I've cast you aside, you're thinking of ending it all. I understand you better than you understand yourself. You're nothing but a cowardly wretch. I've no time for this. My enemies are closing in. I must flee. Don't follow me. I've already sold you. Those inside, they're your masters now. If even a sliver of gratitude remains in you, return and serve them faithfully, lest they brand me a fraud and hunt me down. I've already made too many enemies on your behalf. Wanin, you wouldn't want to see me hacked to death, would you? With that, the man vanished, this time irrevocably. Lin Wanin did not chase him. Her heart lay shattered, utterly broken. She now knew with chilling clarity how contemptible she was in her father's eyes. Her mother had fallen to zombies on the first day of the apocalypse. Now her father abandoned her. Her spirit extinguished, she longed only to dash her head against a wall and die. But her father's words burned within her. If she died now, she would confirm his vile judgment. Yet, she felt no reason left to live. Perhaps I truly am as worthless as you say. At least, let me repay you just once, before the end. She lingered at the doorway for a long while. then slowly re-entered the cafe, approaching Lin Bei and the others. Do with me as you wish. From this moment on, I am yours. It was the only thing she could do. Earlier her father had stolen food to keep her fed. She couldn't let him accrue yet another enemy. In this apocalyptic world, those bold enough to dine openly in a cafe were beyond his reckoning, far beyond his reach. Lin Bei glanced at her, her expression vacant, lifeless. Truly 10 steaks and 10 sausages had bought him an elite bondholder. He began to suspect the pair were actors. This felt less like acquisition and more like stumbling upon treasure. Was this the fortune of a cheat, of one blessed with divine luck? Or, young lady, don't be afraid. We won't harm you. Have you eaten? Please sit and join us. They ached for her, deeply. That slap had landed with brutal force. Even now 5 vivid crimson fingers marked her pale cheek. No. Gurgle, she'd meant to refuse. But the aroma of the feast made her stomach betray her with a loud rumble. Glancing at the table, she swallowed hard, unwilling yet powerless to resist. She had no appetite, none at all. Yet her body, starved for 3 days, betrayed her utterly. Was that truly your biological father? How could he behave so despicably? It's revolting. He-yun spoke bluntly. She'd nearly lunged forward to kill him. Selling his daughter was monstrous enough, but then to degrade her with such venomous words. A scoundrel. The vilest scoundrel imaginable. Yes, he is my real father. Perhaps hunger has twisted him beyond recognition. Or maybe my weakness has shattered his faith completely. Lin Wan, in tears glistening, offered feeble justification, even after his cruelty and violence. After all, he was the father she'd clung to since childhood. Don't defend him. Some men forfeit the right to call themselves fathers. Their disgrace doesn't warrant your tears. He-yun consoled her gently. But he was so kind to me before. Sob. How did it come to this? How? Recalling cherished memories, she dissolved into fresh sobs. Sob. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. If this was an act, the performance was unervingly convincing. He swallowed several vitality restoration pills, muted the voices of the women present, and opened a spatial rift, through which they glimpsed the scene outside the cafe. Father! Lin Wanan instinctively cried out upon seeing him. A faint knowing smile curved Lin Bai's lips. He had wisely silenced their voices in advance. Whether this was feigned sorrow or raw truth would soon be revealed. The middle-aged man carried a bag of food. He sprinted to an abandoned shop, shut the door behind him, and slumped onto the floor. Alone at last, he recalled his earlier words and actions toward his daughter, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. Xiaoan. I failed you. I'm worthless. I lack the strength to protect you. You're all alone now. You must live well. He murmured, voice trembling. Rolling up his pant leg, the man revealed a stark, fresh bite mark on his calf, the wound already spreading outward in a sickly grayish pallor. Leaning back against the wall, his expression crumbled into utter despair. The group fell silent in surprise. Lin Bei's lips lifted slightly, just as he'd suspected. Such a striking young woman selling mere scraps of food, and insisting on such a pittance. That was deeply unnatural. Xiaoan, be angry with me. Hate me. But live, truly live. Those people, seeing how pitiful you are, will surely treat you kindly. This is the last thing your father can do for you, his final offering. From now on, you must never again yield to weakness. Never again let fear paralyze you. Learn courage, learn it well. I'm only 52. I don't want to die, not yet. How I'll miss you. I haven't even seen you marry or bear children. I haven't held my grandchildren yet. I truly don't wish to die. Why? Why did the zombie virus erupt without warning? Why shatter our peaceful lives? Why tear our family apart? Alone at last, the man abandoned all restraint. Grief surged forth unchecked. His once clear eyes clouded over with a milky film, tears streamed unceasingly, each drop heavy with unbearable longing. Profound, aching, absolute. Who among mortals can face death with equanimity? He still had something, someone, to hold dear. After a fleeting moment of stunned silence, Lin Wanan lunged desperately toward the spatial rift. Lin Bei willed it open wider, and she crossed the threshold, collapsing to her knees beside her father. Her hands trembled as she reached for the wound on his leg. Tears spilled freely. When did this happen? Was it just now, when you saved me from the zombie? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I ruined you. The man froze. His closed eyes fluttered open, blurred, unfocused. Yet through the haze he saw his daughter's face. How could you possibly be here? Didn't I make sure you were gone? Get out. Get out now. Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Haven't I burdened you enough already? Can't you? His voice broke. He could no longer shout. He pulled her close and wept great shuddering sobs that belonged to no script, only to a breaking heart. Lin Bei turned away and resumed his meal. He bit her lower lip softly. I had no idea he'd been bitten. I truly thought he'd sold his daughter for food. What a devoted father he is. Indeed, Shiryu nodded. I assumed he sought provisions, but he acted solely for her sake. In this apocalypse, humanity cannot be overestimated, but neither can it be underestimated. They ate quietly watching. This scene, this quiet, wrenching farewell, had played out countless times across this zombie-ravaged world. To empathize with every soul would drown them in sorrow. All they could offer was a quiet, solemn acknowledgement he was a good father. Wanin, take these with you, and obey them without question. Those who dare dine so boldly in the apocalypse, those who dress so freely amid ruin, they are unquestionably sovereigns among sovereigns. When I'm gone, set aside your childish temper. Do exactly as they say, never rebel, never resist. You're still young. The road ahead is long. Perhaps the world will heal soon, and you must live to see it. The man handed her the food bag, untouched except for the single slice of steak he'd devoured before their eyes. Father, you'll be fine. You will be fine. It was only a small bite. You must hold on. Your consciousness will endure. Lin Wanin knelt there sobbing uncontrollably. My foolish child, be obedient. After I'm gone, stay close to them. Those young women are kind. They'll care for you well. Take this and go now. I won't last much longer. Be good, be obedient. You've never disappointed me before, and you won't start now. Go, go. No, I won't leave. I won't obey. Mother and you are both gone. I don't wish to live either. His brows knotted tightly. He'd known this would happen. That's why he'd acted as he did. But he hadn't anticipated that they would be this powerful, opening a spatial gate to witness his final moments. He sighed deeply. A new approach was needed. Wanin, if you refuse, I'll die with unrest in my heart. I'm counting on you to burn me generous offerings come Qingming festival, enough to keep me well fed in the afterlife alongside your mother. Your old father never earned much in life, so at least let me become a billionaire down there. Enjoy myself properly. Wanin, be honest. Do you really want your father haunting the netherworld as a pauper? Father, Lin Wanin was utterly stunned. He still had the heart to jest at such a moment. What of it? Zombies walk among us now. What else is impossible? What if the spirit realm truly exists? What if your mother awaits me there? He spoke with serene conviction. Lin Wanin blinked, then paused. Yes, zombies, once confined to novels and films, were real. Why shouldn't the afterlife be too? All right, time's nearly up. I'm about to join your mother below. Remember, burn plenty. Large denomination paper money, the more the better. Don't forget luxury cars, mansions, and a smartphone. You know I can't sleep without scrolling short videos at night. Oh, and add a few dozen mates. Female, beautiful, statuesque, ample curves, long legs. Just 100 or so should suffice. Her father chuckled softly. Aren't you afraid mother will beat you? His levity had eased her anguish. What was unbearable had somehow become bearable. At least there was hope now. If the spirit realm existed, if it did, then he deserved peace. She'd failed to provide comfort in life, though she wouldn't abandon them to poverty beyond the veil. No matter, I know she'll hold back. She won't hit me hard. Now go. I truly can't hold on any longer. Struggling upright, he guided her to the edge of the spatial rift, then offered one last weighty admonition. Wanin, you're grown now. You understand what matters. Live well. Remember this. Remember it well. It's vital. And have many children. Father, Lin Wanin stared wide-eyed. She'd expected something solemn. Just go. He gave her a firm, gentle shove, then added, oh, and burn some models and celebrities too. Female stunning figures, preferably 18 years old, fresh and radiant. With that, he clenched his teeth and strode from the room. The instant he burst outside, the last thread of reason snapped. He raised his head, gray vacant eyes staring blankly into the haze. Lin Bei sealed the spatial rift. This father-in-law was unexpectedly fascinating. Utterly shameless, Lin Wanin muttered under her breath, yet tears still fell freely. Now she stood alone. Inu now. She willed it, and the command echoed in her mind. Xiao Inu swallowed the last bite of steak, leapt forward, and buried herself in Lin Wanin's arms. Instinctively, Lin Wanin embraced her, and Inu unleashed her irresistible charm, playful, tender, disarming, effortlessly melting hearts regardless of age or gender. Lin Wanin's sorrow lifted, just a little. Big sister, come sit here. He rose and gently guided Lin Wanin to the table. Since Lin Bei had agreed to trade food for her safety, he clearly valued her, and Inu's immediate embrace could only have been ordered by him. As the second eldest, she knew her duty, and besides, guilt pricked her conscience for having misjudged her father moments earlier. The eldest Jiang Shiryu, the second Hiyun, the third Xiaoyu elder sister, the fourth Lin Wanin. By age, she was the youngest, everyone else her elder sister. But by standing, all but Shiryu were her juniors. Two owed her the title elder sister, all by virtue of age were bound to protect her. She truly had it all. Big sister, time to eat. Hiyun, unsure how to offer comfort, simply placed chopsticks and a bowl into her hands. No, I haven't. So fragrant. Lin Wanin had just lost her father. Grief weighed heavily upon her heart, leaving no appetite. Yet before her sat steaming rice generously topped with dishes Hee-yeon had carefully served. Braised spare ribs, tender meat, sweet corn, cauliflower, succulent prawns. Each dish was one of her absolute favorites. And after going without a proper meal for over a week, she instinctively swallowed, then almost unconsciously found chopsticks in her hand and brought a piece of meat and a mouthful of rice to her lips. So fragrant. Sobbing softly. Perhaps she was an unfilial daughter. Only moments after losing her last living parent, she craved food fiercely. Dad, I'm sorry. This meat is so tender, these ribs melt in my mouth. Lin Bei studied Lin Wanan carefully. She was stunningly beautiful. No wonder, she was a physician. Her skin glowed with a subtle luminous pallor, even surpassing that of Shi-yu and Hee-yeon. Her delicate face bore not a single flaw. Her slender neck matched her complexion in flawless fairness. She wore simple, loose-fitting sportswear, much like Jiang Yu's. Let's be honest. In this apocalypse, in broad daylight, how many women possessed both the confidence and the means to wear skirts or JK uniforms? Skirts risked snagging during flight, but they never needed to flee. One flees only when outmatched. But what could possibly overpower them? Because they were still strangers. Lin Wanan ate with quiet restraint. The departed are gone forever. Yet she clung to the belief that her parents watched over her from beyond. Only this conviction eased her sorrow and gave her will to live. From the corner of her eye she observed those around her. Only now did she realize they were all strikingly handsome or breathtakingly lovely. The women radiated extraordinary beauty, the men exceptional charisma. Though she considered herself no slouch in appearance here, she felt utterly ordinary. She swallowed the morsel in her mouth. A self-introduction was in order. Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Wanan, 26 years old, rank 1 2 stars. And I have no awakened ability. She'd seen everything on the operating table, yet before these people she seemed naive and shy. By apocalyptic law her father had entrusted her to them. With her current strength, she had no choice but to follow. To venture alone. She wouldn't even know how she'd die. She didn't know what they intended for her, but so far their treatment had been kind. She wasn't foolish. She understood clearly. Had they not intervened just now, she might have misjudged her father for the rest of her life. Deep down she felt profound gratitude. She'd always known he couldn't be the man those words and actions suggested. He'd merely sought to entrust her in his final moments to those strong enough to protect her. Big sister, I'm Hee-yeon, 19 years old, rank 1 6 stars, S-class strength ability. Hee-yeon offered no concealment. Since Lin Wanan sat at their table, she would soon become one of their sisters. Lin Wanan stared stunned. Heavens above, 19 years old, so young. And yet she wielded an S-class ability. No trace of such power showed on her surface. Just a sweet cherubic girl concealing unimaginable might within. Jiang Shi-yu. Spatial ability. 2 years younger than you. Rank 1 6 stars. Jiang Shi-yu thought much as Hee-yeon did. Resistance served no purpose. Lin Bei had already chosen to keep her. Better to embrace it openly. After all, they'd soon be sisters. Closer bonds meant stronger unity. Heavens above, spatial sovereign. Before the apocalypse, she rarely read novels. But afterward her father made her devour countless such tales. Spatial ability ranked supreme among all awakened powers. Just moments ago, the spatial wormhole. Utterly miraculous. Jiang Yu. Rank 2 1 star. S-class physique ability. 1 year younger than you. Jiang Yu thought less deeply. She assumed they pitted her. She had no idea she and Lin Wanan had both been chosen as future sisters. What the? Even Lin Wanan, with her academic training and intellectual rigor, could only blurt out those two words. Another S-class ability was astonishing enough, but rank 2. She stood at rank 1 2 stars. This young woman could likely erase her with a single finger. Her gaze shifted to Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Rank 2 1 star. Spatial ability. What the? Lin Wanan cursed again. Another rank 2. Were rank 2s truly so commonplace? And this man, also a spatial awakener. What kind of squad was this? Any one of them scattered across the wasteland would command awe as a sovereignty or powerhouse. Yet here they gathered united in a single team. Terrifying. Unfathomably terrifying. What the? Even Hee-yeon and Shi-yu burst out, staring dumbfounded at Lin Bei. They believed yesterday afternoon's grueling effort had finally closed the gap, only to find themselves hopelessly behind once more. Bei, wait, when did you reach rank 2? Weren't you rank 1 6 stars yesterday afternoon? Exactly. Hee-yeon bobbed her head earnestly, her expression crestfallen. You vanished for just one night, and now you're 4 stars ahead. Big brother, how on earth are we supposed to catch up? I thought only sister you had reached rank 2. I never imagined big brother had 2. Didn't I mention it? Lin Bei paused, then added, actually, I don't think I did. On my way to school yesterday afternoon, I cleared some zombies and leveled to 7 stars. Then I claimed a boss monster from Shaoxia, 2 more stars. Later I obliterated a nest of sewer rats and ascended to rank 2. At this, Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Recalling his frenzied exploits the previous night, she shivered involuntarily, a true madman. Yet deep inside, curiosity burned fiercely. How does he amplify others' strength? Lin Wanan stood utterly speechless. Over a week into the apocalypse, her father had fought tooth and nail to reach rank 1 5 stars, while this man had surged 4 stars in half a day to rank 2, speaking of it with such casual nonchalance, as if recounting a trivial errand. I truly envy you, sisters. Powerful abilities, powerful selves. Unlike me, I possess nothing. She felt crushed by inadequacy. Among them, she felt utterly useless, worse than useless. All she could offer seemed to be laundry, cooking, cleaning, and perhaps warming a bed. Before the apocalypse, she'd stood in operating rooms, saving lives. Now she was merely a timid mouse scurrying for survival in the cracks of a broken world. Jiang Yu paused. Something about that sounded faintly familiar. Big sister needn't envy us. Staying with my big brother brings unexpected blessings. Don't ask what they are. For now, it's a secret. You'll discover them soon enough, and trust me, they'll exceed your wildest imagination. You'll grow astonishingly strong. He Yun whispered intimately into her ear, her gaze flickering deliberately towards Sister Jiang Yu. With such phrasing, she knew the elder sister would grasp the implication. To anyone thirsting for power, the mind would do the rest. Lin Wanan glanced at Lin Bei, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. A working adult, she understood He Yun's meaning perfectly. Like any woman, she was drawn to beauty, and Lin Bei's appearance stirred no aversion, only deep attraction. Who could resist a man who combined physical prowess, refined aura, formidable strength, abundant resources, and unwavering kindness? Yet, what exactly were these blessings? She burned with curiosity. Jiang Yu arched a brow. Blessings? Could it be strength enhancement? Could it be that simply pledging loyalty to Lin Bei granted power growth? A spark of joy flared in her chest. She'd already contemplated offering herself to him. His aid had been immeasurable, his generosity boundless. He treated her not as a subordinate, but as one of his own. In this apocalypse, monogamy had long since faded into myth. Last night, nearly violated, she'd even contemplated dying alongside her sisters. Yet now she lived, thrived, and ascended to rank 2. She carried a vial of 3 grade lightning attribute evolution serum, coveted by every rank 2 lightning adept. Why begrudge Lin Bei additional companions? And truth be told, after years of solitude, she'd long yearned for a partner. She knew He Yun well. Sure, he was easygoing and warm. If possible, she longed to repay Lin Bei tonight. Most crucially, the grown Lin Bei radiated irresistible magnetism from every angle. He had captivated her utterly. Women are drawn to strength. Offering herself would fulfill gratitude, accelerate power growth, unite her with a beloved heartthrob, and restore her fully as a woman. Honestly, from every perspective, it was pure, unadulterated gain. The more she pondered, the more exhilarated she grew. The tighter her thighs clenched. Teacher, why aren't you eating? With your physical resilience, won't 1 bowl suffice? Lin Bei asked. His Shi Yu's and He Yun's second bowls were nearly empty, while Jiang Yu's second bowl remained untouched. Teacher. At that word, Jiang Yu froze, silently cursing her own wantonness. Lin Bei honored her as his teacher, yet she, the teacher, fantasized about defying propriety itself. Jiang Yu, have you reached that age where spring stirs in your heart? Lin Bei respectfully regards you as his teacher. Surely as a mentor you must not disappoint him. Jiang Yu grew increasingly ashamed the more she thought about it. She forced a smile. Not at all. I was just lost in thought. Jiang Yu ate mechanically, tasteless and distracted. If only Lin Bei did not see her as his teacher. If only he viewed her as an ordinary woman. If only he harbored feelings for her. She truly, desperately longed for that power boost. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. He Yun's implication had been far too overt. Apparently, it would not be long before he became the disciple who defied his master. Damn it. Today I'll search house by house until I drag that old bastard out. He's stolen from me several times already. Once I catch him, his daughter will pay dearly, by compensating us thoroughly. No one knows where he's hiding, boss. Perhaps we should head back. Countless people eye our supermarket greedily. What if they seize the chance to raid it while we're gone? I'm worried third brother and the others won't hold the line. No, we will find that father and daughter today and make them suffer. Let everyone witness the fate of those who dare steal from me. At that moment, voices drifted in from outside the door. Lin Bei smiled faintly. The meal had turned unexpectedly lively. His gaze swept over Lin Wanan, father and daughter. It was almost certain they meant her. Hearing the exchange, Lin Wanan clenched her delicate fists tightly. The supermarket wasn't theirs to begin with. Whatever was taken wasn't stolen from them, but merely seized through brute force and sheer numbers. These very men had stalked her father to their hideout, forcing them into desperate flight. Along the way, her father had been bitten by a zombie while shielding her. Boss, do you smell it? Meat, braised pork ribs. I smell it too, it's nearby. The voices drew closer. Moments later, several figures followed the aroma to the cafe's entrance, and there seated by the window they saw 5 humans and a wolf. What stunning women! The 3 men stood frozen at the threshold. Lin Wanan was undeniably beautiful, but unadorned she paled beside Shi Yu, and He Yun whose elegant attire carefully chosen for Lin Bei radiated extraordinary allure. Then their eyes fell upon the lavish feast spread across the table. Instinctively they swallowed hard. Over a week into the apocalypse, even having seized a major supermarket, their rations could never compare to this. Wait, what kind of circumstances are these? 5 people, 10 dishes, and a soup. Even before the collapse, few households dined so extravagantly, let alone now in the ruins of civilization. And each dish was served in astonishing portions. Glancing at the others' reactions, they noted only one exception, the daughter of the old man who'd stolen their food. The rest remained utterly unperturbed, eating, drinking, conversing, as though the 3 intruders were invisible. A glance toward the street revealed a field of corpses. Instantly, they understood these people were beyond their reach. These individuals weren't ignoring them. They simply deemed them unworthy of notice. A bitter pang rose in their chests. In the old world, bosses had treated them this way. To survive, he'd bowed low, playing the sycophant. Now in the apocalypse, he'd risen to rule a domain. Yet survival still demanded humility. In every era, strength commands respect. Esteemed sirs, he began, intending to say my apologies for disturbing your meal, but was cut off by a subordinate behind him. Boss, those sluts are breathtaking, bodies flawless. Let's bind them and take them back. The women in the supermarket have grown tiresome for the brothers. Sluts? How dare you utter those words? I wouldn't even dare think them. You have already sealed your doom. The leader's brow furrowed sharply. Cease, he started to rebuke. Another henchman enthusiastically slapped his shoulder, shouting, Boss, jackpot. 1, 2, 3, 4 peerless beauties. We'll each claim 1 and still have 1 left over. Kill that man first. I can't wait. What an idiot. Surrounded by such treasures, yet brazenly dining outdoors, clearly untouched by life's harsh lessons. As he spoke, he drew a cold watermelon cleaver from his belt, his eyes blazing with raw, ravenous lust for the women. Stunned, the leader choked on his own thoughts. Stink. Idiot. Stink. You're the idiot. Who exactly hasn't endured society's brutal schooling? You too have walked the path to your own demise. Do they not know these women are exquisite? Do they not know safety lies indoors? Would they dare dine openly without overwhelming strength? Didn't you see their utter indifference upon spotting us? Didn't you see the opulence of their meal? Didn't you see the corpses of zombies littering the street? Brothers, please let me call you brothers. Truly, zombies cracking open your skulls would pause to spit first. When you step out into this world, bring your mind with you. He resolved then, and thereupon returning, he would enact a new rule. No unsanctioned speech. The man was near tears. He hadn't spoken a word or lifted a finger, yet his subordinates had already incited irreversible enmity. Any man would erupt upon hearing outsiders insult the women, he claimed. This was the apocalypse. Words meant death. He watched as the women's expressions darkened and the man seated with his back turned set down his chopsticks. His heart lurched. This was unmistakably the fury of a true sovereign. Damn it. 2 utterly catastrophic liabilities. Brother, I'm unfamiliar with these 2. I merely crossed paths with them by chance. My sincerest apologies for interrupting your meal. I'll take my leave immediately. Was he gambling? That they were novices? That their strength fell short of his? Please, life is singular. He hadn't savored enough yet. The supermarket's women hadn't grown stale. Survival was sweet, leadership tranquil. Why risk it? There was no salary for this peril. The man gripping the watermelon cleaver grabbed his leader's arm. Boss, what's the holdup? Are you abandoning these little sluts? Weren't you just saying we'd snatch some beauties for variety? And didn't you vow to make an example of someone? That girl, isn't she the thief's daughter? Damn it. Do you want me dead? Cold sweat soaked his back. Sir, may I ask what precisely are you referring to? A fierce surge of self-preservation wrenched his arm free. He stared at the cleaver wielder with sharp suspicion, swiftly drawing boundaries. Excuse me. Do we know each other? Why call me boss? We merely traveled together briefly and exchanged pleasantries. Don't address strangers as boss. We're strangers. Moreover, in this apocalyptic age, humanity's survival hangs by a thread. Mutual aid is imperative. Though law has vanished, morality must guide us. These young women possess innate grace and beauty, yet you lust after them, utter vulgarities, and raise hands against them. I never imagined you were such men. Merely recalling our brief companionship makes me physically ill. Farewell. I pray we never meet again. He delivered it all in one breath, terrified that any hesitation might trigger annihilation. His will to live was immense. Unfathomably immense. Lin Bei smiled. Her desperate will to survive amused him, a sign of intelligence. The man who had opened fire on him at first sight that morning was also sharp, so was Lin Wanan's father. In this apocalyptic world, anyone with even a modicum of life experience would hardly be foolish. Beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky stretches a higher one. Naivety breeds fearlessness. Youthful arrogance ends in flamboyant death. Having spoken, the man turned and walked away. Brother Lin, it was they, indirectly, who killed my father. Especially that man. He is their leader. They seized an entire supermarket, turning all trapped civilians into slaves and playthings. Do not believe a word he says. I know I am nothing. I know I possess no skill. But if you avenge my father, I swear, henceforth I will obey your every command without hesitation or complaint. I vow to devote my entire life to repaying this debt of gratitude. Seeing the leader about to leave, Lin Wanan hastily rose. Lin Bei, dead. The man at the door froze instantly. Trouble. Grave trouble. His worst fear had materialized. He could not fathom why her father would risk stealing from their supermarket when she herself had been granted a seat at their table. Could it be she had only just joined them? Run. Without a moment's thought, he exploded forward with explosive force beneath his feet. He had brought only 2 underlings on this outing, already outnumbered. With his peak level 1 9-star cultivation, escape was assured. Few in Yinqing City could match his strength, let alone impede him. Yet no matter how confident he felt, uncertainty lingered. What if someone inside surpassed him? Inue. Awoke. Sated and refreshed, Inue stretched luxuriously, her form swelling visibly before his eyes, transforming from a pup into a full-grown wolf. Then, like a streak of white lightning, she shot through the doorway. Holy hell, so fast! Hiyun was stunned. Now she truly believed Inue had reached level 2. The speed was so overwhelming, even she could not track her movement. Lin Bei turned to Lin Wanan, his expression grave. There is something vitally important I must warn you about. Please speak. Lin Wanan replied, tense and deferential. Had her request been too audacious? To them it was no challenge at all, merely a trivial gesture. Don't call me big brother. I graduated barely a year ago. You calling me brother Lin just now made me sound like a 30-year-old uncle. I'm still young, all right. Call me Lin Bei, good big brother, Bei, whatever you like. Come on. He was that young too. Lin Wanan. So that was all it was. Even men cared deeply about their age. Very well, Bei. Lin Bei. She intended to mimic Jiang Shiyu and call him Bei, to sound affectionate. But familiarity eluded them, and the term felt unnatural. Good big brother was inappropriate for her age, thus she settled on copying Jiang Ye's usage instead. At the entrance, the 2 men clutching watermelon knives stood frozen. Witnessing the white wolf's blinding speed, they finally understood why their leader had behaved so strangely. If even a pet possessed such terrifying power, then the figure seated calmly at the table must be incomprehensibly formidable. They had just kicked a steel plate. No, a titanium alloy plate. A newly upgraded model. They exchanged glances. What do we do? Run, run. They bolted, sparking Lin Wanan's anxiety. What if they escaped? In the next instant, both men stepped into a spatial rift at the threshold, lost their footing, and crashed violently onto the floor. As they fell, the blades of their watermelon knives slid beneath their throats. The impact tore open half their necks. Eyes wide with terror, they clutched desperately at the wounds. But the gashes were too severe. Even as evolved beings, without immediate treatment, death by exsanguination was inevitable. Regret. Bitter resentment. A storm of emotions raged within them. They could not comprehend how these people had arrived, nor how, without moving from their seats, they had crippled them with uncanny ability. Horror. Utter absolute horror. Their mouths gaped, yet only warm blood spilled forth. Life ebbed steadily from their bodies. In that second, they tasted fear unlike any they had ever known. Fear. Profound, paralyzing fear. Their current lives were infinitely more indulgent than those before the apocalypse. Once unattainable beauties now served as their slaves. Elite white-collar managers, once revered, never touched, now groveled before them. This radiant new world, its delights remained far from exhausted. Sister, and please sit and eat. From this moment you are our sister. Rest assured, the man who fled will not escape. Your task now is to fill your belly, and carefully consider how you'll torment him later. Hiyun guided Lin Wanan to her seat, not even glancing toward the men at the door. In this apocalypse, clever people abounded, but fools were far more plentiful. This is spatial domain quirkiness. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was profoundly eerie. Even she could not tell whether Lin Bei or Jiang Shiyu had acted. Both remained immersed in their meal, utterly undisturbed, not pausing for a single breath. Who truly could possibly guard against such effortless mastery? Lin Wanan stood dumbfounded. She knew spatial abilities were fearsome, but never imagined them this terrifying. Defeated without even stirring. She wanted to laugh, yet found herself utterly unable. The very people she and her father had fled in blind terror now lay crushed like insignificant ants. Moments later, Inue, now grown to the size of an ordinary tiger, returned dragging a battered man in her jaws. His body bore grotesque claw marks, blood streamed continuously from his mouth, his eyes brimmed with raw terror. This wolf, why was she so overwhelmingly powerful? After all, he was a peak level 1 9-star cultivator. Yet against her he hadn't the faintest chance to retaliate. A woo. Setting the man down, Inoue instantly shrank back into her adorable puppy-sized form, leaping into Lin Bei's arms to roll and nuzzle affectionately against his chest. Daddy, isn't Moon Moon amazing? Quick, reward me. Here you go. Lin Bei produced 10 thick meat sausages for her feast. This little Inoue, she definitely knew how to feign cuteness. She understood perfectly humans were helpless before such irresistible charm. The man on the ground lifted his head and met Lin Wanen's icy, wrathful gaze. Its unflinching intensity revealed his grim fate. His two underlings at the door had already bled out and perished. Bitter resentment burned within him. He was the sovereign of a small settlement. Brother. His eyes darted to Lin Bei. He knew. This man, who had never once glanced his way, who had not uttered a single word to him, was unquestionably the true leader. Brother. Hear me out. I never meant to cause her father's death. My brothers and I fought hard to seize that supermarket. When he tried stealing our food, we chased him. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? Reasonable, Lin Bei agreed. At the sound of his voice, the man erupted with hope. Brother, I deeply regret her father's passing. We never anticipated such an outcome. We merely intended to give him a stern lecture. I offer compensation: 10 bags of rice. Or no, 100 bags. 100 tins of oil. 20 gin of meat. 100 cartons of instant noodles. Just spare my life. I'll dispatch supplies immediately. If it's insufficient, name your price. I'll provide anything you demand. The man knelt, posture abjectly sincere. He wished only to live. Supplies mattered. But compared to life itself, they were meaningless. So long as he survived, infinite possibilities remained. Even surrendering the entire supermarket would be acceptable. He could always rise again, given his strength. He too was a rare quirk-bearer. Else how could he have claimed leadership? Though the supermarket held several women deemed attractive, he dared not mention them. A seasoned manipulator, he knew doing so would hasten his demise. Leaving aside the condition those women were in, even the few women beside this man far surpassed the supermarkets in quality. Such a master did not lack women, nor did he deign to look upon ordinary ones. Lin Bei stroked his chin. A supermarket. Anything you'd like. Everything essential is already in the spatial pouch. Along the way, he stopped at numerous small supermarkets and convenience stores, never taking much, just one item per category. Food and meat were plentiful of fresh cuts, and rice, however, demanded preparation, a tedious chore. The supplies Xiao Xie had gifted him would likely remain untouched in the spatial pouch for years to come. He glanced briefly at Lin Wanen. She appeared tense. Perhaps she feared her own heart might soften, and thus spare this man. In the apocalypse, food was priceless. Countless souls had surrendered dignity, even their very selves, for a single bowl of rice. As a newcomer to this team, her cultivation talent weak, her combat prowess negligible, she held no voice, no sway. Your conditions aren't bad, Lin Bei said slowly. Lin Wanen clenched her teeth. The man beamed with relief. He hastily pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts as he spoke. Brother, I'll have everything delivered immediately. Anything else you need, any dish you'd like, we'll send it all without delay. Lin Bei crossed one leg over the other, watching the man's post-crisis grin with quiet mockery. I merely said your conditions weren't bad, not that I'd agreed to anything. The man's smile froze. Brother, what do you mean? Nothing in particular, just amusing myself. Your offerings hold no appeal for me. Here's what I'll do instead. I'll ask them. If they consent, your life may be exchanged for supplies. His pulse tightened. Asked the women. Was this a joke? Didn't it plainly spell his death? After what his two underlings had just spat out, these women surely longed for his end, and Lin Wanen especially bore him deep enmity. Yu, what's your verdict? A shake of the head. Yin, how about you? Another shake. Teacher, your thoughts? Again a silent refusal. Yu, what say you? The little wolf shook its head. Damn it, you're asking a dog, and it's shaking its head. Lin Wanen, you? What's your decision? She shook her head wildly. Lin Bei spread his hands. Brother, you see, my precious companions all refuse. No choice. I cannot override a woman's will. The man stared dumbfounded. His face darkened, his voice dropped low and gravelly. Brother, did you ever intend to spare me at all? Congratulations, you guessed right. Pity there's no prize. He remained kneeling. Brother, I neither provoked nor offended you. Those crude words came from my two subordinates, not from me. Not a single syllable passed my lips. So what? Must you pursue me to utter annihilation? Grant me mercy. Make an ally, not an enemy. Today's clemency shall be etched into my soul. Oh, should you ever call upon me, I'll serve without hesitation. Consider, we are all human beings. He still clung to hope. No one willingly surrenders to doom. Lin Bei laughed, a laugh laced with biting scorn so sharp it left him speechless. Him, begging this man for salvation. Where on earth did such arrogance spring from? True, he stood only at second rank first star, but he carried a 5-day void in his cultivation history, a hidden advantage few could fathom. Human, Lin Wanen laughed bitterly. Was my father not human? If we're to appeal to shared humanity, why didn't you share even a morsel of your hoarded food with him? And those civilians trapped inside the supermarket, are they not human? Dare you speak of how you tormented those women? Did they lack families, children, husbands? To utter such words now, don't you feel sickened by your own hypocrisy? A flash of murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes. Damn it. He should have mobilized everyone earlier to seize her then. Now she'd latched onto a powerhouse. She bore him a grudge, and this man, if he sought to win her loyalty, or her heart, would certainly erase him. Words alone would not carve a path to survival. Only one option remained. A gamble. He drew a slow, deep breath. Bang. His tattered upper garment exploded outward. Countless coarse black hairs erupted across his body. In less than a heartbeat, his height surged from 1.7 to 2 meters, his human form dissolving into that of a towering, broad-shouldered, long-armed gorilla. The transformation lasted barely a second. Instantly, he lunged forward, lightning-fast fingers outstretched to seize Jiang Yu's throat, the nearest woman, betting his life on using her as leverage against the man. Lin Wanan shrieked, startled by the sudden metamorphosis. His speed was blinding, beyond her perception, yet she knew with chilling certainty that his target was Jiang Yu's younger sister. Lin Bei's expression turned even more sardonic. Had the beast aimed for He Yun, he might have opened a spatial rift, but to threaten Jiang Yu, this fool had truly lost his mind. Jiang Yu sighed, exasperated. Do I look that easy to bully? Her jade-like fist clenched. A torrent of chi surged forth, erupting from her knuckles and slamming into the beastman's chest, half a meter away. Her forward lunge was swift, his flight backward swifter still. He smashed through over a dozen tables, bolted to the floor, then blasted a gaping hole through thick reinforced concrete, piercing 3 consecutive walls before crashing to the ground. Whoa, big sis is so cool. He Yun's eyes widened in awe. Once she mastered this technique, she'd gain range combat too. Jiang Yu withdrew 2 restorative pills and swallowed them. Impressive, wasn't it? A full power strike. Without that generous stockpile of restorative pills, she'd never dare unleash such force in this apocalyptic wasteland. Cough, cough. The beastman spat a mouthful of blood, staring at Jiang Yu in stunned disbelief. So, you're the true leader of this team. After all, he stood at first-rank 9th star peak strength. One punch, just one blow, delivered while he was fully transformed, had shattered him so utterly. Such power could only belong to someone who'd broken past the second-rank threshold. He'd assumed the man and the wolf were the sole second ranks, never imagining she was too. A miscalculation, a catastrophic one. In recent days, every woman he'd encountered had been his plaything. Coupled with the widely held belief that female physical strength was inherently inferior, he'd dismissed them all as mere appendages to the man, powerless, irrelevant. Never imagined that she was second rank. That single strike, so devastating. He felt his ribs splinter. Knowing escape was impossible, regret flooded him. Not for hunting Lin Wanan and her father, but for delaying his flight. He'd sensed danger the moment his first subordinate opened his mouth. He should have fled then instantly. A full-force strike, and yet he lived. Jiang Yu felt profound disappointment in herself. If only. If her raw strength improved, enough to land a clean, unaided blow directly to his chest, she'd have ended him outright. Her thoughts drifted quietly, confident in beauty and figure she rivaled Shi Yu and He Yun without question. As for the man's plea, Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to reply. Time to eat. Dinner would grow cold. My. The beast man staggered, upright, agony searing his chest. Death. What was there to fear? In 18 years he'd rise again, a fine, fierce man. His gaze locked onto Lin Wanan, predatory and venomous. Heh, spit. You wretched bitch, your luck's absurd. First a height here zombie bought you time. Now you stumble upon these people. Without them you'd have been stripped bare and ruined long ago. And you lot. Do you truly believe your strength grants license to trample others with impunity? Let me tell you, stronger foes await you. You will fall. Pity. I won't live to witness the day you sluts are crushed beneath another's boot. With no path left but death, restraint dissolved. Now he welcomed oblivion. Lin Wanan's face paled. Lin Bei chuckled. Hold on. Brother, your aggression doesn't even match that of a guard dog. Want to die? Well, I'm afraid I won't oblige you. The man stared, speechless, bewildered. Yin Wang. Living Yin Wang. Minutes later, Lin Wanan stared at the scene before her, involuntarily swallowing. Truly, even if she were beaten to death, she could never have conceived of such a method. It was as if the living Yin Wang himself had descended into the mortal realm. The man standing there. His neck was bound by a thick iron chain, his limbs had been brutally dislocated at the joints. Before him sat 30 exquisitely prepared dishes, sweet and sour spare ribs, tender braised pigs, trotters, crispy sautéed prawns, each radiating an intoxicating aroma that made mouths water. Was this food meant for him? No, absolutely not. The placement was diabolically precise. Each dish rested exactly 1 centimeter beyond his reach, close enough to inhale their fragrance, yet impossibly distant to taste. Their digestion was rapid. Basal metabolism remained heightened. A man who owned a large supermarket lacked for no provisions, but his pantry held mostly pre-packaged convenience meals. Though fresh vegetables and meat abounded in the store, could their culinary skill rival that of a master chef with over a decade of experience? Bei, open your mouth. Taste this prawn. Sure, you used her delicate fingers to peel a plump prawn, dipped it lightly in sauce, and slipped it into his mouth. Humph. He pouted. Big brother, open up. Taste this foot. Huh. Chicken feet. Well, never mind. He picked up a tangy, spicy, boneless lemon chicken claw and placed it gently in his mouth. Big brother, how is it? Better than the one you ate on the rooftop that day. She said this while nudging Lin Wan beside her with her elbow. Lin Wan flushed crimson and selected a piece of spare rib, deftly removing the bone. Lin Bei, open your mouth. Eat. Eat the meat. He understood. Every beginning was difficult, but once the first step was taken, mastery followed swiftly. Blissful. This was life itself. Food delivered by a woman's hand carried an unparalleled fragrance. Lin Bei, open up, came Jiang Yu's voice from nearby as she lifted a small floret of cauliflower with her chopsticks. Lin Bei paused, then smiled. Good. Very good. Excellent. Look, wasn't this trap sprung perfectly? The fish had taken the bait. Truly. He had long coveted Jiang Yu's unique physical ability. To her it might seem mediocre, but combined with raw strength it became utterly invincible. He suppressed the fierce urge to claim it now. As a man of exceptional quality, impatience was unworthy. Though he hesitated briefly, he still accepted the bite. Jiang Yu's heart fluttered inwardly as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and murmured shyly, Lin Bei, don't call me teacher anymore. Call me Xiaoyu. In this world where today might be the last, she resolved to take the initiative, just once. She refused to believe Lin Bei had missed her implication. After all, he already had He-Yun and Shi-Yu. What did that signify? That he was a fickle-hearted rogue. And Lin Wan had offered him food without hesitation. What did that mean? That he was already prepared to accept her. If 3 women were imminent, then adding a 4th would change nothing. She too had once been a goddess others dreamed of possessing. No, I prefer calling you teacher. Jiang Yu's smile froze. Her eyes dimmed with quiet bitterness. Was this a rejection? Why? Did he truly find her unattractive? In the next instant, she lowered her gaze, because Lin Bei's hand had settled upon her thigh. She stiffened then, when she made no move to resist, his touch grew bolder. Teacher, taking liberties. Her mind blanked for a moment. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, she understood. No wonder he insisted so adamantly on calling her teacher. It wasn't indifference. She'd mistaken his reverence for virtue, his propriety for righteousness. In truth, this young man had plotted from the very beginning to become the ultimate disciple-turnable. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. No reaction. Excellent. Tonight, the hunt would be glorious. Nearby, the man bound by the iron chain watched them with agonized, venomous hatred, enduring both physical torment and psychological torture. Damn it. Who the hell cooked these dishes? How could they possibly smell this divine? Chasing Lin Wan and her father had drained him severely. Her father, a mere level 1 star 5 cultivator, and Lin Wan herself, level 1 star 2, were negligible threats. Capture should have been swift, had a high-tier zombie not ambushed them mid-pursuit, allowing their escape. Their recent flight had sapped further energy, and his transformation moments ago had cost him dearly. He wasn't ravenous, but hunger gnawed at him, and these aromas ignited his appetite fiercely. What galled him most? The wolf that had dragged him here now devoured thick steaks and succulent grilled sausages bite after bite. Pathetic. Did they think him a coward clinging to life? Once hope of survival vanished. Death. He craved it desperately. Though his limbs were shattered, his jaw still moved. Big brother, big brother. He suddenly pointed at the man. Look, blood keeps streaming from the corner of his mouth. Could he be biting his tongue to kill himself? Lin Bei smiled. Had he not foreseen this? Before he spoke, Lin Wan interjected, Yin's sister, don't worry. Biting the tongue won't kill you. The arteries, there are tiny, blood loss is minimal. All he'll achieve is excruciating pain. Oh, I thought biting your tongue always killed you in dramas. The director decreed it must be fatal. Haven't you noticed? A character bites their tongue and dies. Then seconds later another appears mute from having their tongue cut out. The man lying prone on the floor froze upon hearing this exchange, and 2 silent tears traced paths down his cheeks. You damn fools, why didn't you say so sooner? I'm in agony. Do you have any idea how much willpower it took? Not just to bite, but to endure the pain. Idiotic dramas, ruining lives. Agony. Unbearable agony. Burp. Lin Wan let out a soft belch. Her low evolution rank and weak physical constitution limited her appetite far below the others. Yet this was unquestionably the finest meal she'd tasted since the apocalypse began, though before the cataclysm the best meals had always been shared with family. Father, rest easy. Your daughter will grow strong. She approached the man sprawled on the floor like a dead dog, her heart unmoved by his suffering. Compared to the atrocities he'd committed, this was barely retribution. Insufficient. Far from sufficient. Lacking expertise in torture, she mimicked scenes from television dramas. Reaching down to pick up a pair of pliers Lin Bei had left on the ground, gripping the tip of his fingernail and yanking hard. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. He sealed off that area. The shriek was disrupting their meal. He felt no qualms. Lin Wanin had just lost her father. Though she ate heartily, grief and fury simmered deep within her. How could he deny her the catharsis of vengeance against her enemy? Moreover, did he lack temper? Dare anyone speak ill of his women? Very well. From now on, their mealtime would proceed undisturbed. Half an hour later, sated and rested, the group stepped outside. Lin Bei stretched languidly. My dears, it's time again for the zombie-slaying level-up ritual. Thus unfolded the monotonous rhythm of the apocalypse. Inside the shop behind them, the man lay motionless in a pool of blood, his body a grotesque testament to unspeakable suffering. Hey, wait. Lin Bei suddenly spotted a large G-Class SUV, parked by the roadside, its door ajar, keys resting beside it. He turned the ignition. Success. The tank was still nearly full. He snapped a photo and posted it online. 23 years old. No family backing, just my own hands. And now my first G-Class. He snapped his fingers again, vanishing the vehicle into his spatial storage pouch. He'd need it later when traveling to find you. Thousands of kilometers. Certainly not on foot. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Bei approached the cars parked by the roadside and kicked several of them in succession, causing the piercing alarm sounds to echo instantly. What the hell? Lin Wanin, who was highly educated, exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Sister Yun, is it really okay to make such a loud noise? We will be surrounded by zombies. Though she was only a first-tier 2-star, she was not a complete novice. In the apocalypse, zombies were not terrifying. What was truly frightening was the endless horde of them. It's fine. Do you see this? When you run out of strength, take one of these. This is our big brother's secret medicine, unique to us. Just stick with us, and you can smile secretly. He took one and put it in Wanin's pocket. Continue. Lin Bei threw a knife to Lin Wanin, which he had taken from Jiang Ye's house. Even though the knife in his hand was of good quality and sharp, after hacking so many zombies it had long been dulled, so he would replace it whenever it broke. However, he didn't need to fight so close anymore. Soon, due to the loud noise, the densely packed zombies on both sides of the road surged like a tide, and the sight was so horrifying that Lin Wanin's legs trembled slightly. Too many. Really too many. The current zombies were no longer the same as before. With obstacles ahead, they not only knew how to detour, but could even jump over them. In no time, the zombie waves on both sides were only 50 meters away from them. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. Let's go. Jiang Yu stuffed 2 return force pills into his mouth, swinging the long gun fiercely. The moment the energy within him was drained, the return force pill entered his abdomen, clearing a large area in the densely packed zombie crowd. Lin Wanin, what the hell? Lin Bei swung his sword in the same manner. Lin Wanin, what the hell? Breathe. Breathe. He Yun and Jiang Xiu were still practicing their breathing techniques, and their efficiency in killing zombies was far inferior to Lin Bei and Jiang Yu. As for Lin Wanin holding the knife, she was stunned, realizing that zombies could be killed this way. It was like stepping on ants. 100, 300, 500, 700, 1,000. In less than 10 minutes, these few people had already killed over 1,000 zombies. Truly, whether in reality or online, she had never seen such an efficient team. She only needed to take care of cleaning up the scattered 1 or 2 zombies. At this moment, she more intuitively felt what kind of team she had joined. Meanwhile, die you bastard. Xiao Xie grasped the long gun, transformed from lightning, leaped high, and forcefully stabbed it into the head of a 3-meter zombie. This strike drained all her supernatural abilities and strength. Glancing around, with the fall of high-level zombies, countless ordinary zombies surged like a tide. Xiao Xie's lips curled slightly as she calmly took out 2 return force pills from her pocket and popped them into her mouth. Thud. Her heart raced. Strength. It surged back into her body. A lightning whip appeared in her palm, spinning 360 degrees and sweeping away all the zombies within a 30-meter radius. So refreshing. So exhilarating. This day was the most exhilarating day since the outbreak of the apocalypse. No need to slowly recover after exhausting her supernatural abilities and strength. Just 2 pills would suffice. In the past, she would have to rest for a long time after killing for 20 to 30 minutes, because she only dared to use half of her supernatural abilities and strength, fearing unexpected situations. But now that was no longer necessary. Kill until exhausted. Kill until her supernatural abilities were drained. Take 2 pills and keep killing. Leveled up. 2nd tier 2-star. Lin Bei, I love your pills. Die you bastard. With a single slash, all her strength poured out, instantly reaping 100 zombies. After taking a return force pill, her strength was instantly restored. To be honest, who has such conditions as him? Leveling up by killing small mobs. Frankly speaking, the techniques that poured out all their strength were not very powerful because they were just starting out, which meant that the drawbacks were significant. However, with the return force pills, these techniques were perfect for killing zombies. Bang! Her heart raced and her strength surged once more. Master Lin Bei. Level 2nd tier 2-star. System space 100 cubic meters. Supernatural ability space SSS level LV2 passive ability spatial backpack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength S level LV2 triple. Speed 170. Strength 170 3-3. Spirit 170. Physique 170. Items return force pills 5500 SSS level steak 3000. Top grade honey glazed meat sausage 3300. Collected team members Jiang Shiyu first year 6er space LV2. Heyan first year 6er strength LV2 triple boost. Bond benefits charisma 2, strength 3, a food supplies 3-fold return. So refreshing. 5500. The number of return force pills was increasing. With the increase in strength plus unlocking Jiang Yu and Lin Wanan tonight, the return rate of food would reach 5 times and the quantity of return force pills would grow at a terrifying speed. Such a powerful item truly needed to be utilized. For example, a women's squad. Not Xiao Xie's women's squad, but one that belonged solely to him. The few women by his side didn't count. They were regular troops, focusing on quality rather than quantity. To be honest, Lin Wanan seriously lowered the squad standard, but after all, she was a doctor, so let's give her a small privilege. Ladies, I need to step out for a bit. If you're tired of killing, feel free to head back and rest. Alright. Good big brother, do you want good little sister to accompany you? I'm super obedient, you know, in the sweltering summer, I'm super sweet. Focus on leveling up. If I come back and you're still not at first tier 8-star, you're little, but we'll be in trouble. For others this is difficult, but for them who have nearly infinite return force pills, it's just a matter of desire. Got it. Come back early, and if you need any help, just give us a call. Jiang Shiyu reminded. Alright. Lin Bei gave a few more instructions, then pushed off the ground, gradually disappearing from their sight. With Silver Moon around, there was no need to worry about them. Silver Moon was now his pet. Even when apart, they could communicate mentally. Moreover, both Silver Moon and Jiang Yu were second tier, and Shiyu had space abilities. If anyone targeted them, it would only lead to their own demise. Give it a try. See if they can be trained. Otherwise, so many return force pills would just lie quietly in the system space, which would be a waste. If they could be trained well, the bonds with fitness enthusiasts would generate a lot of returns as bonds change according to people's transformations. To be honest, Xiao Xie's idea of establishing a women's army is a good one, mainly inspired by her. Otherwise, he might not have thought of gathering a group of women to train gradually. Sizzle. Ziz. On the road, he heard the familiar sound of electric current coming from the neighboring street. Could it be that he just mentioned it and ran into it? With a quick step, he changed direction. 30 meters ahead, Xiao Xie moved gracefully among the piles of corpses, her lightning whip resembling a holy object, killing gods and demons alike. The zombies fell lifelessly upon mere contact. Their brains were fried from the electricity. Who is it? Show yourself. After clearing the surrounding zombies, Xiao Xie held the lightning whip, her gaze icy as she stared at his position. Lin Bei was taken aback. He thought he was hiding while making no noise at all. Then he relaxed. He had spatial perception, and naturally, she had lightning perception similar to Enel's ability, sensing people and objects within a certain range through the static electricity in the air. Lin Bei stepped out from around the corner. It's you. Upon seeing the figure hiding, the coldness on Xiao Xie's face vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. How did you end up here? Xiao Xie's lightning whip dissolved into thin air as she lightly stepped beside him. Just passing by. What extraordinary fate we share. Surely heaven itself has ordained this meeting. Lin Bei, join us. If crowds unsettle you, no matter. We'll assign you an entire building, guaranteed privacy. What do you say? Xiao Xie refused to relent, extending the invitation once more. Relent? Impossible. Utterly impossible. Truth be told, if not for her duty to the all-female legion she herself had founded, she would have joined Lin Bei's team without hesitation. Those restorative chi pills truly delivered exhilarating results. No, Lin Bei declined again. Lin Bei, let me introduce our team to you. With a cascade of words, Xiao Xie launched into a spirited pitch. Plenty of stunning women, pleasing to the eye. Uniforms, meals, hygiene, all handled by dedicated staff. So, does your heart stir even slightly? Stirred? Then act. Join us now. Rank means nothing between us. We'll colead as equals. How does that sound? No. Lin Bei casually dug at his ear. He knew. Xiao Xie coveted his restorative chi pills. The fish had already swum into the baited waters. Now all that remained was to wait for her to bite. Waving farewell, he said, "You keep slaying zombies. I've other matters to attend to." I'll take my leave. Wait. After taking only 2 steps, Xiao Xia instinctively called out to him. Lin Bei turned eyes faintly puzzled. Miss Xiao, anything else? Ha ha. Brother Lin Bei, she chuckled sheepishly. Those 10 pills you gifted me are nearly gone. Well, how about naming a price? I'd love to buy a few more. 10 simply isn't enough. It wasn't that she lacked restraint. Rather, she understood perfectly in the early apocalypse rapid power advancement was paramount. Keeping just a few as reserves sufficed. Lin Bei smiled. I thought it was something serious. 3-wave truth waste. Activate. Lin Bei produced a 2-liter bottle of Pepsi, filled to the brim with restorative chi pills. Xiao Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. A full bottle like that would elevate her to 3rd tier in no time. Her breath caught. Instantly heated. Oh, this one's completely full. Lin Bei glanced inside, then stowed it away and pulled out a 2-liter Coca-Cola bottle instead. This one's full too. I distinctly recall having one half full. My spatial backpack is simply too capacious. Huh. Xiao Xia stood frozen stunned. Dude, is your family running a pharmaceutical factory? He swapped bottles 4-5 times before finally locating one half filled. Unscrewing the cap, he poured out roughly 10 pills. 3 tumbled onto the floor. As Xiao Xia bent to retrieve them, Lin Bei crushed them beneath his boot. Miss Xiao, the ground is unclean. Discarded ones are forfeit. Damn, I don't care about dirt. Her heart ached fiercely. 3 pills could sustain her in full combat mode for half an hour, during which she could slay countless zombies. Last night you treated me to grilled meat. I dislike owing debts. Consider these my return gift. Lin Bei placed all 10 restorative chi pills into Xiao Xia's delicate palms. 10 pills. So many, yet so few. Compared to Lin Bei's vast reserves, they were but a single hair on an ox's hide. She felt profoundly grateful merely receiving 20, and that was before he'd accepted her grilled meat. Even if she cooked for him daily, served every meal by hand, it still wouldn't match his generosity. She had grown greedy. She had grown insatiable. She had grown discontent. But who wouldn't? Were these pills truly precious to Lin Bei, she'd gladly accept them. But to him, they were trivial. Yes, she understood discarding pills dropped in blood, but clean concrete. Retrieving them within 3 seconds posed no risk. At worst, rinsing would suffice. Yet he'd crushed them beneath his heel. A grievous waste. Not enough. Lin Bei asked casually, a barely perceptible upward curve lifting the corner of his mouth as he observed her still upturned palms. Xiao Xia nodded vigorously, eyes alight with yearning, like a brilliant young woman thirsting for knowledge in an endless ocean of wisdom. I hadn't intended to share these with outsiders, but we seem fated. You're quite agreeable, so I'll grant you a little more. Tilting the bottle, he poured another 7 or 8 pills into her hands. He withdrew his hand. For those below 2nd tier, including 1st tier, exhaustion of both physical stamina and ability required only a single pill for full restoration. From 2nd tier 1st star onward, 2 were needed. The higher the tier, the greater the demand. 3 pills, 4, 5. With such a supply, unrestricted use would last barely half a day. I must depart. I'll leave you to your zombie slaying. Lin Bei waved and strode off, leaving behind a figure of effortless grace. A rare paragon of virtue in this apocalyptic age. Xiao Xia silently issued him a good person card. Wait, a sudden realization struck her. He dislikes owing debts. Haha, if even a single grilled meal qualifies as debt, then tonight I'll bring him a lavish banquet. Slurp. Given his nature, won't he surely offer more restorative chi pills as repayment? Debt is precisely this. An endless exchange. A tangled web. Inescapable, inexplicable. Hehehe. Little brother, you're utterly ensnared by your elder sister. Far away, Lin Bei twisted his lips into a sly grin. The Tang San smile. Hehehe. Eat them, devour them heartily. These pills are dangerously addictive, and that debt line, pure bait. Immortal maiden Xiao, pray don't stumble headlong into old Lin's carefully laid trap. Die. A single blade strike cleaved the air. All his strength erupted in that instant, annihilating nearly 100 zombies blocking his path. Several restorative chi pills dissolved on his tongue. Their allure undeniable, each second granted him the power to unleash his ultimate technique, heedless of cost. His destination, Lin Wannin's enemy's stronghold. Still some distance remained. Half an hour later, he stood before a massive shopping mall. The supermarket lay in its basement. Its main entrance was sealed tight. Outside, mounds of zombie corpses rotted in the sun, exuding a nauseating stench. Peering inward revealed utter emptiness. He opened a spatial rift and stepped inside. Silence reigned, unnerving, profound. Scattered debris and chaotic marks upon the floor bore mute witness to the chaos and horror of the apocalypse's onset. He entered a jewelry boutique. Delicate diamond rings. Tiny diamond earrings. Price tag 139998. This one's the most beautiful. Lin Bei lifted an exquisite diamond necklace, its facets blazing with crystalline fire under sunlight. 2 identical pieces existed, one for you, one for you. Pack them up, take them all. No woman left behind. Equity demands universal favor. Receiving gifts would delight them, deepening their affection. Wearing them, adorning themselves beautifully, would please him in turn. Joy would ripple outward, a win-win-win. Who wouldn't wish their beloved to shine ever brighter? His ears twitched. Faint, wondrous sounds reached him. So, they've all gathered in the supermarket. His gaze fell upon the underground supermarket's entrance. Opening another spatial rift, he departed the mall. He'd come solely to gather gifts for the women. 3-wave truth romance. Gifts must be prepared well in advance. Surely not. Surely he wouldn't consider recruiting women from the supermarket to build his secret female force. That would be self-loathing incarnate. The women trapped there, what horrors they'd endured were plain to imagine. To discover an exceptional bond, or supreme innate talent, among them would be pure desecration. No, he would go elsewhere. To the hospital. During dinner earlier, Lin Bei had mentioned many still lacked courage to face the zombies, particularly a group of young women she knew, nursing students, intern doctors, huddled together in a hospital room, trembling in fear. Little sisters, Big Bad Wolf is coming. No, little sisters, your superhero has arrived. Lula 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 lula. Marching bravely forward onward for prizes, I will run first. Humming to himself, Lin Bei made his way to the hospital, multiple purposes on his mind. Bah, playing chess has muddled my brains. Going to the hospital would let him form a female squad of his own and seize the vast medicines within. Pills are the sort of thing one keeps on hand whether one needs them yet or not. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at a public hospital in the city. Outside the Tumterhai automatic iron gates wandered many zombies, but the vast open-air parking lot beyond was unnaturally empty. The few corpses there lay motionless on the ground. I hope I'm not a moment too late. Little bunnies, hide well. He vaulted the gate into the parking lot, eyes sweeping the surroundings as he strode toward the building. The first-floor tempered glass was almost all shattered. Stepping inside, the familiar chill of the place washed over him. Silence. A silence that chilled the marrow. With the power out, there were no lights. Even daylight seemed muted, like a scene from a horror film. If a 4-legged monstrosity were to appear 30 meters ahead, and with a terrifying velocity, close the distance in a fraction of a second, it would be no surprise. After stuffing all the pharmacy supplies into his spatial backpack, Lin Bei headed toward the inpatient ward. Lin wanted a doctor here, naturally had some nurse and intern friends. They were hiding in the secluded, quiet ward. Anyone who's been to a hospital knows it is usually packed. But the inpatient ward held very few people. Many were older, and they were not lacking food. Patients' families had stashed fruits, milk, bread, and other supplies in the lockers. Little sisters, hide well. Big brother is coming to find you. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble. Lin Bei, standing in the fire escape, froze and looked up. That voice had not been his. Someone else had beaten him here and discovered the hidden girls. A spatial wormhole opened, appearing on the 5th floor where the voice had come from. Oh, a young nurse in a white uniform twisted in terror and fled, only to run straight into a man who, blindfolded, groped forward. She struck him like a wall and collapsed onto the floor. You. The pale, tragic young nurse's face went ashen. Weren't they supposed to have agreed that if they avoided capture for an hour they'd be allowed to go? Someone was cheating, not blindfolded. As usual, the handsomest ones proved the most shameless. Playful. Lin Bei stared in bewilderment at the man, feeling his way toward the nurse. The man's eyes had indeed been covered by the ribbon on the uniform. Don't come closer, don't come closer. Too bad, I almost had you. Could be heard. This floor held more than those two. Looking ahead revealed several blindfolded men. The petite nurses fled in panic, but the fire escape door was locked, leaving them trapped on this level. She ran. He chased. She could not take wing. Lin Bei smiled. A little cat mouse game to strengthen the girls' bonds had begun. Indeed. Outside they were all such clever fellows, really knowing how to play, and bold besides. Were they not afraid a desperate nurse might stab them? Don't come near me, you. Don't come near me. The nurse slumped on the ground, watching the blindfolded man draw nearer. Squeezed between them, she whimpered in terror, curling into herself, and trembling tears sliding down her pale face. With a thought, the spatial wormhole opened, linking this place to a clinic on the 1st floor. He had seen on his way in a female nurse turned undead. Within, the blindfolded man grew more excited at her screams. Judging distance by sound, he crooned, "Little bunnies, the big bad wolf is coming," then laughed strangely and lunged forward. Before commencing their little hunt, they had cleared this floor of all weapons. He pictured himself holding the pale young nurse in his arms, and the reality proved his vision correct. So soft, so fragrant. A little rank, understandable after so many days of the apocalypse. The nurse's skin was cool, smooth, and tender. A little nurse zombie wandered aimlessly in the clinic. She was ravenous, yet smelled no food and saw none. Then in the next moment, a fragrant morsel appeared before her, and to her surprise, it lunged toward her. fragrant, and dripping a juicy throat pressed against her mouth. She paused, eyes wet with sudden longing at nature's gift, then opened her maw and bit down hard. Delicious, sweet, and bursting with juice. Lin Bei closed the spatial wormhole. Screams rang out. Though the hospital was silent, the layers of doors muffled sound, so that the noises were faint here. Amidst the chorus of nurses' screams, no one paid attention to the sound from afar. He Tao, sitting on the floor, blinked in surprise. This handsome man did not seem to be one of those fellows. He had just used a space ability to kill that man. Frankly, the reason some people became nurses was poor grades. If they'd been good, they'd have become doctors. Those who fared poorly in school read novels, so of course they recognized a man who had awakened a space ability. Wiping the tears from her face, He Tao looked up with an imploring, pitiful expression and fluttered her large eyes. Husband, you finally came to save me. I'm so scared. I missed you, husband. Hold him. This thigh must be grasped. No one can pull me away today. Lin Bei, not one of my girls. You have the wrong person. Who calls someone husband right off the bat? Wait, this girl bears the untouched bond, husband. Lin Bei thought and smiled. All right then, a freebie, I suppose. But he dared not devour her now. The delicate body bond was a little dangerous. If you and the others knocked her down, it was one thing, but if some wicked sister did, trouble would follow. Husband, husband, hold me. I want a princess, Carrie. He Tao spread her arms and pouted, every gesture an expression like a girl reunited with her boyfriend after a long time. The nurse's uniform only made her seem more enticing. Husband, husband, hold me. Lift me up. Spin me around. Seeing he remained unmoved, He Tao sprang at him, a small, buoyant mass aimed for his chest. Lin Bei flicked her away with a single practiced motion. Smack! A resounding slap sent He Tao spinning and then collapsing to the ground. Hug my ass, get lost. He Tao, sprawled on the ground, froze for a moment as a searing pain across her face forced tears to spill. Yet to survive and not become someone else's plaything, she had to press on. She lifted her head and bit her lower lip, tears streaming, yet striving to show her most presentable side. What's wrong, husband? Don't you like it? She had not even reached the limits of her strength. In this apocalypse, she was doomed to cling to men to survive. Option 1, be reduced to a plaything for a mob, traded from hand to hand. Option 2, become one of this handsome strong man's exclusive women. Please, anyone could tell which was the wiser choice. I don't like it. Then what do you like, husband? I can become whatever you prefer. Get out. Beast. Help. Scream, shout, curse, struggle, resist. The more you do, the more excited I become. As they spoke, piercing screams rose and fell in the corridor, the men's arousal, the women's panic. He Tao clenched her fists. Those were her fellow interns from the hospital and the senior sister who had cared for them. She had not even secured her own safety and dared not beg the man before her to intervene. She knew he was strong, but to him, she was merely a powerless stranger. Bang! At that moment, the fire escape door was kicked open. Stop right now, damn it. The enemy's here. What are you still playing at? The man who had been blindfolded earlier returned. He pressed a bundle of gauze hard against the wound on his neck and glared at Lin Bei with a vicious, murderous look. His chest heaved with rage, his body trembled with adrenaline, and his wide eyes seemed to blaze. His bright new world had only just begun, yet it was ending. Aya! Screams echoed Aya. Aya! Soon to become a zombie, he only wanted to vent his anger and resentment. With his other hand, he smashed the wall. The tiled concrete broke open into a large hole. He Tao's brow twitched and frightened, she stepped back behind Lin Bei. Meanwhile, all the men on that floor tore the cloth from their eyes and approached. Third brother, what's going on? A hulking man stepped forward, eyeing Lin Bei up and down, his gaze full of cold, killing intent. Boss, I was bitten by a zombie. That beast used some means and dragged me downstairs. I'm about to turn. I can't accept this. I'm so unwilling. Boss'll kill him. He'll kill him. I haven't even had my way with those nurses yet. I can't accept this. The man roared, his words laced with a desperate hunger for life. He suddenly felt a warm splash hit his face. Never mind. He was about to become a zombie. Boss, I'm going to turn soon. They'll take this little nurse for one last pleasure. You must kill this man. Shouts of boss rose from behind. Many brothers cried out anxiously. The man spun around. Aren't we brothers? I'm about to turn. What harm is there in letting me have that pretty little nurse? Are you really so unwilling? No, boss is dead. What? The man froze. What nonsense. Boss was standing right there. Have they all been hallucinating to say he's dead? He turned to look and cried out, shit, big brother. His pupils constricted. The boss, a head taller than him, had a hole through his brow. His body trembled and then toppled forward, falling still to the floor. You bastard, did you kill our boss? The man snarled. The next moment, he felt warmth on his chest, looked down dazedly, then back up. What kind of ability is that? Lin Bei stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head and smiling with a squint. Take a guess. I guess. Damn you, die. The man charged in fury, but the next moment, he fell stiff to the ground, joining his boss. The sharp cracks of gunfire punctured the air. Seeing this, the remaining men fled without a second thought, scattering toward the fire escape and the windows. In this 21st century apocalypse, loyalty mattered less than survival. Their leader had been nothing but generous to them. Never mind. After today, the leader's son would be theirs, his mother would be theirs. The leader's wife would be theirs as well. Your wives, I will take care of them. Go in peace. Lin Bei's hand, gripping the gun behind his back, pulled the trigger repeatedly. The fleeing men dropped one by one. In less than 3 seconds, there was not a single living male left on that floor besides him. Behind him, He Tao's gaze was fixed on the gun. Though the muzzle pointed at the ground, the bullets still struck their targets. Such was the uncanny allure of spatial power. It was impossible to guard against. The sight only steeled her resolve. No matter how he struck or humiliated her, she would cling to this man's protection. She had had enough of living in constant fear and subsisting on glucose drips. There was food in the ward cupboards, but there were zombies. Without weapons, how could they dare to go for it? By the time it would have been safe, the food would have rotted. 10 of them huddled in a small room, trembling and praying for soldiers to arrive, only to have the door kicked open by those leering beasts. What is happening? I don't know. Wasn't that man with them? Please, of course not. They all seemed dead. We're saved. Careful, there's another man. Compared to those brutes, I'd rather this handsome guy be blindfolded. I'd be the first to let him catch me. Don't ask why. He's so handsome, I want to be held in his strong arms. The young nurses peered at the door with fluttering eyes. In this age, beauty was justice. Lin Bei was striking. With his newfound air, the way he lounged set many hearts aflutter. 10 seconds. Everyone come over. Lin Bei sat on a sofa, pulled from his space backpack, one leg crossed over the other, scanning them with a calm voice that echoed down the floor. They hesitated. If I go over, he'll probably get beaten. With his strength, as if not going will save you. True. Soon 10 young, beautiful nurses, like flowers in bloom, stood in a line before him, eyes wide with nervous curiosity as they appraised him. So handsome. Truly so handsome. He's far handsomer than the stars on TV. How can a man be this handsome? If it were him, I'd let him gather my hair in his palm. Lin Bei lounged lazily on the sofa, chin resting lightly on the back of his hand, his gaze sweeping slowly and deliberately across their profiles. His luck was exceptional, truly extraordinary. 10 women, each untouched, unclaimed, bound by virginity. Such fortune was nothing short of miraculous. In the pre-apocalyptic era of rampant materialism, finding even one such woman would have been like searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet here, in the desolation of the apocalypse's aftermath, they appeared en masse. But none possessed any awakened ability, not even the most trivial or useless one. A minor disappointment, to be sure. Kneel. A voice light as drifting mist cut through the air. Instantly, without hesitation, He Tao dropped to her knees. Her delicate features bore no trace of resentment or indignation. Instead, her eyes shimmered with quiet, luminous devotion. Lin Bei paused, momentarily taken aback. This woman was even more perceptive and more pliant than he had anticipated. Very well. She would lead his secret squad. A rustle, like wind through dry reeds. With He Tao as their vanguard, the remaining women knelt, some voluntarily, others gently urged down by companions. No humiliation clouded their faces. Just as an ant does not feel shame before a titan, neither did they. No, only profound, unshakable acceptance. From this moment onward, you 10 share a single master, me. Those who willingly accept me as master remain kneeling. Those who refuse may rise and depart freely. As he spoke, Lin Bei flicked his index finger. Before each woman appeared a porcelain plate bearing a grilled sausage and a succulent beef steak, their rich, savory aromas instantly blooming in the air, stirring deep primal hunger. I am no indiscriminate slayer. You need harbor no fear. Refuse my mastery if you wish. Rise and walk away. I shall not hinder you. Gurgle. Not a single woman rose. Only frantic swallowing echoed, dry throats convulsing. 2 had nearly stood, but at the sight of food chose to stay kneeling. Not because they couldn't rise, but because standing had grown exhausting. Their eyes locked onto the plates, ravenous. For over a week, they'd subsisted solely on glucose drips. Their longing for real food had long since surpassed endurance. They endured. They waited for his permission to eat. One full meal, then another. They understood the difference well. Lin Bei was satisfied. Your master lacks many things, but above all he lacks women. Yet food, that he has in abundance. With another subtle flick of his index finger, a thick, glistening pork sausage appeared atop each plate. He Tao's eyes lit with delight. Several others, drawn by beauty alone, also flushed with quiet joy. Lacks women. They were women. Yet presently, you do not even merit a glance from me. The apocalypse erupted nearly 10 days ago, yet not one among you has breached the limits of human potential. You lack the courage to face zombies, and even the resolve to end your own lives. In this ruined world, you are not merely worthless. You are the dregs among dregs, the refuse of refuse. Had I not passed by, you would already be shattered blossoms, tainted beyond redemption, discarded corpses leaving no ripple in the tide of death. The 10 women bowed their heads in silent shame. Had they dared take that first step, this moment would never have come to pass. But they hadn't dared. They feared the zombies, feared capture, feared the bite. Had this man not appeared before them, they would already be. Just imagining it made their entire bodies tremble. But it matters not. Your master has arrived. From now on your future gleams with radiant promise. Though do not rejoice just yet. I will not keep you near me. As I said, you do not yet warrant even a single glance from me. A soft shush. A pistol materialized before them, hovering silently in midair. I know you fear zombies, but fear stems from weakness. As women, your physical strength is inherently limited. That changes now. One by one, I shall elevate each of you to the peak of human potential. This is the first gift your master bestows upon you. The women's faces lit with astonished hope. His words struck true. Their terror sprang not from cowardice, but from frailty. After nearly 10 days immersed in proximity to the undead, their legs no longer buckled at the mere sight of zombies. Long ago, all 10 had resolved to slay zombies and grow stronger, yet lacked both weapons and strength. How could they fight? So they remained hidden. As zombies grew stronger, they grew weaker, until dread hardened into paralysis. Yet if someone helped them take that first step, they would dare the second, then the third. Your master's second gift is unwavering sustenance. You will never scavenge for food nor fret over hunger. Your sole duty is to grow, relentlessly, ceaselessly, until you earn the right to meet my gaze. Until you ascend from subordinates to women of mine. He moved his index finger once more. Beside each plate appeared a steaming bowl of rice, a pair of chopsticks, a portion of braised pork ribs, and a fragrant bowl of chicken soup. Saliva flooded mouths, aroma intoxicated senses. Some clenched their hands, trembling, not from restraint, but from sheer, overwhelming desire to eat. Others tightened their fists, hearts pounding with fierce resolve. I will become his woman. He Tao's conviction burned absolute. Many shared her vow. To serve such a peerless sovereign, even as a humble attendant, was a privilege countless women would kill to claim. To be his woman, beyond imagination. Subordinate. Woman. She, He Tao, would climb step by deliberate step from his lowest servant to his most cherished consort. She would ascend to the very summit and claim him as hers. I have spoken much, but one condition remains paramount. Your submission must be wholehearted. So tell me, do you willingly accept me as your master? Yes, He Tao answered without pause. Yes, yes. Only after every voice had echoed the vow did Lin Bei continue. Then how shall you address me? Master. He Tao frowned, glancing sideways at her friend, who had stolen the declaration. How infuriating. Master. Reluctant to yield, she shouted louder still. When those ahead roared so fiercely, those behind had no choice but to match, or surpass, their volume. Master. Shame. Absurd. Was anyone here truly foolish? To follow this man meant stepping into light and life. To refuse meant only death, a solitary inevitable end. They were still young, their lives barely begun, their eyes unopened to the world's wonders. Who, given any alternative, would choose oblivion at the bloom of youth? Especially when this man was strikingly handsome and terrifyingly powerful. Excellent. Now prove your loyalty, remove every article of clothing. None may remain. I must inspect each of you for zombie bites. A few women blushed, flustered. He Tao hesitated only a heartbeat. Then, seeing friends already unbuttoning, she seized her blouse with urgent hands and yanked. Buttons flew. She had no claim to be his woman. Not yet. But she would be first among these 10. Damn it, He Tao. Puffed. I can do it too. This feels inappropriate, murmured one, cheeks burning. A girl's pure instinctive modesty. What's wrong with that? Master is grooming us to become his future wives. Surely it's perfectly natural for a husband to examine his wife. Or do you intend to take these provisions and benefits for free? Don't you even know who you are? Without Master's intervention, you'd have been broken long ago. And yet now you dare to act coy. Do you truly believe you possess the luxury of such pretension? Let me tell you, if Master chooses you, your fortune rises instantly. Exactly. To be selected by a master who is powerful, handsome, and resourceful, that is our utmost honor. Please, do you honestly think someone of Master's caliber lacks exceptional women at his side? You can't even bring yourself to kill a zombie. I have no idea what you imagine you're preserving, or why you think your body holds such extraordinary value. Without Master, do you truly believe your clothes would still be intact? And do you seriously think Master has taken an interest in you? Or do you yearn for those suffocating days in that pitch-black room? 24 hours confined, eating, sleeping, and defecating in one cramped space sustained only by intravenous glucose. Do you have any concept of how rare and precious a stable food supply is in this apocalypse? Do you grasp the sheer magnitude of Master's investment in us? Look at the food before you. Do you realize how many people outside would kill for even a single bite? They spoke, not out of malice but instinctively to assert themselves and capture Lin Bei's attention. They knew full well he was a pillar of unimaginable strength, and they would cling to him, no matter what. Lin Bei remained silent, watching them with serene, unwavering composure, calm, unshaken, profoundly still. He cherished women, but loved power even more. Master, look. He Tao spread her arms wide and spun once on the spot. Her body bore no zombie bite marks. Master, neither do I. Master, I'm clean too. Lin Bei waved his hand. Put your clothes on and eat. You have 10 minutes. Then we begin your cultivation. Yes, master. All 10 devoured their meals with ravenous urgency. Wow, master's beef sausages are incredible. So dense, so rich. Every bite bursting with pure meat, almost no starch at all. Before the apocalypse, these would have cost 15 or 20 credits each. I could never afford them. Sniff, they're absolutely divine. The steak is so tender. Friends, can you even comprehend this? In the apocalypse, we're eating better than we ever did before. This chicken soup is exquisite, these ribs sublime. Driven by hunger and by excellence. In under a minute, each woman finished an entire bowl of rice. With a subtle flick of his fingers, Lin Bei conjured another bowl beside each of them. Only a full stomach could fuel the slaughter of zombies. 10 cultivators. Once each had forged the bond of the fitness adept, his harvest would begin. Tenfold strength. A quiet anticipation stirred within him. 5 minutes later, they knelt before him, perfectly aligned, sated, and radiant. Their eyes shimmered with fervent devotion. This meal would be seared into memory forever. After nearly 10 days of starvation, such abundance was unforgettable. He Tao, pick up the gun. Yes, master. He Tao lifted the desert eagle from the ground. Its weight surprised her. As she held it, she paused, startled. How did master know her name? None of them had introduced themselves. Wait. Someone beside her had just called her by name. Master had noticed her. Of course. She had been the very first to call him husband. Lin Bei raised a finger. A spatial rift tore open, and 5 snarling zombies burst forth. The women's hearts leapt into their throats. It had begun, their path to transcendence. With a mere thought, space itself locked the zombies in place, frozen mid-lunge as if bound by ancient immobilization arts. The women stared, eyes wide with disbelief. Why aren't these zombies moving? It's master. Who else? His kindness knows no bounds. He's literally feeding us by hand. Master's power is terrifying. He hasn't even stirred from his seat, yet those zombies are reduced to lifeless toys before him. Their fervor burned brighter still. No woman resists true strength. Bang! A single gunshot echoed. He Tao bid farewell to her former self and stepped onto a new path. This apocalypse was brutal, yet strangely generous to humanity. Slaying just one zombie could push a person to the peak of human physical limits. Almost anyone could evolve. These women, cowed beyond belief. It didn't matter. He was here. Within days, these 10 would become goddesses, unattainable, legendary, revered. Master, I've awakened an ability, a rank charm ability. He Tao reported immediately, her large eyes brimming with hopeful anticipation, eager for praise. Not bad. Excellent. Thank you, master. She beamed with joy. Though confined to that dark cell, they gleaned much. Online ability wielders were 1 in 100, height ear ones 1 in 10,000. A rank ability, no small feat. I'm envious. Wonder if I'll awaken one too. The others' hopes rose. Next, one by one, gunshots rang out. Each woman embarked upon her evolutionary journey, exhilarated then crestfallen. Only He Tao manifested an ability, the rest did not. Lin Bei flicked his fingers. Before each woman appeared a Tang-style broadsword. Don't ask where they came from. Just know they were borrowed from Jiang Yu's household. Then, 3 oversized cola bottles materialized before He Tao, brimming with vitality restoration pills. Exactly 1,500 pills. From today onward, He Tao, you lead this squad of 10. Yes, clad in her nurse's uniform, He Tao stood tall and proud, her face alight with elation and triumph. She glanced sideways at her companions. See, I am the one master watches most closely. Inside are special pills. Consume one when utterly exhausted and your stamina will fully restore. You alone shall distribute them. I possess countless such pills. There is no need for restraint. Yes, master. Lin Bei rose. The sofa behind him dissolved into nothingness. This is your first trial. Reach level 1 star 5 within 3 days. I will return to assess your progress. Those who fail will be dismissed from the squad. Here is my contact information. Should your network fail during these 3 days, or if you must relocate, go to this address. Yes, master. Yes. He Tao hurried forward and accepted the slip of paper. Master, please rest assured, we will never betray your trust. Then, remembering something, Lin Bei continued, of course, you are free to vanish with these pills. That choice remains yours. Rest easy, I won't hunt you down over such trifles. As I said before, you are still far beneath my notice. Should you leave, I will simply pretend we never met. With a wave, Lin Bei turned and vanished into a spatial rift. Simultaneously, several crates of packaged rations and bottled water appeared on the floor, enough to last them 3 days, even with unrestrained consumption. Master, we would never. He Tao shouted desperately before he disappeared. She tightened her grip on the broadsword and turned. Facing her 9 companions, each holding a broadsword, she declared, Sisters, you heard Master's words. I don't know your thoughts, but for me Master is the deity who pulled me from the abyss. Everything I hold now is his gift. Frankly, I don't wish merely to serve him. I wish to become his woman. You all understand this. We lag hopelessly behind. Alone we cannot survive this apocalypse. Without Master we would soon suffer again what happened today. Had he not arrived, we would have been defiled, utterly, irrevocably. Tears glistened in their eyes, genuine gratitude. Only those who endured it truly grasped that despair a stranger, ugly, grinning cruelly, lunging at you, tearing at your clothes. Your screams and resistance only inflamed his lust. But, thank the heavens, we found Master. Master elevated us to the human apex. Master armed us. Master fed us. Master gifted us medicine. He is but a step away from gripping our hands and guiding us through every zombie slaughter. As human beings, we must not disappoint him. As human beings, we must honor gratitude. As human beings, we will never again live as less than human. He Tao spoke with fiery conviction and raised her tang broadsword high. Sisters, let our blades carve a future of our own. Cut deep until none dare provoke us. Cut fierce until all tremble before us. Cut bold until we stand as Master's women. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Naive, unworldly girls surged with feverish zeal, raising their swords in unison. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Today, we slaughter like demons. Tomorrow, we become wives. Today I slaughter like a demon. Oh, tomorrow, I become your wife. Tisk tisk tsk. Dude, you've got me all fired up. Such talent wasted on being a mere nurse. It's criminal. You'd make a phenomenal cult recruiter. Lin Bei shook his head and left the hospital. Perhaps she had secretly activated her ability. Her words carried an uncanny, almost hypnotic power. Though they held no sway over him, they clearly stirred the women deeply. That was fine, more than fine. From now on, he'd simply drop by occasionally, bring food supply, recovery pills, and reap the rewards a disciplined, highly capable squad of women. So many resources must be put to use. Otherwise, returning them would be a sheer waste. He stretched lazily and headed home. He had no interest in watching a pack of amateurs hack their way through zombies to level up. In this apocalypse, caution alone rendered most threats negligible. Hey you. Haven't even reached evening yet, and you're calling me in the afternoon. Miss me already? Well, I miss you too. What? It's pouring rain where you are. Looks like rain's coming here too. The clouds overhead are thick and heavy. How strong is your cousin now? Second tier star? Not bad, not at all. After all, her magnetic ability is rated SS class. You remember this. Remember it well. Never ever trust any man. Got it. I know you've watched way too many zombie films, but honestly, you nailed it. A real zombie outbreak has just erupted. He spoke into the phone as he walked home. With a flick of his hand, a bullet froze midair 3 meters beside him. Lin Bei glanced sideways. A fully armed man stood at a street corner 100 meters away, rifle trained on him. Seeing his shot had missed, the man turned and fled. A spatial rift silently opened behind him. A single bullet pierced his skull. A hand swiftly stripped him of his rifle and ammunition, stowing everything into Lin Bei's spatial backpack. Then Lin Bei popped several recovery pills into his mouth. He murmured softly, for a tier 2 spatial ability, 100 meters is still too far. He'd only opened 2 small rifts. The attempt had nearly drained his ability entirely. Though recovery pills replenished it effortlessly, the upper limit of his spatial power remained the decisive factor governing both range and scale. He'd been using this ability extensively. Our promotion to tier 3 was imminent. No worries. I just ran into some minor nuisance who delivered gear for free. By the way, do you have enough food? Wait, what? Your neighbor hoarded canned goods while you stockpiled rifles. So, your neighbor is your pantry. Alright, you win UZ. No wonder you binge-watched every zombie flick imaginable. Huh. You encountered someone this morning whom zombies refused to attack. What? The zombies ignored him. Why? Did he consume zombie flesh and retain his memories, becoming half human, half zombie? Wait, seriously? Someone actually ate zombie flesh. Won't he turn into one himself? Huh. He can command them too. Ah, that makes sense. Like a horde of mindless brutes suddenly encountering true intelligence. Their own awareness of their weakness compels obedience. Baby KKT. Relax completely. I'm destined to be a lone wolf of the apocalypse. Women, never near me. Except you. Come on, let's video call. See, I hold no interest in women. I've never touched one. Except you. Soon, I'll seek you out once I reach tier 3. Unsafe at tier 3. Fine, tier 4 then. Okay, tier 5. Alright, tier 5 it is. Oh ho, naughty boy. You even snuck photos of your cousin to send me. If she finds out your backside won't survive. Of course your legs are prettier. Whether hers are clad in black or white silk neither compares to yours. Send more, so I can truly appreciate your beauty in full detail. Fireproof, theft-proof, cousin-proof. They chatted for hours before hanging up. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Half human, half zombie. Intriguing. Whoa, cleaned up that thoroughly. 5:30 p.m. Dark clouds choked the sky at dusk, fell unnaturally fast today. The air hung thick and heavy. A torrential downpour loomed. Lin Bei returned to the cafe where he'd eaten earlier. Corpses littered the ground. Within a kilometer radius, fewer than 10 zombies remained mobile, countable on 2 hands. He'd hoped to slay more here, perhaps earn another star. His phone vibrated. He pulled it out. Xiao Shiyu was calling. Hey, what's up? Did your silver moon escape again? Can't find her. No problem. She's playing with me right now. Heavy rain's coming soon. Oh, wait till it stops before picking her up. Okay. He ended the call and lifted his gaze to the sky. After this deluge, humanity's plight would worsen dramatically. If evolution didn't increase caloric demand, things might stabilize. But evolved beings devoured food at staggering rates. In this ruined world, sustenance was already scarce. No wonder some dared eat zombie flesh. Starvation left no alternatives. Woohoo! Disaster always trails me by one step. He'd just reached the martial arts studio's entrance. As if triggered by a switch, the sky unleashed hailstone-sized raindrops. He stepped back into the second-floor training hall. Air conditioning roared, chilling the space. Jiang Shiyu, He-Yun, Jiang Yu, and Lin Wanin had already showered and gathered together, snacking, petting Silver Moon, and watching a film projected onto the wall. All wore homely attire, short pink shorts ending just below the thigh, paired with simple camisoles. These modest outfits accentuated their figures beautifully, smooth, luminous thighs and delicate bare feet dazzling to behold. Yeah, Big Brother's home. Keened, He-Yun spotted him instantly. Barefoot, she bounded over, arms wrapping tightly around his neck as she clung to him. Big Brother, did you bring us anything delicious? Here, eat up. He popped a crispy golden brown chicken leg into her mouth, crunchy outside, tender within, leaving her lips glistening with grease. Big Brother, Sister Yu and Sister N, they're desperate to grow stronger. Desperate? She whispered it into his ear. As she spoke, she cast them a sly, knowing glance. Though Lin Bei stood only meters away, and her voice was hushed at their evolved level, such whispers carried the force of a shout. Lin Bei looked over. The two women flushed, turning their faces away, too shy to meet his gaze. Lin Wanin had known something momentous would happen tonight since noon. But during the afternoon, overhearing Jiang Yu and He-Yun talk, she learned Lin Bei could empower those he claimed as his own, sparking fierce anticipation and exhilaration. Her sisters were extraordinary, she felt painfully ordinary. So ordinary she barely belonged here. She knew her mediocrity dragged down the entire team's caliber. Even a modest strength boost wouldn't transform her, but it mattered. At least, it would lift her out of ordinariness. Jiang Yu felt the weight of expectations. When Lin Bei took action at noon, she realized he had an interest in her. There was a mix of shyness, anticipation, and excitement within her, especially since this annoying younger brother always called her teacher. Moreover, after tonight, she would gain a significant boost in power. With her strength and physique enhanced, she would have the capital to stand her ground in this team. Sure, you had spatial abilities with enhanced strength. He-Yun had strength abilities with a boost. Lin Wanin wasn't mentioned. She was unclear about Sure Yes and He-Yun's thoughts. Regardless, she was determined to be strong. She wouldn't allow herself to be a pretty face without any use. In times of danger, she couldn't rely solely on Lin Bei. She could stand on her own, and even if Lin Bei couldn't enhance her, she would eventually repay him for his kindness. Moreover, she also longed for a boyfriend. Thinking of this, she slowly turned her head and met Lin Bei's gaze. Although their actual time together was short, it was undeniable that Lin Bei occupied a significant space in her heart. Lin Bei snapped his fingers. Jiang Yu suddenly felt weightless and fell instinctively, exclaiming, but quickly landed on a soft, large bed, unable to suppress her surprise. He must be a monkey, right? The shame she had just suppressed surged back again. Before she could think further, another surprise cry escaped her lips as she noticed Lin Wanin beside her, her face flushed and at a loss. On the second floor, He-Yun and Jiang Shiyu leaned against each other, munching on popcorn and sipping cola while watching a movie. If this were filmed and uploaded online, many would surely envy them. Outside, the heavy rain continued. Raindrops accumulated one by one. Help! Help! Don't! In the movie, humans chased by zombies desperately screamed. Jiang Shiyu and He-Yun deeply resonated with this scene, knowing that in reality, this must have played out countless times. If Lin Bei hadn't appeared, their fate wouldn't have been much better than those in the movie. Bang! Suddenly, He-Yun crushed the cola cup in her hand, stunned for a moment. After Lin Bei left in the afternoon, they had been practicing controlling their powers while desperately killing zombies, enhancing their strength by 2 stars. yet she was already familiar with controlling her own power. Wait, Sister Yu, it seems my power has increased again, she said hurriedly as she opened her panel. He-yun, level 1st, rank 8 stars. Ability strength S, grade LV2 triple. Speed 90. Strength 95, 3. Mental 90. Physique 90.0. Wow. He-yun couldn't contain herself, bouncing up and down with excitement, pulling Shiryu along. Sister Yu, my big brother. My big brother has increased my strength to 5 times. Haha, I now equivalently have a 15-fold strength boost. Haha, to think my strength ability level is only 2. Oh, big brother, I love you so much. He-yun was overjoyed. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, who else can take a punch from me? Haha. Oh, panel. Zhang Shiryu. Level 1st, rank 8 stars. Ability space SSS LV2 passive space backpack capacity 1.0 cubic meters. Speed 90. Strength 95. Mental 90. Physique 90.0. Mine has also increased 5-fold, Shiryu said happily. It was reasonable to be pleased with her strength enhancement, yet she wasn't overly ecstatic. For her who possessed spatial abilities, this was merely icing on the cake. Successfully recorded. Successfully recorded a beauty with a composite score above 90, receiving an exquisite gift healing pill 2nd grade X10E system storage space, increased to 1,000 cubic meters. Successfully recorded a beauty with a composite score above 90, receiving an exquisite gift space, ring 1,000 cubic meters system storage space, increased to 10,000 cubic meters. A space ring. What a good item. They wouldn't need it, but the hidden team of He Tao could certainly make use of it. It would be extremely convenient. Detected member Jiang Yu possessing grade physique ability already copied to the owner. Detected member Lin Wanan does not possess abilities. Due to her outstanding bond, she receives a disassembler. Disassembler can be used on ability users. After use will strip them of their abilities. Transferable to anyone. Note: requires charging before use. Recommended to render the target defenseless first. System. Let me ask, does this disassembler allow abilities stripped to be given to anyone? Meaning, He-yun, ensure you can also have a second ability. Yes. What a great item. System. Bestow upon me. Incredible. Selectable abilities. Adding an unbound bond, receiving an exquisite gift golden fried rice, made by a top global chef X10. Adding an unbound bond, receiving an exquisite gift crispy large egg tart, made by a top global pastry chef X10. Activating the ultimate martial artist bond, all members' martial arts talent doubles. Activating the ultimate doctor bond, all members' effects from using medicine double. Activating the teaching mentor bond, your and the illustrated members' learning abilities double. Inherent silky holy body bond increases the effect of illustrated members wearing silk stockings, increases to 4 times. 5 times. Gourmet bond increases you and illustrated members' consumption of food or drink will yield 4 to 5 times return. Fitness bond increases you and illustrated members' strength, receives 4 to 5 times enhancement. Detected, He-yun possesses strength ability. This ability has been copied to the owner. A massive wave has come. What a thrill. Owner Lin Bei, level 2nd, rank 2 stars. Storage system space 1.0 cubic meters. Ability space SSS LV2 passive ability space backpack. Capacity 1.0 cubic meters. Strength S LV2 triple. Physique S LV1 double. Speed 170. Strength 175, 3. Mental 170. Physique 172. Pet Silver Moon 2nd, rank 1 star. Items: rebound pill 1st grade X 4900, healing pill 2nd grade X 10 SSS grade steak X 3500, top honey glazed sausage X 3500, top golden fried rice X 10, top large egg tart X 10, disassembler X1. Members recorded: Jiang Shiryu 1st, rank 8 stars, space LV2. He-yun 1st, rank 8 stars, strength LV2 triple boost. Lin Wanan 1st, rank 4 stars. Jiang Yu 2nd, rank 1 star, physique LV3 quadruple boost, total gains charisma X2, strength X5, martial arts talent X2, learning ability X2, food resource return multiplier 5. Bond activated. Ultimate stewardess 1. Ultimate female scholar 1. Ultimate doctor 1. Ultimate martial artist 1. Inherent silky holy body 4. Gourmet 4. Fitness 4. Teaching mentor 1. Unbound 4. Invincible. This time truly invincible. Jiang Yu. Level 2nd, rank 1 star. Ability physique S grade LV3 quadruple. Speed 150. Strength 155. Mental 150. Physique 154.0. My dear Bei master loves you so much. You are truly wonderful to me. Jiang Yu finally received her power boost, increasing her strength by a whole 5 times. 5 times. More than her grade physique ability. A comprehensive enhancement. 300. Deep in the night. He-yun Shiryu and In-yu. The two women and one wolf were still watching a film. Torrential rain lashed outside. Naturally, they had chosen a horror movie. Suddenly, a hand shot out from beneath the bed and seized the woman's ankle. At that very moment, two hands landed firmly on their shoulders. Hey, a ghost? Woof, 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 woof. Hee, don't be afraid. It's your loving husband, me. Lin Bei quickly wrapped his arms around both women. Upon recognizing him, they punched his chest playfully with tiny fists while Yin Yu gnawed fiercely at his pant leg, nearly scaring the wolf half to death. Lin Bei flipped his hand and produced a large iron tray bearing exactly 20 oversized egg tarts, each at least 15 centimeters in diameter, radiating an intoxicating aroma that instantly silenced the two women. Yin Yu sat obediently on the floor, gazing up at him, her little tail wagging back and forth. Wow, Bei, it smells amazing. Come on, how many more delicious treats have you been hiding? Sure, you picked one up and took a bite. The flaky crispness of the crust, the velvety tenderness of the custard, all perfected to sublime harmony, including the flavor itself. Wow. Big brother, why didn't you bring these out sooner? I love egg tarts. Normally, I can't even afford them. They cost several coins apiece. Can I eat 100? Hiyun blinked her adorable large eyes rapidly. Of course you can, little glutton, Lin Bei replied, placing the tray on the floor and ruffling her hair affectionately. Big brother is the best. So fragrant. 1 tart per bite. 20 vanished in no time. Then, there were 100. Lin Bei stared dumbfounded. No wonder his master had said she'd gained weight. When this girl found something she loved, she devoured it without restraint. Master. Naturally, Jiangyu. Teacher felt too formal, too distant. Master carried far more resonance. Papa, 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 me, I want some too, I want some too, echoed frantically in Yin Yu's mind. Lin Bei sighed, speechless. Wolves eat meat. You're devouring everything we do, even egg tarts. Don't you fear stomach upset? Nope, nope, nope. As she ate, she also released. Hiyun sat cross-legged on the floor, leaning against the sofa, her bare feet swinging gently as she nibbled tarts, sipped bubble tea, and watched the film. This simple life, so utterly fulfilling. Even before the apocalypse, she'd never lived so luxuriously. No. She must video call her parents to show off. Lately, they'd teased her endlessly about going hungry, but now it was her turn to tease them. Just another unremarkable day in the apocalypse. Are they asleep? Sure, you asked, resting her head on his shoulder. Her mouth never paused, not even for breath. She too was a glutton, but unlike Hiyun, she ate with moderation. No risk of gaining weight. I've got a gift for you. Close your eyes. Okay. At the word gift, Sure Yu's smile widened uncontrollably. What young woman wouldn't thrill at receiving one? Lin Bei withdrew a diamond necklace. Even under the faint flickering light reflected by the film screen, it shimmered dazzlingly, making Hiyun's eyes widen with envy. A diamond necklace, sparkling radiant. What girl could resist? SSS. So cool. The instant the cool metal touched her throat, Sure Yu knew what it was, and her lips curled upward uncontrollably. All done. She opened her eyes. She held up a mirror, gazing at her reflection, eyes brimming with adoration and emotion. The delicate glittering chain complemented her fair, smooth neck perfectly. Mwah! She planted a loud kiss on Lin Bei's cheek. Big brother plays favorites. Little sister got no sparkly treasures. Hiyun pouted, her glossy lips glistening, watching as he fastened the necklace around Sure Yu's neck. Who says you didn't get one? Here. Lin Bei extended his hand. Dangling from his fingertip hung another exquisitely crafted shimmering diamond necklace, swaying gently in the air. Big brother, hurry, hurry, hurry. Hiyun turned around. Lin Bei fastened it around her neck. Delighted, she stroked the necklace, snapped a photo to send to her parents. But the image remained stuck, endlessly spinning. A slight frown creased Hiyun's brow. Her phone had lost signal entirely. Big brother, my phone has no signal. Check yours, quickly. Her voice trembled with urgency. No signal meant that her recent video call with her parents might well have been their final farewell. Abroad. How do we get there? Across the endless sea. Hearing this, Lin Bei pulled out his own phone. His brow knotted instantly. His signal too was gone. Sure Yu checked hers, likewise dead. The cellular base station's backup power had likely been submerged by the downpour. They'd anticipated the internet would go down soon, but not so abruptly. Fortunately, he'd already entrusted everything to Yu. Her cousin possessed a Class 3S magnetic ability, more than enough to dominate this apocalypse provided she remained vigilant. Though they'd be separated for now, Yu needed no protection. Her magnetic power slaughtered zombies with terrifying speed. A single needle shushishu. Meanwhile, outside the building, in the pitch-black rainstorm, a man cloaked entirely in black stood motionless, his gaze cold and ravenous as it fixed upon the faint flickering light emanating from the second-floor martial arts hall. Behind him, ordinary zombies stumbled blindly through walls and doors drawn by the drumming rain, yet none so much as glanced his way. Beneath the black robe, his skin was ghastly gray like that of a zombie, with thick, pulsing blue veins starkly visible across his flesh. The man slowly ran his tongue over his lips. For beauties, rationed carefully, they'll last me a full week. Such exquisite women, ashamed to consume them outright. Yet the lovelier the girl, the sweeter and tenderer the flesh. Should I force them to ingest zombie flesh and transform them into my kin, or savor them piece by piece, bite by bite? His expression twisted in agonized indecision. Earlier that afternoon, he'd happened upon this place and found corpses of zombies strewn everywhere, far more numerous than in neighboring districts. Instantly, he deduced someone dwelled here, regularly clearing the area. So he'd slipped into a nearby building to observe. He'd seen them. For breathtaking beauties, each so stunning, merely glimpsing one stirred the heart. These women were criminally beautiful and dangerously powerful. He'd hurriedly summoned the zombies he'd raised himself. Yes, they were strong, but it didn't matter. He possessed patience. After a day of slaughter, exhaustion would inevitably weigh upon them. At precisely 3:00 m, deep in the night, they would surely be lost in slumber. He would slip inside, quietly, silently, and when they opened their eyes, they'd realize they'd awakened in hell. They would become his feast, savored slowly, inch by inch, morsel by morsel. Brothers, come forth. With those words, from the shadows emerged 5 zombies, varying wildly in size. One towered 3 meters tall, another bulged with grotesquely exaggerated explosive musculature. Yet another was gaunt as a bamboo stalk. 5 in total. Their eyes gleamed with intelligence far beyond ordinary zombies. They could think in rudimentary ways. They recognized the cunning of their master before them. Following him meant daily feasts of fresh meat, and their own strength surged day by day, ascending steadily to the terrifying second tier. These were his most elite forces. All 4 women. He would take them. Every last one. He had decided. He would transform them into his kind and make them his wives. To consume such formidable warriors would be a terrible waste. With them as wives, would he ever lack for delectable maidens to feast upon? Hospital. It was 3 o'clock in the dead of night. Sisters, feast while you can. Our hunting hour has come. The strong would never brave a downpour in the dark to hunt zombies and grind levels. They are reclining in cool, sumptuous mansions. We must seize this moment and slaughter as many zombies as we can to rise. Comfort belongs to the strong. We are still weak. We are still trash. We are still worthless. The strong became strong from being weak, trash, and worthless bit by bit. Without the hardships of the beginning, how could there be the comforts of later? No storm, no rainbow. For our bright future, sisters, let us cut through this dark night and carve out tomorrow. Set off. He donned a raincoat slung on a pack and led 9 sisters out of the hospital. Each wore a black raincoat, carried a pack, and a knife. The contents of every pack were identical. The same supplies. The same number of Huali Dan recovery pills. After Lin Bei left, under He Tao's encouragement, they cleared the zombies outside the hospital. There were terrifying numbers of them. Though the women fought at the limits of human capability, the sheer quantity should have overwhelmed them. Yet with an abundance of Huali Dan, they slaughtered them all. It took less than half an hour. All of them ascended to Tier 1 star, officially entering the ranks of the evolved. The rise in level made their killing swifter, and only then did they understand how miraculous, how divine, how precious the pills their master had left truly were. They did not need rest. They did not need to gasp for breath. They did not need to pause. Tired. Weak. Take 1. Kill without mercy. They killed for 3 straight hours without the slightest pause. In that time, they completely conquered their fear of zombies. The undead were toys before them, a single strike enough to take a head. 3 hours later, the heavy rain arrived. At the same moment, they all reached Tier 1 2-star. They had worried they might not make Tier 1 5-star in 3 days, fearful they would be discarded and sent back to days of constant dread. But those 3 relentless hours taught them that with such plentiful pills, moving to 5-star in 3 days was trivial. So trivial that even a heavily pregnant woman could do it. To exaggerate, even a dog could. It was not that they had suddenly become more diligent, it was that what the master had given was simply extraordinary. While eating, they made a decision. 3 days to Tier 1 5-star was not enough. They set their sights higher. 3 days to Tier 1 9-star. They had suppressed and endured too long, tormented by zombies for too long. Now that the master provided everything, they would finally unleash all that clenched suffering. Kill. The night answered with rain. For the evolved, the night felt like the twilight of another life. The rain made the zombies feral, but their own hunger for power made them fiercer still. They refused to be fish on a chopping block, tired of playing hide and seek, tired of being locked in dark rooms. Head after head tumbled. They fought like trained soldiers. Every cut was clean and decisive. Even if swarmed by 10 zombies, there was no tremor in them, only an unending urge to slaughter. Outside the martial arts hall, a man instructed quietly, "Dolly, go slowly, tread lightly. When the thunder cracks, break the lock." A zombie roughly human height, but bristling with explosive muscle, nodded. Under the wash of rain, it advanced 1 deliberate step at a time toward the hall's door. On the second-floor training ground, Lin Bei held Jiang Shiyu and He Yun as they watched a movie. Suddenly, Jiang Shiyu and Lin Bei both turned their heads down, and to the left, their gazes seemed to pierce floor and door and fell upon a zombie, slowly moving through the ring. Spatial perception. Jiang Shiyu, born with a profound affinity for space, learned the skill from Lin Bei with a little instruction. To hasten the growth of her spatial ability and to guard against surprise attacks, the skill remained active. It proved useful. The two exchanged a look. "What is it down there?" He Yun mumbled around an egg tart. Jiang Shiyu flicked a finger. A small spatial wormhole opened before the three of them. Another appeared high in the dark rain-filled sky. Both were about the size of a fist, small enough that in such heavy rain no one would bother to look up. Someone shouted from below, "I'll knock." And then surprised, "What is that?" He Yun gaped silently. Through the wormhole, they saw a row of figures at a shop opposite the hall. Strictly speaking, 4 corpses and 1 other, while a stout, imposing zombie stood in the middle of the road, advancing with measured footsteps. Footsteps were barely audible in the downpour, and even less so among the chaos outside. Lin Bei cast a spatial seal. "I went out today and heard something. If a human eats a certain amount of zombie flesh, they may become a half-human, half-zombie, retaining human intelligence, but with a zombie body. That black-robed man below is probably such a half and half." Huh. He Yun was stunned. Eat zombie meat. He was truly starving. Jiang Shiyu was shocked too. Even at the outbreak's worst moments, she had never contemplated eating zombie flesh. Could it be that they adopted a "if you cannot beat them, join them" principle? Afraid of being bitten, so they bit a zombie themselves to obtain a painless infection. It was real. She had once, in the grip of extreme hunger, toyed with the idea of painless infection, catching a zombie's arm in a door and using its nail to scrape herself. Perfect. Lin Bei grew curious and asked Xiaoyun, "With your current strength, could you smash that zombie's skull with a single punch?" Not only that one, the 4 beside the black-robed man likely shared its level. "Of course I can." He Yun cried, excited, clenching her small pale fists. "Even if it's tier 2, I can still smash it in one blow. A typical tier 2 is 15 times a normal human's limit. Though I am only tier 1 8-star, my current strength is 135 times a normal human's limit." Ordinary evolved. No one knew what level was needed to attain such terrifying power, yet He Yun had reached it at merely tier 1 8-star. The thought made him increasingly excited. He jumped up and swung his arm, then puckered his lips in recollection. "Plaintive sister, Xiaoyu told me that too much strength is not good. My body cannot withstand it. If the skull is harder than my fist, my hand might crumble first. I'll use a blade instead." "For safety, Sake, use the knife," came the reply. Jiang Shiyu agreed, and added, "Even if your fist is tough, your skin will tear. Becoming an evolved grants some immunity to the virus, but that enemy seems higher level than you. A careless infection could mean amputation." At that warning, He Yun's wrist went cold as she immediately abandoned any plan to fight with her fists. Her small hands still needed to be fed. If she lost them, how would she ever touch Big Brother's 8-pack abs? Lin Bei, of course, knew this well. He had only asked out of habit. He hadn't expected the young girl to actually resort to her fists. Truth be told, so long as she remained uninfected by the virus, even if her knuckles were to split open, it would matter little. Healing Pill Grade 2 instantly restores full health from any physical injury for cultivators below the 3rd order, excluding the 3rd order itself. In cases of limb loss or severe bodily damage, ingesting multiple pills ensures complete regeneration. This was a product of the system. Wait. A sudden realization struck him, his lips curled upward in unrestrained delight. Swiftly he tore open a spatial rift and slipped 1 pill into the mouths of Jiang Yu and Lin Wanin, both fast asleep. The subtle fragrance of the pill lured them instinctively, and they swallowed it peacefully in their dreams. Jiang Yu and Lin Wanin each consumed 1 healing pill. 10 pills returned. Haha, truly I am a prodigy. No wonder. I was raised on Sanlu milk powder since infancy. System, tell me plainly. Can it restore her? Yes. Can we exploit a glitch? No. Worthless system, get lost. Disapproving glare. Dear brother, sister Yu, please prepare a spatial rift for me. He Yun gripped his blade, tightly drew a deep breath, and in an instant his gaze sharpened, his entire body coiled with explosive force, and he brought the sword down in a single vertical cleave. The spatial rift flared open. Outside. "Ladies, I'm coming." As his prized undead brute lumbered ever closer to the gate, the man's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. This apocalypse, truly it was magnificent. Crack. Boom. A colossal lightning bolt writhed through the clouds like a celestial dragon, its fleeting brilliance illuminating the rain-soaked earth. The man blinked. Had he just imagined it? For a fleeting second, he thought he saw a woman descend upon his monster blade drawn. He chuckled. Impossible. Must have been a trick of the light. Surely. Shit. In the next moment, his prized brute collapsed, not sideways but unervingly in half, its broad torso cleaved cleanly from crown to pelvis, lying symmetrically split across the ground. Torrential rain washed over its spilled blood. He froze. He stared dumbfounded. His eyes widened in disbelief. No, this was a second-order strength-type undead, a non-mutated variant, yet still a terror beyond measure. One punch could send a car flying. Yet here it lay bisected without warning, without explanation. Wait, that wasn't a hallucination. It dawned on him. The vision had been real. Could there be a spatial ability cultivator among them? Earlier he'd seen no such display. He'd assumed they were merely physically enhanced survivors. But one strike, just one, and a second-order undead obliterated. What unspeakable power did that woman wield? Could you at least grant the second-order undead a modicum of dignity? Inside the second-floor room. Aha! I've reached first-order 9 stars. First-order 9 stars. Sister, you hurry. Take these. These seem to be high-tier undead. Slay them, and you'll ascend to first-order 9 stars too. He-Yun shouted elated, then added, first eliminate that man. Undead are mindless brutes. If he dies, these 4 high-tier monsters will be ours to toy with. Understood. Shiryu rose, a gleaming blade materializing in her hand. She stood at first-order 8 stars. Though lacking He-Yun's monstrous strength, her power, amplified 5-fold, surpassed ordinary limits by 45 times. That single slash would shatter even a second-order undead's defenses. Outside. Retreat. Without hesitation, the black-robed man fled, with his remaining 4 prized undead in tow. Come now. She'd felled his second-order brood in a single stroke. So what of the other 4? 4 strokes, and they'd all fall. These 5 undead were his life's work, his ultimate trump cards. He refused to lose them all here. His gaze swept the second floor, cold, venomous. Wait. All of you wait. I will turn you into my kind. Every single one. None shall escape. He turned, then froze. His pupils contracted sharply. Directly ahead, within his field of vision, mere inches from his face, a spatial rift had opened without warning. From within emerged a long-haired beauty blade descending in a lethal arc. Not the same woman he'd glimpsed earlier, but another entirely. Cold light glinted fiercely beneath the storm-lashed night. How exquisite. How desperately he wished to possess her. To entwine with her in passion. Then, in the next heartbeat, he felt himself collapsing. Yet strangely, he sensed falling leftward and rightward simultaneously. How could that be? Which way truly had he fallen? Bewildered, his consciousness faded into darkness. He's pathetic. Killing him yielded barely a trickle of energy insufficient for advancement. No, we must slay another. Shiryu inhaled deeply and delivered her second strike. The 4 second-order undead still reeled in confusion. What happened to our elder brother? Then, another crumpled lifelessly. With its demise, Shiryu ascended to first-order 9 stars. Bei, these last 3 are yours. Slaying them may elevate you to second-order 3 stars. Shiryu was not greedy. First-order 9 stars sufficed, for she and He-Yun had just advanced and needed time to master their newly surging strength. Ascension from first to second order demanded more than mere energy. Flawless control was paramount. Got it. Lin Bei reclined lazily on the floor, not bothering to rise. A Tang-style saber appeared in his hand, and with 3 casual slashes the heads of 3 second-order undead soared into the rain-drenched night. His strength far eclipsed even He-Yun's. His base strength exceeded human limits by 17-fold, enhanced 5-fold by rigorous training, and tripled again by his level 2 strength ability, totaling 255 times ordinary human capacity. Thud. 3 strikes, and his heart hammered violently. He knew he had ascended once more. With such layered enhancements, each breakthrough catapulted his power to staggering heights. For instance, at second-order 2 stars base strength 17 totaled 255. At second-order 3 stars base strength 19 totaled 285. Indeed. His verdict: system, you're absolutely brilliant. Of course, this system vowed to forge its master into a peerless sovereign. And a sovereign demands overwhelming absolute supremacy. Papa, beans. Beans. Their heads have beans. I want them. Give me some. Xiao Yinyu's voice chimed beside him. Lin Bei recalled. On the day the tiger beast perished, Shiyu had extracted a crystal-like core from its skull. He'd forgotten to ask about it. System, what use is this thing? A crystallized energy source, immensely valuable in conventional apocalypses, yet utterly insignificant in this one. Upon an undead's death, residual energy flows directly into the slayer, leaving the core nearly inert, its stored energy negligible. Still, it's not wholly useless. Its flavor appeals to certain beasts. Lin Bei, will it transmit the virus? A simple rinse suffices. The crystal contains pure energy alone. Viruses cannot adhere or corrupt it. Its nature repels all foreign substances. He'd feared another outbreak, but it was merely a pet treat. Using a spatial rift, he excavated 5 cores, washed each dozens of times for safety, and fed them to Xiao Yinyu. Clean, hygienic, crunchy. Xiao Yin savored every bite, then nuzzled contentedly against his thigh. Life with Papa was perfect, always delicious treats. Unlike Mama, Shi Yue who hoarded everything stingily. Yin consumed 5 second-order undead cores, 5 units returned. This yields returns too. Once ingested and digested surplus energy can sustain life. Why shouldn't it be credited? Fine. Lin Bei flipped his palm. A dismantler manifested. Master, no, this isn't edible. Worthless system. And this, He flipped his palm again. A spatial ring appeared. Not edible. Worthless system. Utterly disdainful. Wow, big brother, you hide so many treasures. What is this fried rice? It tastes incredible. It truly is delicious. I have flown to so many places and never tasted fried rice this exquisite. Woof woof, so tasty, so tasty. What a disgrace to the wolf clan. Yin followed them, pecking at chicken and burgers with not a trace left of any wolf-like demeanor. The 3 of them and the wolf devoured the golden fried rice. On such a torrential day, film and food seemed all the more fitting. They ate their fill. Lin Bei lay down contentedly between the 2 women to rest. He had not slept for dozens of hours. Shi Yu and He Yun's dependence and affection for him had both surged past 90%. Their bonds were permanently unlocked. He had no real worry that either would stab him in his sleep. Outside, the rain persisted. It showed no sign of stopping or abating. Big brother, how long will this rain last? The zombies outside are running mad, banging everywhere. The gate, won't they smash it open? Rather than worry about that, worry about what we'll eat tomorrow. We were going to go out at midnight to scavenge, but with this downpour, how can we go? I'm starving. I'm about to starve as well. Damn it, this apocalypse gives people no way to live. Advancing evolution levels makes the need for food soar. Some die of drought, others drown. The power went out so early the food in refrigerators has spoiled. Aside from supermarkets, where can you still find anything to eat? The supermarkets were long since occupied by the strong. Honestly, I still don't understand what the points on our attribute panels are for. If things continue like this, the number of survivors will shrink again. At least last night we had something to eat. Baby, I'm so hungry. Why don't you give the neighbor one time? Are you even human? To say such things to your own girlfriend. Get out. Baby, close your eyes and pretend it's me. Get out, if you don't, I'll kill you. I'm blind for following a coward like you. My friend's boyfriend is almost at the 2nd tier. My friend lives richly because of him. And you, damn it. You haven't even dared to kill a single zombie. Are you even a man? Baby, I beg you, I'm really so hungry. Brothers, hurry inside. I already drugged my wife. Be gentle, don't wake her. So you promised me food, right? Why are you tying me up? Where is the food you promised? What? You lied. You beasts, breaking your word. Don't touch my wife. The food crisis plays out every moment. 9 in the morning. In the heavy rain. He Tao led her sisters from the hospital to the rendezvous. Lin Bei had specified an empty villa. After inventorying their belongings, she said, sisters, report your status. I am Tier 1 4-star, alchemy pills remaining 90. Tier 1 4-star, alchemy pills remaining 95. Tier 1 4-star, alchemy pills remaining 91. Very good. He Tao wiped her face with a dry towel. All of us are Tier 1 4-star. It is 9 in the morning now. Yesterday's half day counts as a full day. By the 2nd day, we will meet the master's test requirements. But our goal is Tier 1 9-star. We are 5 stars short. We must give the master a surprise. The master is generous. When the master sees we have exceeded the test, he will be delighted and surely reward us with better things. We want to earn the master's esteem. It is not that we choose to be discarded. Circumstances forced us into hiding and survival. Once we were rubbish, but we are no longer so. Sisters, rest for 6 hours, then continue. Lin Bei did not pay much mind to the squad's fortunes. If they made it, fine, or if not, it was of little consequence. After all, Xiao Xie still had many people. Those girls could not simply vanish. Time passed in a blink. 3 days went by. The rain outside remained relentless. Lin Bei, blessed with cheats, naturally would not brave the downpour to hunt zombies. Instead, he took the chance to cultivate relationships with Shi Yu, He Yun, Jiang Yu, and the newcomer Lin Wanan. Listening to the rain, each drop falls clear. Your breath seeps into my love like raindrops. I wish the rain would never cease. Lin Wanan gripped the microphone and sang. On the 2nd floor of the martial arts hall, the bored few had started karaoke. To be frank, Wanan truly had the makings of a star. It was He Yun's turn. Genie time, baby. Lin Bei reddened with embarrassment. She was called Xiao Haizi, was she? A real oddball. And her singing was dreadful. You sang wonderfully. Don't sing again next time. Boom. Boom. Even the heavens could not bear it. Thunder rolled, and the building shook violently. Sister Yin, stop singing. If you keep going, the building will collapse. Jiang Yu teased, then joined Lin Bei at the window. After that night, she had even come to him saying that newcomers must observe the rules. China is a land of etiquette and manners cannot be abandoned. She insisted he call her Sister Yun. Jiang Yu indulged the little sister. What harm in calling her Sister Yun once? Although, it was simply that one younger sister had had her fortunes bloom a little. No way. Such a slight show of disrespect. Hee-Yun wore a sour face. The older sisters had sung without incident, but when it was her turn something unexpected happened. Still, what was really going on outside? Was it an earthquake? What is that? Hee-Yun went to the window and saw a gargantuan stone stele standing on the road outside the martial arts hall, at least 20 meters long and 5 meters wide. As for height, looking up at it suggested it rose as high as a 20 to 30-story residential block. It seems there are many. Because the surrounding buildings were low, Jiang scanned the view and saw many identical steles. It was as if the entire city had been littered with them. The rain outside stopped as soon as the steles appeared. System, what is this? Lin Bei asked the system in puzzlement. How to put it? It provides food. It's similar to the Clockwork Bird trial mode that was recently introduced in Teamfight Tactics. You can enter to clear stages by killing zombies and enemies. You earn points. Points can be exchanged for food in the in-game shop. Master will learn of it soon. Lin Bei frowned slightly. So, is this Apocalypse some game played by a higher civilization? Master, if a higher civilization were to toy with you, would they still introduce this when food is becoming scarcer? Clearly this feature exists for the good of human civilization. That shouldn't be so. What do you mean? You shouldn't be this clever. What do you mean? If you can say such things, it means you know the inside story. Speak plainly. Stop beating around the bush. What is going on with this apocalypse? Hehe. Permissions are limited. For now, this is all the system can reveal. Given current progress, it will not be long before Master can deduce it. Do you expect me to guess? The next moment, a translucent red-bordered panel appeared before Lin Bei, filled with a series of explanatory texts. This was not the system's interface. It was an in-world panel, part of the world itself. The Shirlian Ji-Lu module has commenced. Anyone within a 500-meter radius of the Shirlian Ji-Bei may enter the Shirlian Ji-Lu. Entry requires 1 minute of charging. Those preparing to enter should find a safe spot. Once inside, you need not worry for your bodily safety. Your body will be absorbed into the Shirlian Ji-Lu. Notice a death within the Shirlian Ji-Lu is not real. It is equivalent to entering a 3D holographic simulation. Each human has 1 opportunity per day to enter solo mode and 1 opportunity per day to enter team mode. Each session lasts 1 hour. Notice too, the Shirlian Ji-Lu will perfectly restore each entrant's various states at the moment of entry. It is advised to prepare yourself before entering. Weapons will be provided inside. Notice 3, the Shirlian Ji-Lu is divided into 2 types: solo challenge mode and team challenge mode. After a run, re-entering will load your previous progress. Notice 4, killing monsters in challenge modes grants points. The stronger the monster, the more points awarded. Points can be exchanged for various foods at the newly opened system marketplace. Notice 5, the Shirlian Ji-Bei refreshes rankings in real time, determined by challenge progress. Rankings are separated into solo and team lists. At midnight, rewards are distributed according to ranking. Solo ranks 11,000 are eligible, team ranks 1100 are eligible. Those are all the instructions for the Shirlian Ji-Lu. With the apocalypse upon us, please, everyone, strive to become stronger. To defend our home. Marketplace, Lin Bei murmured to himself. 1 L drinking water 10 points. 1 gene of rice 20 points. 1 gene of potatoes 10 points. 1 gene of pork 20 points. Salt. New rice seeds. New apple seeds. A dazzling array of goods. Every fruit and vegetable imaginable, familiar and unknown alike, and various crops that can still grow in the current apocalyptic environment. Would that count as a nerf for me? Bro, you don't lack food. To be fair, Lin Bei was not particularly excited about it, but he was a little interested in the Shirlian Ji-Bei's ranking rewards. An hour a day would not be much time wasted. No teams for now. Don't bother. Team rewards certainly won't be as good as solo rewards. Big brother, I want to go in and take a look. Hee-Yun was curious about something new. Me too, sure you said. Jiang Ye's eyes glittered with eagerness, as did Lin Wanen's. But there was a deeper gloom in Lin Wanen's eyes. Although she had a 5-fold strength enhancement, the girls around her all possessed abilities, class abilities at that. They would surely rank highly if she could only be a bystander. No matter how hard she tried, no matter if she gave her all, she could not catch up. Lacking an ability was a fatal flaw. Lin Bei cast a look at Lin Wanen. He knew what she was thinking: insecurity. When an ambitious person finds themselves among prodigies, a sense of inferiority is inevitable. Jiang Shiyu, Hee-Yun, and Jiang Yu had all felt it. He was pleased that Lin Wanen felt insecure rather than complacent. She yearned to become stronger. Wanen. Lin Bei ruffled her hair. Spend this time thinking about what ability you like. If one shows up later, I'll snatch it for you. Wanen froze for a moment. Then an uncontrollable joy burst in her eyes. She looked up, her beautiful eyes wide. Xiao Bei Yu. You? You mean I? I could have an ability too. Of course. Lin Bei pinched her cheek. I'm not a good man, but I'm very good to my own. As my wife, if you had no ability, you'd lose face. Don't think nonsense. Decide what ability you like and catch up with your basic strength. Wana nodded vigorously and planted a hard kiss on his cheek with her rosy lips. All right, my Xiao Bei little brother. Lin Bei rubbed his nose. Good grief. Everyone had their own pet name. Sure you Bei Bei. He and good brother. Jiang Yu Lin Bei. Wanan Xiao Bei. Wanan was 3 years older than him. She had wanted to call him Bei Bei, like Sure You, but worrying Sure You might mind, she chose a different name. She didn't overthink it, but feared Sure You might. Lin Bei could only say she was overthinking. They're all family, it doesn't matter. He wasn't into that sort of thing anyway. As soon as he said that, the girls cast relieved looks at him. They had all been through it. The inferiority of being surrounded by the gifted. Words could not change it. If one felt inferior, one would. Her lack of an ability was a hard defect. Now things were better. Lin Bei could grant her an ability. Sister Wanan am so jealous you can choose an ability. Pick an elemental type like ice or fire or magnetism or lightning. Those are all great. In novels those powers are devastating. He Yun drew upon years of reading novels. Exactly. Jiang Yu nodded. Xiao Yun is right, those abilities are good. Don't choose body strengthening. It's not very useful. If you choose something formidable. He Yun's little butt tightened. There was no choice. The beating that day had been too brutal. Fine, I'll listen to you sisters. Lin Wanan had nothing specific she wanted, she simply didn't want to be the weak link in the team. Any class ability would do. Okay. Lin Bei clapped his hands. Since you all want to take a look, go in turn. Sure you He Yun Wanan. You three go first. They'll stay and watch. They would certainly go solo. Perhaps they'd each secure a decent rank. It was to prevent accidents. If someone couldn't hold on and exited early and an outsider happened to arrive and she alone with Inoue couldn't fend them off, wouldn't that be troublesome? Although few could defeat Inoue in combat, he did not want any mishaps. He could afford to waste this little time. All right. As the three women's thoughts moved, a faint glow enveloped the three of them. After a minute, they vanished from where they stood, leaving only Lin Bei, who cradled Xiao Inoue and lifted the little creature. Little Inoue, the rain outside has stopped. It won't be long before your Sia mother comes to fetch you. Have you thought about how you'll explain becoming my pet? It's fine. Papa, you want tell, I won't tell. Sure, yes, mother, and the others want tell. How would Sia's mother ever know? Even if Sia's mother takes me away, it's fine. I can sneak out again. Oh, quite clever. Lin Bei stroked Xiao Inoue while putting on a movie to pass the time. The heavy rain outside had just stopped briefly, then turned to light drizzle again. Suddenly, he realized, isn't today the third day not counting that half day? The network was down. He did not know whether those little sisters had reached the villa district he had designated. Even with 3 days of heavy rain, with so many Hueli Dan, they should have reached first rank 5-star by now. If they hadn't leveled up because of the rain, then had abandoned them. He had the right to hide at home and enjoy shelter from the rain, but that did not mean the little sisters did. If they could not even grasp that, it only proved they were lazy and indulgent. He would not want women like that. Within a villa compound, just 1 kilometer from the martial arts hall, a massive stone stele stood erected. Inside the second floor of one of the villas, 10 young women gathered by the window, whispering among themselves. Sister Tao, what do you say? Shall we dare enter and attempt the trial? If we secure a ranking master, we'll surely be delighted, and we could exchange it for food. The supplies he gave us have just run out. I haven't tasted meat in ages. Nor have I. Since the apocalypse began, the last time I ate meat was 3 days ago, when Master gifted us that single meal. Though he also provided several boxes of vacuum-sealed chicken legs, they lacked any real flavor. Sister He, what's your verdict? It's day 3, and still no sign of Master's arrival. Let's enter the trial, earn some points, gather meat, and enjoy a proper feast. He Tao narrowed her eyes and thought. These past 3 days, they had slept and bathed for only 6 hours each day. The rest was spent fighting, relentlessly without pause. The 1,500 pills Master bestowed upon them had been entirely consumed. Yet they had successfully ascended to tier 19 stars. Rain had poured ceaselessly for 3 days and nights. They had fought without rest for 72 hours, relying on those pills to bridge gaps left by their prior inexperience. But such sustained brutal combat had taken its toll on their mental resilience. Today demanded respite. Fortuitously, they were waiting for Master anyway. Agreed, we'll all enter together. Just 1 more hour, and then we feast, truly relax. He Tao spoke calmly. She harbored no illusions, though they'd reached tier 19 stars, none possessed innate abilities, herself included. Her rank ability conferred no tangible combat advantage. Effectively, it was as if she had none at all. The steel had only just appeared. Master would certainly explore it himself, and perhaps his name already graced its surface. Though for now they did not yet know Master's name. Sister Tao, we love you. Yay? Finally, a chance to rest properly. These past 3 days, they regarded He Tao as their second pillar, second only to Master. Every decision, every rhythm of survival flowed from her guidance. Though these days had been grueling, the thrill of reaching tier 19 stars ignited fierce pride within them. They had finally gained the strength to protect themselves. And even more thrilling, their anticipation of Master's imminent arrival. Each had surpassed expectations. Surely he would reward them with more pills and richer fare. Truly, Master's thick sausages and sizzling steaks lingered in memory like sacred incense. Their exquisite taste remained unforgettable and deeply craved. The martial arts hall's second floor. Oh, Xiaoyin, you're out already. Lin Bei had watched only 10 minutes of his film when in a flash of light Lin Wanin reappeared exactly where she'd vanished. Wanin flushed faintly. That place forbids pill consumption. My foundational strength is too weak. My stamina drained rapidly. A horde of zombies overwhelmed me and tore me apart. She'd expected a swift return, but not this swift. Just 10 minutes. Come, let's watch the film together while we wait for the others. No, I must level up. I can't afford to hold anyone back. Wanin declined, changing into sleek black athletic wear. Xiaoyin, come here. Will you accompany Mama to hunt zombies outside? Xiaoyin shook her head. Mama knows you're the best. Let's go. Inue. What? Wasn't shaking one's head a refusal. Black pills restore stamina, green ones heal wounds, Lin Bei said, handing her several. No stamina replenishing pills though. Zombie hunting for leveling was simply too inefficient. Understood, my adorable little husband. Bye, see you at lunch. With delicate fingers, Wanin lifted his chin, lightly tapped her own crimson lips with her index finger, and then gently pressed it to his. Then, cradling a profoundly reluctant Xiao Inue, she leapt down from the second floor. Lin Bei froze, startled, flustered. Well, another little enchantress. Fortunately, he had ample reserves. Still, he ought to pack 2 gene of goji berries into his thermos. Or better yet, acquire an ability like Colossus's. 20 minutes later, Shiryu emerged. Seeing no one nearby, her eyes widened in disbelief. No way. I came out before Wanin. Lin Bei nodded. Shiryu's lovely face instantly fell. That's impossible. It defies logic. How could I exit before Wanin? Even if my ability depleted early, my base physical prowess far exceeds hers. Wait, where's Inyu? Shiryu expanded her spatial perception. Wanin was already outside cutting down zombies. Oh, you tricked me, Bei. As punishment for deceiving me, you'll watch me wear black stockings tonight. I admit my guilt. I accept my sentence. Lin Bei lifted her long, gracefully rounded legs onto his lap, stroking them tenderly. What was it like inside? Countless zombies. She sipped her milk tea, recounting the details. First trial, 1 zombie. Second, 10. Third, 50. Fourth, 100. Fifth, 500. Sixth, 1,000. Too many. Each zombie possessed at least peak human physical capacity. The arena is vast, ideal for kiting. Stamina depletion feels identical to the outside world. No pills permitted inside. At trial 7, facing 5,000 zombies, I finally broke. And from trial 2 onward, elite zombies infiltrated the ranks. From your description, the trial path favors bodily enhancement over ability-based power. Ability exhaustion vastly outpaces recovery. Only raw stamina keeps pace. Sure, you nodded. Inside, my spatial wormholes proved nearly useless. I relied solely on my blade. They continued chatting while watching the film. An hour passed swiftly. Then in a shimmer of light, He-Yun and Jiang Yu emerged. Maya, I'm finally out. He-Yun dashed to Lin Bei's other side and sat wrapping her fair arms around him. Big brother, hurry. I'm parched. I swung my blade nonstop for a full hour. My arms feel like lead. Huh. My arms aren't sore anymore, and I'm not thirsty either. He-Yun marveled at the sensation. Jiang Yu, finding no seat, simply settled onto his lap, leaning back against his chest. Her delicate hand lifted his from Shiryu's leg and placed it gently over her abdomen. Nearly collapsed inside. It seems our condition resets upon exiting. That's excellent. Imagine returning exhausted from the trial path, only to find intruders in your home. That would be disastrous. Lin Bei sighed wordlessly. A den of enchantresses. Resuming battle now would be downright impolite toward the apocalypse itself. Trial path, activate. At that thought, a soft luminescence enveloped his form. 1 minute later, he vanished. Reality twisted, stars spun, dizziness surged. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, then opened them anew to find himself standing alone on an open plain surrounded by endless blinding white. Select a battlefield. Desert, grassland, forest, mountain range, urban zone. A cascade of options unfurled before him. Urban zone. Instantly, the world reshaped itself. In under a second, he stood on a broad city avenue. Steel and concrete, utterly deserted. Crumpled cars, shattered storefronts. All mirrored the ruined world beyond. Trial 1, zombie count 1. Zombie rank, peak human 1. A prompt invited him to choose his weapon. Once selection was complete, and he intoned silently, the trial would begin. There were many, countless cold weapons of every kind. Lin Bei picked a handy Tang-style transverse saber. He whispered the invocation, and a second later a zombie spawned 10 meters ahead. A low guttural snarl rushed toward him, terrifying in appearance and astonishingly fast, faster than a 100-meter sprinter. yet to his eyes it moved at the pace of an old woman. With a casual stroke he finished it. Points gained 0. 1. Stage 2 Zombies 10. Zombie tiers human limit 9 tier 1 1 star 1. A few light cuts, and it was over. With his current power, disposing of these zombies cost him no real exertion. It felt as effortless as scratching an itch. Stage 3. Stage 4. Stage 5. Stage 7 Zombies 5000. Zombie tiers human limit 400. Tier 1 1 star 500. Tier 1 2 star 200. Tier 1 3 star 100. Tier 1 4 star 100. Tier 1 5 star 100. A dense, terrifying horde swarmed before him. Seeing so many zombies, he reflexively reached for a Huili Dan, but there were too many. He would have to use the technique Xiaoyu had taught him. He muttered, "My memory," and then realized his mistake. This was the trial space. Huili Dan had no effect. He drew a deep breath, sprang off, and plunged into the monstrous tide. A timer at the side counted down 4750, 49, 48. Inside the horde, he moved as if in a realm of his own. The zombies were as fragile as paper before him. Gripping his blade, he dashed forward again and again. Each charge sent at least 100 heads flying. 4550. 2 minutes. In just 2 minutes, he had slaughtered 5,000 zombies. Such was the terrifying measure of his strength. He panted slightly. It was not the kills that drained him, but the repeated sprints. It mattered little. His physique ability granted double recovery, so his stamina recuperated quickly. Stage 8 Zombies 10000. Zombie tiers Tier 1 1 star, 900, Tier 1 2 star, 200, Tier 1 3 star, 200, Tier 1 4 star, 200, Tier 1 5 star, 200, Tier 1 6 star 200. 10,000. This stage was a touch harder. Not for Lin Bei himself, but for the evolvers outside. It would be tough for them. Still, saving progress made it bearable. He began the onslaught. 3550. Lin Bei's breathing grew a little heavier. Since the apocalypse erupted, this was the first time he truly felt fatigue. No wonder the zombie tide was considered the most dreadful thing in the end times. He would not arrogantly call himself the world's strongest, but top 10 seemed plausible. Even these low-grade zombies had sapped a fair portion of his vigor. Stage 9 Zombies 10000. Zombie tiers Tier 1 2 star, 900, Tier 1 3 star, 200, Tier 1 4 star, 200, Tier 1 5 star, 200, Tier 1 6 star, 200, Tier 1 7 star 200. The number had not changed. Still 10,000. After a brief respite, his breath steadied. Not to mention 200 Tier 1 7 stars. If all 10,000 were Tier 1 7 star, he would still be unconcerned. It was after all a matter of a single decisive stroke. 2950. He drew 2 heavy breaths and slowly calmed himself. Remarkably, Stage 9 had taken 6 minutes. Stage 10 Zombies 10000. Zombie tiers Tier 1 3 star, 900, Tier 1 4 star, 200, Tier 1 5 star, 200, Tier 1 6 star, 200, Tier 1 7 star, 200, Tier 1 8 star, 100, Tier 1 9 star, 100. The horde strength soared. 10 minutes later, the timer read 1950. Around Lin Bei, the ground was littered with the corpses of countless zombies. He sat against a wall to rest his hand on the blade, trembling slightly. Such was his advantage, his strength, so far beyond others that zombies of any rank shattered like paper before him. Ordinary players would take ages to reach this point. Tired, utterly exhausted, thirsty, hungry. A surge of negative states flooded him. Even with double physique, he could not immediately recover. The consumption had been too great. Lin Bei felt as if ants crawled across his skin. How he longed for a Huili Dan. Yet after only a few seconds of rest, the next wave descended. Endless. No time to catch his breath. Another 10,000, and he might be finished. Stage 11 Zombies 10. Zombie tiers Tier 2 1 star, 9 Tier 2 2 star 1. 10. Lin Bei paused in surprise. Fine, he thought. It seemed the cycle was 10 stages per round. He silently chose to exit. The endless grind held no interest. He lacked nothing in food, and had only come to take a look. With the 10 stages he had cleared, holding first place today would be effortless. Nearly 40,000 zombies in total. Truly, only with such bonuses could one achieve this. Below him was likely Xiaoyu. Her physique and strength both had bonuses which made her formidable in this challenge mode. A moment later he returned to the outside and his status restored. How was it, Bei? How many stages did you clear? Sure, you asked curiously while Jiangyu and Heian glanced over. Not many, 10 stages. As expected of my good disciple. Stuck at stage 10 like your master, Jiangyu said. Heian pouted. If I reach Tier 2, I could reach stage 10 too. The gap between Tier 1 9 star and Tier 2 is enormous. My stamina simply couldn't keep up, and I fell at stage 8. Once I ascend to Tier 2, my power will surge. Lin Bei smiled without answering and stretched. Being fully replenished felt far better. The sensation of stamina overdraft was truly unpleasant. Heian waved from the window. Big brother, come see. The steel has names. Hey, you're first. Second is Xiao Yu. What about me? Where am I? He muttered, bewildered. I'm actually fourth. Who is third? By one. By the name, she seems a young woman. Why is she above me? If not for her, the three of us could have combined. Does she possess some extraordinary ability? Lin Bei moved to the window and looked. 1. Lin Bei Huaxiao Progress Stage 11-0. 2. Zhang Yu Huaxiao Progress Stage 1050. 3. Bai Wen Huaxiao Progress Stage 10-5. 4. He Yun Huaxiao Progress Stage 8-10. 5. Lu Yi Huaxiao Progress Stage 8-7. Not bad. The display showed only name, ranking, progress, and region, no other information. If his guess was right, Bai Wen was likely Yu Ye's cousin, Bai Wen a 3th-level magnetism ability user. This ranking did not equate to raw combat power. It only reflected endurance and sustained fighting, so it had limited reference value. However, Global First felt satisfactory. 5 from Huaxia, very impressive. The trial steel had appeared less than 2 hours ago, and the rankings were still shifting, but the top 3 were unlikely to change. No. Jiang Ye's lips parted. Lin Bei, when you say 10 stages, do you mean you cleared past stage 10? If not, with so many zombies, how did you have enough stamina? Even if you were tier 2 3-star, your physique wouldn't be half of mine, she added. Lin Bei stretched lazily. My dear master, never doubt your good disciple. You should remember my endurance best. Have you forgotten the time you begged so pitifully? Jiang Ye's face flushed. Unfilial one, shut up. Moments later, the names were called in quick succession. Lin Bei, Jiang Yu, He Yun. Someone protested. No, are those 3 monsters? How on earth did they clear so many zombies? Those pills were useless inside the trial, and Lin Bei was not a space-type ability user. By strength alone, his physique should be weak. How had he climbed to global number 1? At the police station, Xiao Xie stared at the trial steel ranking with her mouth agape. She was a level 3 3-level lightning ability user and had reached tier 2 3-star, yet she still fell at stage 7. She had thought her ranking was solid, but she was dozens of places down. Looking at the top few, 3 faces were familiar. She could understand Jiang Ye's placement. Jiang Ye's physique ability provided a clear advantage, and she herself was strong and skilled with cold weapons. He Yun's strength ability was also somewhat comprehensible. But Lin Bei, she really could not fathom him. Truly, she cursed inwardly. Why, oi? Tell me why. Why are the top 5 nationwide all from Huaxia? Does Demigua have not a single great expert? For women have climbed above us. Where are our people, eh? Exclamations and curses erupted, an incredulous barrage of frustrations and raw disbelief. The trial monoliths are scattered across the globe. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, law and morality have vanished, yet a strong sense of belonging still resides deep within each person. They may act ruthlessly against others, but when it comes to national rankings, they still hope to be the strongest. Damn, I thought I was strong enough, but I never expected there to be so many freaks out there. I still don't understand why this Lin Bei can be ranked first in the world and has even passed the 10th trial. Xiao Xie couldn't make sense of it. She simply couldn't comprehend. Unless, besides being a space abilities wielder, Lin Bei also possesses other hidden physical abilities. It would be impossible not to feel jealousy, but right now she urgently needed to find Lin Bei again. Secondary retrieve, Inyu. Primary request, more medicinal herbs. The raging storm drove the zombies near the police station into madness. In the dead of night, the main gate was smashed by a terrifying wave of corpses. The police station had firearms and ammunition, but not nearly enough to face the horde. She could only rely on the stored pills to fight back with no casualties. Without those pills, the losses would have been severe. Sister, didn't you say that Lin Bei likes beautiful women, and that he's very good to his women? How about I try to get close to him and become his woman to help you get more of those pills? A woman resembling Xiao Xie approached her, staring at the rankings on the trial monolith. As her younger sister, she naturally wanted to help shoulder some of the burden. Xiao Xie shook her head. Chiron, although you look just as beautiful as I do, and there were plenty of pursuers in the past still, he may not necessarily be interested in you. You know that all the women around him possess abilities. You're quite good as a second-year, but without abilities, that's a hard flaw. His target is me. Then do you like him? He's quite the womanizer. I suspect he might have already taken Jiang Yu in these past few days. Though he's a super womanizer and his methods to ensnare girls are somewhat crude, I cannot deny he's really handsome. Moreover, it's proven that his clumsy attempts to ensnare have caught my interest. I'm quite intrigued by him. In the apocalypse, which capable man doesn't have a few wives? It was the same before the apocalypse, especially since he's ranked first in the world. Xiao Xie's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of amusement flashing in her eyes. She recalled their chance encounter that day, when she sought pills. Lin Bei deliberately showcased so much in front of her all to stir her emotions. His claim of not liking to owe favors was clearly intentional. To make her develop feelings for him. To make her seek him out often. She hadn't noticed it back then due to her excitement. Upon reflecting afterward, she realized his subtle intentions. He seemed to want to gradually pull her in with those pills. She didn't dislike it, or in fact she found him quite charming. Now in the apocalypse, how many beautiful women must be seeking his protection due to Lin Bei's strength. The women he took from the martial arts school might not be the most stunning, but before the apocalypse, they certainly had their fair share of admirers, yet he hadn't touched any of them. He-Yun and sure you are also very reliant on him, which indicates he may be a womanizer, but is not repulsive, and he takes good care of his women. After all, she is a police officer. She possesses some analytical skills. What is notably rare is that he has not succumbed to the darker aspects of human nature and has not turned into one of those who no longer eat beef. Moreover, his standards are exceptionally high. Jiang Yu, who has been by his side for these past few days, has nearly been completely consumed, making her one of his women, currently ranked second globally. He-Yun is currently ranked fourth in the world. Jiang Shiyu, though her name doesn't appear in the top 10 coincidentally, is right above her at the 39th position. It's easy to imagine just how monstrous his women must be. Xiao Xie is quite relieved that her sister suggested using surveillance to understand the situation in the city. Otherwise, that night Lin Bei might have clashed with her, resulting in conflict, which would be the better outcome. If not, it could end up with either death or being treated as a toy. This highlights the importance of information. Of course, at this moment, she was still unaware of Lin Wanan's existence. Sister, are you really going to be with him? With your abilities, sharing a man with a group of women seems too unfair. Unfair? Xiao Xie laughed. Shiran, you know well that Lin Bei only started killing zombies and leveling up 5 days after the apocalypse. That's like giving him 5 days head start, yet he has caught up to us. If you say I'm unfair, have you considered that after some time, even if I wanted to throw myself at him, I might not be worthy? You have self-awareness. That's good. You are a 3th level lightning ability user. The further this goes, the stronger you'll become. How could you not be worthy? I'm not saying this, but his women, aside from Jiang Shiyu, who is also of the space system, He-Yun and Jiang Yu both possess physical enhancement abilities. At best, they might make a name for themselves on the trial monolith early on, but in the later stages, it will still depend on extraordinary abilities like yours. Shiran, you're thinking too little. Xiao Xie produced a return pill in her hand, her slender fingers pinching and twisting it. You know how miraculous this medicine is. The reason he is so indifferent is that firstly, he wants to entice me, secondly, he has a large quantity, and thirdly, in his eyes, this thing is simply not important. It's either that he has an extremely large quantity or that he has other even better things on him. Not to mention anything else. Just based on the sheer volume of this medicine, his and his women's strength will only rise, and it might not be long before they reach a level that we find daunting. By then they could be at the 4th or 5th tier, while I haven't even reached the 3rd. To avoid falling behind, the only way is for me to also possess it in unlimited quantities, not just a handful. We have researched and tested it. There are no clues whatsoever. There is simply no possibility of replication. My abilities are impressive, but I know very well that there are many women with excellent abilities, not just me. Have you noticed that more and more eyes are focused on our police station, on our members, on you and me? The night before last, why were the barriers of the service center next door not broken? Why wasn't the gate of the elementary school across the street smashed? Why was it only our police station's gate that was broken? Even if zombies have a keen sense of smell, our building is at least 50 meters away from the gate. In a torrential downpour, could they smell us from that far? Yet now, without wind or rain, they cannot scent us. As she spoke, Xiao Xie looked at the few zombies aimlessly wandering outside the police station. Although the gate had been repaired, it wasn't as sturdy as before, but it was better than having nothing. Jiang Shiyu and He-Yun have been together for a long time, so their relationship is strong. He-Yun and Jiang Yu have a good relationship as well. The 3 of them can be considered a group, and I fear they might exclude you, making you endure grievances for our sake. Shiran understood. The reason Xiao Xie longed to become stronger was not for her own prowess, but to better protect the members of their team. Shiran, since you're worried about your sister suffering, how about you join me in being with him? They are a group of 3, and we can be a group of 2. Sister, what are you talking about? Ha ha ha, just joking. Even if you want to, he might not necessarily be interested in you. I won't talk to you anymore. Since the trial monolith was released not long ago, I need to go out. If anything comes up, just call me on the walkie-talkie. As she spoke, Xiao Xie led her sister into the building. Leaving openly wasn't an option anymore. It wasn't just a few days ago. Even after 3 days and nights of heavy rain, there are always those who choose to brave the storm for various reasons. Whooshed. After entering the building, she flickered with arcs of electricity and left the police station at an incredible speed, heading toward Jiang Ye's martial arts school. There were also some things she didn't mention. This sudden appearance of the trial monolith clearly indicates that this apocalypse is no ordinary zombie crisis. Where did Lin Bei's miraculous pills come from? The ancestral recipes from before the apocalypse couldn't possibly have such a significant effect on them, who have already surpassed humanity. It can only mean one thing. Lin Bei, he, might be a hidden cultivator. She had read plenty of novels, mainly mystery and detective genres, but she had also read various other types, including those about cultivation. These little spherical pills looked just like the elixirs in those stories. I really am a little genius. Dad, hurry. Someone's stealing our monster. Yaya pinned a level 2 zombie to the ground for Mama to kill, but they snatched it away. There are so many of them, several level 2 fighters. I must protect Mama, she can't win alone. Just stepping out of the martial arts hall, Lin Bei heard Yu's voice in his ear. His brows lifted slightly as he activated a spatial wormhole. Let's go. Wan is surrounded. Oh, so now they're stealing monsters from us. They may take from others, but no one takes from them. Miss, please tell your dog, or rather your wolf, to revert to its original form. A level 2 pet is truly a pity if slain. Rest assured, we sincerely invite you to join our team. Together we'll enter the trial path and clear its trials. Wouldn't safety be far greater within our ranks? A man of sturdy build, clad in a black tank top and wielding a steel spear, extended the invitation to Lin Wan. His gaze swept boldly over her figure and face, eyes burning with raw, unmasked desire. A white t-shirt, light blue jeans, white sneakers, an utterly ordinary outfit, yet on her it became peerless elegance. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her skin pale as freshly fallen snow. In the pre-apocalypse world, men like them would have dared not even glance twice at such perfection, too humbled by their own inadequacy. But now, today she would join, willingly or not. With their numbers, it would take mere days to break her will and mold her into perfect obedience. Before, many women had chosen death over submission. Yet after tasting transcendent pleasure, they'd become astonishingly compliant. Lin Wan stood protected at Yu's side, her silver wolf now grown to the size of a minibus, while 6 men encircled them tightly, each gripping a long spear. Longer weapons mean greater reach. Of course, one chooses length in arms. Have you alerted Xiao Bei and the others? Knowing she was outmatched, Lin Wan had immediately ordered Yu to summon Lin Bei. A wise move, for the level 2 beast commanded enough dread that none dared advance. It had always been this way, and still was. When would she finally grow strong? Her grip tightened again and again on her blade. She kept turning vigilant, fearing an attack from behind at any moment. Miss, you have 60 seconds to decide. Will you join us with your pet, or shall we cripple or slay your beast first, then force your hand? The difference in treatment between those two paths, vast beyond measure. With a level 2 beast companion, you stand as our equal, no fear of impropriety. We'll enter the trial path together, and with your pet, victory is all but certain. Pets are permitted in multiplayer trials. Miss, don't you yearn for the rankings and rewards of the trial steel? Don't you wish for more points to improve your rations? Don't you long for a safe haven where you might sleep soundly at last? Our team offers more than survival, professional chefs to delight your palate, dedicated night watchers to guard your rest. Joining us elevates your life. Truly consider it well. Lin Wan's palm itched, then she smiled. Morning sunlight pierced the clouds, bathing her face in golden light. That smile made their hearts constrict and stoked their lust to fever pitch. Softly, sweetly, she murmured, "Brothers, thank you for your eloquence. My little husband and my sisters have arrived." The leader frowned. They've come. But she didn't use a comm unit. How did she call them? He whirled to scan the surroundings, then froze. At the end of the road to his right, a striking pair approached, 1 man and 3 women. Their breaths grew ragged hot. The 3 women were each as breathtaking as the one before them. Each was a paragon among paragons. Each stirred their blood to violent surging. Lin Bei don't always dispatch enemies so swiftly. We want practice too. Jiang Yu drew a short gun from her belt and extended it into a spear over 1.8 meters long. Exactly. Big brother, you're already overwhelmingly powerful. Your moves leave us no fun at all. Let me and Sister Yu play instead. Sister Shiyu, please rest. You needn't trouble yourself with such trifles. Leave them to us younger sisters. He Yun's face lit up with excitement. Fighting humans was infinitely more thrilling than slaughtering zombies. Lin Bei shrugged helplessly. Since the two of them relished the fight, he'd let them indulge. Jiang Yu needed no training. Her combat experience was legendary. He'd let He-Yun gain real-world experience. She'd scarcely ever faced humans, only twice as far as he recalled. Once cornered on a rooftop without weapons. Another time overpowered in his own home. Her strength simply insufficient. Sister Yu, the 3 on that side are yours. The 3 here mine. He-Yun unsheathed her Tang-style broadsword. Its edge gleamed with lethal coldness under the sun as she stepped forward beside Jiang Yu. Of course, Sister Yun, HSS. He-Yun tensed her backside. Oh dear sister. Please stop calling me sister. Every time you do, my bottom starts aching again. I dare not. Now that I've entered the sect, I must observe its rites. And you, Sister Yun, taught me those rules yourself. You're the elder. I, your junior, would never dare offend. They conversed freely, utterly ignoring the 6 men before them. Xiao Yun, Xiao Yu, don't underestimate them. They're all level 2. Wan reported their status. Merely level 2. Sister Wan-in watched closely as your little sister Xiao Yun, mere level 19 stars, transcends her rank to slay them. If heaven had not birthed He Xiao Yun, the path of strength would remain eternally shrouded in night. Just as He Yun prepared to spring forward, her gaze locked onto a black, gaping muzzle. She braked instantly. The leader grinned with chilling benevolence. Little Miss He Yun, so you read many novels, do you? Who plays with cold steel anymore? Don't you know what era this is? The 21st century, the age of firearms. Be good, be obedient. If you value your life, kneel down now. Big brother, this man violates martial ethics. He Yun's expression darkened as she pointed and turned to Lin Bei. Why does every human fight go awry? The power of guns remains terrifying. Kneel now, or else. The man roared when He Yun remained unmoved. Yet mid-sentence he felt a cold metallic tube press hard against the base of his skull. Cold sweat drenched his back. His throat convulsed in a dry swallow. What manner of terrifying being had approached him, silent, unseen? No doubt about it, the barrel at his head belonged to a gun. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he dropped low and spun, firing wildly behind him. Had he hesitated to shoot first, he'd accept his fate, retribution swift and final. In this apocalypse, one misstep cost everything. The adrenaline-fueled gamble electrified him. He craved the sight of his assailant collapsing, riddled with bullets. Yet, after spinning and emptying his magazine, his eyes met only empty air. Floating eerily before him, half a gun barrel hovered motionless, then slowly pivoted, aiming straight at his crouching head. He froze. What sorcery is this? Brother, you're quite right. It is the 21st century. A beautiful new world. Yet, it is no longer the age of firearms. Times have changed. This is the age of abilities. The same serene smile now graced Lin Bei's face. Be good, drop your gun. Train with them. Should all 6 of you defeat them, with spears alone, I'll forgive you for stealing Wan-in's zombie. The man froze, disbelief flooding his gaze as he turned toward Lin Bei, his voice trembling slightly. You're a spatial ability user. Without hesitation, he dropped the gun, only for it to hover midair before landing neatly in Lin Bei's palm. He tossed it to Sure, you here. You take it. He had his Desert Eagle, its ammunition limitless. Sure, you caught the pistol, and with a mere flick of her will the weapon vanished from her hand. The sight sent chills down the man's spine. Could she too wield spatial ability? Online rankings of abilities had circulated widely. Based on documented manifestations, spatial ability ranked first. He never imagined that the husband of a woman who commanded a second-tier pet would himself possess this rare power, and possibly not one, but 2 such users stood before him. Brother, well, this was clearly a misunderstanding. Actually, he faltered, unable to fabricate further. Had he refrained from firing, he might have spun a plausible lie, but the shot had already been fired. Brother, if all 6 of us truly defeat your 2 female companions in combat, will you genuinely spare our lives? He had no choice but to follow the thread of his own words. Of course, from childhood to now, I've had few virtues, but my one unshakable trait is truthfulness. I never lie. I'll trust you on that. The man pinned his last hope on those words. Moments earlier, he'd ordered her to kneel, an insult no man would tolerate without murderous intent. He hadn't dared threaten Lin Bei through her woman. Such a move would have sealed his doom. Spatial ability was simply too terrifying. Brothers, did you hear that? Let's spar with our brother's wife. The other 5 weren't fools. They grasped their leader's intent, deliberately holding back, performing just enough to signal humility, perhaps earning clemency. Little sister He Yun, I'm a level 2 4-star class A strength ability user, currently amplifying my strength 3-fold. I'm level 2 1-star, no ability. I'm level 2 1-star, no ability. Each reported their status in turn. Sister, I'm level 2 1-star, no ability. I'm level 2 2-star, no ability. I'm level 2 3-star class C, Qilin arm ability. My Qilin arm grants triple strength. Seizing the moment, Lin Wan-in cradled the shrunken Inu as she hurried to Lin Bei's side, her expression apologetic. Sorry, I've wasted your time. Don't speak like that among family. Huh, who is this? Lin Wan-in stared, startled at the woman who'd appeared beside Lin Bei, as if materialized from thin air, her speed astonishing, closing vast distance in an instant. Lin Bei glanced over. Mommy, Sia mommy. Little Inu leapt lightly from Wan-in's arms into Xiao Xia's embrace, nuzzling her cheek with endearing affection. Xia, Xiao Xia. At last Lin Wan-in met the legendary elder sister she'd heard so much about from Xiao Yu. A formidable figure wielding a 3-class lightning ability and founder of the Women's Legion dedicated to protecting women. Everyone around her was extraordinary. Still remember me? Xiao Xia pinched its ear playfully. Every time it sneaked off to play and got caught, it resorted to this same act of feigned innocence. She was long immune. Hello, I'm Xiao Xia. What's your name? She extended her hand toward Lin Wan-in. Hello, I'm Lin Wan-in. I just joined Lin Bei's group before the storm hit. Oh, Lin Wan-in. She didn't appear on the trial steel. You must know my ability. What's yours? Xiao Xie asked directly. She and Lin Bei's circle were close enough for such questions to be unremarkable. I have no ability. No ability. Xiao Xie's gaze turned curious. How could Lin Bei keep someone without ability among his closest companions? What a pity. Such things were purely matters of chance. Ahead the leader, long spear in hand, spoke after introductions. Little sister Heyun, you're only level 19 star, challenging all three of us. Are you certain? Shall we fight one by one? At that, Xiao Xie whirled to Lin Bei in shock. Heyun is only level 19 star, but she's ranked 4th globally. Is there an issue? A major one. The 4th-ranked name on the trial steel is hers. Even granting her strength, ability, and edge, how could she possibly clear so many trials at just level 19 star? Xiao Xie was truly stunned. She'd assumed Heyun had long ascended to level 2. Lin Bei smiled faintly. Perhaps her trials were simply easier. Really? Xiao Xie didn't believe him for a second. All trial paths were identical. There had to be a secret. Up ahead, Heyun tilted her head with a sweet, knowing smile. Brothers, don't underestimate me just because I'm level 19 star. Remember, my name is Heyun. What about Heyun? He knew several people named Heyun. Wait, Heyun. Damn. Level 19 star. What utter nonsense. In the next instant, Heyun pushed off the ground and surged forward. Too fast. Before he could fully register her movement, she was already before him. Was this speed even possible for a level 19 star? He swung his spear to block her blade. The instant steel met steel. His reinforced steel spear snapped like paper. He froze. What unimaginable force could cleave solid steel tubing in a single stroke? No. Before he could react, Heyun slashed downward in one fluid motion. Instinctively, he raised the broken spear shaft to parry, yet it too parted like parchment. The blade severed not only the shaft, but his consciousness and his body. Big brother. Lauda. IF. Everyone present recoiled in horror. No, it couldn't be. Their leader, a level 2 4-star powerhouse whose strength was tripled, had been annihilated by a level 19 star woman with 0 resistance, split cleanly in two. Heyun pursed her lips. Is this really level 2 4-star? Pathetic. Not even a spark of challenge. I'd hoped for a fierce, exhilarating battle. Yet she couldn't land a single counterblow. What? Xiao Xie reeled again. Was the man just slain truly level 2 4-star? She'd never have guessed, unless Heyun said so. How high had Heyun's strength ability evolved? How could it be this terrifying? Don't stand there dazed. Here she comes. Jiang Yu charged forward, gripping her spear diagonally. Her strike descended, simple, unadorned, yet it crushed a level 2 3-star opponent outright. Her steel spear shattered into 2 pieces, and so did his body. The scene was grotesquely visceral. Chill an arm. That's all. Holy. Xiao Xie cursed again, scalp prickling. Hey, you're a constitution ability user, not strength. How dare your raw power eclipse even strength specialists? It's beyond overpowered. It's absurdly strong. It defies all reason. Something is wrong. Profoundly wrong. The sheer magnitude of power they currently wielded far exceeded what either should possess. Even if Heyun's strength ability reached tier 3, 4, or 5, her foundational level 19 star frame couldn't possibly manifest such overwhelming dominance. And Jiang Yu wielded constitution ability, not strength. There remained only one explanation. Lin Bei must possess other treasures aside from the medicines that restore physical energy, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the exaggerated strength of Heyun and Jiang Yu. Witnessing this scene, her determination grew stronger. Lin Bei. She was resolute. Initially, she believed that with her level 3 lightning ability, she could protect her all-female army during the early stages of this apocalypse. However, the bizarre zombie tide and the torrential rain combined with the emergence of the trial tablet made her feel her strength was insufficient. It wouldn't be long before her squad faced a catastrophic blow. Moreover, the apocalypse's world order would shift due to the trial tablet, leading to the emergence of more teams and squads. The multiplayer challenge mode has no upper limit on numbers, the more people the better, which is a good thing for humanity. But for women, it may not necessarily be the case. Even if the bizarre zombie tide in the rain was simply a stroke of bad luck due to their gate being pushed open, over time her all-female squad would become a target for others, a juicy piece of meat. For whatever reason, she must become one of his women. Once she became his woman, aside from the fact that those medicines could quickly enhance her strength, the combat power of Lin Bei, Shiryu, Heyun, and Jiang Yu alone would be a great guarantee. Damn, you can't be a level 19 star. What the hell am I even doing fighting you? The boss was dead. The second brother was dead. With the strongest 2 among the 6 instantaneously killed, the remaining 4 had no intention of sparring anymore. Besides, was this even sparring? If they didn't run now, when would they? Just standing there waiting to die. Hey, trying to bully my sister Wanan, and still planning to run. Heyun picked up a stone the size of half a fist from the ground, and threw it with all her might in a baseball pitching motion. On my arm, just after throwing one, Heyun felt pain, and covered her right arm as if her muscles had torn. She hurriedly stuffed a green healing pill into her mouth. There was no choice. Her current strength far exceeded the limits her body could withstand. She had forgotten this point just now. Whoosh! The stone she threw soared like a meteor. Although its accuracy was slightly off, it didn't matter. Lin Bei's fingers twitched, opening a spatial wormhole, and the half-his-sized stone passed through one person's head without losing speed, then struck the second, the third, and the fourth. For in a row, Xiaoxiu's mouth dropped open. 4 level 2s were just so easily crushed by He Yun with a single stone. This is too exaggerated. Really too exaggerated. And moreover, she had just seen He Yun swallow a green pill. After it went down her throat, the pain on her face disappeared. She speculated that this might be a type of pill capable of healing injuries. Lin Bei truly had more good stuff on him. Sigh. I thought they were all gun-wielding experts, but it turns out none can wield a gun. Of course, it might also be that we are just too strong. Jiang Yu sighed, retracting her long spear to 60 centimeters and tucking it behind her waist. Exactly, they are all too weak. My excitement ended before it even began. A few little punks can't even take me a level 19 star. While complaining, He Yun wrapped her arm around Jiang Yu and returned to Lin Bei's side. Sister Sia, hello, He Yun greeted politely, as this sister might also be her sister in the future. As a younger sister, if she wanted everyone to dote on her, she naturally had to be sensible. Hello, Xiaoxiu smiled somewhat awkwardly. Given He Yun's terrifying strength, if she landed a punch, she could truly go visit her great-grandmother on the spot. How could it be so exaggerated? Lin Bei, I want to ask you something. In these 3 days of heavy rain, did you encounter any unusual zombie behavior? For example, with so many buildings here, why were the zombies specifically targeting you? Just asking would do. Yes. Is someone secretly manipulating them? I guess so. Xiaoxiu frowned. Indeed. It was not an accident. Have you discovered anything? Can you share it with me? I urgently need this intelligence. I want to take it for free. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. Don't hesitate. I will do my utmost to fulfill them as long as it doesn't harm my team members' interests. Lin Bei smiled. Miss Xiao, do you know that your words easily lead one to propose some not-so-good conditions? Now he had the strength to handle Xiaoxiu. Previously, he had been polite to her partly due to some fear of her abilities and partly to bait her. The bait had already been taken. It was time to cast the net. Moreover, it was no longer he who was cautious, but rather Xiaoxiu should be wary of them. She was a powerful and intelligent woman. There was no reason for her not to understand why he had given her so many return power pills for free, not realizing it was an act. Plain dumb. She could only be said to be not clever enough. Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. The little one is anxious, isn't she? The corners of her mouth lifted gently. Sincerely, she said. I said if you have any needs, just mention them. I will do my utmost to meet them. This intelligence is very important to me. I don't want those girls who have suffered in this apocalypse to become tools for men to unleash their desires. I hope they all can be well, but I am feeling somewhat overwhelmed alone. The night before last, I was almost overwhelmed by the zombie tide. I hope you can help me. Lin Bei smiled. Very good. Xiaoxiu was indeed clever. He had thought her profession might make her difficult to deal with, but unexpectedly, she was quite perceptive, had self-awareness, and a long-term vision. Not bad. Really very good. So far, the few women he had encountered were very clever, and what was rare was that they had self-awareness. He hadn't run into any of those infuriating little fairies, which was quite nice. Lin Bei slowly said, there is a type of person who can control zombies. Xiaoxiu frowned. She thought that among the zombies there had already emerged beings rivaling human intelligence. Strictly speaking, they are not human. They are zombies that have mutated after eating zombie flesh and retained memories. To them, zombies are like foolish younger brothers. I don't know if they can evolve, but they should be able to, though they won't be very strong. Being able to eat zombie flesh indicates they lack the courage to go out and find food. Of course, we can't rule out those who were forced to eat zombie flesh. Thanks. Xiaoxiu thanked while holding Yue, then asked, so have you thought about what you need? If you haven't decided, take your time to think about it. Lin Bei did not answer but countered, how could you not know what I want? Xiaoxiu stretched lazily, her fullness comparable to sure yes, I can give it to you, but my treatment should be the same as theirs, right? The same. Lin Bei smiled. Very good. Very smooth. When do you want it? Now. Should I take you there? Xiaoxiu was not shy at all and pointed to an empty house by the roadside. What a big deal. Is this a big deal? In the evening, perhaps. Lin Bei was taken aback, feeling as if he was being devoured. Oh, there's actually a little patience. It might not be possible in the evening. My police station might be targeted by those half-human, half-zombie creatures you mentioned. I can only run this far because the trial tablet has just appeared. I can't stay outside for too long. How about this? You and your sisters come to my place. I guarantee no one will disturb you. Xiaoxiu said. It wasn't that she was deliberately trying to lure them to the police station, but rather that given the current situation, she truly couldn't afford to leave for too long. Although those girls had all started to evolve, there were too few with abilities, and some were not very useful. Their combat power could be said to be very poor. Lin Bei stroked his chin thoughtfully. Using the martial arts studio as a base was admittedly underwhelming. It had electricity, yes, but the space was far too cramped. He had previously declined the invitation, not because he lacked interest, but because Xiao Xie had originally sought to recruit him as an ally. Now, however, she extended the invitation not as a recruiter, but as his woman, bringing along her elder sisters, and intended in passing to select a small squad from her all-female legion for training. Truly, Xiao Xie beamed with genuine astonishment. She had never imagined he would agree so swiftly. With him and these elder sisters standing guard this city, or rather such a narrow frame of reference was laughably insufficient. The entire world would hesitate before daring to provoke them. Oh, do you wish ID refused? No, not at all. Xiao Xie hastily waved her hands, rose onto her toes, hooked an arm around his shoulder, and pulled him close, planting a loud, resounding kiss on his cheek. Thanks, Brother Bei. She giggled delightedly. Hello, elder sisters. I hope you'll look after me kindly. I didn't bring much, so please accept these walkie-talkies as a token gift. Don't think them too humble. With that, she handed one to each of the sisters. Effective communication range, 15 kilometers. This will make coordination far more convenient. Doesn't this require a network? He asked curiously, turning the device over in her palms. Not at all, Xiao Xie explained how to operate it. Originally intended for Lin Bei, it would prove invaluable even if they all resided at the police station. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Phoenix Squad is recruiting. Location: International Phoenix Entertainment Complex. The Phoenix Squad boasts over 50 level 2 cultivators and more than 10 S-class awakened individuals. All are welcome to join. Phoenix. Phone. Just as Xiao Xie finished her explanation, a blaring street vendor-style loudspeaker voice echoed across the street. The group turned toward the sound and beheld a long, imposing procession. An endless convoy of electric bicycles rolled into view, each rear fender rigged with a massive speaker. Behind them surged countless zombies, relentless, ravenous, unyielding. Boom. From the very last bike, a man hurled a small explosive backward. The blast toppled the front riders, those behind tumbled in domino fashion. There was no subtlety, only proximity. The zombies were packed so tightly that the explosion instantly widened the gap between them. Huh. People. Beauties. The 5 riders quickly spotted Lin Bei and the others. 5 peerless beauties, so radiant their eyes outshone camera flashes, prompted an abrupt halt 10 meters ahead. One bellowed through cupped hands. Hey there. Interested in joining the Phoenix Squad? We have over 50 level 2 cultivators, 10 S-class awakened individuals, and a total strength exceeding 500, balanced evenly between men and women. Gentlemen and elder sisters alike need not worry about safety. S-class awakened individuals, 10. 50 level 2 cultivators. Their expressions turned skeptical. Was this perhaps a touch exaggerated? And here's a little secret just for you, Lin Bei. The nation's top-ranked cultivator is our squad leader. Don't hesitate. Join us now. Tonight we're launching a multiplayer trial at the trial Steely led personally by Brother Lin Bei. Victory is guaranteed, and with it generous rewards for all. The group fell silent. 9. Because 6 had flipped. Grr. In the brief pause for conversation, the zombie horde closed in once more. The lead rider stretched out a hand. Gentlemen and beauties, no more hesitation. Hop on. Joining the Phoenix Squad is the wisest decision you'll ever make. Sir, you surely wouldn't want these lovely ladies living each day in fear, would you? Outside is chaos incarnate. Under Brother Lin Bei's leadership, our squad upholds strict discipline, especially regarding interpersonal conduct. All relationships are strictly consensual. No coercion, no exploitation, ever. The zombies drew nearer still. Here, let me show you footage of our base on my phone. As he spoke, the man reached into his pocket, then suddenly whipped out a handgun and aimed straight at Lin Bei's forehead. Boom. 0 frame reaction. Would he survive? In the next instant, the man slumped lifelessly from his bike, a crimson blossom blooming at his temple. Lin Bei stared speechless. Damn. Using his name, and then ambushing him. Utterly absurd. Wasn't peaceful survival preferable? Why choose such folly? A desert eagle materialized in his hand. One shot, then another, then 3 more. The 4 fleeing riders fell one by one from their scooters. Only the loudspeaker remained, endlessly looping its message. Bei, do you think this Phoenix Squad they speak of truly exists? Sure. You glanced at the corpses and asked. I don't know. Lin Bei shook his head. Possibly, but certainly not as grandiose as they claim. They may indeed be recruiting. Their sudden aggression, however, likely stemmed from your extraordinary beauty, intending to seize you by force. To impersonate me while committing fraud, and to do so right before my eyes. That takes audacity. Recruiting was recruiting, none of his concern. Xiao Xie gazed upon the fallen bodies and sighed. One thought leads to paradise, another to hell. Why not simply drive on peacefully? No matter, scum like this deserves no pity. How many young women have they already victimized? Humph. TCH. Grr. Grr. Ahead. Thousands of zombies surged forward like piranhas scenting blood, clawing, gnashing, converging, without mercy. Elder sisters these. Arcs of crackling lightning spilled from Xiao Xia's fingertips, coalescing into a whip of pure electricity. Just as she prepared to declare the zombies hers to handle, He Yun's gaze sharpened, and she flung a blade. What was she doing? Holy! In the next breath, Xiao Xia understood. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of zombie heads soared skyward, severed clean from their bodies. So you are a cultivator. Xiao Xia fixed her eyes on Lin Bei, blurting out the words. Since he had taught He Yun, this truth was no longer a secret, even to his woman. Huh. Lin Bei blinked, stunned. Me? A cultivator? Tonight, I become yours, so no more hiding. You've already taught Sister Yun how to wield spiritual energy. Surely you won't neglect me just because I joined later. You mustn't play favorites. Ah, that explains it. Sister Yun, though only rank 1 9-star, climbed to 4th place globally. She must have walked the cultivation path with you. And now it makes perfect sense why your pills are so miraculous. Lin Bei smiled. So she'd mistaken him for a cultivator. Ha ha ha. Wait. Actually, don't dismiss it so quickly. If he were a cultivator, his abundance of extraordinary pills would be entirely plausible. Fine. Why not lean into the illusion? Better than letting them spin wild theories in silence. This technique was first mastered by Jiang Yu, and she taught it to us. It isn't spiritual energy, but rather the focused projection of one's internal qi. You possess it too. Strictly speaking, it's a martial art, refined yet grounded in physical mastery. After consuming Jiang Yu's essence, everyone's martial cultivation aptitude doubled, and so did their learning capacity. He Yun and Shi Yu both mastered the technique. Even one, in still low rank, had grasped it. Such was the boon of an elite-level affinity bond. However, the pills I've shared with you are crafted from ancestral formulas passed down through my lineage. I'll confess, I'm done pretending. My ancestors were cultivators. I retain fragments of their cultivation arts and basic alchemical knowledge. At these words, the women relaxed, understanding dawned. They had never pressed him, yet curiosity had simmered beneath the surface. The astonishing surge in strength, the seemingly limitless supply of miraculous pills, all defied ordinary logic. Now at last the pieces aligned. If cultivation existed in their ancestors' time, why not now? After all, the world had ended. So yeah, hold back. The horde is vast. Shi Yu, He Yun, you two take the lead. Break through to level 2 first. The rest falls to 1N. Seeing the zombie tide draw near, Jiang Yu glanced at the lightning whip coiling in Xiao Xia's hand and added, the higher one's evolution rank. The less spiritual energy common zombies yield. For such a swarm of baseline undead lower rank cultivators gain far greater returns per kill. Xiao Xia's long whip vanished. Instinctively, she had prepared to eliminate most of the threats herself, leaving only a few for her companions. But these people were no ordinary evolved beings from her former squad. Swish, swish. He Yun and Shi Yu did not rush forward. Instead, they stood rooted in place, unleashing their inner qi in torrents, each slash followed by a strength restoration pill. After swallowing over a dozen, both ascended to 2nd tier 1st star, matching Jiang Yu's cultivation level. Only 1N remained behind. Xiao Xia was stunned. Their rate of advancement far exceeded her expectations, far more than she'd imagined. They simply stood still and unleashed their ultimate techniques, wave after wave, without ever worrying about pill consumption. She felt profoundly grateful for her choice. She felt no envy, because she too now possessed the right to indulge so freely. She was now one of Lin Bei's people. Here, Lin Bei tossed Xiao Xia a mineral water bottle brimming with strength restoration pills. Use these for now. I'll step out briefly. The zombies here are cleared. Take them onward to the police station district and continue purging. Sure, you stay vigilant. Watch your surroundings carefully. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Shi Yu assured him confidently. Her spatial perception ability remained fully active at maximum capacity. After 3 days of relentless rain, both she and Lin Bei had advanced their spatial abilities to level 3, greatly expanding their sensing range. At full power, she could detect even a fly passing within 500 meters. Naturally, her attention remained focused primarily on Xiao Xia. Though Xiao Xia had pledged allegiance tonight, she was not yet fully trusted. Her strength posed a genuine threat to Wan In and the others, so vigilance remained absolute. In this apocalypse, even the slightest lapse could prove fatal. Who knew if she was feigning loyalty? Who knew her true intentions? Jiang Yu watched Xiao Xia closely as well. Before the apocalypse, even one's closest confidant might betray her, let alone someone like Xiao Xia whom she had met only a handful of times. They were friends, yet strangers all the same. Respect did not preclude caution. Xiao Xia realized. After Lin Bei departed, he Yun Xiao Yu and Sure Yu kept glancing toward her, subtly repeatedly. She understood immediately they were watching her, and she felt no resentment. On the contrary, she felt genuinely pleased. It meant they remained admirably cautious, unswayed by her earlier words or that kiss upon Lin Bei's lips. In this apocalyptic world, such wariness was a rare and precious virtue. She sincerely wished to join their tight-knit circle. How could she possibly resent their prudence? Time would prove everything. She gazed down at the bottle of strength restoration pills in her hand. To be Lin Bei's woman, truly blissful. These pills, cherished treasures that had saved her squad during the stormy night, he had handed over without hesitation a full bottle. With them, she now possessed the confidence to protect her own team. Elsewhere, Lin Bei arrived at the villa district within minutes. Pausing before a certain villa, he inhaled gently, scenting roasted meat, steamed fish, and fragrant rice. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lin Bei's lips. The appearance of the trial steel had shattered countless schemes, those who sought to lure or control women with food alone. For Lin Bei, however, sustenance was merely one tool among many. True addiction lay in the strength restoration pills, and judging by how deeply his girls had already fallen under their spell, they were hopelessly, deliciously hooked. With a single stride, he entered the interior. Inside the living room, 10 young women sat scattered across the floor. 3 large cauldrons rested on the ground. One simmered white radish stewed with meat, another held braised silver carp, the third a nourishing green vegetable crib soup. Each woman cradled a bowl of steaming rice, laughing and chatting as they ate. Lin Bei swept his gaze across them. First tier 9th star. First tier 9th star. First tier 9th star. He paused, startled. Remarkable. 10 individuals. All first tier 9th star. He had underestimated them. After his departure, torrential rain had poured for 3 straight days. Yet not only had they fulfilled his demands, they had surpassed them dramatically. One could only imagine the hardship they endured over those 3 days. Excellent. They had earned the right to become his covert squad. Wan In, by contrast, lagged slightly, not due to lack of effort, but because Lin Bei himself was present. Naturally, he preferred to savor the moment. He flicked his fingers. Before each woman appeared an avalanche of delicacies, towering stacks of grilled steaks, sausages, giant custard tarts, 30 braised pig trotters, and 100 plates of golden fried egg rice. He Tao mid-bite blinked in surprise as food materialized beside her, then erupted into ecstatic delight. That familiar aroma told her instantly master had arrived. She scanned the room, spotted Lin Bei seated calmly on the sofa, and rushed over, dropping to her knees to report their achievements. Master, we have completed your trial in full, and surpassed it entirely. All 10 of us now stand at first tier 9th star. Are you satisfied? Satisfied. Lin Bei gestured lightly. A ring descended gracefully into her palm. He Tao stared, trembling uncontrollably. Could it be? Could master be proposing? Heavens above. Such happiness struck with dizzying suddenness. She wasn't emotionally prepared at all. What should she do? Master proposed. What now? Oh, she was about to faint from sheer joy. Yes. I accept, master. I accept wholeheartedly. Gazing at Lin Bei, He Tao's pupils slowly transformed into shimmering hearts, lost in daydreams of resting in his arms or leaning against his chest. She bubbled with giddy excitement, like a frothing pearl milk tea kettle. Lin Bei, you're accepting what exactly? That's a spatial ring. Drip blood to bind it to your soul, then use your spiritual sense to store or retrieve items. Inside lie 3 days' worth of supplies, food included, as well as 5,000 black pills for restoring stamina and 30 green healing pills capable of regenerating limbs, even if severed, provided death hasn't yet claimed you. He Tao's eyes dimmed instantly. Not a proposal. Yet her spirit flared anew. 5,000 pills. Such generosity was staggering. And 30 life-saving elixirs. She pricked her finger, performed the blood-binding ritual, and slipped the ring onto her left ring finger. It sparkled brilliantly. No proposal. No matter. This was Master's ring. She'd simply pretend he had proposed. Master, would you like to join us for dinner? These dishes are all our own cooking, and quite delicious. He Tao extended the invitation while the other women watched him with rapt, eager anticipation. Over these past days, under He Tao's relentless psychological reinforcement and subtle indoctrination, their devotion had overflowed beyond measure. In dreams, they yearned to become his consorts. And as He Tao reshaped their minds, she unknowingly deepened her own longing to belong to Lin Bei. No, I'll pass. Enjoy your meal. With a snap of his fingers, a cup of pearl milk tea appeared beside each woman. Your progress has truly astonished me. Your diligence commands my respect. Your sweat will never go unrewarded. This tranquil sanctuary and these sumptuous feasts are your rightful spoils. The motivational speech arrives. A full bowl of inspirational broth served piping hot. No, master, you're mistaken. One woman boldly objected. Lin Bei's brow furrowed. Was his inspirational broth inadequate? The woman continued earnestly, everything we possess today, this grand villa, this peaceful feast, it is all Master's grace. Without you we would have been captured, enslaved, reduced to mere tools. You granted us this new life. You bestowed upon us dignity, purpose, and rebirth. Every blessing flows solely from you. Precisely. It isn't our effort that brought this about. It is your effort, Master. Because of you we live thus, safe, nourished, honored. Lin Bei, I didn't lift a finger. Wait, what on earth has He Tao done to their minds? Master, 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 do we now possess the honor to serve you, to earn your affection? He Tao pressed urgently, eyes brimming with hope. The moment her words fell silent, a dozen pairs of luminous, dewy eyes locked onto him, intense, unwavering, expectant. No. Lin Bei's voice, cold and unyielding, shattered their illusions. With your current strength you possess only the barest qualification, merely to warrant a glance from me. Return when you have advanced enough to earn my full attention. It is far too early now. At these words, their excitement surged, not diminished, but intensified. They had progressed. In their master's eyes they had progressed. They now possessed even the minimal eligibility to be acknowledged by him. With just a little more effort, just a fraction more dedication, they could finally become his. Master, since we have passed your evaluation, may we ask your name? He Tao asked, brimming with anticipation. Lin Bei, Lin Bei, Lin Bei. At the name's utterance the young women leapt up in exhilaration. He Tao's voice trembled as she asked, Master, are you the Lin Bei, the one ranked first globally? Yes, I am. Lin Bei remained expressionless. First in the world. Frankly, it stirred no particular emotion. Achieving global supremacy with an advantage built into one's very existence. Was that not simply inevitable? Holy hell. Our master is Lin Bei, the undisputed #1 in the world. I knew he was strong. I imagined he ranked highly, but never in my wildest dreams did I conceive he was Lin Bei. My heavens, we belong to Lin Bei. We are Lin Bei's personal squad. Our fortune is beyond measure. Sisters, we've struck gold. We're candidates for Lin Bei's wife. Countless women across the globe yearn to be his, yet we stand closest to that dream. Our master is Lin Bei. Given Master Lin Bei's unrivaled global supremacy, our current Tier 1 9-star status is utterly meaningless. Worth less than dust, less than excrement. Sisters, we must strive harder, push further, and throw ourselves at Master Lin Bei. Ahem. Rather, we must make Master Lin Bei truly see us. Strive, persevere. The young women were beside themselves with fervor. Seriously, what revelation could possibly eclipse this? First in the world. In this age of rampant superhuman might, do you grasp the sheer weight behind those two words? First in the world. Do you comprehend the monumental resonance of the name Lin Bei? Were the internet still functional? A single video from Master Lin Bei, announcing his desire for a partner, would ignite an avalanche of private messages from elite beauties. Even the coldest, most aloof goddesses would kneel in devotion. Which woman, upon beholding Master Lin Bei, could remain unmoved? Unrivaled power, youthful charisma, immense resources. Each trait alone would render him irresistible to any woman. Master, 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 please set us a new evaluation objective, and tell us, what tier must we reach before we are worthy of becoming yours? He Tao's voice quavered with nervous hope. Lin Bei fell silent. Another evaluation objective. What on earth for? These young women were practically bursting to rush outside, slay zombies, ascend to Tier 2 or 3, and then fling themselves into his arms. Who knew how deeply He Tao had reprogrammed them, transforming earnest nurses into starry-eyed devotees? Yet, this was good, truly profoundly good. Lin Bei's fingers tapped rhythmically against the sofa armrest. When you become assets to me, that will be your moment of ascension. Ask yourselves honestly, do you believe you are worthy of me now? The 10 women lowered their heads. Yes, they were all Tier 1 9-star. Yes, they each commanded formidable combat prowess. Yet measured against their master, first in the world, their gap was immeasurable, their distance unfathomable. Come now, that is global supremacy. Not citywide, not provincial, not even national, but global. Master, may I gauge the precise magnitude of the gulf between my strength and yours? He Tao dared to ask, gathering her courage. You may. Forgive my audacity, Master. He Tao rose. Her foot pushed off the floor. And in a flash, she stood before Lin Bei. Her slender pale fist hurtled forward like a runaway vehicle, radiating terrifying kinetic force. Yet Lin Bei raised a single finger, halting it midair. Her fist froze, utterly motionless. Not an inch farther. Impossible. This cannot be. He Tao recoiled in shock. After all, she was Tier 1 9-star. Her strength tenfold that of an ordinary human. That monstrous force effortlessly arrested by a single finger. She had assumed he wielded spatial abilities. yet he hadn't even bothered to invoke them. Just one finger. Only one finger. The sheer magnitude of his power became unimaginably terrifying, like an infant's desperate lunge against a fully grown adult. What tier then had Master truly attained? His strength. Was this truly so overwhelming? Master, you are simply incomparable. He-Tao stepped back, her gaze burning brighter than ever. Though she had glimpsed only a sliver of his true might, even that fragment revealed a depth of power beyond her comprehension. The remaining 9 watched, eyes blazing. The stronger their master grew, the more fiercely they adored him. Setting aside He-Tao's influence, what woman does not instinctively revere supreme strength? You now possess both purpose and drive. Reaching this level within 3 days of torrential downpour proves your unwavering resolve and relentless effort. You require no further evaluation. Your resilience pleases me deeply. I retract my earlier judgment. You are no trash. I look forward to being surprised by you next time we meet. Having spoken, Lin Bei departed. In their present state of fervent devotion, further rhetoric would have been superfluous. Now all that remained was to await the emergence of their fitness bond. Having enjoyed ample rest, it was time he resumed his own ascent. His current rank, Tier 2 3-star. A 5-day void offered no excuse. Physical constitution and strength enhancements were already secured. Now rapid foundational advancement was imperative. With his present capabilities, he was more than ready to undertake extraordinary feats. Hey, going solo, brother. No sooner had he exited the villa complex than a stranger on an electric scooter hailed him from afar, pulling up ahead. Brother, interested in joining our Junlong squad? Gorgeous women galore, stewardesses, accountants, teachers, you name it. Our captain's an S rank awakened. Tonight he'll lead us through the trial path's multiplayer mode. Care to join? No, Lin Bei declined. They moved swiftly. The trial path had emerged only recently, yet recruitment efforts already saturated the streets. In earlier days, encountering a lone traveler meant immediate calculation, eliminate, and loot. Now everyone sought only to recruit. Why? Because deep down everyone understood. As tiers rose, so did hunger, eventually overwhelming them unless resolved. But the trial steel's arrival changed everything. No more violent raids, no covert thefts, no bloodshed for sustenance. Food scarcity vanished. Now their sole concern was securing high rankings on the trial steel. Solo rankings tested individual merit, but multiplayer mode, it tested numbers. It tested how many. The trial steel's appearance was in every respect humanity's greatest boon. Yet, it also signaled that this apocalypse was no ordinary zombie outbreak. It ran infinitely deeper, far more perilous. Come on, join us. Really, we don't want anything from you. Nowadays, killing zombies on the trial path can earn you points to exchange for food, eliminating the need to scavenge for supplies. Isn't having a stable refuge appealing? Together we can surely achieve a great team ranking. With more people, even if a zombie tide breaks out, it won't be a problem. Could it be? Are you worried about your partner at home? Don't worry, the situation is different now. Unity is key to survival. Join us, and I assure you no one will have ill intentions towards her. Our team has plenty of shared resources and won't covet what belongs to others. I swear on my life. If I tell a single lie, may I be bitten by a zombie tomorrow. The man continued to persuade. No other reason. In this apocalypse, those who dare to walk alone on the streets must be powerful individuals, perhaps even possessing abilities. Bringing him back would surely earn the leader a reward. Not for the leader, not for the team, but for himself. He also hoped that the team he was part of would rank high. Ooh, what if the rewards were great? No, Lin Bei still refused and turned to leave. Brother, listen to me. The man clung on like a stubborn leech, determined to win him over. If you stay with me, the consequences are yours to bear, Lin Bei said before leaving. If he couldn't shake him off, he would deal with him. Brother, think it over. The location is at the East City's playground. You must come. You have to come. We'll be waiting for you at the playground through wind and rain. Our team is really good. The man knew the other was getting annoyed, so he stopped and shouted, fearing that if he followed, he would lose his life. TSK Lin Bei shook his head. This apocalypse was becoming increasingly interesting. Time to take action. Upgrade. Work hard, strive. He arrived alone at a spacious square where the number of zombies around was decent, perhaps a few thousand, but they were scattered. He needed to attract them all. Next, the real show begins. Lin Bei took out a generator and 20 or 30 large speakers from his space backpack. After connecting the circuits, he powered up the generator. Before the music even started, the roar of the generator had already attracted a horde of nearby zombies, each rushing over faster than a 100-meter sprinter. Bang, 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 from 100 meters away. A terrifying zombie standing 3 meters tall charged forward with heavy steps, shaking the ground with each footfall. Its speed was many times faster than that of ordinary zombies, sending normal zombies flying like toys. Lin Bei squinted his eyes. A big brute was coming. Another muscle monster. It was likely a fitness fanatic from before the apocalypse who mutated after death, pursuing beast-like muscles. There were plenty of such people. He too pursued muscles. However, a lean physique suffices. Protein. The 3-meter-tall muscle monster fixated its dark pupils on Lin Bei excitedly. Lower your head. Lin Bei produced a desert eagle, opened a spatial wormhole, and pressed the gun's muzzle against its forehead, pulling the trigger furiously. One shot wasn't enough, so he fired 10. 10 wasn't enough, so he fired 100. Of course, the apocalypse had only erupted for about 10 days, and these zombies hadn't yet evolved to the point where they could ignore bullets at close range. A few shots took them down, and a surge of energy flowed into his body through the spatial wormhole. Using firearms to kill zombies can yield energy. However, the distance can't be too far, otherwise the energy would dissipate into the environment and be absorbed by nearby creatures. But for him, it was no problem at all. With the spatial wormhole, he could absorb energy almost at point-blank range. Boom! The massive body collapsed to the ground motionless. Lin Bei swiftly retrieved the Tangheng knife and swung it, unleashing his internal strength while simultaneously swallowing a recovery pill. Within the trial path, he would never dare use this move, but in reality this was the only move he employed. Thousands of zombies surged from all directions amidst the roar of the engine, appearing like a massive whirlpool from above. Lin Bei stood at its center, a lone white dot within the whirlpool, but that dot was shrinking, ready to be swallowed at any moment. Come on, tornado, destroy the parking lot. Gripping his knife, Lin Bei swept in a 360-degree arc, his invisible blade spreading outwards. The nearly engulfed white dot re-emerged. He swallowed a recovery pill, unleashing his strength without reservation, causing the number of zombies he killed to skyrocket. 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. The number of zombies killed per second was almost leaping in hundreds as he activated the speakers to play music. The rain outside drips, continuously falling for 3 days and nights, just like you, whom I love the most. Within a 50-meter radius. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. 600 meters. Countless zombies raised their heads simultaneously to look towards the source of the sound. After a moment of confusion, they charged forward like piranhas sensing blood. Food. Food. Fresh and delicious food. The heavy rain continues. Do you feel fear in your heart? Singing gives a sense of connection. Glancing at the endless sea of corpses around him, Lin Bei cracked his neck, blood boiling like a tireless killing machine. The number of recovery pills, which had sharply reduced after giving 5,000 to He Tao, was now replenishing. Yo, corpse liquor. Can you withstand a strike from me, supernova slash? Trash. So weak. In the tide of corpses, he discovered a new species. Unfortunately, with a single slash, it was decapitated. Had it not been for Jiang Yu, he wouldn't dare to play like this. The number of zombies attracted by this loudspeaker was definitely over 10,000. Jiang Yu was truly crucial. Oh no. To be precise, among the women around him, so far aside from Lin Weiner, who had unexpectedly appeared, who else was not crucial? Over 10,000 zombies. A medium-sized tide. Second year, 4 stars. Exciting. Time passed. Second year, 5 stars. Ever since he learned this move, he had long wanted to do this. The speed of leveling up was much faster than chasing and hacking zombies. Basic level elevated. His strength surged. Efficiency increased once again. There are higher mountains beyond the mountains halfway up the hill. Now all my expectations and all my love. My love comes from the wilderness. Dear audience, please take a good look. The moonlight is deep layers of danger. Second year, 6 stars. Exciting. As he leveled up, the energy within him grew ever more potent, while countless zombie bodies lay on the ground around him. Hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands. Damn, does this kid have endless stamina? How can this be so exaggerated? Who exactly is he? Could it be that Lin Bei, ranked number 1 globally, is playing a real-life trial path? If he continues like this, he will undoubtedly become the leader of Salt City in the future. Nearby, on a tall building, countless fearful gazes were fixed on the figure below. The music emanating from so many speakers attracted a massive number of zombies, naturally also drawing many evolved beings. At first, they thought the person below was a fool, a madman who would soon be devoured by the tide of corpses. But 10 minutes passed, still standing strong. Moreover, he was growing bolder in battle. Though they didn't know what his ability was, they could see that with every swing of his blade, the number of flying zombie heads increased. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some were envious, some jealous, some happy, some gritting their teeth, and some had cold eyes. Second tier, 7 stars. Lin Bei roared, his body surging with volatile power. Not only had his cultivation rank surged consecutively, but his strength ability ascended to level 3, and even his physique ability rose 1 tier to level 2. Seize the momentum. Press forward. Press forward. Press forward. Zombies still swarmed in vast numbers. Suddenly, a sharp concussive boom erupted 100 meters behind him. A rocket streaked toward him, trailing fire. Damn it, ambush. No honor at all. Honor. This is the apocalypse. I'd shoot him in the back myself. If he keeps slaughtering like this, his level will eclipse ours by an unfathomable margin. But the higher one's level, the less energy one gains from killing ordinary zombies. That man must be earning almost nothing per kill now. True, but look how many he's already slain. Yes, each kill yields little energy, yet quantity has its own terrifying weight. Fair point. No one even knows his current rank. On the rooftop, countless eyes locked onto that rocket. Its very existence chilled them to the bone. The apocalypse had barely begun, yet here stood a lone figure facing a tide of 10,000 undead. If left to grow stronger, what would he become? Lin Bei's lips curled faintly as he cleaved through zombies. He had chosen open confrontation precisely because he feared no covert strike, and indeed many watched from the shadows. So be it, he would grant them a small, unforgettable shock. He pivoted and raised a single hand. In that instant, the blazing rocket froze midair, suspended unervingly, its trajectory arrested, as if time itself had congealed. What the hell? What is his ability? Eyes in the back of his head. That's strange enough, but this? How? What's happening? I don't understand. Lin Bei clenched his fist, empty-handed across the distance. Boom! The eerily suspended rocket detonated without warning, bursting into a dazzling, incandescent bloom. Shrapnel exploded outward in all directions, yet not a single fragment veered toward Lin Bei. He's cheating. Magnetic ability. No, that can't be right. If he wielded magnetism, how did he decapitate zombies midair with his blade? I'm utterly lost. Me too, he's beyond reason. The flames dissipated. Lin Bei's gaze settled upon a 13th floor window across the street, where a man rocket launcher slung over his shoulder paled with terror. The moment their eyes met, the man's knees buckled. He nearly tumbled from the ledge. Danger, danger, danger. He knew the gamble was perilous, yet success seemed plausible. He refused to let such a monster thrive in his city. Though he'd struck from concealment, he never imagined the rocket would be detected mere meters into flight, nor that this man would halt and detonate it with incomprehensible power. Worst of all, he'd been exposed. Run. In 0.01 seconds, he decided at this distance speed alone could save him. After all, the man was encircled by hordes of zombies. He couldn't possibly give chase. And he resolved. Tonight, he would flee this city. No, this entire province. He would vanish far beyond reach. Yet the man who sought another's life would not be spared. Just as he steadied himself to turn and flee, horror seized him. He could not move. An invisible force field clamped down on every inch of his flesh, and no matter how he strained, no matter the angle, he remained utterly paralyzed. What is happening? Cold sweat drenched his back. His gaze dropped to the man standing calmly amid the dense zombie horde below. When he saw Lin Bei's clenched fist slowly, deliberately uncurl, his pupils contracted violently, and every hair on his body stood on end. Move. Move now. Crack. Crack. He heard his own bones splintering, clear, sharp, unmistakable, even as he poured every ounce of strength into breaking free. Still he did not budge. Move? Why won't my body obey? Move? Crack, crack. Countless fractures spiderwebbed through his skeleton. But it was utterly futile. Regret flooded him, searing, suffocating. Why? Why had he dared to ambush this man? That man. Why isn't he running? Wait, is he that fearless? Even after being spotted, he holds his ground and stares straight back. Could he be a powerhouse too? What if he wants to run, but can't? Don't forget, moments ago he froze that rocket midair. Perhaps he's frozen him too. Surely not. Come on, they're at least 100 meters apart. He's just slaughtered thousands of zombies. How could he possibly retain enough power to control someone 100 meters away? Tell me, what is he? Human or God? Lin Bei sneered and closed his fist. The man's pupils shrank to pinpricks. No, no, no. Every onlooker flinched, eyes wide with primal dread. The man at the window contorted like a wrung-out rag. Blood and viscera were violently squeezed from his body before he collapsed lifelessly from the sill, immediately devoured by the ravenous dead below. The next second, every spine stiffened. There was only one reason. Lin Bei's gaze swept across them, one by one. Those brazen enough to stand openly on rooftops felt it. So did those who believed themselves hidden. Each met his eyes with chilling inevitability. Impossible. How did he spot me? Shit. Run now. My God. I peed myself. I literally peed. I wasn't this terrified seeing my first zombie. Who is this man? How is he this terrifying? Whoosh. 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 Figures fled, frantic, desperate, terrified he might crush them without cause. None knew whether they'd be next. It was the apocalypse. Killing needed no justification. If one were required, he would supply it. They felt relief. Relief for not acting rashly and striking first. Relief for holding back. Relief for having witnessed in brutal clarity the uncanny power of the man below. A troop of clowns. Lin Bei scoffed and resumed cutting down the advancing horde. Recovery pills tumbled one after another into his mouth. Now each common zombie yielded pitifully little energy. But it mattered not. In the apocalypse, zombies were the one thing never in short supply. I'm sold out. I'm no longer living. You will never fade away. Damn it. Unbearable. He was burning up. After listening to over a dozen battle anthems, Lin Bei swallowed another recovery pill, pushed off the ground, and drew a second blade in his left hand. In an instant, he became a phantom darting through the undead throng. Dual blade combat. Nothing beat close-quarters slaughter. Each strike sank deep into flesh. Exhilarating. Electrifying. Unstoppable. Currently, dispatching zombies with sheer force was less efficient than melee, but it had been safer and more convenient. Yet his surging physical power, amplified by the warsong's resonance, ignited an irrepressible urge to fight, fiercely, freely. That man. Just what rank has he reached? Those still watching and hiding stood utterly dumbfounded. Among them were second-tier cultivators, yet none matched his speed or raw power. Some could barely track his movements at all. This was simply unbelievable. Even second-tier defensive mutants, hulking gray-skinned horrors 2 meters tall, proved no obstacle. Their hideous resilience meant little against his blade. Within minutes, 10,000 zombies lay slaughtered. Wait, damn it, could it be? Is he third tier? Truly, this defies all reason. Moments earlier, a towering gray-skinned mutant, over 2 meters tall, thick-muscled, and unervingly swift, had charged forth. Its speed and strength marked it as at least second tier. Its hide was so dense that point-blank gunfire inflicted only superficial wounds. Yet, it fell in a single stroke, cleaved cleanly in two. Not even this elite defensive variant slowed him. To his blade, it was no different from any common zombie. In mere minutes, the entire horde, 10,000 strong, was eradicated. Thump. Lin Bei's heart hammered violently. His power surged once more. By drawing zombies with sonic bait, he had ascended second tier 8 stars. Power. So exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Crunch. In his exultation, the hilt of his sword shattered in his grip. His strength had reached a level bordering on the monstrous. Attributes. Abilities: Space SSS level LV 3 passive ability Space Backpack. Capacity 1 cubic meters. Strength S level LV 3 4 times. Constitution S level LV 2 3 times. Speed 290. Strength 295 4. Spirit 290. Constitution 293. Pet Silver Moon second rank 2 stars. Items: Returning Force Pill first grade 3100, Healing Pill second grade 100, SSS grade Steak 1500, Top grade Honey Glazed Sausage 1500, Top grade Golden Fried Rice 100, Top grade Big Egg Tart 900, Disassembly Tool 1. Members included in the illustrated guide: Jiang Xiu second rank 1 star Space LV3. Hiyun second rank 1 star Strength LV3 4 times amplification. Lin Wanan first rank 8 stars. Jiang Yu second rank 2 stars Constitution LV3 4 times amplification. Total benefits: Charisma 2, Strength 5, Martial Arts Talent 2, Food Supplies returned 5-fold. He stretched lazily, his body cracking with sounds. Wanan is improving quickly, reaching 8 stars already. With so many high-level individuals beside her, capturing a few powerful zombies for her would quickly bridge the gap. He needed to find her a new ability, specifically one that she would like. If Wanan has it, it is equivalent to him having it. Task accomplished. He had cleared most of the zombies in this area. He stored the sound equipment in his space backpack, during which the noise attracted quite a few zombies from afar, but the scattered numbers only summed up to a few hundred, which was not very interesting. With a few swift strikes, he released his internal energy through the tips of his blades, using spatial wormholes to eliminate groups of small zombies. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It's an easy task, and he certainly wouldn't let others have the chance to kill them. Am I satisfied? No. Today he aimed to break through to the 3rd rank. It had been over 10 days since the apocalypse erupted. He had lazed around at home for 5 days, lay in the rain for 3, totaling 8 days of inactivity. If he didn't push himself, he couldn't stand to see himself like this. Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from this area, blinking continuously until he arrived in front of a shopping mall several kilometers away. With the appearance of the trial monument, more and more small teams would emerge. He needed to improve his level as much as possible until ordinary zombies could no longer provide him with energy. Only by being powerful enough can he protect everything he possesses. Another wave of zombies surged in the tens of thousands. Moreover, due to the appearance of the trial monument, he vaguely sensed that zombies might not be the true villains of this apocalypse. There might be even more formidable entities yet to make their entrance. Of course, this could also be overthinking on his part. The trial monument might simply be a means to solve humanity's food crisis while uniting humans. It's still not enough. There aren't enough zombies. Bang. His heart raced again. 3rd rank 1 star. After killing countless waves of zombies and attracting even more waves with the meager energy provided by each zombie, heaven rewards the diligent. He successfully reached the 3rd rank. The power within him roared. At this moment, he had become a humanoid monster. High level. High bonuses. Lin Bei. I do not eat beef. Master Lin Bei. Level 3rd, rank 1 star. Speed 360. Strength 360, 5-4. Spirit 360. Constitution 363. This power. I ask you, who else is there? He discovered that each star in the 1st rank doubles the enhancement. From 9 stars in the 1st rank to 1 star in the 2nd rank, it increases 5-fold, meaning from 10 times to 15 times. In the 2nd rank, each star enhances by 2 times. From 9 stars in the 2nd rank to 1 star in the 3rd rank, it increases 5-fold, meaning from 31 times to 36 times. Starting from the 3rd rank, each star can enhance by 3 times. It should not be that ordinary zombies cannot provide energy, but rather that as his body grows fiercer, the energy reinforcement effect from ordinary zombies becomes negligible, which is why he felt nothing. Invincible. This time he truly felt invincible. Let's go back. Select people. Train a new team. He stepped forward, his figure flickering 100 meters away. 100 meters in one step without needing to rely on spatial wormholes. This was spatial jumping, or one could say it was a flicker. Even more so, it was like the flying thunder god without the need for seals. After his spatial ability rose to level 3, his blue capacity limit significantly increased. He developed many useful tricks. The earlier ability to eliminate people from afar was developed through his understanding of spatial compression. The more creative ideas he had, the more abilities he would naturally possess. By the time he arrived at the police station, it was already noon. There were prominent signs hanging on the police station's gate every few meters, visible to anyone with eyes. It read, "Unauthorized intruders will be treated as enemies and attacked. Please be advised." But, is it useful? He stepped into the police station with a flicker. "Mr. Lin, please stand still and do not move. I will be right there to assist you." Not long after entering the police station's perimeter, a woman's voice came from a speaker on a nearby pole. Quite alert, able to detect intruders in time. With Lin Bei's spatial perception, he discovered many hidden cameras, a considerable number. From this area, it was likely that they had surrounded the police station with a 360-degree coverage. Not bad. They've used their brains. Given the limited resources in the apocalypse, achieving this is quite impressive. They did not have prior knowledge that the apocalypse would descend. Before long, a girl resembling Xiao Xie jogged up to him, extending her delicate jade-like hand. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Xiao Shiran. I am Xiao Xie's sister. I have come to escort you on her behalf. Due to the peculiarities of our team, without me as your guide, unnecessary conflicts or troubles may arise." "Hello." Lin Bei shook her hand symbolically. He glanced at her attributes. No abilities. No exceptional attributes. Average. There were fitness enthusiasts. No gourmets. There were those with little life experience. Fair enough. Whether or not she had the gourmet attribute was irrelevant. The food rewards from the system were also considered specialty dishes. After having her try once, it would be about enough to activate the attribute. He was somewhat interested, but not overly so. "Are they back yet?" "Not yet." Xiao Shiran walked ahead, glancing at him from time to time. "Come on, this is the #1 ranked person in the world with various magical items on him. How could one remain indifferent while walking together?" "My sister said he's somewhat handsome." "That's an understatement. Were he merely a slightly handsome young man, who among men would dare claim to be truly dashing?" Of course, exceptions exist. Naturally born heartthrobs among the readers of tomato novels, especially those who support the work out of pure devotion. She continued, "There's a plaza nearby swarming with zombies. My sister has led the team there to clear them and level up." Oh. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings. The compound was vastly larger than an ordinary police station, comprising numerous buildings, and along the way many women passed by. They stared at him with curiosity and confusion, their gazes laced, more or less, with unmistakable disdain. Yet some looked on with unmistakable excitement. For instance, Wang Qi and Xiao Xiao, who habitually trailed behind Xiao Xiyu, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Bai Jiangyu's 2 closest friends, and several other young women, all of whom knew his true identity. Granted, countless people bore the name Lin Bei, but with He Yun and Jiang Yu ranked among the top contenders, it was evident that the Lin Bei ranked first globally could only be the man standing before them. Xiao Shiran likewise noticed several hostile glances, and fearing Lin Bei might take offense, hastily interjected, "Mr. Lin, please pay no mind to their stares. Our squad consists entirely of women, and we've spent every day preaching in this apocalypse about the greed and ugliness of men. Indeed, some of our girls would have been violated had we not arrived in time." Word spread quickly, leaving many deeply resentful, even outright hostile toward men. "Rest assured, my sister instructed me that you prefer quiet. I'll ensure none of them disturb you or your companions. Shortly I'll make this abundantly clear to everyone." "No need. I actually enjoy lively company. Ask your sister when she'll return, and before she does, gather every single squad member. Let us all meet properly. Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon a young woman just emerging from a building, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips. Such a being exists. Fascinating. Utterly fascinating. You enjoy lively company. She asked, puzzled. Didn't you say earlier you preferred solitude? Why the sudden change? I've simply taken a liking to it. Any issue with that? And no issue at all. How could I possibly object? You rank first in the world. You may do as you please. I'm but a speck of dust. Who am I to contradict you? Xiao Shiran rolled her eyes inwardly. Yet almost instantly she noticed Lin Bei's unwavering focus on Lu Ruyan, who had just stepped out of the building, and watched his brows draw together. That upward curl of his lips, that appraising gaze. It mirrored precisely the predatory attention she herself had once described to the others, a man locking eyes on a woman. But he already has several women. Why so insatiable? No, he must not be allowed to harm any squad member. Merely admitting a man into the group would spark dissent, but they had ways to manage that. Yet if Lin Bei claimed one of them for himself, the squad's unity would fracture, and once trust shattered, collapse would follow. Mr. Lin. Xiao Shiran spoke with utmost deference. As I mentioned earlier, our women harbor deep resentment toward men. If we summon everyone for introductions, I fear harsh words and ugly remarks will surface. For your sake, and your female companions, I strongly advise against it. I don't take your advice. Lin Bei replied without hesitation, his eyes still locked on Lu Ruyan's graceful silhouette, his smile deepening. Introductions will benefit you all. Benefit? Huh. A transparent pretext. Clearly he'd set his sights on Lu Ruyan. The outcome will be nothing but trouble. He's far too brazen. At least rein in that leering grin. Does he want everyone to read his thoughts? Could it be? Even the world's top-ranked powerhouse is ruled by base impulse. A repulsive, nauseating man no different from the rest. Refuse. Absolutely, but she dared not. Lin Bei stood at the apex of global power. With Xiao Shiyu absent, provoking his anger would bring nothing but peril. Wait. Xiao Shiyu had said Lin Bei, though fond of beauty, possessed exceptionally high standards. Why then this sudden fixation? He didn't even know Lu Ruyan's background. Clearly Xiao Shiyu had been deceived. It wasn't that he lacked interest in Xiao Qing or Xiao Bai. It was that they hadn't met his standard. And truth be told, Lu Ruyan lived up to her name in both figure and beauty. She ranked solidly among the top 3 in the entire squad. Very well, Mr. Lin, we'll follow your lead. Allow me to escort you to the quarters specially prepared for you. Xiao Shiran resumed, guiding him, resolving secretly to inform her sister at once and let her decide the next move. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze. Yet anticipation for the upcoming introductions now burned brighter than ever. Lu Ruyan's appearance had genuinely exceeded his expectations. Xiao Shiran led him to a small 5-story building nestled in the corner of the police compound. Mr. Lin, this is your designated residence, fully cleaned with beds, bedding, air conditioning, and everything else you'll need. We guarantee your satisfaction. Lin Bei paid little heed to such details. Please rest here for now. I'll contact my sister to confirm her return time. Lunch has already been prepared inside. Please help yourself. I'll notify you the moment I hear anything. Xiao Shiran departed. Lin Bei cast a brief glance around the building, newly constructed as police dormitory, housing 5 stories tall, fully equipped with ample rooms and corridors converted into living spaces. A table held an assortment of food, but he didn't so much as glance at it. After witnessing Lu Ruyan's extraordinary connection, he dared not consume anything prepared by unknown hands. This modest police station, it seemed, concealed masters beyond reckoning. Outside, Xiao Shiran walked a considerable distance before retrieving her walkie-talkie, its signal received only by her sister. At that very moment, Xiao Shiyu wielded a crackling lightning whip, methodically obliterating waves of zombies. The walkie-talkie buzzed in her pocket. What is it? Xiao Shiran recounted their entire exchange, and her suspicions, in full. Xiao Shiyu scoffed down several return-to-vitality pills and unleashed her full power. One sweeping lash incinerated dozens of zombies. Dear sister, you're overthinking. Lin Bei will never choose Lu Ruyan. If he insists on gathering everyone for introductions, obey him. Call them all back. No one is to be left behind. Lu Ruyan is undeniably beautiful, and her figure is exceptional. Yet compared to Wan In, and sure you, she still falls short. Wan In, though peerless in beauty, possesses no special ability. Yet Lin Bei had accepted her reluctantly, learning only later the circumstances that compelled her to join. This implies one truth: Lin Bei acts only upon encountering true excellence, and his fixation on Lu Ruyan signals something profoundly unusual. I swear it, I'm not lying. Sister, my instinct screams that Lin Bei is utterly fixated on Lu Ruyan. Believe me, we cannot allow him to compromise one of our own. You can deflect suspicion from the others with plausible excuses, but Lu Ruyan, that won't fly. They'd already devised their excuse, simple and effective. This squad was co-founded by Xiao Shiyu, and Lin Bei himself. Amidst the chaos outside his residence here is perfectly justified, even welcomed. Announcing his name, Lin Bei, the world's #1, will not provoke resentment, but elation, even profound relief. But should he lay claim to any of them, the situation changes entirely. Xiao Xie sighed inwardly yet understood her younger sister's concern. Who has spent more time with him? You or I? Who knows him better? You or I? Just follow his instructions and gather everyone. I suspect something that shouldn't be here has infiltrated our team. Do you mean Lu Rian is the problem? Xiao Shiran was no fool, but she immediately countered, we've been together for so long and never sensed anything amiss. How could Lin Bei detect it just by glancing at her? That's utterly absurd, elder sister. I still think Lin Bei has taken a fancy to Lu Rian. Men in the apocalypse are far greedier than either of us imagines. You must act before he corrupts others under your command. Once word spreads, the team you painstakingly built will collapse. Xiao Xie curled her lips in mild disdain. Collapse? Not so easily. Besides, Lin Bei was no ordinary man. He cultivated the Tao. If he sensed danger truly existed. All right, I understand. I'll handle it. For now, do as I say, assemble everyone immediately. We'll return shortly. With that, Xiao Xie ended the conversation, tired of her sister's tangents, her overthinking of what mattered and obsessive fretting over what didn't. Was Lu Rian compromised? Absolutely. Lu Rian's figure and appearance were striking, but still fell short of her own. Lin Bei had never faltered in her presence. Why would he react differently to Lu Rian? What truly troubled her now was the chilling thought, what if Lu Rian is merely the tip of a far deeper rot? What if a far greater threat lurked within the team itself? Elsewhere, Lin Bei almost laughed aloud. He'd only meant to eavesdrop on when Sure Yu and the others would return, never expecting to overhear Xiao Shiran's suspicions about him. He shook his head faintly. Was he truly so irredeemably lecherous in their eyes? A man of such unwavering integrity? Did he seem greedy? 5 wives, including Xiao Xie, was hardly excessive. Compared to countless men beyond these walls, he remained astonishingly restrained. Following Xiao Xie's orders, Xiao Shiran gathered everyone swiftly. Within minutes, all assembled in the small plaza before the police station. Their cultivation levels remained low. Most had stayed close to the station, clearing zombies to grow stronger, ensuring they could retreat instantly should danger arise. Women, beset not only by zombies, but also by men. What? A man has entered our base. And Xiao Shiran brought him in. Is that true? Weren't we told outright? No men allowed here. How dare she break this rule first? A special connection. My own brother couldn't get in. So why does she get to bring a man inside? Yes, and my husband is still out there. If family members are permitted, I'll bring my brother in too. It's far safer here than outside. News of a man entering their sanctuary spread like wildfire. Amid the clamor, one woman stepped forward boldly and confronted Xiao Shiran. Little sister Shiran, what does it mean that you've openly brought a man into our ranks? All eyes turned toward her. Xiao Shiran exhaled deeply. She'd known this would happen. She recited her prepared explanation. Everyone, the man I brought back today is no privileged outsider. He co-founded this team with my elder sister and secured this refuge for us all. With chaos escalating beyond the walls, we've invited him back to stand guard. At those words, many faces softened. Ah, I see. So he and elder sister Xie built this team together. I'd assumed he was just another connection. Pity. I'd hoped to bring my brother in after all. Most women remained reasonable, yet suspicions soon stirred. Wait, how do we know this isn't just a story you two made up? When we joined, it was clearly stated this team consisted solely of women. No mention was ever made of a male founder. Now he suddenly appears. How can we trust this isn't merely a pretext to grant him entry? Sisters, don't you agree? The mood shifted instantly. That makes sense. I suspect the same. Besides, if we're all women, won't his presence cause complications? Make him leave. Kick him out. Yes, better he go. Xiao Shiran's brow furrowed sharply. Damn it. Her excuse had barely left her lips before it crumbled. As she scrambled for a reply, the women ahead spoke again. Even if what you say is true, that he and Xiao Xie founded the team, the rules remain absolute, no men allowed. As a founder himself, he should uphold that standard most rigorously. He may reside across the street, in the building opposite the station. Should danger strike, he'll still arrive in moments. Huh. Well now? Xiao Shiran was speechless. Deny him shelter, yet demand his protection. 2 words summed it up, utterly absurd. Yes, living across the street works just as well. Exactly. My brother lives there too. Many male relatives live in that building. It's safer for them and for us. A perfect solution. Elder sister Shiran, please tell him to move across the street. As a co-founder, I'm sure he'll respect our wishes. Right, across the street it is. Elder sister Shiran, you and your sister always said we're equals. I trust both you and him will honor our collective will. I trust you. So do I. Xiao Shiran froze stunned. She'd uttered only a single sentence, and already the situation spiraled beyond control. Before her stood dozens of sisters gazing at her with quiet, expectant eyes. Wait, what on earth was she supposed to do? Send Lin Bei across the street? That place had no electricity, no hot water. Come on. Lin Bei was the strongest cultivator on earth. Wasn't that pure contempt? So, do all of you truly wish me to reside across the street? His voice cut through the air just then. She turned, and there he stood beside her, smiling calmly. Yes. Handsome, elder sister Shiran says you co-founded the team. You know our rules. Live across the street. It's where our male relatives stay anyway, just one road away. If trouble arises, you'll still reach us in time. Exactly. We're all women here. Your presence makes things awkward. Lin Bei laughed, loud, unreserved, and utterly unrestrained. 9. 6. Utterly overturned. Quite the crowd, he murmured, scanning the assembly. Roughly 100 women, some radiant, others ordinary. Here's the plan: those who want me across the street, stay where you are. Those who prefer I remain here, step forward. A few familiar faces stood among them, best avoided for collateral effect. What do you think you're doing? Refusing to leave. An older woman, perhaps 30, raised her voice defiantly. Sisters, don't budge. Let's see how he handles this. A founder who refuses to abide by our rules. A man living among women. What might he do? Peep while we bathe. Steal our undergarments. Or worse, attack us in the dead of night. Exactly. Elder Sister Shiran has spent days warning us how vile and treacherous men are. Yet he is a man too. How can we trust his intentions? What if his original motive for founding an all-female team was never pure? He must not stay here. Agreed. If his conscience is clear, he'll move across the street. Right. Clear conscience means across the street. Lin Bei's smile widened, genuinely amused. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. At last, he'd encountered beings worthy of legend. Since the apocalypse erupted, whom had he met? Shiryu, He-Yun, Jiangyu, Xiaoxia, Lin Wanin, even Wanin, who'd arrived unbidden, possessed self-awareness and discernment. But these women, peerless, unrivaled among peers. Xiaoxia had sheltered them too well, kept them too safe. After all this time in the apocalypse, such astonishing remarks still flowed from their lips. Lin Bei ignored the outcry, his gaze settling instead on Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, Jiangyu's two closest companions. He gave them a subtle, knowing lift of his brows. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai exchanged a glance, then broke into smiles and rushed forward. Lin Bei had arrived. Jiangyu must be near. They'd nearly fallen victim to predators themselves, more aware than anyone of the depravity men could wield in the apocalypse. Yet exceptions existed, and Lin Bei was one. Though he had several wives, each had chosen him freely. Shiryu and He-Yun followed him without reservation, proof enough of how profoundly he cherished them. What are you two doing? Stop right there. The elder woman blocked their path. He's dividing us. Can't you see that? Everyone else stands firm, yet you two rush forward. Have you grown desperate for male attention? Craving his touch? Shameful. Return to your places, immediately. At these words, many of the young women cast disdainful glances toward the two. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, having already graduated and worked in society, had no intention of tolerating her. Xiao Qing immediately wrenched free and struck her with a sharp slap. Who do you think you are shouting like that? Whether I go or not is none of your business. Who the hell are you to boss me around? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Not even my own parents have ever spoken to me this way, calling me a worthless wretch. And just who the hell do you think you are, barking like a mangy dog? Damn it. Xiao Bai also delivered a stinging slap. Exactly. You're the one who's disgraceful. It's been how many days since the apocalypse began, and yet you're still performing this pitiful White Lotus act. What on earth are you pretending to be? Do you seriously believe some handsome man would ever look twice at someone who looks like you? Why don't you squat down and take a piss into a puddle to see your reflection first? What a grotesque, misshapen mess. You'd better scram before I lose my patience. In the harsh reality of the apocalypse, everyone's nerves were frayed. Being unjustly insulted naturally demanded an immediate forceful retort. The crudest verbal barbs, the most visceral catharsis. Then the two hurried over to Lin Bei and asked anxiously, has Sister Xiaoyu arrived yet? Lin Bei gave them a peculiar glance. Sister Xiaoyu will arrive shortly. Wonderful. Noticing Lin Bei's gaze, Xiao Qing blushed faintly and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. We were provoked by her, so we let our tongues run wild. Normally we're quite composed. Xiao Bai nodded emphatically. The elder woman, having just taken 2 slaps, fixed them with venomous eyes. Ah, I see now. So you two know him. Sisters, look closely. Didn't I warn you he was up to no good? Already entangled with 2 of you. We must absolutely forbid him from staying here. If your husband's outside, learn you're sharing quarters with a man, they'll surely feel uneasy. Hearing this, many of the young women furrowed their brows. It made sense. Just then, Xiao Shiyu returned with several other women, walking calmly toward the group. Xiao Shi ran immediately rushed to her elder sister's side and whispered a concise account of everything that had transpired. Having heard it all, Xiao Shiyu swept her gaze across her team members, particularly the elder woman. Their enhanced hearing, a result of evolution, had already carried fragments of the argument to them en route. Yes, she had declared this place off-limits to men, but the rule was hers to make and hers alone to amend. Xiao Bai was right. How many days had passed since the apocalypse began, and yet some still lacked basic self-awareness? Could they truly not tell who held ultimate authority? She had proclaimed equality, but was it genuine? What had she sacrificed for them? And what in return had they offered? Where precisely lay this so-called equality? Her intent was to shield kind-hearted women from harm, not to coddle shameless opportunists. Her team required a thorough reckoning. People needed self-awareness. Dissent could be voiced. She welcomed understanding dialogue. But inciting others, that crossed a line. It's fine, let him proceed. For now we'll simply observe in silence. Xiao Shiyu gently patted her sister's hand in reassurance. At this moment she felt utterly unafraid. Around her stood titans. Lin Bei, globally unrivaled, stood apart as the apex among apexes. One N was likewise beyond comparison. Though she herself had yet to awaken any ability, her physical strength was significantly augmented, placing her on par with high-tier strength-type evolvers. Moreover, Lin Bei had promised to secure an ability for her, a guaranteed ascension to greatness. Jiang Shiyu, He-Yun, and Jiang Yu, each a sovereign force in her own right. Within a single morning, He-Yun and Jiang Shiyu had surged to level 2*3, while Wanan remained at level 2*1. Jiang Yu and Xiao Shiyu had long held level 2*3, but Jiang Yu deliberately yielded zombie kills to others to allow them to catch up. She would never foolishly hoard such opportunities. Gaining several stars in a single morning seemed extraordinary, yet with the aid of rebound pills, such acceleration was inevitable. Even at level 1*9, He-Yun ranked among the world's top few. Now at level 2*3, even Xiao Shiyu dared not challenge her. Merely brushing against her might send one straight to meet one's great-grandmother. Her raw power rivaled only Lin Bei's. Upon seeing Xiao Shiyu arrive, the elder woman confronted her. Xiao Shiyu, you've returned just in time. This man cannot stay here. Regardless of his identity, he must leave immediately. You yourself swore to everyone that no male would ever join our ranks. Sisters, am I right? Yes, absolutely correct. Seizing the moment of collective affirmation, Wang Qi and Xiao Bai rushed to stand beside Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Others followed. Among them Lu Ruyin, who had earlier drawn Lin Bei's attention. Not many, but not few either. Over 20. Xiao Shiyu smiled serenely at the crowd. You're correct. I did utter those words. But today I revised them. No man may enter our territory, except him. These words sent ripples through the crowd. Until now, Xiao Shiyu had always treated them as equals. Every decision reached through collective deliberation. This sudden shift in demeanor was unprecedented. Many silently drifted toward her side. Who in this age was truly foolish? When the leader herself had spoken, defiance was tantamount to suicide. If such deference existed before the apocalypse, how much more imperative was it now? What nonsense is this? Seeing more and more people shifting allegiance, the elder woman raised her voice. We agreed. Any contested matter would be decided by vote. Majority rules. Fair and impartial. Yet now you rule unilaterally. Where is fairness? Where is justice? In exercising this autocracy, do you still regard us as sisters? Sisters, we must not yield. One surrender invites endless submission. Today she brings in one man. Tomorrow who knows how many more. How can our safety possibly be guaranteed? This precedent must not be set. Agreed, the precedent must not be set. One breach opens the door to countless more. We pledged ourselves to an all-female team. So what does bringing in a man signify? A woman who had begun to walk away turned back to echo the sentiment. Xiao Shiyu, if you won't guarantee that he is the only man you'll bring in, then I refuse to accept his presence here. A stout woman near the front shouted, yes, you must guarantee it. Yes. What if you later bring in dozens of men? How can we trust you won't do exactly that? Without consulting us, you've unilaterally admitted a man into our ranks. Should anything go awry, can you bear full responsibility? Many among them were unmarried women. A single man posed little threat, but they feared the domino effect. Once the threshold was crossed, how many more would follow? In the apocalypse, who could predict their intentions or actions? They'd all heard of Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai's altercation. Responsibility. Xiao Shiyu laughed, a laugh laced with irony and quiet contempt. She had merely brought one man home, and yet faced such widespread rejection. Who all these days had shielded them, who had supplied their food and shelter, who ensured they slept soundly each night. Without her, they would be nothing, already reduced to ruin. And yet they dared question her. By what right? Did they possess not even the most fundamental self-awareness? The apocalypse had raged for so long, yet they still failed to grasp reality. Xiao Cs scanned the crowd, saying, what I just said is a notification, not a request. Those who agree to let him join come over here in the last minute. Xiao Xie understood. At this moment, mentioning Lin Bai's name and telling them that he is the #1 in the world would surely make many people eager for his inclusion. However, their willingness would stem from Lin Bai's strength, believing that his presence would ensure greater safety, rather than valuing her authority as the leader. There was no need to tell them this, she admitted. In just over 10 days of the apocalypse, her mindset had undergone significant changes, but she was still determined to protect the kind and vulnerable girls. However, the mode of interaction was no longer the same as before, where everyone was treated equally. Prolonged equal treatment had led some to become arrogant. A strict hierarchy is required for better management. Look at Wang Qi and Xiao Xiaobai. Both of them were saved by her and understood the situation very well. They took the initiative to handle minor matters, doing whatever she asked without arguing, placing her wishes above all. Now look at these people. Are they joking? Xiao Xie, you should give up on this idea. I will never allow you to rule alone. We are all equal, and we all have rights. Why should what you say go? The older sister continued to speak defiantly. Xiao Xie did not even glance at her, her gaze sweeping over the remaining women who had yet to move. One by one, people began to approach, though many remained where they were. The plump sister asked loudly, Xiao Xie, is it so hard to give a promise? As long as you guarantee that you won't bring other men back and swear we are still willing to trust you and will support you. That's right. As long as you swear, we will continue to follow you. We have seen everything you have done, and bringing one man is still within our tolerance. After all you have given, breaking the rule, just this once is fine. Many women behind the plump sister echoed in agreement. In response, Xiao Xie merely cast a dismissive glance, speaking in a tone of utter disdain. Guarantee? You think you are worth my guarantee or oath? You think you are something? Do you deserve me to promise or swear to you? Have I been too nice to you all this time? Xiao Xie showed no mercy. Her words were meant to make everyone else understand that the previously equal situation was no longer in existence. From today onward, no, from this moment forth, she would make her subordinates submit to her. Those who were sensible and self-aware would not find her words harsh. However, those who defied her could not help but react. Once this was said, the plump woman widened her eyes, her anger almost exploding. I pay so many taxes to raise a person like you. Is there no justice or law anymore? Sisters, do you see this? This is the true face of Xiao Xie. She doesn't respect us at all. Does she really think we can't survive without her? Can't we survive in this apocalypse? Just because she awakened a lightning ability due to luck. Without her we can still live well, right, sisters? Yes. Is she too arrogant? Exactly. Isn't it just that her strength is slightly better than ours? Does she really think she is the boss now? And she dares to say we are nothing. What about her? The insult from Xiao Xie angered them. I never claimed to be something, but I am self-aware. Since you say you can live well, without me the door is right there. If you don't leave, I look down on you. Xiao Xie's temper flared up. Damn, she was really giving them face. Beside her, Xiao Xiran became anxious, wondering how their good team was about to fall apart. She turned to look at Lin Bei. It was all his doing. Seeing Lin Bei, she was stunned. With such significant internal conflict in their team, this guy was actually munching on sunflower seeds, appearing as if he was watching a show. As the source of the conflict, he had nothing to say, and yet he could still munch on seeds so comfortably. Want some? Seeing her look over, Lin Bei offered a handful of seeds. Thank you, but no. Xiao Xiran replied with a dark expression, then asked, Mr. Lin, this team is my sister's hard work. She has put in so much. You wouldn't want my sister's efforts to be undone because of you, would you? Lin Bei pulled out a handful of peanuts, popped a few into his mouth, and scanned the crowd ahead. It's okay, it won't disband. After all, it's just a few who are stirring things up and a few who are going along with it that made it turn out like this. Among these people, there are also quite a few interesting ones. Interesting ones. Xiao Xiran frowned, looking again at the crowd. She naturally understood that Lin Bei had something to say. However, these people seemed like very normal women to her, and she couldn't see anything unusual. What exactly is mixed in? She asked eagerly. Her sister had mentioned that there might be a problem within the team. What exactly was the problem? Why were they all being so cryptic? Would it hurt to clarify a bit more? Lin Bei ignored her. He placed a handful of peanuts into He Yun's outstretched hand and asked the women beside him, which ones do you think are it? Let me go first. The old sister who stirs up trouble must be one. He Yun chewed on a peanut, continuing, the plump sister's speeches are just foolish. Sister Xie has made her too comfortable, causing most of her thoughts to remain stuck before the apocalypse. The older sister is different. She is wildly stirring up trouble. She is too persistent. Good brother, you have no conflict with her, yet she is determined to get you out. This conflict can be said to have been instigated by her. Sure, you nodded. I agree with what Xiao Yun said. The reason that older sister is trying everything to get you out is probably because she fears you are too strong and difficult to handle. No matter whether they believe that you are one of the founders of the team, they are all clear about Xiao Xie's character. For her to make an exception and invite you in it is enough to demonstrate your strength. This should be the reason she is going to such lengths to get you out. Exactly. It's similar to what I was thinking. Master, do you have anything to add? Lin Bei turned to Jiang Yu. They've finished speaking, what else can I say? If it were up to me, I would rather finish this quickly and go eat. I'm hungry, and after eating I need to rest a bit before we go kill zombies and level up this afternoon. Jiang Yu stretched lazily, showing signs of boredom. She was not very interested in the gossip. Lin Bei curled his lips. How could there be people who didn't like gossip? Baby, which ones do you think are it? Wanin glanced around, saying there are many. The plump sister is not one, but the older sister is. I feel like several behind the plump and older sisters are, and a few who came to our side are as well. Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. He could see the connections, so he knew which people were which. He didn't expect Wanin to have discovered it too. How did you figure that out? What are you talking about? Standing beside them, Xiao Shiran was confused. What is it, what is not? She couldn't understand a word. What exactly is going on? Because Lin Bei had cast a spatial barrier, their conversation was inaudible to others. Lin Wanin blinked. It's simple. Didn't you notice? Many people are not breathing. Also, that older sister, let's not talk about whether her speeches are problematic, but she has been slapped twice and isn't even reddening at all. Clearly she is not alive. Not alive? Xiao Shiran's pupils contracted sharply. What did that even mean? If not alive, then what were they, zombies? Yet they all appeared perfectly ordinary, she thought, and turned her gaze toward them. She fixed her eyes on each person's chest, observing one after another. Indeed, as Lin Wanin had claimed, there was not the faintest rise or fall. Breathing inevitably caused chest movement, even imperceptibly slight, yet she would have detected it. But many stood utterly still, chests motionless. When silent and unmoving, they resembled corpses down to the last detail. No. This. She felt certain she'd misjudged, rubbed her eyes, stared again for a long while. Their chests truly showed not even the subtlest trace of respiration. Lin Wanin shrugged. Perhaps they simply forgot to breathe. Even ordinary living people occasionally do, but their body's autonomic mechanisms quickly restore it. Beings who don't require breath, however, need never resume it. Then what are they, oi? Xiao Shiran was utterly bewildered. Yin replied, this morning Big Brother told Shiyu's sister. Didn't she tell you? They are corpse humans, half human, half corpse zombies retaining human memory. Corpse humans. Xiao Shiran's eyes widened. Zombies retaining human memory. Such beings actually exist. How is this possible? By consuming zombie flesh. Consuming zombie flesh. Xiao Shiran frowned deeply. Though unafraid of zombies, the very image of them nauseated her, let alone eating their flesh. Preposterous. Astonishingly cosmically preposterous. Wait, doesn't being bitten by a zombie differ fundamentally from eating its flesh? Lin Wanin paused and thought. Perhaps it's analogous to snake venom. A venomous bite induces poisoning, yet ingesting the venom itself poses no harm. The venom is merely a protein digested and absorbed by the body. Maybe zombie flesh functions similarly, digested and assimilated. Except the zombie virus proves too potent, transforming the body into a zombie while preserving consciousness. Hearing Wanin's explanation, Xiao Shiran grasped it at once. She pressed further. If they've become zombies retaining human awareness, do they, like zombies, feed upon humans to evolve? Likely so. Lin Bei remained uncertain. I've encountered them only once. Still, if they are zombies, they probably share the same nature. He cracked a sunflower seed. Lin Bei suddenly recalled something and murmured, ah, both zombies and corpse humans evolve by feeding on humans. We could domesticate several. Rather than wasting energy killing fools outright, why not simply toss them to our charges? Killing fellow humans yields no energy, but raising corpse humans or zombies to higher tiers, and then slaying them, that's efficient. Feasible. Highly feasible. They'd already encountered far too many fools these past days, and surely would again. Resources must be used wisely. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Discussions of advancement and strength always captivated her. An excellent suggestion. But where would we confine them? Domesticating zombies or corpse humans was perilous indeed. A single misstep could ignite catastrophe. They needed an absolutely secure, foolproof location. Otherwise, sleep itself would become impossible, haunted by fears of escape. Jiang Shiyu said, I once watched an anime. I believe I can create a spatial domain capable of containing living beings. Nothing is safer than space itself. Unless the adversary possesses spatial abilities, brute force alone is useless. Anime. A space for living beings. Great divine might. Bei, are you from the village too? Shiryu blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Bei to have watched the same anime. Ganner. Definitely a villager. So Bei, what do you think of great divine might? Does it hold merit? It does, abundantly. Initially, I considered manifesting great divine might, but my tier 2 ability lacked sufficient energy. Now at tier 3, I should finally succeed. As he spoke, Lin Bei began attempting it. Developing abilities was arduous, yet also deceptively simple. He need not fear exhausting his energy reserves. He could iterate endlessly, testing and refining until he found the correct path forward. I'll try too, Shiryu declared, and instantly began. Come on. Who among the villagers wouldn't yearn for great divine might? It's great divine might. Meanwhile, the plump woman, already agitated by Xiao Shiyu's sharp rebuke, grew even more inflamed. Fine, I'll leave. What's the big deal? Do you really think we can't survive without you? Ridiculous. Sisters, let's go together. She whirled around and strode decisively toward the door. The young women standing behind her exchanged glances, but none followed. Wait, you're serious, Aunt Shen? You're really leaving? Given the situation outside, are you certain? Moments earlier these same women had demanded Xiao Shiyu swear an oath, but now their faces fell. Gathered together as they were beyond the mended iron gate nearby, hordes of zombies crowded, gray decayed, even mutilated arms thrusting through the bars, clawing wildly. Logically speaking, they could defeat those zombies. But afterward, food posed no concern. But how would they sleep at night? With so few of them, how would they withstand a full-scale zombie tide? What if they encountered height-ear zombies en route? In that instant, regret surged. Go on. Why are you still standing there? The plump woman halted, still seething, her anger overriding all reason. Shiyu has spoken so plainly. Do you still intend to stay? We've slain countless zombies already. Without her, we'll survive just fine. Let's go. The women exchanged glances once more. Move? No. No one followed her. Fury burned within her. Why wouldn't her sisters join her? What awaited them beyond this place? Just zombies. Just men. Just ever-present danger. Just the dread of being surrounded by the undead. Just the fear of being targeted. The more she pondered, the paler her face grew. With only herself and these few sisters, they truly stood little chance. The variables outside were endless. Leaving this police station might cost them their lives within minutes. And they'd be finished. But she'd already spoken so harshly to Xiao Shiyu. To stay now would cost her dignity. Was pride more important than life? Both mattered. She demanded both. Since none of you will go, I won't either. Will. Trust Shiyu once more. After all she's done for us, bending the rules just this once is justified. One man, no great consequence. She turned and walked back. Shiyu watched coldly. Seriously, head back to Gotham City. Batman says he won't hit you anymore. What does that mean? Ian looked baffled. It means she's the Joker. The plump woman flushed. Publicly labeled a clown was unbearable, but survival demanded she feign deafness. She endured. Because Shiyu truly wanted her gone. And she dared not go. So she endured. There was no other choice. Great divine might. A tentative breakthrough. Seeing the quarrel subside, Lin Bei stretched languidly and swept his gaze across the crowd. I offer a chance to some among you. Step forward, and perhaps you live. Hesitate, and death is certain. Those who understand my meaning know precisely whom I address. At those words, Lu Ruyin, standing among the crowd near Lin Bei, froze, her pupils contracting slightly before returning to normal. As word leaked out, that shouldn't be possible. She was probably overthinking it. Perhaps someone from another faction had infiltrated the group. People like them would never betray their own. Her gaze swept casually across the circle, all clear. None of her comrades had given themselves away. Or perhaps this man was bluffing. Impossible. The next instant, Lu Ruyin's heart lurched in horror. Before her, the tip of a sharp blade pierced through the chest of the elder sister who had deliberately stoked discord. Thick black blood oozed slowly from the wound, yet the woman remained utterly oblivious. They'd been exposed. Exposed again. Her fists clenched involuntarily. Just moments earlier she'd still clung to faint hope, but that single blade shattered it. They were truly uncovered. How? Where had it gone wrong? Had one of their covertly converted agents betrayed them? That shouldn't be possible. Once transformed into a corpse human, their craving for living flesh rivaled a cat's hunger for fish. Former comrades were no longer kin. They were succulent prey. She knew this truth intimately. At that moment she had no mind left to wonder who had struck, or how. A thought flickered, and the hidden switch within her body was triggered. She would not foolishly assume others were exposed while she remained safe. Even if she hadn't been revealed, yet the elder sister's exposure meant Xiao Xia would soon inspect everyone. Delay meant inevitable exposure and death. She had to alert him immediately, or any hesitation might cost them all their lives. What's that foul stench? A young woman standing beside the elder sister wrinkled her nose, sniffing the air, then froze. Her pupils contracted sharply as she stared at the source, the glint of half-exposed blade protruding from the elder sister's chest, and the woman's eerily unchanging expression. Swallowing hard, she instinctively stepped backward, eyes wide with terror. What are you doing? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? The elder sister, Li Jie, asked, bewildered by the girl's reaction. Li Jie, don't you feel anything? Your heart's been pierced. And your blood, why is it black? Why does it reek? Are you even human, or a zombie? The girl retreated further, voice trembling with raw fear and wariness, as if bracing for an imminent lunge. She feared the woman might pounce at any second. The words hung in the air, and dozens turned to look. Every onlooker's pupils constricted in unison. Some were baffled how could a living person stand motionless after such a wound and bleed black. After all, zombies possessed no consciousness. Others trembled, not from confusion, but dread. They hadn't expected anyone in their squad to strike first. Several glanced uneasily toward Lin Bei. Recalling his earlier words, it became chillingly clear this newly joined man had uncovered their true nature, and perhaps even delivered that fatal blow himself. They had never imagined exposure would come so suddenly, leaving them paralyzed adrift. What is this? Li Jie, the elder sister, lowered her gaze. What met her eyes stunned her, the blade's cold, gleaming edge piercing her white t-shirt, now stained pitch black with her own viscous blood. Who did this? Her first instinct was to whirl around. Logically, the attacker stood behind her. But when she spun, no one was there. All had backed away, leaving only empty space where the assailant should have been. Xiao Xian narrowed her eyes. So it was confirmed. She'd known it all along. When Xiao Xiran had contacted her earlier, she'd sensed something amiss, that their squad might harbor corpse humans. Whether coerced into consuming zombie flesh or driven by starvation to do so willingly, their presence boded ill. I offered you a chance. You simply failed to cherish it. Lin Bei's voice fell calm and detached as he slowly raised his hand and clenched it midair, aimed directly at Li Jie. Boom! Instantly, the living figure, still impaled by the blade, collapsed inward, dissolving into a viscous sludge that spilled across the ground. Holy! Xiao Xiran blurted, stunned into profanity. She knew Lin Bei was formidable, but never imagined his power had ascended to this level. Li Jie's evolution rank was modest, yet even as a first-year 8-star entity, human or otherwise, she was no trivial foe. And yet, he'd crushed her from afar with nothing but a gesture. Not just Xiao Xiran. Everyone present, save for Shi Yu and the few women beside her, stared at Lin Bei as if beholding a mythic beast. The apocalypse had raged for barely 10 days, long enough to shatter worlds, yet far too brief for any mortal to ascend so terrifyingly. Sao Rilong, Sao Rilong, Sao Rilong. A young girl shrieked uncontrollably. Lin Bei nearly lost composure. Truly. He glanced at Xiao Xia. After all this time in the apocalypse, the girl still screamed at such sights. A testament, he realized, to how fiercely Xiao Xia had shielded them. But as the girl noticed, no one else reacted, only her own voice echoing. Her cheeks flushed crimson and she clamped her mouth shut. In the apocalypse, wasn't this perfectly ordinary? Lin Bei's gaze swept across the rest. In that heartbeat, those who'd refused to support his stay, swayed by Li Jie's influence, were seized by crushing regret. Likewise, the women who'd pressured Xiao Xia to swear oaths under the fat elder sister's sway now panicked, their confidence shattered. They eyed their companions warily and pleaded silently toward Xiao Xia. They were terrified of those beside them, and more so of the man who might with a glance reduce them to pulp. Only now did they grasp the sheer unfathomable terror Lin Bei embodied. Did he covet them? A laughable notion. Such a sovereign being would never deign to notice them. Nor did they fail to understand Xiao Xia had acted solely for their sake, enduring untold effort to bring such a paragon into their fold. And they'd misread her devotion entirely. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll confess everything. I didn't choose this. I was forced to. Spare me. Under Lin Bei's gaze, several corpse humans broke, collapsing to their knees before him. Uncertain whether they'd already been unmasked, they dared not risk Li Jie's fate, dissolving into sludge before their very clothes. They were young. They feared no zombie outside. Then why did they lack the fierce will to survive? Speak, Lin Bei commanded. One woman, strikingly beautiful, attempted to bargain. If I tell you everything, will you? Her plea died mid-sentence. Like Li Jie, she liquefied, splattering fresh rancid sludge onto her own garments. The nauseating stench bloomed instantly. Gurgle. Nearby, the kneeling women trembled violently. Though they no longer needed breath, fear gripped them, driving them to spill every secret in frantic succession. Too overwhelming. He wouldn't even let a supplicant utter a single word to save her life. I was forced. I swear I was forced. It was her doing. One woman pointed frantically at a fellow kneeler. We went hunting zombies together. She drugged me, then fed me zombie flesh while I was unconscious, turning me into this abomination, and made me eat my own kind. I've done nothing evil. I was forced. Believe me, I'm innocent. You're lying. You call yourself innocent. After what you did to me. I trusted you as my closest sister, and you betrayed me. Yuejia, don't listen to her. It was her who made me like this. Yuejia. One accusation dragged another. No need for Lin Bei to name names. Wolves emerged spontaneously from the kneeling ranks, each dragging the next upward in cascading betrayal. Soon a small cabal surfaced. When 3 women were named, they did not retaliate, only stared down, faces ashen and silent. All understood these 3 were the source. Xiao Xia's brow furrowed as she addressed them. You 3, you were among the first I rescued. Were you also forced to consume zombie flesh? They were not coerced. They swallowed it willingly. A man's voice materialized out of thin air. At the sound, Lu Rian, who had remained silent until now, broke into a smile. So did the three young women whom Xiao Xie had just questioned. In the next instant, a man's figure appeared before them, seemingly conjured from empty space. He was somewhat handsome, yet still fell short of Lin Bei, whose charm rivaled that of the most striking readers themselves. A familiar spatial fluctuation rippled through the air. Instantly, Lin Bei understood this man too wielded spatial abilities. Honey, you're here. I was terrified just now. I thought I'd never see you again. That man is terrifyingly powerful, just like you. With a single gesture, he crushed a living person into pulp. His strength is no trifling matter. Against him, one cannot even raise a hand in resistance. Hi, be careful. Don't underestimate him. The three women hurried to his side, leaning affectionately against him as they reported what had transpired. Oh. Hearing this, the man first swept his gaze across Xiao Xiyu and the others, then turned curiously toward Lin Bei. He raised a hand toward the woman kneeling on the ground. Was this the scene you witnessed? Indeed. As he clenched his fist. Boom. A zombie instantly liquefied into sludge. The kneeling women stared stunned. So, why destroy her? She's one of us. If you truly wish to prove your might, try crushing the women beside him instead. What on earth? Everyone, can you believe it? Yes, exactly like that. One woman nodded vigorously. Could it be Lihai also possessed spatial abilities? Only one way to find out. Lihai extended his hand toward Lin Bei. In that instant, the space surrounding Lin Bei solidified into translucent, suffocating walls, then began collapsing inward with crushing force. A faint smirk curled Lin Bei's lips. So this fellow mimicked his gesture. Though for Lin Bei, it was mere theatrical flourish. His style endured forever, while raw power mattered less. His index finger twitched, and the ethereal walls dissolved at once. Such attribute-based attacks hinged solely on whose ability ran deeper. Regrettably, his own capacity was effectively infinite. Fascinating. Lihai's lips lifted slightly as he casually swept a hand through his hair. Spatial mastery. That explains why Xiao Xie permitted you entry. But alas, you should never have come here. Nor should Xiao Xie have drawn near you. She is my prey. Lin Bei chuckled. Someone else coveted Xiao Xie and wielded spatial powers too. Or rather, like Shiryu, he possessed no innate ability at all. Apologies, but she is already mine. What? Lihai's brow furrowed sharply, his eyes narrowed, gaze turning dangerous. Choose your words again, carefully. Perhaps then I'll grant you a swift death. Lin Bei said nothing, only tilted his head slightly. Xiao Xie stepped forward, instinctively rose onto her toes, and kissed him softly. Lin Bei smiled, a genuine radiant smile. He slipped an arm around her slender waist, staking his claim. Xie, do you know this man? No. She shook her head. She had never laid eyes on him before. She had meant to stay silent, but something stirred within her, and her lips nearly betrayed her amusement as she half lay against Lin Bei's chest. Some clown from nowhere dares call me his prey. Does he even know whose woman I am? To lay hands upon me is to invite the wrath of the Dragon King, and die without understanding how. Lin Bei. 6. Lihai. He had observed her covertly. Exquisite, brilliant, elegant, and gifted with formidable abilities. He had long intended to transform her into one of their hybrid undead kind. Yet now she behaved like a witless supporting character from some shallow melodrama. Then he saw the suppressed curve of Xiao Xie's lips, and realized she was doing it deliberately. But that wasn't the crux. The crux was that his long-targeted, meticulously planned prize now nestled tenderly in another man's arms, leaving him with the visceral revulsion of a fly suddenly bursting between his teeth, its foul essence flooding his mouth. If mere beauty were the issue, it would be tolerable. But Xiao Xie was destined to stand at his right hand, to reign as sovereign of his inner court. Now, however, she bore another shape. With a flick of his wrist, a sofa manifested behind him. He sat, his gaze glacial as he fixed it upon Lin Bei. Any final words? How insufferably arrogant. He struts before my dear brother like this. I'd love to punch him and remind him beyond every sky lies a higher one, beyond every master a greater one. Beyond every sky lies a higher one. Lihai laughed. Today I shall show you what true heaven means. You fancy fists. His eyes locked onto He Yun's arm, intense focused. Then bid farewell to your fist. Canway. Lin Bei's gaze narrowed. He dispersed the spatial distortion with effortless precision. Lihai's brow furrowed, irritation flashing across his features. Annoying. That perfectly dramatic moment had been ruined. Spatial abilities were extraordinary, yet pitifully ineffectual against their own kind. To onlookers, the two men had done nothing at all. No matter. He possessed a lethal trump card, his ultimate technique. Dream on if you think you'll touch my hand. With my dear brother here, you'll never lay a finger on me, Nyanya. Though He Yun saw nothing, she sensed unmistakably that something had occurred. She continued, voice sharp. What's the point of such pretense? To become half human, half zombie, to exist neither as man nor ghost, is proof of only one thing: early starvation forced you to consume zombie flesh. The more grandiose you appear, now the more cowardly you were then. Hyun's logic held firm. They ate zombie flesh because hunger left them no choice. This man, polished and poised now, had surely cowered like a dog in those early days, too afraid even to seek food. Ha ha ha. Lehigh roared with laughter. Miss, might it be possible that I chose zombie flesh despite having abundant provisions? Lin Bei's brow furrowed, then relaxed. He understood. Yes, it was indeed a viable path. He himself had contemplated it before, yet he had dismissed it outright. Why surrender humanity to become something as grotesque as the undead? What do you mean? You'd eat zombie flesh when real food was available? Xiao Shiran asked, puzzled. Have you heard the saying, all roads lead to Rome? Lehigh countered, evading her question. The women exchanged bewildered glances. Then comprehension dawned, followed swiftly by grim concern. Xiao Xia turned to the three women beside Lehigh. So, that's why you consumed zombie flesh. You abandoned your humanity to follow him, to become such abominations. The three women smiled. Xiao Xia, don't speak so easily from your lofty perch. Not everyone possesses your rare gifts. You fear no zombies, you storm their ranks unscathed. But what of us, powerless and vulnerable? What if you're absent one day, and we're surrounded? Better to join them now than be torn apart later. Exactly. You call us monsters, but remember, all roads lead to Rome. What if the future belongs to zombies? What if they evolve intelligence, build civilizations, forge technology? How different would they truly be from humankind? Rather than live in perpetual dread, why not become pioneers of the new order? Believe me, you've no idea how liberating it feels. We walk freely among them, no longer hunted but revered. They see us as kin, as leaders, as elders. To me, today's zombies are merely children yet to mature. Xiao Xia, Hai values you deeply. He treats his women with unwavering devotion. I'm profoundly grateful and in awe of you. Without you, we'd have perished long ago under torment. We'd never have met our Hai. Please, hear my plea, join us. Together let us forge our zombie empire. You cannot defeat us. Truly, try it yourself. Becoming a sentient zombie is exhilarating. Xiao Xia's eyes narrowed. Well, there was a sliver of truth in it. But still, she preferred remaining human. All right, I understand that you have chosen this path out of fear, but if you lay your hands on others and force them to follow the same road, especially in my team, do not blame me for what happens next. I will demand the price of your lives. The situation was already clear. There was no need to continue the conversation. A long whip of lightning took shape in her hand, crackling with arcs of electricity. Upon hearing this, the three women not only felt no fear, but even laughed. Xiao Xia, we admit that you are strong, but after all, you are not a god. You can swim like a dragon among the tide of corpses, but how many zombies can you actually kill? 5,000, or 10,000, or even 20,000, or perhaps 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Everyone knew that the zombies aimed to recruit other zombies as their subordinates. With the intelligence of the man in front of her, it was impossible for him not to do so. Having spatial abilities, he must have long since expanded a vast space to store zombies, which undoubtedly contained many high-level zombies. Just a little while ago, he had already created a dedicated space for his might, and by continuously infusing energy, he could expand the capacity of that space. Similarly, from the other party's perspective, expanding their space for might was their primary goal, carrying a large number of zombies with him. This was his trump card. Therefore, when he appeared, Lin Bei was waiting for this moment. 100,000. Zundu Jiadu, Zundu Jiadu, Zundu Jiadu. Upon hearing such a number of zombies, Hyun was beyond excited. The feeling of power surging was addictive, and her two cute big eyes sparkled as she stared at Lehigh across from her. He, truly a good person. I don't know, it might be real. Sure, you also got excited, moving her thoughts to distribute food to everyone. Sisters, eat a little something first. After we deal with these zombies, we can have a grand feast. Jiang Yu quickly devoured a piece of steak. Lin Bei, can you refine some pills that fill our stomachs? With our current appetite, it would be troublesome if we encounter special situations and don't have time to eat. You can refine pills for recovering energy and healing injuries, so it should be a piece of cake for you. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Tongzi, did you hear that? New pills are on the way. Rest assured, the mission is guaranteed to be accomplished. I will take care of it. Okay, Lin Bei said to Jiang Yu. Yes, when I have time, I will look into it. Quantity over quality for food doesn't work either. 100,000 zombies. Xiao Xia couldn't help but lick her lips. Oh, energy. Ah, that was pure energy. With their ability to consume endless recovery pills, what they currently lacked was a massive amount of zombies. It was like someone delivering a pillow when you were just dozing off. Unable to contain her excitement, she flicked the long whip in her hand to vent the restlessness and heat within her heart, causing the lightning whip's tail to smash a deep pit into the ground. I want it. I really want it. I could barely hold myself back, even Lin Wanan started to look forward to it. Although she was the weakest here that was only in this small team. After killing zombies for a whole morning, she had already gotten used to the rhythm of the others. Just do it. Just kill them. What is going on with these people? The woman beside Li Hai frowned tightly. Her earlier words were meant to make Xiao Xie retreat. She was still a normal person now, and if injured by zombies in the tide, it would be quite troublesome. However, after finishing her words, not only did Xiao Xie show no fear, but she also seemed eager and somewhat impatient. Not just her, the unfamiliar women beside the man felt the same. No, the tide of corpses. 100,000 corpses. Aren't you afraid? Look at the others. Xiao Qing Xiao Bai Wang Qi and Xiao Bai. Upon hearing her words, their faces turned pale. Zhang Yen, I want to be one of you. I want to join you. Let me join. The chubby sister hurried over to Zhang Yen saying. Once 100,000 corpses appeared, no matter how strong Xiao Xie and that man were, it would be useless. They would only be torn apart by the zombies. Except for the chubby sister. Those who initially supported her and urged Xiao Xie to swear also approached begging. Those who had argued fiercely before were now kneeling on the ground pleading. Yin Jia, we have such a good relationship. Let me become like you. I am strong too. I am a first level 7 star. Yin Jia, I am a first level 8 star. Zhang Yin looked at Li Hai beside her. Li Hai raised a hand. In front of each person appeared a severed zombie arm. Eat it, and you will step into glorious evolution, blood and flesh, suffering zombie ascension. Zombie flesh. The chubby sister swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and began to bite and swallow it. Ugh, it stank. So disgusting. So nauseating. It was as if she had been wearing a pair of socks soaked in the sweat of her feet for a year without washing them, and then stepped in water outside, dampening them in airtight shoes for a whole day. The smell made her break out in goosebumps. Yet she still bore the disgust and continued to eat. Living was definitely better than dying. Moreover, Zhang Yan's words had indeed attracted many. They were not Xiao Xie. They feared the tide of corpses. They did not want to be knocked down and bitten by zombies. They wanted to be the leaders of the zombies. Yin Jia, I want it too. Yin Jia, I want to join too. I won't be human anymore, Yu Jia. Many of the girls who supported Lin Bei also rushed over. Xiao Xie did not stop them. Everyone has their own aspirations, as she was not their mother. Since they wished to die, she would let them be. Across from them, Li Hai, sitting on the sofa, had an increasingly broad smile. The power on Xiao Xie's side diminished while his grew. As one diminished, the other strengthened, making their chances of victory even slimmer. Moreover, their hopes were already slim. Oh no, they had none at all. Xiao Xie, I will give you a chance. It's still not too late to come to me now. As long as you kneel and call me master, I will preserve your consciousness and let you step into glorious evolution. With that, he waved a hand. Behind him appeared 10 zombies, each towering at 3 meters with an extremely exaggerated physique, and their explosive muscles made it intimidating to face them. He wanted to showcase his strength and make them submit. Of course, it was far from over. Following that, 10 lickers from movies appeared. 10 gray-skinned reinforced zombies appeared. 10 zombies that pounded their chests and roared emerged. 10 zombie giant tigers appeared. 10 zombie lions appeared. Every zombie exuded a strong sense of oppression. Each beast terrified them. If they were ordinary levels, it would be fine, but judging by their aura, each one started at least at the 2nd level. Exaggerated. It was really too exaggerated. Countless girls were so frightened that their legs went weak. Come on. The apocalypse had only erupted for just over 10 days, not 10 months. Such a lineup was simply too luxurious and top tier. Roar, roar. The roars of beasts and the howls of zombies tugged at everyone's nerves. Not only that, behind these high-level zombies appeared a dense horde of corpses stretching as far as the eye could see. They were terrified. They trembled. They simply could not fight back. Some girls who were still hesitating upon seeing this scene transformed from 2-wheel drive to 4-wheel drive, scrambling toward Zhang Yin, demanding zombie flesh to join. Even those who had just resolved to follow Xiao Xie and the others to fight out were now panicking and running over. Is this really something a human can cope with? Ha ha ha. Li Hai burst into unrestrained laughter as more and more people gathered around Xiao Xiyu. This was the sheer oppressive weight of his zombie legion. Elder sister, what do we do now? Xiao Shiran's hands trembled as she clutched Xiao Shiyu's sleeve. Aside from their sisterly bond, only a dozen or so others, including Lin Bei, stood with them, barely 24 souls in total. Before the vast tide of zombies, they appeared terrifyingly insignificant. Like a solitary skiff adrift upon a churning tempestuous sea, always on the verge of being swallowed whole. Xiao Shiyu, you are an intelligent woman. You understand precisely what this moment demands. Come to me, let us conquer this planet together. You wield lightning-based abilities, or would it not be a tragic waste to fall here? Yield, and every zombie in this legion shall kneel before you. You shall become queen of this new world. You shall stand second only to me, above all others. Of course, should you refuse, I shall reduce you to a mindless zombie and keep you at my side, cultivating you anew. Though I abhor inconvenience, I do not fear it. The choice is yours alone. Li Hai fixed his gaze upon Xiao Shiyu. His terms were unambiguous. Yet, her expression was profoundly strange, uncannily so. Not a trace of fear crossed her face at this overwhelming force. Instead, she broke into an exaggerated, almost grotesque smile, as if a deranged huntress had just cornered her prey. Could it be? She had been driven mad by terror. He could understand her exhilaration at confronting a minor zombie swarm. But this was no mere skirmish. This was a full-scale horde. She ought to know she could not possibly overcome it. Lin Bei, I can't hold back much longer. Xiao Shiyu seemed utterly deaf to Li Hai's ultimatum, her eyes locked unwaveringly upon the high-tier zombie ahead. Without turning, she spoke to Lin Bei. Big brother, I can't hold back either. He flicked her tongue across her glistening, oils-licked lips, just moments after devouring a grilled sausage, and her body quivered faintly. Ecstasy. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy. It wasn't only the two of them. Wan In Jiangyu and Shiyu likewise trembled, their bodies humming with anticipation. After all, these weren't mere monsters. They were raw energy. Energy capable of elevating them, refining them, propelling them forward. So much energy, enough conservatively to advance each of them by 2 or 3 stars. How then could anyone remain calm? Lin Bei swept his hair back and turned toward Lu Ruyan, the silent regal figure standing quietly beside Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Miss Lu, by remaining here, do you intend to betray that man? Lu Ruyan froze. In the next instant, a hand seized her and yanked her backward, not by another, but by Li Hai himself, seated calmly on the sofa. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Bei. I'm curious, how did you see through her? Her scent masked by perfume, her skin disguised by makeup, her eyes concealed behind colored contacts. Where precisely did she appear zombie-like? Originally, he'd intended Lu Ruyan as a hidden blade, ready to strike from within should control slip away. But now that she'd been exposed, that plan was forfeit. Xiao Shiran gasped in shock. Lu Ruyan truly was half human, half zombie. A faint, knowing smile curved Lin Bei's lips. It was simple. Within his field of vision, a translucent information panel hovered beside Lu Ruyan, visible to him alone. Name Lu Ruyan. Appearance score 91. Pre-apocalypse occupation car model. Comprehensive score 90. Tier 2 Tier 1 star. Race zombified human. Ability charge S rank. Awakened level 3. Bonds. Car model 1. When activated, all team members' vehicle operation skills double. Innate Green Hat Saint Body 1. Innate Stocking Saint Body 1. Wealthy Man Slayer 1. Otaku Slayer 1. Fishing Expert 1. Gourmet 1. Fitness Enthusiast 1. Such an extraordinary constellation of bonds could only belong to one person, the legendary Empress Ruyan. Indeed, her reputation was well earned. He'd refrained from acting against her solely out of fascination with her strength charge ability. After all, it was strength. Give me one reason to tell you, Lin Bei said. Very well. Excellent. I hope you won't soon be kneeling before me begging to confess. Let us show them, once and for all, who truly rules this land, humanity, or the undead. Attack! Li Hai raised his hand and slashed it downward. At his command, dozens of second-tier zombies and zombie beasts roared and surged forward like piranhas scenting blood. Behind them stretched a tide of corpses so vast it defied comprehension. Boom, boom, boom. The entire police station shuddered, deep, thunderous tremors rolling like distant, wrathful drums. What do we do now? Xiao Shiran collapsed onto her knees, her face blank with disbelief. She was not alone. Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, Wang Qi, and the others shared her paralysis. None of them had ever faced such a monstrous horde, least of all one composed entirely of elite-tier undead. Come on, there were barely 20 of them. Was this scale truly necessary? Attack, my darlings. Time to feast. Lin Bei's voice dropped low and sharp. Roger. His women, starved for battle, burst forth like wild stallions freed from their reins. Whoosh. Jiang Yu pushed off the ground, launching herself forward. Sorry, sisters. I let you have your fun this morning. Now it's time for interest. No more holding back. As she charged, she drew the collapsible short spear strapped at her waist, extending it mid-leap, and brought it down in a crushing overhead strike aimed at the skull of a hulking 3-turtle second-tier zombie. Die, grr. The muscle-bound zombie snarled. It would not foolishly expose its relatively vulnerable head. Instead, it caught the descending spear shaft in one massive hand, and with the other formed a fist and drove it straight toward her slender frame. A faint smirk curled Li Hai's lips. Let that punch cripple her, render her immobile. Such a stunning woman would make a magnificent addition to his ranks. Not just her, others behind Lin Bei too. He had to admit, this man who shared his spatial affinity possessed remarkable fortune to gather so many exceptional women. But alas, he had met him. Targeting Xiao Shiyu was unquestionably the greatest decision of his life. Wait, what the? Li Hai's eyes widened in shock. He shot upright, stunned. He'd imagined the white-robed woman flung backward by the zombie's blow, But reality shattered expectation. The instant the zombie's hand touched the spear shaft, it crumbled to dust. Its colossal body was then cleaved cleanly in two by the unstoppable descent. The violence was staggering, yet it was only the beginning. Having slain the first, the white-robed woman braced the spears but against her hip, neutralizing its downward inertia, then pivoted, using her own body as fulcrum, to swing it leftward then thrust rightward. With that leftward arc, the spear's tip bisected the skull of another second-tier muscle zombie. Only then did it pierce the third's forehead. 1 second. All of it unfolded in a single heartbeat, which meant the very woman he dismissed moments earlier as merely passably beautiful had in that fleeting second annihilated 3 of his most formidable lieutenants. Her movements seamless, flawless, and utterly decisive. Yes, slaying 3 second-tier zombies flooded Jiang Yu with immense energy, propelling her to the next tier. The surge of strength compelled her to cry out. Simultaneously, 2 second-tier lickers lunged at her, one from the left, one from the right. She fired twice, and both skulls exploded. 2 more surges of energy flooded her veins, intoxicating, euphoric. Hey, senior sister, you, don't kill them too fast. Hide-tier zombies are rare. Leave some for us. In just 2 seconds, senior sister, you had slain 5. If she hesitated, even a few more heartbeats, the hard-won parity and cultivation levels would vanish again. He pushed off the ground. Crunch. The concrete floor caved inward, forming a deep crater beneath her. She shot forward like a speeding automobile. 3 swift, unadorned slashes, 1, 2, 3, and 3 second-tier zombies fell apart, like ordinary mortals cleaved cleanly in two. Lehigh. Wait, just who is the protagonist here? Wasn't it supposed to be Xiao Shiyu? What in the world is happening with these two? With a sharp whoosh, Wan surged forward, propelling herself off the ground. Unlike Jiang Yu and He Yun, who targeted muscular zombie elites, she chose ordinary level 2 zombies of comparable size. To her, even ordinary level 2 zombies were as insignificant as ants. Though she possessed no awakened ability, her 5-fold enhanced strength rendered her terrifyingly formidable. Dispatching them in an instant posed no challenge whatsoever. This was the era of awakened beings. In the earliest days of the apocalypse, the gap between awakened individuals and ordinary evolved humans had been narrow, but with each ascension, that chasm widened exponentially. Lehigh. Another one. This is getting absurd. What on earth is going on? His pupils contracted sharply once more, and before he could stop himself, he cried out. No. The 3 women's monstrous close combat prowess had already stunned him, but what truly shattered his composure was the final woman standing beside that man. She too wielded spatial manipulation. She stood motionless, raised her blade, and a spatial rift tore open. A level 2 muscular brute plummeted downward, cleaved cleanly in two from crown to pelvis, as if sliced through soft tofu. He couldn't accept it. Truly he could not. In under 5 seconds, over a dozen elite level 2 zombies, his entire squad, had been eradicated. Come on. There had to be limits to power. Zhao Yu's body crackled with arcs of lightning as she charged forward, wielding a whip of pure thunder. With a single lash, she sent a level 2 zombie hurtling backward. Its chest blackened, instantly reeking of charred flesh. Before it could rise, a spear of lightning pierced its forehead. Lehigh's brow furrowed deeply. Though Zhao Yu, a lightning awakened, had indeed dispatched a level 2 zombie in an instant, her method paled in comparison to the other 4 women. Not marginally, but catastrophically. The disparity was staggering. While Zhao Yu took time to eliminate just 1, each of the other 4 had already felled 2 or 3 more. His elite squad looked like a cruel joke before them. Damn it. Almost immediately he erupted again. There, she descended like a celestial maiden into the rear tide of zombies, long spear in hand. With a sweeping arc, an invisible force erupted outward, sending hundreds of zombie heads soaring skyward. A few such sweeps cleared a vast expanse of open ground. Wait, these women, are they cultivators? Lehigh's eyes bulged wide. Had only the white-robed woman unleashed this technique, he might have attributed it to an awakened ability. But when the other 2 young women, annoyed by ordinary zombies cluttering their path, deployed identical area-clearing strikes, his mind recoiled. This lay far beyond the boundaries of his comprehension. Xiao Yun Wan, go clear the ordinary zombies. Leave the height-ear ones to Lin Bei. Our cultivation levels are low. These common zombies are more than enough for us to ascend. Jiang Yu called out after carving out a wide clearing. Yes, senior sister Xiao Yu. Understood. He Yun leapt lightly off the ground. She vaulted atop a gorilla's shoulder, launching herself into midair. Below her, a writhing sea of zombies offered no foothold. With a single slash, she decapitated dozens, instantly opening another swath of bare earth. SHD. They're all cheating. Damn. Lehigh swore again, utterly losing his composure. These girls. Where had they even come from? Their ferocity shook him to his core, making him question whether even his army of 100,000 zombies could possibly satisfy their appetite. Truly, If they'd taken them down in small clusters, he might have accepted it, but every swing of their blades sent 200 or 300 heads flying. Worse still, such techniques seemed like mere basic attacks to them, no fatigue, no exhaustion. Only escalating momentum, growing fiercer with every strike. This is exhilarating. Xiaoyu blurred across the battlefield, her form wreathed in lightning as she plunged into the horde. He and Jiangyu, you two sweep that direction. I'll handle this side. Agreed. Yes, elder sister Xiaoyu. Not only Li Hai gaped, Lu Rian beside him did likewise. Even with her shrank ability, she knew she could never match such mastery. Could the gulf between human beings truly be this vast? Suddenly her expression shifted. She staggered back a step, voice trembling. Xiao Hai, Xiaoyu just now. Xiaoyu's words. Did she say Hiyun and Jiangyu? Did I hear that correctly? Seems so. Why does it matter? Li Hai barely registered her question, distracted, dismissive. What did a name matter? I recall the white-robed Jiangyu said to leave the high-tier zombies for Lin Bei. So that man. He is Lin Bei. Why bother asking his name? Li Hai watched the 4 women wade through the horde. In just 1 minute, they had slain at least 20,000 zombies. His legion of 100,000 now diminished by a full fifth. 20,000. Not 200. Not 2,000. But 20,000. In this apocalyptic age, even ordinary zombies now surpassed peak human physical limits, hovering just below level 1 star 1. Xiao Hai, the man is Lin Bei. Lin Bei. Lu Rian clutched his arm, shouting. Damn it. Does his name really matter? Li Hai was nearly overwhelmed. Why was she fixated on names? So he was named Lin Bei, so what? Lin Bei wasn't just a name, it was a concept. Wait, Lin Bei, why does that sound familiar? Oh my god. It struck him suddenly. He remembered. His gaze snapped toward the distant man, locking onto him with unblinking intensity. Lin Bei, could he possibly be that Lin Bei, the one ranked first globally on the trial stele? Wait, Hiyun, Jiangyu. Yes, he recalled now. Both names appeared on the stele, ranked astonishingly high, especially Jiangyu, who stood second worldwide directly beneath Lin Bei. He froze. He was dumbfounded. No, just who was this Lin Bei? Where had he gathered so many peerless women? Beside them, even Xiaoyu, who had once gleamed brightly in his eyes, now seemed like nothing more than a steaming pile of excrement. And it was liquid. Lu Rian and Li Hai's voices carried clearly. Every girl nearby who had just swallowed zombie flesh to survive heard every word. Their expressions twisted into profound, layered anguish. Tears welled, but refused to fall. Their mental fortitude collapsed, utterly, irrevocably. Damn it. Why didn't you say sooner? Why didn't you tell us earlier that the man was Lin Bei? That his companions were Hiyun and Jiangyu? If we'd known, we'd have begged them to stay. How did this turn into an attempt to drive them away? If only we'd known he was Lin Bei, we wouldn't have fled here desperate to survive by eating zombie flesh. Why wasn't this revealed earlier? One girl screamed in disbelief, then frantically clawed at her throat, trying to vomit up the vile flesh she'd forced down moments before. Xiaoyu, why didn't you reveal his identity sooner? Bellowed the stout elder sister, and joined the retching. Moments ago they'd rushed here purely to survive. Now reality had inverted again. Was this some cruel game being played upon them? Humph. Xiaoyu flicked a disdainful glance their way, then swept her lightning whip, obliterating over 100 zombies in one stroke. My younger sister stated from the outset that he came here solely to handle emergencies. We sisters have guarded you day and night, exhausting ourselves without respite. Yet you questioned everything, demanded oaths, insisted on guarantees. Doesn't that strike you as utterly ridiculous? You ate zombie flesh to survive. Now you vomit it up to survive. You truly are Gotham's most esteemed crime lords, and Batman's most demanding clients. Their faces turned ashen with fury. Damn it. This is all your fault, you fat wretch. One girl unleashed her rage upon the plump elder sister, kicking her hard to the ground and stomping repeatedly. It was too late. Everything was too late. Even vomiting would be useless now. Her skin had already begun to discolor. Xiao Xie cast a cold, indifferent glance before turning away. These fickle opportunists were unworthy of further attention. If they perished, so be it. Kinwei. Li Hai prepared to activate his divine might ability to retreat into his spatial domain, but he could not afford to abandon these zombies. Though summoning them required only a thought, reabsorbing them demanded tremendous effort. Given the dire situation, such a maneuver was impossible. As the ancient saying goes, so long as the green hills remain, firewood will never be lacking. Survival alone was paramount. A mere army of 100,000 zombies. He could rebuild it within days. The apocalypse offered no scarcity of the undead. Damn it. Divine might want to activate. Li Hai's gaze hardened with venom as he fixed it upon Lin Bei. He knew instantly. The man had sealed off this space. To break through, he would have to outlast Lin Bei in raw energy reserves. Open up. He roared, inwardly pouring every ounce of his power into shattering the spatial barrier. His energy surged and burned fiercely, Safety lay just beyond the threshold of his divine might domain. Attack! Tear him apart. He barked orders to his elite squad. Though 2 second-tier zombies and a zombie beast had fallen to those women, 35 remained. So what if Lin Bei ranked first globally? Lin Bei refused to believe the man could simultaneously sustain a spatial lock and fend off such overwhelming numbers. Roar! G-char-r. One after another second-tier zombies lunged toward Lin Bei. Witnessing this onslaught, Xiao Shiran, Xiao Qing, and the others, whose confidence had soared moments earlier after Jiang Yu's devastating rampage, collapsed once more onto the ground. This level of combat far surpassed their reach. Even a single second-tier zombie would demand a life-or-death struggle. Ruyan, assist the zombies. I need time to break through his spatial seal. Understood. Lu Ruyan drew a composite bow from her back, knocked an arrow, and loosed it. A razor-sharp projectile screaming through the air straight for Lin Bei's brow. A composite bow. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed sharply. The arrow froze mid-flight, suspended in air, then crumpled under invisible spatial compression. Boom. At the instant of collapse, the arrow detonated, an energy-charged blast reminiscent of the exploding fruit from One Piece. A modest trick indeed. Meanwhile, the 35 second-tier zombies closed in. Lin Bei took a deep breath, planted his foot, and launched himself forward. Ha! At the sight, Lin Bei burst into unrestrained laughter. Fool, how can a spatial-type esper possibly win at close quarters? Is your brain even? What the hell? His laughter died abruptly. Lin Bei drove his fist straight into a second-tier tiger zombie's skull, crushing it utterly. In one fluid motion, he spun and delivered a whirling kick that shattered 2 more heads. Elbow strikes, knee thrusts, headbutts. Each blow felled at least 1 zombie. What the hell? Tearing zombies apart barehanded. Are you some legendary martial hero? Lin Bei plunged both hands into the chest of the final muscular zombie, wrenched it apart with brutal force, and sent its body flying in 2. At his feet lay a silent carpet of severed limbs and mangled flesh. Lin Bei blinked, then erupted into wild, hysterical laughter once more. That single moment of stunned disbelief, just seconds lost to awe at Lin Bei's terrifying melee prowess, had cost him everything. His painstakingly gathered and cultivated elite second-tier zombies annihilated in an instant. Damn it, a cheat. How does one fight a cheater? Seriously, a spatial-type esper whose hand-to-hand combat dwarfs even top-tier physical enhancement espers. Is this even plausible? Tell me, is it? Among those he'd just obliterated were several exceptionally resilient zombies. Yet against him, they shattered like glass, no stronger than common undead. Break. Refusing to fall here, Lin Bei channeled every last reserve of his ability into one final assault upon the spatial seal. Yet Lin Bei's energy reserves ran as deep and unfathomable as his strength itself. Even as Lin Bei exhausted himself utterly, the barrier held firm, unyielding. Thud. Depleted of energy and overwhelmed by despair, Lin Bei slumped onto the sofa. The swiftness of the reversal left him reeling. Defeat was inevitable, but not so swift, not so absolute. 3 minutes ago, he had stood poised on the cusp of triumph. Now his elite second-tier squad lay eradicated, his army of 100,000 zombies reduced by half, and still dwindling rapidly. He felt like nothing more than an experience orb, delivered solely to empower another. Thud. With the final second-tier zombie slain, Lin Bei's heart pulsed fiercely once more. From these foes he ascended, from 3rd-tier star 1 to 3rd-tier star 2. Ha! Power surged through his veins, and laughter spilled forth unbidden. Truly, he'd expected to linger at 3rd-tier star 1 for some time. Yet fate had delivered him a colossal boon, and this man, he found himself reluctant to kill him just yet. Squeeze him dry. Refill, squeeze him dry again. Indeed, this man was extraordinary. Alas, his misfortune lay in crossing paths with Lin Bei. Elsewhere, in another city, another province, he might well have dominated the entire wasteland. How is he so powerful? Is he a god? Xiao Shiran, Xiao Qing, and the others sat frozen on the ground, gazing with reverent awe at Lin Bei's back. He Yun and her companions were already immeasurably strong. So formidable, they inspired worship, so distant their power dwarfed all comparison. Yet Lin Bei eclipsed even them, not merely surpassing, but crushing them utterly. In their eyes, Lin Bei was indistinguishable from divinity itself. Was this the true measure of the world's strongest? Still pretending? Why don't you keep pretending? See for yourself. This is the power of my beloved elder brother. You're not even worthy of entertaining him. He Yin cleaved through hundreds of zombies in a single stroke, lifting her chin proudly. Heh. Lin Bei gave a hollow laugh, reclining on the sofa as he watched clouds drift across the sky. My deepest apologies, Lord Lin Bei. I failed to amuse you. Though roughly 50,000 zombies remained in his army, the battle was lost. The women fought as though fueled by boundless adrenaline. No matter how fiercely they exerted themselves, their bodies remained locked in peak condition. The surrounding space remained tightly sealed. He knew with chilling certainty that Lin Bei would grant him no mercy, just as he himself would show none were their roles reversed. Letting a tiger return to the mountains is the gravest of blunders. Lord Lin Bei, I beg you, spare my life. I only wish to survive, truly only to survive. The plump woman, bruised and battered, her legs shattered, dragged herself forward on broken limbs, pleading. Lin Bei glanced at her once. She was no longer human. Even broken bones posed no threat to her survival. Lord Lin Bei, we were wrong. We swear. Had we known you were you, we'd never have followed that fat pig's lies. We simply want to live. Please, great Lord, overlook us as if we were nothing more than passing wind. Lord Lin Bei, spare me. From this moment, I am your servant. Command me as you will. Only spare my life. Master, I swear fealty. Don't kill me. Those who had consumed zombie flesh scrambled desperately toward him, collapsing at his feet in abject supplication. Lin Bei watched, intrigued. How did they imagine survival possible in such a state? If bonds or purpose anchored them, perhaps it would make sense. But in this desolate world, unmoored and stripped of dignity, was such existence truly worth preserving? Ignoring the women around him, Li Hai's gaze turned to the opposite side. Do you have any final words? Li Hai looked up at the white clouds, his expression utterly unperturbed. I have no final words, but I do have a wish. It should mean nothing to you. I wonder if you would be willing to grant it. Go ahead and say it. The four girls became half human, half corpse because of my instigation. They only wished to survive in this apocalyptic world. Ordering them to act against the members of Xiao Xie's team was also my command. Ultimately, it was my greed that left them with no choice. If one of us must die, let it be me. Give them a chance to live. They pose no threat to you. Li Hai embraced the woman beside him. No, Hai, if we must die, let us die together. If we are to die, we die together. Exactly, you gave us hope and a reason to live in this apocalypse. If you die, what meaning will our survival hold? We won't allow you to leave alone. Just as Li Hai finished speaking, the three women hurriedly expressed their stance. Lin Bei squinted her eyes. She then looked at the silent Emperor Ruyan, standing aside. Three had spoken, one remained silent. Li Hai was thinking of them even in his dire moment, yet Lu Ruyan didn't say a word, not even to say something comforting. I'm sorry, I want to live, Lu Ruyan finally spoke after a long silence. Li Hai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It's all right. He continued, Lin Bei, Lu Ruyan is just a woman. Letting her live won't cause any major upheaval. This wish shouldn't be a burden for you, right? Is that okay? Lu Ruyan squinted, feeling a bit guilty. Fine. As expected of the world's top Lin Bei, you truly have a grand vision. I thought you would humiliate me like some petty people do after winning. You are strong, so strong that I cannot resist at all. I have no complaints about losing to you. Among all the people I have faced, and those I will face in the future, you are the most intelligent. It's a pity that you encountered me. Lin Bei felt it deeply. He really did appreciate this Li Hai. If he were a woman, he would definitely consider recruiting him. What does it matter if he is a corpse? In the end, evolution leads to the same point. Li Hai chuckled. Indeed, it's a pity to have met this hanging dog. With the luxurious configuration in his divine power space aside from Lin Bai's team, who else in the world could withstand it? Yet he happened to encounter this hanging dog. Damn it. Why can't I get a hanging dog? I'm so clever. I broke through again. Am now at second tier 5 stars, ha 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 ha. It feels so good. Xiao Yun, kill slowly, save some for Wanan. There are plenty of zombies here, let her catch up first. Alright. In the midst of the zombie tide, He Yun, Jiang Yulin, Wanan, and Xiao Xia were on a killing spree, while Jiang Xiyu, with her space ability reaching level 3, no longer needed a knife to eliminate ordinary zombies. With a thought, she could compress space to crush a horde of zombies. Frequently using her abilities also allowed her to level up quickly. Li Hai turned his head to take a look. You are lucky, your women are very strong. But my luck isn't too bad, either, having these 3 foolish girls willing to accompany me to death. Let's get started. Wait a moment. Lin Bei wasn't in a hurry to act. Li Hai was puzzled. Is there something else? After a while, the massive horde of zombies had been mostly cleared by the 5 women. He Yun bounced over to his side, hands behind her back, lifting her little head with a grin. Good brother, am now second tier 7 stars. How is that? Isn't it impressive? Praise me. What? Upon hearing this, Li Hai, who had already resigned to his fate, was once again taken aback. This He Yun, she was actually only at second tier 7 stars. Furthermore, she had only achieved this after killing so many zombies. No way. When she first started fighting, he had thought He Yun had already stepped into the 3rd tier. After all, she was one of the top 5 in the world. How terrifying would her combat power be at 2nd tier? If she reached the 3rd tier, it would be unimaginable. My little Yun Yun is the strongest. Lin Bei affectionately ruffled her little head. He Yun embraced him with great enjoyment. Don't ask. Not a speck of dirt on her. With Jiang Ye's exceptional bond enhancement and the double learning ability boost during 3 days of heavy rain, Jiang Yu not only developed a new use for internal energy, but also taught it to them. They created an invisible armor around their bodies, enhancing defense while blocking dirt. This is why Lin Bei dared to engage in close combat without weapons. Really, crushing space and decapitating with a single strike is nowhere near as satisfying as a punch. A true man fights with his fists. Xiao Bei, I've caught up. Like a few sisters am also at second tier 7 stars. Wanan reported as she approached him, equally eager for praise. Having fallen behind for so long with the help of a few sisters, she finally caught up. Xiyu and the others had been so good to her. What? Li Hai was shocked again. These women were only at second tier. Damn it. Even with a heart as calm as water in the face of death, a storm surged within him at this moment. No way his army of 100,000 zombies was annihilated by 5 second-tier women. If they were at the 3rd tier, he could accept it better. The key was that they were only at the 2nd tier. No way. Not to mention his evolution level was still at 2nd tier 8 stars. These women were also hanging dogs, right? Good, a bunch of hanging dogs. Why not seal their ranks? Jiang Yu, Xiyu, and Xiao Xie returned to his side one after another. Lin Bei glanced over. All were at 2nd tier 8 stars. Good. This Li Hai truly brought a remarkable gift. Lin Bei cleared his throat and said to the few women beside him, say thank you to him. Li Hai, thank you. I should be thanking you. Damn it. Wait a moment, is this what you intended? Good. Thank you, good-hearted person, Jiang Yu said first, shortening her spear and placing it behind her waist. This truly shortened their development time significantly. Thank you, you are a good person. Xiyu and Wanan politely expressed their gratitude. Thank you, big brother. I apologize for mocking you earlier. Thank you, you really are a good person. Heian stuck out her tongue. What a delightful pre-meal exercise. Though I don't know your name, thank you anyway for clearing out my team and allowing me to level up several times in a row. Thank you, stranger. Xiao Xie also expressed her thanks. Li Hai felt a surge of discomfort from all the gratitude. No way. I originally planned to force you to eat zombie meat. I came here to abduct Xiao Xie. Why are you all handing me good person cards? What does that mean? Damn it. Each of them looked so serious and sincere in their thanks that it nearly made him spit blood. He understood. These people were genuinely thanking him. Please, after killing so many zombies, they must feel ecstatic. Why would they care about his original intentions? But he felt it was too disgusting. Xiao Xie had no issue thanking him. Those girls who consumed zombie flesh made their own choices, and no one forced them. Today they were willing to eat zombie flesh to survive, and tomorrow they might be willing to betray those around them for survival. To be honest, if they truly held good intentions, even if they became half human, half corpse, they could still inform Xiao Xie. It was their selfishness. They wanted to survive and found becoming zombies too comfortable. If even one person was willing to sacrifice themselves, they would have exploded long ago. But not only did they not explode, they dragged others down with them. This is human nature. If they are not good, they do not wish for others to be good either. Thank you for your final words. Now it is time to send you on your way. Lin Bei's smile vanished, not out of mockery, but genuine gratitude. Li Hai shook his head and smiled faintly. This man was oddly inscrutable. Go ahead. Perhaps death was but the threshold of a new beginning. A flash of steel sliced the air. Li Hai's head, and those of the 3 women beside him, soared into the air. He bore them no grudge. There was no need to torment them before death. A swift, painless end was his final courtesy, the last token of thanks for delivering such a bountiful experience. You promised him you'd spare my life. Lu Rian cried out as Lin Bei claimed Li Hai's life. Lin Bei turned his gaze upon her. Such abject pleading. It truly tarnished the legendary name of Emperor Rian. Don't be foolish. I don't kill women. Lu Rian. She glanced at the headless bodies of the 3 women beside Li Hai, then back at Lin Bei. Mate, did you actually hear yourself just now? He was speaking pure fiction, right to her face. She feared that if she turned even slightly, he'd blast her backward several meters with a shotgun. Show me your ability. With a flick of his hand, Lin Bei conjured an enormous sofa behind him and seated himself alongside the women. Rian's heart leapt. He was intrigued by her ability. My ability is called Charge. It's an SS steer power. Any object I touch becomes infused with latent energy. Once charged, it remains stable until damaged, and I can detonate it at will anytime I choose. She was in truth only shrank, but she deliberately inflated it to SSS, knowing full well that exaggeration would increase her chances of survival. And then, without hesitation, she demonstrated. Her hands slipped into her pockets, then emerged fingers splayed, gripping 8 ordinary stones. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she hurled them outward. Detonate. Boom, 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 boom. At her command, 10 unremarkable pebbles erupted with violent force, each explosion rivaling that of a high-yield grenade. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes. Impressive. Truly intriguing. Then, she knocked an arrow, drew her bow taut. Sure 3. A single shaft pierced the distant concrete wall and detonated, blasting straight through it. After her demonstration, she declared, I Lu Rian swear upon the heavens from this day forth, I shall serve Master Lin Bei as his most loyal and unwavering servant, obeying every command without hesitation or deceit. Why do you wish to live? Why wouldn't I? Rian replied. Indeed. Lin Bei dismissed the question without further contemplation and turned instead toward Wan Yin beside him. Well, do you like her ability? Truthfully, had Sure Yu not possessed spatial abilities, he would have stripped Li Hai's power and bestowed it upon Wan Yin. Yet a single squad required no more than one spatial user, and Lin Bei personally preferred an area effect ability of exceptional potency. At those words, Rian's pupils contracted sharply. Only two possibilities existed. 1. Lin Bei intended to make her a subordinate of that woman. 2. He would strip her ability and bestow it upon her. The second option seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, this was the apocalypse. What impossibility could not now unfold? Not especially fond of it. Feels rather limited in utility. I'd like to observe more. Wan Yin replied. Very well. If you dislike it, simply say so. No harm done. Choosing an ability is serious business. Take your time. Rian exhaled, relief flooding her veins. Yet deep within terror-coiled Lin Bei truly possessed the power to strip others' abilities. No wonder the women around him were so formidable. They must have been gifted with stolen powers. Canway. His gaze hardened. Lu Rian was sealed into his divine might space, not out of any promise made to Li Hai, but merely stowed away for later. When more disassembly devices became available, he would extract her ability. He had already confirmed that Sure Yu and the others could safely acquire a second ability, with no adverse effects, and that second ability would remain fully shareable with him. He then gathered Li Hai's corpse. Abilities could still be stripped within 10 minutes of death. Securing Wan Yin's first ability remained his top priority. Having completed these tasks, Lin Bei surveyed the women kneeling before him. Having consumed zombie flesh, they had undergone visible transformation. Their skin now mirrored the pallid necrotic hue of the undead. Even the black blood oozing from the bruises inflicted upon the portly woman confirmed the change. Master Lin Bei, we pose absolutely no threat to you. Please release us as you would a passing breath. Seeing his gaze fall upon them, the women renewed their desperate pleas. I offer you a task: cast all corpses into this spatial rift and cleanse this place entirely. Satisfy me and your lives will be spared. Truth be told, I hold no particular interest in your deaths. As he spoke, a colossal spatial rift yawned open across the floor. Of course, you are free to disbelieve me and leap into flee, provided you're unafraid of being discovered or of falling to your death. With another gesture, a long table materialized before the sofa, laden with generous platters of food. Let's eat. Let's eat. Hiyun could wait no longer. Clutching her rice cooker core, she began shoveling ribs into it with frantic delight, her cheeks bulging. Slow down. You're not racing anyone, Sure Yu chuckled, shaking her head. From her spatial pack, she poured an entire serving of ribs directly into Hiyun's pot. Despite days of feasting on meat, her appetite remained insatiable. Can't help it. It's delicious and I'm starving. My stamina's been utterly drained. Her mouth still crammed with steamed rice, barely swallowed. She snatched a large fruit tart and stuffed it in two. Rebirth pills restored physical vigor, but hunger, that lingered. They had slain 100,000 zombies, 5 of them. Such exertion demanded staggering caloric expenditure. Their stomachs had long since screamed for nourishment. Meats of all kinds, ribs, vegetables, pastries, tart steaks, sausages, fried rice. An extravagant feast. Xiao Xia dined with them for the first time. Though her usual fare was refined beside theirs, it paled into insignificance. Devour. Ravenously. Mimicking Hiyun, she seized the rice cooker core and plunged in. So tender. So fresh. Oh, cauliflower. My favorite. How long has it been since I've tasted it? Lin Bei snapped his fingers. A massive round table appeared beside them, overflowing with dishes. Seated there were not only the women, but Xiao Shiran and others, his carefully assembled core of elite female warriors. No core of elite female warriors. Not numerous, just 10. No matter. He required neither quantity nor haste. He could recruit more at any time. Among these 10, 5 retained untethered, unclaimed bonds. Those 5 he would select first, the rest would be assigned auxiliary duties. With greater numbers came logistical needs. Someone must manage logistics, not cooking, but maintenance, cleaning, order, discipline. The stench of rotting zombies hung thick in the air, yet to them it was as familiar as breath. 50 or 60 young women, transformed by consuming zombie flesh, labored feverishly. Their task was simple: push the corpses into the ground-level rift. Cleanup proceeded swiftly. Lin Bei, what will you do with them? Will you slaughter them all? Xiao Xia asked, her voice edged with reluctant sorrow. After all, they had followed her for so long. Some attachment, however faint, remained. Still, killing them would not be unjust. In the apocalypse, mercy had its limits. She merely sought clarity. Let's keep them for now, confined within my divine might space. Should such a crisis recur, someone must deal with the zombies on the ground. Sending our own people would be far too wasteful of time. Lin Bei took a sip of chilled beer and continued, whenever we encounter hostile evolved beings, we'll toss them into the divine might space for the girls to consume. As their levels rise, we can even harvest them. And I'll get more batteries too. We'll set up stationary bikes in the space so they pedal to generate electricity. Zombies require neither food nor rest. They can cycle non-stop for 24 hours. Think how much power we'd accumulate, safeguarding against prolonged periods of adverse weather and total grid failure. What do you think? Isn't this plan absolutely brilliant? Xiao Shiyue 9. Because 6 had flipped. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would need to work a full century before he could depart, and that peacefully. Attributes. In Master Lin Bei level tier 3 2 stars. In storage space 10000 cubic meters. Abilities spatial SSS rank level 3 passive spatial pack. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Strength S rank level 3 4 multiplier. Constitution S rank level 2 3 multiplier. Speed 390. In strength 395 4. In spirit 390. In constitution 393. Pet Inu tier 2 3 stars. In items restorative pills grade 1 healing pills grade 2 SSS rank steak premium honey glazed sausage supreme golden fried rice supreme large egg tart disassembler 1. Catalog members Jiang Shiryu tier 2 7 stars spatial ability level 3. Heyin tier 2 7 stars strength level 3 4 amplification. Lin Wanin tier 2 7 stars. Jiang Yu tier 2 7 stars constitution level 3 4 amplification. In global bonuses charisma 2 strength 5 martial cultivation talent 2 consumable yield 5. Inu had once held the highest rank among them, but now she was the lowest. It couldn't be helped, though life beside him was simply too comfortable. She hadn't even needed to lift a finger. Just moments ago she'd been guarding Xiao Shi Ran and the others, shielding them from collateral harm. Little Yu, all your mothers have reached tier 2 7 stars, yet you're still only at 3 stars. You've got some catching up to do, and alright, I'll talk after I finish eating. Little Inu lay sprawled across the table, devouring her meal voraciously, chatting and eating all at once. The meal lasted a full hour. Afterward, everyone reclined contentedly on the sofa, cradling chilled milk tea as they wound down. In that same hour, the young women had driven all 100,000 zombies into spatial wormholes. To accelerate their pace, he opened several more wormholes. They were all evolved beings. Their efficiency defied pre-apocalyptic standards. Now wielding high-pressure water jets, they scrubbed bloodstains from the floor. Lin Bei lounged with his legs propped atop the table, eyes closed, arms draped comfortably around Shiyu and Wanin, savoring the tranquil lull after the feast. "Debate, shall we slip away for a moment while things are quiet?" Xiao Shiyu whispered near his ear. "And slip away for what? What do you think?" She rolled her eyes. "Naturally, to become yours. I heard from Shiryu and the others that bonding with you grants strength enhancements. I want to grow stronger." Just moments earlier she'd watched in pure envy. Even Lin Wanin, without any awakened ability, had fought like a war goddess. If Shiyu gained a 5-fold strength boost plus the physical refinement from lightning stimulation, her power would multiply beyond measure. "No rush. I'm rushing. Let's take a nap first. At your age, can you even fall asleep? Young body, instant slumber. Sleep quality is impeccable. Napping. Come on." Xiao Shiyu vaulted astride him, leaving Shiryu and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. Lin Bei's eyes snapped open. "Wait, ladies, we're still outdoors. Just that urgent? We're all women. What's there to fear tonight then?" Seeing Lin Bei utterly unmoved, Xiao Shiyu narrowed her eyes. Desperate for power, and having witnessed Jiang Yu's overwhelming might, she couldn't wait a single minute longer. Leaning close, she breathed softly into his ear. "Old Master Lin, I request your guidance in cultivating my Tao." Fine. And he snapped his fingers, and the two vanished from sight. The process is irrelevant. Only the outcome matters. An entry successfully recorded. Successfully catalogued a beauty whose comprehensive evaluation score exceeds 90. Awarding a refined gift 10 calming spirit pills grade 3 fully neutralizes all adverse effects for cultivators below tier 4. System storage capacity upgraded to 100 cubic meters. In Unbound Innocence Bond 1, awarding a refined gift food sublimation. All system-granted food items now possess 100-fold enhanced quality. E.g. consuming 1 equals the effect of 100. Note: newly acquired food will automatically undergo sublimation thereafter. Innate Silk Stocking Saintly Body Bond 1. Elite Female Officer Bond activated all members' firearm marksmanship talent 2. In Gourmet Bond 1. In Fitness Enthusiast Bond 1. Detected Xiao Shiyu's Lightning Affinity SSS rank, successfully replicated and granted to Master. In Scion. NIV Ascended. Ha. I the Taoist Master have ascended. In Tier 1 yields grade 1 pills. In Tier 2 yields grade 2 pills. N tier 3 yields grade 3 pills. Enso pill grade scale directly with my cultivation tier. These calming spirit pills, perhaps they'll prove invaluable. Why are you crackling with lightning too? Turn it off. Turn it off right now. 2 hours later, Lin Bei re-emerged outside. Shiryu and the others lay napping peacefully on the sofa. A mere afternoon nap. They could sleep straight through 2 or 3 days without issue. Li Hai's arrival had secured them days of leisure. His return coincided precisely with their waking. Big brother, will you join us this afternoon to hunt zombies? Hiyun murmured drowsily, her head resting on his thigh. No, I need to recruit more people. This is supposed to be a women's legion, yet we've barely 10 left. What kind of legion is that? He certainly wouldn't complain about diminishing returns on power amplification. Though his current combat prowess was already transcendent, this remained early apocalypse. Mere days into the cataclysm. Just 10 days. Truly. Outside, countless untested survivors likely still lingered, untouched by zombie encounters. At this juncture, many such unbound bonds remained available. But push forward another 10 or 15 days, or even just a few, and opportunities would dwindle sharply. Why? Countless factions had already begun sweeping the ruins, recruiting indiscriminately, even those who'd never slain a zombie. Team-based survival. Strength lies in numbers. Higher tier cultivators gain negligible rewards from common zombies, so meager as to be laughable. Yet such engagements offer perfect crucibles for novices to ascend swiftly. Big brother, I'll go with you. Scorching summer heat, but I'm extra sweet. Alright. Shiryu Jiangyu and Shiyu staying behind would be more than sufficient. Hee. Lin Bei turned to Shiryu and Jiangyu. While I'm gone, keep a close watch. And though accidents were improbable, caution remained essential. She rose and stretched languidly. Truly, a day both demanding and deeply fulfilling, uninterrupted from dawn until now. Lord Lin Bei, is this place satisfactory to you? Dozens of reanimated girls huddled together timidly. They'd scrubbed the entire area spotless. Every inch of flooring gleamed under meticulous polish. Acceptable. Since you approve, may we depart now? Lin Bei offered a guileless smile. Of course. You may leave. Straight into my divine might space. Grass mud horse. Untrustworthy scoundrel. A man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. Inside the divine space, a group of girls were cursing loudly, surrounded by darkness. Safe. Extremely safe. But what good is safety here when it's pitch black? Without my phone to tell the time, I would have no concept of it. Even with my phone, it won't last long on battery. All set, let's wrap it up. Let's go, Lin Bei said as he led Hiyun away. Shiryu and the others were already seasoned survivors of the apocalypse, requiring no commands from him. Where are we going to recruit people? Hiyun asked, clearing away nearby zombies as she walked beside him. Back to our community. Community? Hiyun blinked, her big eyes suddenly excited as she exclaimed, the 3-year period has ended, the war god of the community returns. A few kilometers was nothing for them. Now, chatting along the way, they quickly arrived. Yo, are you all moving this fast? Several buses were parked at the community entrance, not belonging to a single team as indicated by their different names on the sides. Yunlan Sect, Xianyun Sect, Qingyun Gate, Soul Palace, Zombie Slayer Alliance. Good. So they all like to name their teams like this, huh? Good brother, let's come up with a name too. Then I can use it when we encounter enemies. Hiyun said, hugging his arm. Sure, I actually wanted to give our team a name for a long time, but I've been struggling with naming issues, so I never did. Okay, after we go back tonight, I'll gather the sisters to come up with a nice name. It must be unique and a bit imposing, not something as generic as these. They chatted as they walked into the community. Don't miss out. The Soul Palace was officially established this morning at 9 o'clock, gathering connections from all over the world, attracting talents from all corners, uniting friends from 8 directions, and let us, under the leadership of Lin Bei, the Palace Master of the Soul Palace, become the #1 sect in the world. Lin Bei. Am I now the Soul Palace's master? Everyone, don't listen to the Soul Palace elders' nonsense. The real #1 in the world, Lin Bei, is right here. The Leaf Village was the organization I personally established. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will continue to burn. A Leaf Village welcomes your joining. Let us create a world of our own in this apocalypse under the leadership of Hokage Lin Bei. Have I become Hokage again? Family, those people are all imposters. The Xianyun sect is the true sect established by Lin Bei, the #1 in the world. If anyone doubts it, Lin Bei of the Xianyun sect is here, and everyone is welcome to come and verify. In the square of the community, tables were set up, each surrounded by 10 or so people, shouting, while in front of the tables were the community's survivors, a considerable crowd, roughly over 1,000. Less than a week since the apocalypse broke out. Over 90% of the zombies in this large community had been cleared out by him, Shiryu, and Hiyun, resulting in a high survival rate, which was also the reason he chose to come here first. Hey handsome guys and girls, would you like to join the Soul Palace? Couples can have their rent halved and all utilities waived. Each day you only need to provide 100 points worth of food. Sounds tempting, right? Don't just think about it, act quickly and join. The Soul Palace is currently on the rise and both of you will become elders of the Soul Palace in the future. A guy saw the two return from outside and hurried over to invite them. It's the apocalypse and you still want rent. Are you kidding? My Xianyan sect's base is a 5-star hotel. Join the Xianyan sect and I promise you both a luxurious room with no rent and no utility bills. Moreover, the Xianyan sect has a professional SBA facility staffed with dozens of professional technologists. After a long day's work, single men can enjoy their top-notch techniques, helping you solve the troubles of being single. Love will arise with the bells, and the rhythm of love will not cease. The Xianyan sect members were mocking the Soul Palace. Exactly, in this apocalypse, wanting rent is too much. 100 points, how much food can that buy? Yeah, it's the apocalypse, so where you live doesn't matter. For this reason, I'd rather join the Xianyan sect. Damn, there are technicians who I want to join the Xianyan sect. I also want to join. Me too. Baby, listen to me. I'm definitely not joining just for the technicians. I genuinely want to see if the Xianyan sect really doesn't charge any fees. The crowd echoed the words of the Xianyan sect members. Points are food, and one can imagine how precious points are. With so many groups recruiting, only one is charging points, and naturally someone would lead the complaints. The Xianyan sect members smiled. Very good. This is a promising start. People have a tendency to follow the crowd, and just having professional technicians alone makes it hard for many men to refuse. After all, who understands men better than men? The Soul Palace members also smiled. Very good. The atmosphere was heating up. After clearing his throat, he spoke. Let me be clear, we will charge rent. But this rent is equivalent to a club fee. A team's development cannot be separated from everyone's contributions. The Soul Palace conducts its affairs openly and honestly. If we say 100 points a day, then it's 100 points. We will not charge any additional fees in any form. This fee is for maintenance. The Soul Palace has dedicated personnel responsible for daily cleaning, laundry, and cooking, and the professional technician team is also available. Whether it's pure schoolgirls, hot girls, youthful housewives, or mature knowledgeable aunties, all can be experienced. And we also have specialized personnel for breeding. The club fee is specifically for maintaining these people. Think about it. Do you believe the Xianyan sect when they say they don't charge points? With such good treatment, how can they not charge points? Those who have experienced society know there are too many scams outside. Often the better the treatment, the more likely it is a trap. The elder of the Soul Palace makes a valid point. It's okay to say up front that fees will be charged. What is worrying is endless charging afterwards. Still, let me repeat, the Soul Palace is currently on the rise. Those who join at this moment are eligible for promotion to elders. Soul Palace elders, when they go out, can proudly declare their names, especially since our palace master is the #1 in the world, Lin Bei. I choose to join the Soul Palace. I was born to be an elder of the Soul Palace. Fellow Taoist, so am I. Good brother, did you secretly go and establish the Soul Palace when you left alone a few times before? He teased him while hugging his arm. Why do these people keep impersonating others? Please, who would you impersonate if not me? You are #1 in the world. You have completed the 10th level, and everyone knows how difficult it is to pass those levels. Everyone knows how fearsome you are. If I were just an ordinary person, I would definitely want to join a team with you. That's true. Lin Bei shrugged. It doesn't matter. Let them use my name. Honestly, among these over 1,000 people, how many really believe these teams were established by me? They all know in their hearts. Ladies and gentlemen, our village of Konoha offers benefits equal to those of the Soul sect. Welcome to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, our Xianyan sect. The 5 factions each boasted extravagantly about their own merits. Lin Bei strolled calmly toward the Soul sect's recruitment table with Yun in tow. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a table, 2 sofas, and a megaphone. Clearing his throat, he boomed, Recruiting. Young ladies, this is for you only. Gentlemen, please look away. We accept women exclusively. The words hung in the air. Countless eyes turned toward him. Ordinary recruitment would have drawn little attention, but women only piqued curiosity. Hold on, buddy. What kind of team are you running? What are your terms? What resources do you even have? On what grounds do you restrict recruitment to women only? Recruiting women only, in the apocalypse. A wry chuckle rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew exactly what that implied. Because my name is Lin Bei. Silence fell upon the assembly. Then laughter erupted. Oh, wonderful, another Lin Bei. At least the imposters bring dozens of followers. You, just one woman, and not a shred of that global #1 aura. Do you really take us for fools? Exactly. The real Lin Bei is the undisputed global #1 powerhouse. Would such a sovereign force personally recruit? Would he form a squad? No, he walks alone as a lone wolf. You recruiters merely hijack his name. None of you have cracked the top 1,000 on the trial steely-eyed wager. Day in, day out, nothing but flashy nonsense. Lin Bei remained silent, expression unreadable. A senior elder of the Soul sect stepped forward. Brother, with just 2 people recruiting is futile. Abandon this fantasy of forming your own squad. Join the Soul sect instead. Judging by your spatial storage ability, I guarantee, if you join, both you and your companion will be appointed elders. Full privileges, no membership fee required. I am Lin Bei. Brother, enough. Lin Bei is our sect master. Cease this charade. It's becoming embarrassing. Before he could utter another word, a representative from the Xianyun sect interjected. You're the clown. Lin Bei is the sovereign of our Xianyun sect. He sits right here. Let me reiterate, we fully endorse exposure of frauds, but those who dare challenge must weigh the consequences carefully. Our Lord Lin Bei stands unchallenged at the pinnacle of global strength. Should you perish in the attempt, we bear no responsibility. A collective groan rose from the crowd. Again, that line. Many longed to test it, yet dared not. Lin Bei turned his gaze toward them and saw a man lounging lazily on the sofa behind the Xianyun sect's table, handsome in a refined way, radiating an unmistakably formidable presence. Exposure. Very well. Words alone are insufficient. Action speaks louder. Lin Bei, he is Lin Bei. I recognize him. Before the cataclysm, he delivered my takeout. I remember because he was strikingly handsome. His name has always been Lin Bei. Suddenly a young woman pushed her way through the crowd, strode up to his table, braced one hand upon its surface, and shouted, "And there's more. Have you truly forgotten? On the day the power failed, a man, with 2 women, cleared every zombie from our entire residential complex. That man was him. One of those women stands beside him now. Don't you recall? They were our neighborhood's twin war gods." Her declaration struck like thunder. Every eye snapped back to Lin Bei and He Yun, stunned, incredulous, fixed with dawning recognition. The more they stared, the more familiar he seemed. After all, they had been strangers before. Distance, panic, and changed clothing made immediate identification impossible. But once reminded, resemblance bloomed into certainty. It is him. Yes, it's him. Our hero, the neighborhood war god. Without him, none of us dared step outside our apartments. Truly him. Wait, he's actually named Lin Bei. He's been a war god for days. Could he really be the Lin Bei, the global #1? I know him too. I can't vouch for the zombie purge, but I do know his name is Lin Bei. He delivered my food once. I flirted shamelessly. He ignored me entirely. And now, after all this time, he's grown even more handsome. Sister wants him badly. She clenched her teeth. Lin Bei remained silent, then murmured, "Madam, please maintain decorum." Excellent. Matters had just become infinitely simpler. Lin Bei turned toward the Xianyun sect's territory. Xianyun sect's Lin Bei, I am initiating exposure. Prepare yourself. Holy hell, he's actually doing it. He's really exposing him. See, only true sovereigns act without fear. He must be the genuine Lin Bei. The fakes merely gamble that no one dares strike back. Upon hearing this, the Xianyun sect's Lin Bei broke into a cold sweat. Though he posed arrogantly, he'd absorbed every word. 1 man, 2 women. Cleared an entire mega-residential complex of zombies days ago. And his name was Lin Bei. The odds were overwhelming. He was the real Lin Bei. No, he's actually going through with it. He watched Lin Bei, still seated on the sofa, extend a single hand toward him. His heart lurched. As he tried to rise, terror seized him. He couldn't move. An invisible vice had clamped down upon his entire body. Lin Bei slowly closed his fist. A shriek like a slaughtered pig tore through the air. The Xianyun sect, Lin Bei's body collapsed inward, visibly shrinking, his face purpling as he strained desperately against the crushing force. Crack, crack, crack. Bones shattered in rapid succession. Ag. His frame shrank by half, flesh splitting, sinews tearing, pale bone spurs erupting grotesquely from ruptured muscle. It was horrifying, yet not extraordinary. Such brutality was commonplace in the apocalypse. What truly chilled their blood was Lin Bei's terrifying power. A mere gesture across empty space had reduced a second-rank cultivator to this state. They didn't know the imposter's exact rank, but anyone bold enough to impersonate Lin Bei and withstand public exposure couldn't be weak. At minimum, he was second-rank. Awag, awag. The Xianyun sect Lin Bei writhed on the ground, voice raw with agony, screaming, "I confess, I'm not Lin Bei. I swear I'm not. I'll never dare again. I beg you, spare me." Lin Bei snapped his fingers. 2 emerald pills materialized beside the fallen man. Administer these, they'll heal his wounds. He did so deliberately, not merely for mercy but efficiency, to demonstrate both his overwhelming might and his access to miraculous alchemical arts, both vital assets for recruitment. The Xianyun sect's members stood paralyzed, not believing their eyes. Could it truly be possible? In a world so vast, had fate truly delivered the real Lin Bei to them? What the hell are you gawking at? Feed them to me now, or do you plan to usurp me and let me die in agony? The man roared, experiencing pain beyond anything he'd ever imagined. Boss, here you go. His comrades scrambled to shove the pills into his mouth. He swallowed convulsively, And then before everyone's stunned eyes, his mangled body began healing at visible speed. A soft, verdant glow enveloped him. Shattered bones realigned and fused, torn muscles and lacerated skin reknitted seamlessly. Within mere breaths, not a single wound remained upon his body. Holy hell, that's insane. The Xianyun sect Lin Bei touched his restored limbs in disbelief, leapt up, punched the air. This medicine is legendary. Even my chronic hand tremor vanished. What god-tier elixir is this? Reduced to ruin, then healed instantly. This is the resource advantage of the global #1 sovereign. I demand to join. Me too. Back off. I'll bear his children. His terrifying strength coupled with miraculous pills instantly ignited a frenzy. Crowds surged toward him frantically, fully convinced these were no stage performances. Clutching this lifeline meant security for life. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. Too many people, men included. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword appeared in his hand. A single sweep unleashed a razor-sharp blade of chi, carving a deep trench into the ground. I accept women only. If even one man remains here 1 minute from now, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Brother, take me. I can do anything. Anything at all. I endure hardship like no other. Brother, I endure hardship just as well. Facing their desperate pleas, Lin Bei didn't glance their way. Instead, he settled back onto the sofa and waited in silence for 60 seconds. His quiet resolve made many men falter and retreat wordlessly to the periphery. None dared utter a sound. Such a powerhouse was beyond their reckoning. A single misstep might cost them their lives without warning. With barely 10 seconds remaining, not a single man stood before him. Hopeless. No, impossible. They had all witnessed Lin Bei's earlier display. Ruthless, decisive, lethal. They understood instinctively in this apocalypse their lives weighed less than ants before the world's strongest being, extinguished or spared on a whim. Excellent. All women form a single line. Among the 1,000+ survivors, the gender ratio skewed 7-3, roughly 300 to 400 women. Oh, familiar face. The first woman stirred a vague memory. He glanced toward the men's side. Where's your younger brother? I recall you had a rebellious sibling. I don't see him here. Her expression darkened, voice trembling, she whispered, he sacrificed himself to protect me from violation, died alongside several men. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes and shrugged, a grim acknowledgement of apocalyptic normalcy. You're accepted. Move to that side. His gaze was an infallible measure. Untouched purity held highest priority. Thereafter, moral integrity revealed through bonds determined worth. Character flaws rendered one useless. Naturally exceptional abilities ranked first. But alas, most possessed trivial, haphazard mutations, mediocre at best, pitifully weak at worst. Oh, a familiar face again. After screening over a dozen, another acquaintance emerged. Not someone else, but the very soft-tissue hardware engineer from the rooftop earlier. Hello, handsome. Long time no see. Shun Jie recognized Lin Bei instantly, offering an awkward smile. Just days had passed, yet he'd already ascended to a height she could only gaze up at. She still recalled her earlier dismissal. You're no real man. Return. You failed. Why, oi? Shun Jie slammed her palm on the table. Then, realizing her blunder, swiftly adopted a pitiful, wide-eyed expression, softening her voice into that endearing southern lilt. Big brother. I can do everything. Please take me in. Truly everything. Lin Bei asked, smiling faintly. A glimmer of possibility. Absolutely. Shun Jie blurted out. Then, can you walk? Walk. Shun Jie frowned, puzzled. She prided herself on mastering countless arts. Was walking some rare, esoteric technique? Yes, I can. No matter. She'd master it later. Then please walk over there. Don't waste my time. Thank you. Shun Jie's face fell dark. Was he mocking her? Umph. If this place rejects me, another surely won't. Accepted. Don't despair if rejected. Several neighboring groups are recruiting. Your professional massage skills will be highly valued. Keep going. Push forward. With those fingers, forge your own legend. Next. Lin Bei continued selecting, one by one, searching for needles in a haystack. Even before the apocalypse, finding virgins had been difficult, afterward near impossible. A few remained, perhaps a dozen, but far fewer than he'd hoped. Add the 5 already secured at base, and today's target stood at 50. He couldn't help but marvel his luck at the hospital had been extraordinary. 10, exactly 10. Truthfully, he sometimes suspected his fortune bordered on the contrived, too perfect to be natural. Half an hour later, he'd finished evaluating the 300 women, selecting precisely 15 untouched maidens and 35 lovely modest wives and young mothers. Cleaning, laundry, farming, 35 were more than sufficient. With recruitment complete, Lin Bei saw no reason to linger. Still 30 short of his ideal 50, he'd need to visit several more residential complexes. First, he'd escort these women back to base. Phew, that colossal figure has finally departed. The moment Lin Bei left, recruiters from the 5 factions collectively exhaled in relief. They were nearly certain this was Lin Bei, and had feared above all that he'd punish them for impersonating him. After delivering the 50 women to base, Lin Bei led He-Yun toward the next residential complex. Damn. 0. These men truly deserve death. Oh, solid character. 5. 1. Time ticked away. Lin Bei combed through numerous neighborhoods, finally completing his squad of 50 beneath the crimson glow of dusk's burning clouds. The trial steel rankings shifted anew. First, Lin Bei, China stage level 11, 0. Second, Zhang Yu, China stage level 10, 50. Third, Baiwen, China stage level 10, 5. Fourth, Amelia Pound, Potato Nation stage level 10, 1. Fifth, Clara Oswald, Potato Nation stage level 10, 0. 95. He-Yun and Liu Yi had both fallen outside the top 5. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Talented individuals abounded. To reach level 10 within a single day demanded not only formidable abilities, but extraordinary stamina. With the apocalypse barely 10 days old, physical mutants held early advantage. Many others' powers had yet to awaken. Yet this wasn't absolute. Heading home. This place, this scene, have I been here before? Passing in elementary school, Lin Bei was struck by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Strange. Could hippocampal déjà vu manifest even amid apocalypse? Back at the police station, Lin Bei assembled the group. 50 virgins stood in perfect 510 formation. Beside them, 35 wives and young mothers formed a compact 35 array. He outlined their duties briefly and distributed cultivation-enhancing pills to bolster their strength. He also conducted a swift physical assessment, not for ulterior motives, but to deepen their trust. Research suggested such gestures often kindled inexplicable emotional resonance in women. 50 individuals. 5 squads of 10. Squad leaders Xiao Qing Xiao Bai, Wang Qi Xiao Bai, and Xiao Shiran, chosen for familiarity and reliability. Preparations complete. Now, await the harvest. Debate, shall we attempt the trial steals coup mode? Rank rewards drop at midnight. Over an hour remains. Plenty of time to clear it. First place is ours for the taking. Xiao Xia, now empowered sixfold, brimmed with unshakable confidence. Her combat prowess had soared to terrifying heights. Honestly, team modes held little appeal. He played countless games, and new coup rewards were usually underwhelming. Still, what if? There might be something worthwhile. Like beating a child in the rain. Idle hands beg for occupation. Let's go. Begin the grind. Lin Bei, Yu, He-Yun, Zhang Yuan, and Xiao Xia entered the white space of the trial steel together. There is no need to worry about the outside world. Yin Yu is present. Through their spiritual bond, Lin Bei can withdraw instantly should anything occur beyond the barrier. Excellent. Commence from 0 frame. We must name our team. What shall we call it? Lin Bei turned to the women beside him. How about the Cosmic Spiral Thunderflash Supreme Invincible Team? He-Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. She had spent the entire afternoon devising it, certain no one else could possibly duplicate such a name. Lin Bei froze momentarily, speechless. He should never have expected otherwise. That name was even worse than his own earlier suggestion, the Thunderflash Beacon Wolf Squad. After all, with novels and films so prolific, every elegant resonant team name had long since been claimed. For half a day he'd scouted members while racking his brain for a suitable name. At last he relented, opting like others to adopt a name he simply liked. A team name? Sure. You furrowed her delicate brows. She too struggled with naming, tentatively offering the deeply concealed, unrevealed team. Lin Bei scoffed. His gaze shifted to Zhang Yu. She had selected a long spear as her weapon, running her fingers along its shaft without looking up. The core values are extremely excellent, team. Splendid, truly spirited. How do you manage to utter that with such solemn composure? The abrupt pivot left Lin Bei utterly unprepared. Suppress your laughter. Next, he turned to Wan In, whose lips curved faintly upward as she calmly unveiled her newly conceived name, the team that insists on standing beside you. Baby. Next, Xiao Xia, listening to their suggestions, couldn't help but interject. What on earth are these nonsensical names? A team's name reflects its image, its very face. How can we settle for something so absurd? Oh, Lin Bei perked up, intrigued. Tell us, what name did you come up with? I am the queen. Impressive, isn't it? Utterly majestic. Xiao Xia wore an expression of complete self-assurance. Among close companions, embarrassment held no place, and though she knew her idea leaned toward the whimsical, she truly couldn't conjure anything better. Black Rose, Ionia, Supreme Hall, too cliched. I am the queen, radiating confidence and brilliance. Lin Bei slapped his forehead. Indeed, he should never have expected more. Truly, it took a certain kind of kinship. His wives' names were even more abstract than his own. Enough. It hardly matters. After all, it's merely a designation, not worth overthinking. They could always rename themselves later should inspiration strike. Born of Ultimate Emptiness. Born of Ultimate Emptiness. Please confirm your team name. Confirmed. Please select your combat arena. The plains. Team born of ultimate emptiness, 6 members. Please select individual weapons. Once selections are complete, team leader Lin Bei shall silently initiate the trial. Choose your weapons. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized in Lin Bei's palm. Among common arms, spear, sword, saber, he favored the sword above all. Jiang Yu had already chosen a long spear. Sure, you selected a sword. So did Wan In. As women, they preferred the sword's elegant form. Previously, wielding sabers had been sheer necessity. In Jiang Yu's family, her late father, a master armorer, had forged almost exclusively blades. To Lin Bei's surprise, Xiao Xia also chose a sword. Didn't you prefer whips? Not at all. I merely found lightning-infused whips convenient to wield. He Yin too diverged from expectation, choosing a massive warhammer reminiscent of Zhong Wuyan. Surely everyone's encountered her in-game. He Yun hoisted the hammer onto her shoulder, rubbing her philtrum with her index finger. It's better in here. The weapons feel substantial. Outside, my blade felt weightless. I dared not grip it firmly, fearing it might crumble in my hands. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. As the ancient saying goes, a craftsman who wishes to excel must first sharpen his tools. They would need superior arms soon. Jiang Yu's father's blades were indeed peerless, but in this era of universal evolution, they fell grievously short. Lin Bei himself feared shattering one with excessive force. Jiang Yu's telescoping spear had snapped repeatedly. Have you all made your choices? Ori, ahem, initiate. Whoosh. Instantly the scene shifted. The 6 stood upon an endless plain facing a dense tide of zombies ahead. Team mode, level 1 zombie, count 1000. Zombie tier, human physical limit. Scattered among them were numerous tier 1 zombies bearing star rank distinctions. To them, even tier 2 zombies posed no greater threat than ordinary ones. Remember, no replenishment pills permitted inside, and refrain from using Jiang Yu's technique. Lin Bei reminded them. Having entered, they would strive, uncompromisingly, for first place. Understood. These zombies. I won't even bother activating lightning augmentation. Xiao Xia gripped her sword and strode forward alongside her sisters. Like them, she possessed 6-fold strength amplification, a terrifying boon magnifying her lethality far beyond any threat this apocalyptic world could muster. 10,000 zombies, an incipient horde. She regarded them with utter disdain. 10,000 zombies divided among 6 warriors, cleared in minutes. With 6-fold strength, they were unstoppable. Level 2, 20,000. Automated opponents. Level 3, 30,000. Effortless. Level 4, 40,000. Level 10, 100,000. Exhausted. Let it end. Lin Bei and the women collapsed side by side onto the ground, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Even with 6-fold strength, the sheer scale overwhelmed them. Levels 1 through 9, 450,000 zombies. By levels 4 and 5, fatigue began to creep in. Still bearable. But levels 6 and 7 grew arduous. Numbers surged violently. Pressure mounted unbearably. Yet they were elite evolvers, recovery speed staggering. They rotated rest periods, granting each other precious respite. Even the fleeting interval between levels granted enough recovery to sustain them. Levels 8 and 9, they endured. Endured how? Lin Bei's arms now lay utterly numb, every ounce of strength drained. Sure, you and the others shared the same desolation. Worse still, sure, you and the others bore scratches from zombie claws. Though infection was impossible here, injuries inflicted debilitating status penalties. Regretting it. Why is this accursed hammer so heavy? He clutched her warhammer, wailing. At first, slaying had been exhilarating, but soon the hammer grew heavier with every swing until finally she could no longer budge it at all. After clearing 9 levels, isn't that enough? Xiao Xia sprawled flat on the ground, indifferent to decorum. I cannot move, not even an inch. Only minutes remain. Let's simply withdraw now. Neither can I. Utterly spent. Let it end. Even Shiryu, who never complained, never faltered, lay motionless. Continuing to level 10 was pointless. Collectively, they might slay 100 zombies, if fortune smiled. Terminate trial. Withdraw. At the instant level 10's 100,000 zombies spawned, Lin Bei silently commanded. He had never wished to enter in the first place. Emerging outside, fully restored, vitality renewed. Blissful. Utterly blissful. He glanced at the time, still several minutes before midnight. Soon the team mode's reward would be revealed. Should it prove mere points, he would abandon it entirely, never returning. Such torment voluntarily endured served no purpose. 115950. Midnight. Damn. In solo mode, his top rank remained unchallenged in team mode. Though his squad comprised only 6 members, his team Tian Sheng Wuji led all others by an immense margin, having advanced 0% into stage 10. This was also tied to their cultivation levels. Truly so. All were at 2nd order 7th star, a tier undoubtedly among the world's elite evolutionaries. Moreover, each possessed a minimum 6-fold power amplification. At this thought, Lin Bei could not help but silently thank Lin Bei once more for that generous experience gift pack. Rewards from the trial path have been distributed according to rankings. All humans are urged to confirm and assimilate them promptly to enhance their strength. As this is the inaugural reward distribution, every gift has triggered a guaranteed critical upgrade. Both solo and team mode rewards have been enhanced. Future rewards will undergo randomized critical upgrades. An identical notification appeared before each person's eyes. Almost instantly, a unique, personalized notification then manifested before Lin Bei's gaze. Yesterday, your solo mode ranking was first place. Reward granted 0 points. 1 unit of mud weapon rank earthier lower grade. A weapon whose appearance manifests according to the wielder's inner intent. Note to aid human distinction, weapon ranks are categorized as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, descending in hierarchy. Additionally, 10 units of vitality restoration pills, tier 3, 5 units of healing pills, tier 3. Note pills below tier 4, including tier 3, fully restore physical stamina and spiritual energy per dose, or heal grievous wounds respectively. This reward feels suspiciously diluted. Vitality restoration pills, 10 units. Healing pills, 5 units. Though his own vitality restoration pills were merely tier 1, their quantity was effectively limitless. 10. Was he being mocked? How stingy. And only 5 tier 3 healing pills. Wait. Damn it. I'm an idiot. It suddenly struck him the trial steals rewards were effectively upgrading his tier 1 vitality restoration pills to tier 3, and his tier 2 healing pills to tier 3 as well. Holy hell. Exhilarating. Quantity is irrelevant. What matters is existence. Utterly satisfying. At last, true comfort. No longer would he need to cram handfuls into his mouth to recover stamina. Now one elegant pill at a time would suffice. Yesterday, your team Tiansheng Wu Ji secured first place in team mode. Reward granted 100 million points to be allocated by the team captain. Each member receives 3 units of vitality restoration pills tier 3 and 3 units of healing pills tier 3. As expected, the team reward was indeed massive. 100 million points sounded impressive, but even 1 billion would mean nothing to him. Still, it held some utility, sustaining the newly recruited cohort. Lin Bei glanced toward the stone steel outside. Among the top 10, aside from himself, in first place ranks 2 through 10 received nearly identical rewards, each receiving mud weapons of profoundier middle grade, with only minor variations in pill quantities and point allocations. It's acceptable. Jiang Yu and He Yun both have weapon clay, but the only downside is that Shi Yu Wan In and Shi Yu have all been pushed out of the top 100 and did not receive any weapon clay. Wow, had I known the rewards on the first day were so good, I wouldn't have rushed to face challenges in the morning. I'm so frustrated. If I could do it all over again, I would definitely make it into the top 10. Shi Yu puffed up her cheeks in anger. Same here. Wan In felt the same way. Wan In's ranking was already ridiculous, and after a whole bunch of people surged forward at night, her name was nowhere to be found on the trial monument. Xiao Shiyu's name was also absent. So annoying. Shi Yu was as upset as Shi Yu and Wan In, regretting it deeply. Even if she surged into the top 10 tomorrow, it wouldn't matter. The rewards on the first day were critical hits, and who knows when the next critical hit would come. Suddenly, a piece of gray-white soil and pills appeared in front of He Yun, Jiang Yu, and Lin Bei. The weapon clay was the size of a fist, and the pills were contained in a bottle clearly labeled to avoid confusion. Lin Bei picked up the weapon clay. Instantly, he had an epiphany. The weapon clay continuously changed shape in his palm according to his thoughts. A long spear, a sword, a halberd, a blood-dripping device. Oh, anything he could imagine could transform. How about a 40-meter-long knife? Wow, it actually works. Wow, big brother, yours became so huge. He Yun exclaimed in astonishment, amazed that something so small could grow so large. It can be even bigger. 50 meters. Wow, it's even larger now. He Yun's little eyes sparkled. Forget it. It was just talk. A 40-meter-long knife was truly exaggerated. Its weight changed according to his will, which was quite humanized, gradually shrinking into the shape of a sword. The divine demon sword. A sword that combined the demon-suppressing sword and the demon sword. The blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Lin Bei took out the ordinary sword forged by Jiang Ye's father and struck it against the divine demon sword. Without a doubt, the ordinary sword was easily severed, and he let go, allowing the entire blade to sink into the concrete as if it were tofu. Besides its sharpness, the weight also played a role. He didn't know how heavy the sword was. It felt just right with his current strength, controlled at a slightly heavy state. Once shaped, it couldn't be modified. When he leveled up, it would feel just right. So refreshing. This could definitely be considered the world's #1 divine weapon. He never expected the rewards from the trial monument to be so wonderful. With this sword, he would become even more invincible. But even without this sword, he would still annihilate the enemy forces. He would recreate a sheath for it. Invincible. Confirm. With his thought affirmed, his first divine demon sword came into being. Meanwhile, He Yun and Jiang Ye's weapons were also taking shape. Jiang Yu naturally chose a spear, which could be as long as 8 meters or shrink down to a short spear of 60 centimeters. He Yun's weapon, however, was a large hammer of the same size as the one inside. Haha. After obtaining her satisfactory weapon, He Yun was overjoyed. She threw the hammer on the ground, and at the moment it landed, it created a large pit with spider web-like cracks spreading outwards. Wow, Xiao Yun, how heavy is that hammer? Shiryu was shocked and approached to grip the handle, trying to lift it, but her exaggerated strength was insufficient. Sister Yu, how could you possibly lift that? Even I find it a bit strenuous to use. My power ability is at level 3, with a 4-fold enhancement. My strength is 4 times greater than yours. He Yun said with a hint of pride in her voice. Now it was made heavier. Once upgraded, it would become lighter and could be used for a long time. No one knew when the next weapon clay would appear, and the heavier items could also help strengthen her power, promoting her ability to level 4. If that hammer hit you, what would happen? Shiryu shrank her neck. Just thinking about that scene made her shiver. Of course, under my Haotian hammer, all beings are equal. He Yun picked up the hammer and swung it a few times, making sure Jiang Yu and Xiao Shiyu feel their scalps tingle. If it slipped from her hands and struck someone, they probably wouldn't even have time to take a healing pill before collapsing. A low, resonant hum filled the air. Jiang Yu's weapon had taken form. Her slender jade-like hand trembled on the shaft as the seamless 1.8-meter spear vibrated its tip, flashing a razor-cold gleam beneath the pale moon. This spear, invincible. Stroking the shaft, Jiang Yu could find no finer word to describe the spear's perfection. It was quite literally the weapon of her dreams. So jealous. Yu's eyes brimmed with envy. Her 2 close sisters and her man had all obtained their coveted weapons. If she lacked the means, it would be one thing, but now she truly had the strength to break into the top 10. I'm jealous too. Count me in. 4 Shiryu weapons were not everything, yet a fine weapon greatly amplified the power of Jiang Yu and He Yun. It was no exaggeration to say that after the weapon upgrades, their combat strength increased by at least 50%. It's getting late, let's go inside. Lin Bei tucked He Yun's weapon into his spatial pack. The hammer was heavy and awkward to carry. Once inside, Lin Bei smiled. Darlings, let's play a game. What games? The game's called the King's Joy. Saying that, Lin Bei took out a ribbon and blindfolded himself. My beloveds, don't leave this room. Whoever is the first I catch. He teased with a mischievous chuckle. After a hard day's work, why not enjoy oneself? Let the music play and the dancing continue. What the hell? So many of us, and we're only second place. What is this first place? Only 6 people. How is that fair? Did the Lin Bei make a mistake? Progress on stage 10 shows 0%. 6 people killed 450000 zombies. Are you kidding me? Boss, the Lin Bei must be wrong. How can our hundreds of brothers lose to 6 people? We even have Lvee and you as 2 great generals and so many second-tier fighters. Our progress is only 50% through stage 9. This has to be a mistake. Damn, it must be wrong. Were they really mistaken? Deep down they knew a Lin Bei of that scale would not err. They were only consoling themselves. They refused to admit that an entire base could be outperformed by 6 people. This is insane. Who are these 6 people? Our Tieshua Legion is ranked 2nd, yet our average elixir grade per person is only grade 2, a whole tier below first place. Damn those 6. Lvee, clad in combat gear, clenched her fists. We thought first place was secure, but at the last moment the Tianxing Wuji team surged ahead and cost us so much. What kind of abilities could those 6 possess to slay 4500 zombies in an hour? It was absurd. Even standing on the ground and drawing power continuously, I could not keep pace. Holy hell. Who are the people on the Tianxing Wuji team? 6 people had seized first place in team mode. Unfortunately, the ranking only displayed the team name, member count, and location with no further details. These 6 were surely among the top 10 in solo mode. This is outrageous, truly outrageous. 6 people splitting 100 million points. What a windfall in food. Luckily, pills are distributed per person. If a huge pile of pills were handed to a captain to allocate, these 6 would rocket up the ranks. Phenomenal. Countless people and factions envied the ranking rewards. Whether solo or team mode rewards were public, they hated themselves for not having worked harder. Once the rewards were out, the gaps between people would only widen. The strong would soar, the weak would prostrate and grovel. Waste like a slender willow in the breeze, a glance dances away the dreamer's desire. Dressed in heavy makeup, the show was about to begin. Inside the base, having had his fill of games, Lin Bei held He Yun, listening to the music and admiring Shiryu and the others as they danced in diaphanous period costumes. Don't ask why He Yun wasn't made to dance. The image of the athletic student dancing was too beautiful for him to imagine. This was the life. In another age, he would have been a decadent ruler. My lord, are you pleased with my dance? Very pleased, utterly pleased. A fine performance. You deserve a reward. The next day at noon, Lin Bei stepped out of the building yawning. The morning squandered, what a waste of life. Xiao Shiran, who had been busy all morning, stepped forward. Lord Lin Bei, I have arranged everything as you instructed. 35 sisters each have their duties. They are divided into 4 squads, 3 teams of 10 and 1 team of 5. 2 of the 10-person teams will patrol the base and maintain sanitation. 1 10-person team will go out to slay zombies and level up. The 3 10-person squads will rotate, ensuring base security while keeping their levels from falling too far behind. There is also a 5-person squad. They were not eager to go out to kill zombies to grow stronger, but they were all first-stage 2-star evolvers. They'll have them clear a patch of wasteland to plant fruit and vegetable seeds obtained from the Lin Bei, and then take them out to raise their levels. She paused to draw a breath, then continued. The 50-person combat unit, including myself, will be divided into 5 groups. I Xiao Qing Xiao Bai Wang Qi and Xiao Xiao Bai are captains. They are killing zombies near the police station to level up. The pills you provided have been evenly distributed. With those pills. It won't take long. We'll make you proud, she finished. Xiao Xiran's face glowed with expectation, waiting for praise. All morning she had arranged the tasks Lin Bei assigned the night before. Even she felt very satisfied. There was no sign of hardship in her eyes, only adoration. Truly, anyone would admire him. At first, from her sister's lips, she thought Lin Bei a flirt, but after seeing him act yesterday, she finally understood. 5 women, far too few. Truly too few. A powerhouse like him, and so handsome. 50 women would be only natural. Moreover, yesterday, he brought back so many girls and did not touch a single one. Instead, he granted them resources to grow. With a single gesture, he handed out 10,000 Huili Dan. Truly, she had been stunned last night. Though the pills were only grade 1, the quantity was terrifying. For comparison, the first day critical reward for the Lin Bei's top rank was only 10 grade 3 pills. All these factors combined made it impossible not to admire him. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Bei said perfunctorily. Not at all, it's my duty. Helping Lord Lin Bei is my greatest honor. Xiao Shiran blurted it out. Lin Bei's arrival had not only purged the cancerous elements from her squad, but also given her the chance to soar. She had no special ability, but her sister Xiao Xia had secretly told her the previous afternoon that Lin Bei was a hidden Xiao Xian cultivator. By becoming his woman, one could practice dual cultivation to gain a boost in power. 6-fold. Xiao Xia's strength increased 6 times. Remember, He Yun's level 3 strength ability only grants a 4-fold boost. Becoming his woman was equivalent to obtaining a level 5 strength ability. Moreover, Xiao Xia had quietly revealed that before she became Lin Bei's woman, Yu and the others had only a 5-fold boost. After Xiao Xia joined the group's boost became 6-fold. That meant if Xiao Shiran could become one of Lin Bei's women, she would gain 7-fold strength. As Xiao Qing Xiao Bai Wang Qi and Xiao Xiao Bai joined 1 by 1, it would become 8-fold, 9-fold, 10-fold, 11-fold. What if those dozens of women all joined? Just thinking about it. Her body trembled with excitement. More than 10 days into the apocalypse, those evolvers keenly realized one truth. While evolution was universal, this era did not belong to evolvers, but to those with abilities. The most important point.